Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 51, Chapter 99, A Man Full of Secrets. In the dimensional space, the hero faction's temporary stronghold. A dense mist swirled, shrouding the entire base, obscuring the distant scenery. Standing at the very center of this mist, Kaiser held the True Longinus in his hand, eyes half closed, as though resting, yet at the same time, sensing something unseen. Suddenly, a sharp whistle tore through the mist as a blade shot forth like a bullet. With a crisp clang, Kaiser casually flicked his True Longinus, deflecting the incoming weapon without moving an inch. He didn't even open his eyes. But just as he parried the attack, a figure burst through the mist, lunging at him with astonishing speed. A soft, melodious laugh accompanied the movement as the attacker, a golden-haired woman, gracefully dashed forward, wielding a rapier. Her speed was faster than the very blade she had just fired. With a swift flurry of strikes, her rapier became a blur, slicing through the air in a storm of afterimages as they all converged on Kaiser. Clang! 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 Kaiser still kept his eyes closed, his entire body exuding a calm and silent tuki as his True Longinus danced effortlessly in his grasp. Like a conductor's baton, it moved with precision, deflecting every incoming strike with ease. The golden-haired woman remained undeterred, her rapier continuously weaving through the air, launching an endless barrage of attacks. The clash of steel rang out ceaselessly, sparks erupting from every impact, briefly illuminating the mist that was disturbed by the fierce exchange. At that very moment, a thunderous roar split the air as a massive figure charged in from the side, joining the fray. A hulking man lunged at Kaiser's back, raising a colossal fist before slamming it down with terrifying force. It was only then that Kaiser finally opened his eyes. With a single precise thrust, he sent the golden-haired woman, Jean, flying backward, before lightly tapping the ground and swiftly evading the incoming strike. Boom! The massive figure's punch obliterated the ground where Kaiser had stood, creating a deafening explosion. The sheer impact didn't just shatter the ground, it triggered a violent blast wave, scattering rubble and debris in all directions. Damn it! Still couldn't hit him. The giant, Heracles, let out a frustrated growl before charging toward Kaiser once more. Boom. 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 With each punch, the ground trembled, and explosions erupted wherever his fists landed. That was the ability of his sacred gear, variant detonation. Every attack not only carried immense force but also triggered an explosive impact, dealing additional devastation to its target. Come forth, holy swords. From the side, Jean called out. Immediately, swords erupted from the ground beneath Kaiser's feet, shooting toward him. Upon closer inspection, these weapons varied in shape and size, some radiated flames, others exuded icy mist, some crackled with electricity, and others swirled with fierce winds. Yet, despite their differences, they all shared one thing in common: they emanated a holy aura similar to that of Kaiser's True Longinus. There was no doubt, these were holy swords. Kaiser wielded the True Longinus, while Jean wielded holy swords. Though inferior in purity and quality to the True Longinus, their holy power was still lethal to devils. Any demonic creature struck by these swords would find their flesh scorched or outright erased. Generally speaking, holy swords were extremely selective when it came to their wielders. Finding one who could properly use a single holy sword was a rarity, and the famed Excaliburs of legend required immense compatibility to wield. However, Jean's sacred gear was not a single holy sword, it was the holy sword creation ability, capable of creating holy swords of various attributes. While these conjured swords were inferior in quality to true holy swords, and their fragile nature made them easily breakable, the advantage lay in their versatility and quantity. Jean could adapt her swords to the battlefield, countering opponents with tailored creations. Right now, she was flooding Kaiser with a storm of holy swords, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and density of attacks. However, this was nothing more than a futile effort. A soft hum resonated as Kaiser calmly raised his True Longinus, its tip unfolding. Radiant light rapidly gathered at the spearhead, compressing into a concentrated wave of pure, holy energy. Boom. The divine wave erupted like a luminous explosion, obliterating every holy sword in its path. Even the swords that had not been directly hit by the blast shattered under its pressure. You've got to be kidding me. Jean's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Heracles, perhaps believing in the sheer power of brute force, threw himself directly into the divine wave, throwing a punch as he crashed into the attack. Boom. The collision between his explosive strike and the True Longinus holy wave held for a moment, before the balance shattered. The detonation from variant detonation was completely overpowered. The holy wave engulfed the explosion and continued forward, striking Heracles head-on. With a final, thunderous impact, the giant was sent flying. Just like that, Kaiser effortlessly suppressed both Jean and Heracles. Even as they fought together, he remained completely composed, untouched. The hero faction members watching from the sidelines burst into murmurs of astonishment. He held off both of them so easily. Held off. He's completely dominating them. So this is the strength of the wielder of the strongest Longinus. No wonder Siegfried lost. As discussions flared among the spectators, a single figure stood at a higher vantage point, observing the battle with a contemplative expression. It was Cao Cao. What do you think? Beside him, Siegfried asked, noticing his leader's thoughtful demeanor. He's strong, Cao Cao admitted without hesitation. Far beyond my initial expectations, both in terms of his base abilities and his mastery over the true Longinus. It's fortunate that Heracles and Jean attacked him together, or else, currently, I might be the only one in our faction capable of keeping up with him in a one-on-one fight. With that simple statement, Cao Cao elevated Kaiser standing to second strongest in the hero faction, perhaps even a rival for the top position. Wasn't his sacred gear only recently awakened? And didn't he lose control of it once? George, who stood nearby, muttered in disbelief. Nothing about him feels like someone new to wielding a sacred gear. If someone told me he's been training with the true Longinus since birth, I'd believe them. That was the prevailing sentiment among everyone present. By all accounts, Kaiser's true Longinus was supposed to have awakened only recently. It had even gone berserk once. And yet, his spear techniques, his absolute mastery over the weapon, made the claim seem absurd. Just as George said, it felt as though Kaiser had been training with it since childhood, honing it for years. A man full of secrets, huh? Cao Cao mused, staring at Kaiser with a knowing smirk. Interesting. Let's hope it stays just interesting, Siegfried warned, his brow furrowing. There are too many contradictions in his background. Can we really trust him in our ranks? Why not? Cao Cao shrugged nonchalantly. We need strong individuals. He came to us willingly, and we don't have the luxury of turning away talent. Besides, keeping him close allows me to observe him even further. If he really has something to hide. Cao Cao's eyes gleamed. I'll see through it. Siegfried's tension visibly eased. He trusted Cao Cao's abilities. There weren't many in this world who could deceive the hero faction's leader, an heir to one of history's most cunning and brilliant strategists. That left only one final question. Now that you've seen him in action, what's your verdict? Siegfried asked, curiosity in his tone. With your sacred gear, do you think you can defeat him? George perked up at this, eager for the answer. Cao Cao tapped his chin in thought. Judging by what we've seen so far, one thing is clear, his physical strength surpasses mine. He's trained his body to the limits, something I can never hope to match. Even you, with your multiple amplification abilities, and Heracles, with his demigod bloodline, might struggle to match his sheer physical prowess. In that regard, he's undoubtedly the strongest among us. Cao Cao's confidence lay in skill. His mastery over combat and tactics was his greatest weapon. With that in mind, I'd say, we're about even. Neither of us would be able to take down the other easily. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes. That is, unless he's still holding back. Chapter 52, Chapter 100, The Hero Faction's Mission. Cao Cao's understanding of Kaiser's strength was limited to what he had seen firsthand. Thus, his assessment of their relative power was based only on what he currently knew. If Kaiser had hidden abilities, then Cao Cao's evaluation would be flawed. Given this, his assessment focused solely on their normal combat strength, without factoring in Balance Breaker. Do you think he has reached Balance Breaker? Cao Cao asked his two companions while observing the battle. Siegfried and George exchanged glances. He should have, right? Yeah, I think so too. Their responses were surprisingly in sync. Logically speaking, considering how recently Kaiser had awakened his sacred gear, he shouldn't have reached Balance Breaker yet. Balance Breaker was a state of transcendence, an extreme enhancement of a sacred gear beyond its normal limitations. Although every sacred gear had this potential form, achieving it required an intense shift in the wielder's mindset, to the extent of defying the very flow of the world. Only those who had mastered their sacred gear completely could reach this level when undergoing a significant transformation in their spirit. Such a requirement was not something that could be fulfilled easily. In fact, even among the Chaos Brigade's hero faction, which dared to challenge the major mythological factions, those who had attained Balance Breaker were few and far between. Even on a global scale, they were extremely rare. Under these circumstances, it was almost inconceivable that Kaiser, who had only recently awakened his sacred gear, could have mastered it so completely, let alone reach the Balance Breaker state. However, anyone observing Kaiser's control over True Longinus could recognize one undeniable truth. His mastery of the True Longinus had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. This was far beyond mere proficiency, it was absolute mastery, a level where there was no room for further improvement. For someone like him, claiming that he had not yet reached balance breaker would be difficult for anyone to believe. As I expected. Cao Cao agreed with Siegfried and George's conclusion, chuckling. But then, what exactly is his balance breaker? Will it be the standard form of True Longinus? Or will it be in subspecies like mine? If it's in subspecies, what kind of abilities will it manifest when fully unleashed? Haha, this is getting exciting. Hearing Cao Cao's laughter, Siegfried and George immediately knew that his fighting spirit had already surged to an uncontrollable level. Only his close allies knew that Cao Cao had always been searching for the wielder of the true Longinus. He had long wanted to cross swords with the one wielding the so-called strongest Longinus. He wanted to prove that his spear was no weaker than the legendary one. He wanted to know whether his spear could, like the true Longinus, pierce through even the gods. And now, the wielder of the true Longinus was standing right before him. If not for Kaiser's affiliation with the hero faction, he would have already challenged him to a duel. Now that he saw Kaiser demonstrating power equal to or even capable of threatening him, Cao Cao felt exhilarated rather than fearful. After all, if the true Longinus was powerful but its wielder was weak, then defeating him wouldn't prove anything. Only when the wielder was strong, just as strong, or even stronger than himself, would defeating them prove that his spear was not inferior to the legendary weapon. Kaiser had not disappointed him. He had displayed a level of power worthy of being his opponent. Since that was the case, how could he possibly hold himself back any longer? Of course, the combatants in the arena were even more eager than Cao Cao. Especially Heracles. Seeing that he had been unable to defeat Kaiser for so long, Heracles let out an enraged roar. Balance breaker. With Heracles' bellow, his massive body began to glow. Light gathered around his hands, feet, and back, forming protrusions. These protrusions spread across his entire body, transforming him into a humanoid artillery battery. Numerous cannon muzzles emerged from Heracles' body, their shapes resembling missiles. Detonation, mighty comet. Heracles roared the name of his balance breaker, prompting gasps from the audience. He activated it. It's balance breaker. Heracles has entered balance breaker mode. As the crowd erupted in excitement, a soft chuckle rang out near Kaiser. Then I suppose I'll start too. With a bright, almost playful smile, Jean parted her lips. Balance breaker. The moment her words fell, countless holy swords emerged around her feet. The holy swords continued to pour out, surging together with overwhelming momentum, gradually forming an enormous entity. Before long, a colossal figure took shape behind Jean, spreading its wings, raising its long neck, and letting out a deafening roar that sent shockwaves through the air. It was a dragon. A massive dragon forged from countless holy swords. Holy Dragon of Judgment. As Jean activated her balance breaker, the entire arena fell silent. Has the climax arrived? Cao Cao rested his spear on his shoulder, his expression filled with excitement. Now, let's see what happens next. With that declaration, one only heard by Siegfried and George, the battlefield's intensity reached its absolute peak as the clash of balance breakers unfolded. Take this. Heracles made the first move, raising his arms as every cannon on his body locked onto Kaiser. Without hesitation, he unleashed a storm of missiles. Boom. 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 Countless missiles struck their target, triggering massive explosions that sent shockwaves roaring into the sky. The sheer force of the blasts engulfed everything within several hundred meters, fire and smoke expanding violently. However, the explosion never reached the ground. Instead, it was intercepted mid-air. Boom. Standing at the center of the missile storm, Kaiser's expression remained utterly unchanged. He simply raised the true Longinus, its spearhead gleaming as it unleashed an immense wave of divine energy, intercepting the incoming missiles and detonating them prematurely. Then, without pause, Kaiser pointed the spear at Heracles. In an instant, the true Longinus transformed into a blinding flash of light, extending at terrifying speed. It sliced through the flames and smoke, hurtling directly toward Heracles. SHK. Heracles raised both hands in front of him, attempting to block the piercing thrust of the true Longinus using the protrusions on his arms, which had transformed into missile launchers. However, the spear's razor-sharp tip effortlessly pierced through his hands, puncturing those protrusions in an instant. Gah! Heracles let out a roar of agony as he endured the excruciating pain. Boom. At that moment, the massive dragon forged from Jean's holy swords had unknowingly positioned itself behind Kaiser. It lifted its colossal forelimb and slammed it downward, shattering the ground and sending shards of rock flying in all directions. But Kaiser was already gone. His entire body surged with Tuki, and like a meteor, he streaked through the battlefield, charging directly toward Jean, who sat atop the dragon. Not that easy. Jean immediately conjured a massive number of holy swords, arranging them into a barrier before her. In response, Kaiser simply raised the True Longinus once again, its spearhead splitting open as holy energy gathered at the tip. A deep hum resonated through the air. Sacred energy coalesced at the spearhead, forming a radiant blade of light several meters in size. Bang! Gripping the massive blade of light with both hands, Kaiser swung the spear horizontally with immense force. The blade of light expanded into a crescent-shaped slash, obliterating the holy sword barrier in the blink of an eye. SHK. Before Jean could react, the True Longinus extended at astonishing speed once more, its tip piercing straight through the hand that held her rapier. Ah! Jean gasped in pain. Her grip on her rapier loosened, and the blade slipped from her grasp. Blood streamed from the hand that had been impaled by the True Longinus. Mere seconds later, the dragon beneath Jean was shredded into countless fragments by Kaiser's swift attacks, reduced to nothing more than a pile of broken holy swords. The terrifying sharpness and precision of the True Longinus were on full display. A slow, deliberate applause echoed across the battlefield, marking the official conclusion of the fight. Truly impressive. To think you defeated two subspecies balance breakers with just the normal form of the True Longinus. My, it really is the strongest Longinus. Descending from above, Cao Cao made his way toward the center of the battlefield, Siegfried and George following closely behind, all while clapping in admiration. See. I told you that you weren't a match for him, Siegfried remarked, stepping in front of Heracles. His grin mirrored the same taunting expression Heracles had once shown him. Damn it. Heracles, his arms still covered in fresh wounds, had already deactivated his balance breaker. His face was twisted in frustration. Even when we teamed up, we weren't a match for him. That True Longinus really might have the power to slay gods, Jean mused, her gaze filled with awe and reverence as she looked at Kaiser. Hold on, I'll heal you both, George said as he gathered them together and activated a magic circle to begin their recovery. The rest of the hero faction members gradually gathered around, murmuring among themselves, their expressions carrying a mix of astonishment and admiration. And what's next? Kaiser, still unfazed and composed, turned his gaze toward Cao Cao. Who am I fighting next? It was clear that he still had plenty of stamina left. No, even if he were to fight several more rounds, it wouldn't bother him. The reason he was here, clashing with the hero faction, was because Cao Cao had gathered them for live combat training. It had already been a week since his meeting with Ophus. During that time, Kaiser had remained here, either engaging in battles against the hero faction members or training alone to refine his own balance breaker. Thanks to this, his past week had been incredibly productive, fighting against powerful opponents daily, gaining countless insights. Now, he was nearing the completion of his balance breaker. With such progress, Kaiser was in a great mood, eager to continue his fights. Unfortunately, that's enough training for today. Cao Cao unexpectedly put a stop to it. Instead, I have a mission I need you to undertake. At those words, Kaiser raised an eyebrow. Author's note, here's your bonus chapters. We're currently in the top 20, but I've got an offer for you. Get us into the top 10, and you'll receive 2 chapters every day for the rest of the week. Also, extra chapters will now drop at every 400 power stones, next one at 600. Small blue diamond. Read 100 plus chapters ahead. Patreon.com/NiaXD. Chapter 53, Chapter 101, Recruiting Talent. After the combat training concluded, the members of the hero faction, led by Siegfried, George, Heracles, and Jean, began to disperse, vanishing into the mist as they left the area. Though the Cows Brigade was still in a period of dormancy, the hero faction wouldn't remain in hiding at a single location indefinitely. In their daily lives, they continued as usual, only gathering here whenever Cao Cao summoned them. Some members were entrusted with personal tasks assigned by Cao Cao himself. Some were tasked with collecting certain objects, others were gathering intelligence on various mythological factions, and some, as Cao Cao had hinted before, were conducting various experiments. A select few even went undercover, blending into battlefields among different forces. In short, no one was idle. Even Kaiser, after joining the hero faction, had remained in this isolated space, training every day. Of course, he was well aware, this was intentional on Cao Cao's part. That man was observing him. Not only was he probing into any secrets Kaiser might be hiding, but he also wanted to understand the true extent of his strength. To be honest, it was a dangerous game. Cao Cao was an extreme technique-based warrior, and his greatest strength in battle lay in identifying his opponent's weaknesses to achieve victory through strategy, turning inferiority into an advantage. Revealing too much of one's abilities in front of someone like him was an unwise move. Sooner or later, he would devise countermeasures, exploit weaknesses, and claim victory. But Kaiser wasn't particularly concerned. So what if Cao Cao figured something out? His balance breaker, still under development, had yet to be revealed to anyone. Even though it might not be the best tool against someone like Cao Cao, the True Longinus still concealed a power that surpassed balance breaker. A power that he had never unveiled. By its very nature, that power was impossible to fully counter or defend against. It held an almost infinite range of possibilities. No amount of strategizing from Cao Cao could truly neutralize it. That was Kaiser's ultimate trump card. As long as he held onto that, he had no fear of Cao Cao studying or analyzing him. Besides, even if True Longinus was countered, he still had Ser-Veresta and Gravisheath. While these two Orga Lux couldn't compare to True Longinus in sheer power, let alone a Longinus-level weapon, they could still take Cao Cao by surprise under the right circumstances. Moreover, as Kaiser continued to grow stronger, his specialized weapons would evolve with him. If Cao Cao believed he had already uncovered the full extent of Kaiser's strength, he was in for a rude awakening. With all this in mind, Kaiser had never felt the need to deliberately conceal his abilities during training. Aside from withholding his Orga Lux and the deeper mysteries of True Longinus, he had freely displayed nearly all of his capabilities, allowing Cao Cao to observe them at will. Now, it seemed that Cao Cao had completed his assessment. Because the task he assigned to Kaiser this time was one of his highest priorities. Recruiting talent. Hearing the mission's objective, Kaiser raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's right. Cao Cao rested one hand on his spear and placed the other on his hip, speaking in a relaxed tone. For now, we aren't making any large-scale moves, but we need to start preparing for the future. We intend to challenge the gods of various mythologies, to stand against legendary creatures. To do that, we must gather as many talented individuals as possible and consolidate human strength. This is also something I personally find quite interesting. So I've assigned many people the same task, keeping an eye on sacred gear users within the human race and recruiting promising individuals from around the world. Kaiser himself was an obvious beneficiary of this initiative. Siegfried had taken notice of him for precisely this reason, which had led to his recruitment into the faction. Now, Cao Cao was giving Kaiser the same mission, treating him no differently than the others. You like recruiting talent, huh? Kaiser gave Cao Cao a sidelong glance. That's a very fitting approach for someone named after Emperor Wu of Wei. You're not the first to say that. Cao Cao shrugged. Exceptional humans are rare, especially sacred gear users. We're not the only ones keeping an eye on them, all the major factions have their own interests in these individuals. If we don't act quickly to bring them to our side, humanity's strength will only continue to dwindle. If they wanted to challenge the gods and legends, they couldn't afford to let powerful individuals slip through their fingers. Take the devils, for example. They had already developed a system to reincarnate other species into their own kind. If talented humans were recruited by devils, their power would contribute to the enemy's strength, making the supernatural forces even more dominant over humanity. Cao Cao's vision was built upon the idea that humans, unaided by supernatural lineage, could stand against mythological powers. Recruiting talent wasn't just about growing stronger, it was also about preserving human strength and preventing their adversaries from growing more formidable. From that perspective, his habit of scouting talent was just a small personal quirk in the grander scheme. Fine. After a moment of consideration, Kaiser nodded in agreement. He had been waiting to see if Cao Cao would try to send him on a suicide mission or force him into committing atrocities as a form of loyalty test. If that had been the case, he would have fought Cao Cao on the spot. While he had his own reasons for joining the Cow's Brigade, he had no interest in engaging in pointless terrorism or carrying out atrocities just to prove himself. He didn't want to be a self-righteous hero, but he also had no desire to become a villain. Staying neutral suited him best. Thus, even as a member of the hero faction, Kaiser had no intention of blindly obeying Cao Cao's every command. Cao Cao seemed to be aware of this as well. Perhaps that was why he had never spoken to Kaiser in the tone of a superior giving orders. To him, Kaiser wasn't a subordinate, he was a rival, someone he would undoubtedly challenge one day. Kuo Town, outskirts. At the very spot where Kaiser had once clashed with Siegfried, a magic circle appeared without warning. Kaiser emerged from it alone, returning to this familiar location. Time flies, huh? Gazing at the small town in the distance, faintly illuminated in the night, Kaiser felt an odd sense of nostalgia, as if he were revisiting a past life. It had been less than a month since he arrived in this world, yet in that time, he had gone from a wandering vagrant to a member of a terrorist organization. Fate truly worked in unpredictable ways. Taking out the activator for Gravisheath, Kaiser ignited it, ignoring the weapon's thirst for blood. Manipulating its gravitational abilities, he soared into the sky, heading toward Kuo Town. Before long, Kaiser landed in the same alleyway where he had originally left Kuo Town. Now that I think about it, I never actually checked out of my hotel room, did I? That realization struck him abruptly. With that in mind, he stepped out of the alley and headed toward the inn where he had previously stayed. Walking through the streets of Kuo Town once again, Kaiser immediately noticed a difference. This time, at least I'm not being watched from every direction. The first benefit of joining the hero faction was that he no longer had to worry about being constantly monitored. George had personally carved a magic array onto him, an intricate spell that concealed his presence from prying eyes. This array not only prevented various factions' informants from easily detecting him but also allowed him to communicate remotely with Cao Cao and the other members of the hero faction. Additionally, by channeling aura, he could activate the array to instantly teleport back to a temporary base, effectively escaping from battle if needed. It was an incredibly useful tool. That said, Kaiser couldn't afford to act recklessly just because he had this advantage. If he did something too conspicuous, something that drew the attention of powerful forces, his concealment would quickly be compromised. But on the flip side, as long as he kept a low profile and didn't draw unnecessary attention, he could remain completely undetected. This was undoubtedly a good thing. However, leaving his hotel room unchecked and disappearing for an entire week. That wasn't so good. When Kaiser finally arrived at the inn, he discovered that his old room had already been occupied by someone else. Worse yet, his belongings had been sold off by the innkeeper. Forget it. Not worth bothering about. He wasn't going to waste time over such trivial matters. Without hesitation, he left the inn and wandered back onto the main street. Now, he finally had the leisure to think about his assigned task. Recruiting talent, huh? Cao Cao really had picked the right person for this job. Thanks to his familiarity with the original story, Kaiser knew exactly where to find individuals who fit the hero faction's criteria. For example, the original protagonist, who had yet to be recruited as a devil under Rias Gremory. That guy was the wielder of a Longinus, a host to the legendary heavenly dragon known as the Red Dragon Emperor, and one of the strongest future combatants in the underworld. In the original timeline, many of Cao's brigade's most powerful fighters had fallen to him, including Cao Cao himself. If Kaiser recruited him into Cao's brigade, into the hero faction. Now that would be interesting. A smirk formed on his lips at the thought. But after some careful consideration, he realized that might not be such a good idea. That guy might be a Longinus wielder and host to one of the two heavenly dragons, but he himself is just an ordinary person. The only reason he became so powerful in the future was because of the people he met, the bonds he forged, and, frankly, his ridiculous personality. Sacred gears evolved based on their wielder's willpower and emotions. The original protagonist had achieved so many miracles precisely because of this unique trait. But right now, he was still an unremarkable, talentless human with no significant bonds and no particularly strong will. If he joined Cao's brigade, he might not even survive long enough to reach his potential. Instead, he could end up fading into obscurity, never becoming the legend he was meant to be. Compared to him, perhaps there was someone else more worth considering. Author's note, guess who? Also, come on guys. We were so close to top 10. Do you not want those daily extra chapters? Also 300 more stones for extra chapter. Small blue diamond, read 100 plus chapters ahead. Patreon.com/NiaXD. Chapter 54, Chapter 102, Are you kidding me? Kuo Town, outskirts. This was an area close to the city limits. Unlike the desolate outskirts Kaiser had previously visited, this place wasn't entirely abandoned, though human presence was still sparse. People could occasionally be seen in the nearby park, but the deeper one went, the fewer signs of life there were. In this secluded part of town, an old, worn-down building stood. A church. So, it really is here. Following a memory that was already beginning to fade, Kaiser found the location. Seeing that it matched the original story's description almost exactly, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. The old church looked abandoned, yet from where he stood, he could see faint lights flickering from inside, proof that the place wasn't as empty as it seemed. No, perhaps it wasn't just people inside. Kaiser knew that in this world, all legitimate churches were constantly monitored by angels, ensuring that neither devils nor fallen angels could set foot in them freely. This particular church, however, had long since been forsaken. No angels watched over it. Instead, it had been claimed by those who had abandoned God, who had betrayed heaven itself. I wonder if they're really here. Muttering to himself, Kaiser strode toward the church. Inside the church. Creak. The heavy doors groaned in protest as they were pushed open. Kaiser extended a hand, pushing the door wider as he stepped inside. The dimly lit interior revealed a hall structured like a chapel. Rows of old wooden pews lined the center, leading to an altar at the very front. Upon it stood a statue of a saint, crucified on a cross, except its head had been destroyed, leaving behind a grotesque, headless figure. The flickering glow of candles and dim electric bulbs provided just enough illumination to see, while the windows had been boarded up for some unknown reason, preventing any outside light from filtering in. With each step Kaiser took across the worn wooden floor, the old planks groaned beneath his weight, creating an eerie creak. He steadily approached the desecrated statue. Silence. Then, without warning, Kaiser abruptly shifted his stance to the side. Swish. At that exact moment, the whoosh of a slicing attack rang through the air, a blade of light cleaving the very spot where Kaiser had stood just a second ago. Oh. A surprised voice, filled with playful curiosity, echoed from behind him. Kaiser turned around smoothly, his gaze landing on the person who had appeared without a sound. A young man with white hair. Dressed in the traditional garb of a priest, he held a light sword in his hand, the same type Siegfried had used before. His posture was frozen mid-swing, eyes filled with amusement as he observed Kaiser. Damn, you've got sharp reflexes, kid. Didn't think you'd dodge my sure-kill strike. Impressive. The white-haired priest spoke in a casual, almost mocking tone. There was none of the solemnity expected from a clergyman, he was sloppy, almost deranged, his grin brimming with manic energy. Sure-kill strike. Kaiser gave him a once-over before replying flatly, just call it what it is, a sneak attack. Don't try to dress it up like some grand technique. At his words, the priest didn't show any embarrassment. If anything, he laughed loudly, unashamed. Nah, can't do that. My mind is already filled with important things, I don't have space for trivial details. As long as I can kill some damn devils, slice them into pieces, or cut little rats like you sneaking into our turf into two, that's all that matters. The priest's words carried an unsettling glee, his head tilting from side to side as he spoke, as if he were completely unhinged. To put it bluntly, he was insane. Kaiser was already starting to find him incredibly irritating. Which meant he no longer felt the need to be polite. First of all, let me correct you, Kaiser's tone was as calm as ever, but now it carried a sharper edge. I walked in here openly, not sneaking around. This is a church, after all. Surely, a place like this wouldn't turn away someone coming to pray. He paused before continuing, his gaze turning cold. Second, the real rats sneaking into this place are you lot. This church doesn't belong to you. Kaiser narrowed his eyes slightly. Am I wrong, stray exorcist who has defected to the fallen angels? The moment those words left his mouth, the white-haired priest froze. Yes, exorcists could go rogue, too. Although they were warriors blessed by heaven, granted the ability to wield light power to slay devils, not all of them remained steadfast in their faith. Some found pleasure in the act of slaughter itself, reveling in the thrill of exterminating devils. Over time, their obsession grew, twisting them into fanatics who hunted more for the rush than for righteousness. Such individuals eventually became mentally unstable, losing touch with normal human emotions. When that happened, the church would cast them out. They would be deemed dangerous, marked for elimination, treated no differently than stray devils. That was the reality of the stray exorcists, and it was exactly what the white-haired priest before him was. The priest's playful demeanor cracked slightly. His wild grin faded, replaced by a more dangerous expression. Don't tell me you're some assassin sent by the church. His grip on the light sword tightened, his tone darkening. You're here to hunt me down, is that it? Kaiser, however, didn't even bother to respond to the accusation. He simply regarded the men with an indifferent look, as if he were a fool for even asking. Do yourself a favor and stop guessing. His voice remained calm, yet there was an undeniable sense of disdain in his words. Just look at you. Acting like a lunatic, completely out of your mind. Do you seriously think someone like you could ever correctly deduce my identity? Kaiser's lips curled into a mocking smirk. With that broken brain of yours, you honestly believe you could figure me out? The last time someone had been subjected to Kaiser's merciless verbal assault, it had been Kuichiro, the man who deluded himself into believing he could control Kirin. Kaiser had only met the man once, yet that brief encounter had left a lasting scar on him. And now, a second victim had emerged. Ha! Who the hell do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? The white-haired priest's face twitched violently as rage overtook him. His forehead veins bulged, and his entire expression contorted in fury. Without hesitation, he reached into his robes and pulled out a silver handgun. You dare insult me? Anyone who's ever called me a piece of shit is already rotting in hell. You wanna go to hell too? Wanna meet the Lord early? You wanna die? Of course you do. You must, right? Okay. Then I'll kill you. With that declaration, he immediately pulled the trigger. He fired several times in rapid succession. Yet, there was no gunshot. Not a single sound rang out. The bullets tore through the air silently, streaking toward Kaiser at blinding speed. Upon closer inspection, they weren't regular bullets at all. They were light bullets, formed entirely from light power, just like the light swords. Because they were pure light, they made no sound upon being fired, and they traveled much faster than conventional bullets. In a mere instant, the bullets reached Kaiser's body. Pop. 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 The moment the light bullets made contact, they exploded upon impact, producing a series of sharp crackling noises, like fireworks going off in rapid succession. Yet, despite the direct hits, Kaiser remained completely unscathed. The bullets had been stopped mid-impact, as though they had crashed into solid steel. A flowing aura of Tuki surged around Kaiser's body, completely neutralizing the attack. What? The priest froze in sheer disbelief. His mind refused to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kaiser calmly dusted off his clothes, his eyes utterly devoid of warmth. 4 shots in total. His voice was eerily indifferent. 1 aimed at my head. 1 aimed at my heart. 1 aimed at my throat. And the last one, my lower body. That about right. The first 3 shots had clearly been kill shots. Even though Kaiser wasn't a devil, a human being struck in those vital spots by light bullets would instantly die. There was no doubt that this lunatic had been aiming to kill him. As for the last shot, that was clearly meant to insult him. Kaiser's expression remained calm, yet his tone carried a chilling finality. Congratulations. You've officially secured the #1 spot on my list of most annoying bastards I've ever met. As he spoke, a black activator appeared in his hand. When it had appeared, no one could tell. I don't see any reason to give you a clean death. Might as well make it painful. With that, Kaiser activated the Orga Lux. The deep purple amanadite embedded in the activator glowed ominously. A surge of mana poured out, solidifying into a massive, blood-red scythe. The crimson blade hummed and vibrated, pulsating menacingly in the darkness. As Kaiser firmly gripped Gravisheath, his very presence became terrifying. The priest, for the first time, felt something he hadn't in years, real fear. A horrifying illusion crept into his mind. For a moment, it wasn't a human standing before him. It was death itself. What the hell are you, you piece of shit? What kind of freak are you? Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, the priest instinctively staggered backward. VRRRM. At that moment, the humming of the scythe intensified. A crimson crescent of energy exploded outward, slashing toward the priest like a crescent moon. Shit, so fast. He let out a startled shriek and tried to leap backward to avoid the attack. But then, boom. The very air rumbled violently as an invisible force slammed down onto him. A powerful gravitational field crushed him to the ground, instantly paralyzing his movements. His attempt to dodge failed before it even began. Splat. The crimson scythe sliced through his chest. A fountain of blood erupted into the air. Giga. A pained, strangled cry burst from his throat. Splat. 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 Kaiser did not stop. The blood-red scythe continued its deadly arc, severing the priest's arms, legs, and even his 5th limb. Aagag. The man's screams became distorted, frantic, filled with agony beyond comprehension. His voice was no longer merely in pain. It was hysterical. Broken. Kaiser stood over him, staring down at his mutilated body without an ounce of sympathy. How's it feel? His voice remained emotionless, watching as the priest twitched uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back from the unbearable suffering. Still not enough, huh? He tilted his head slightly. Don't worry, you're bleeding out pretty fast, but you'll get to enjoy this a little longer before you finally die. And with one final motion, Kaiser kicked the man's remains across the room. The priest's mangled corpse smashed into a row of pews, splintering them on impact. Blood pooled across the floor, dyeing the chapel red. Chapter 55, Chapter 103, The Fallen Angels in the Church. The dimly lit chapel now reeked of blood. The stench of iron mixed with the musty air, completely overwhelming the previous dusty scent. Kaiser didn't even spare another glance at the priest's corpse. He had no interest in wasting any more time on a dead man. Instead, his eyes scanned the room. At the edges of the sanctuary, several more figures had appeared. Like the white-haired priest, they wore the robes of clergymen, their hands gripping light swords or silver handguns. They had arrived silently, without a single sound. And now, without uttering a single word, they raised their weapons simultaneously. Bang. 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 Without hesitation, they opened fire. Bang. 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 The silver handguns fired relentlessly, sending a storm of light bullets hurtling toward Kaiser. The light bullets exploded against his body, detonating like a relentless barrage of firecrackers. Yet, Kaiser did not move. Instead, he merely intensified the output of his aura, causing the white energy surrounding his body to surge and swell. The Tuki formed a protective field, blocking every single bullet as if they were mere pebbles being thrown at a fortress. Swish. 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 Seeing that their exorcist bullets were useless, the priests wielding light swords immediately charged forward. They swung down ferociously, unleashing a flurry of slashes aimed to tear Kaiser apart. But even as dozens of swords rained down upon him, he did not move. The sharp light blades clashed against his aura shield, but instead of slicing through, the swords shook violently, unable to penetrate his defense. The sheer force of their swings was completely nullified. Kaiser finally spoke. So, this place is livelier than I expected. His voice was calm, almost bored. A whole bunch of stray exorcists, all wielding weapons made from light power. Looks like the fallen angels behind you are pretty damn generous. The exorcists who had been expelled from the church were supposed to lose the blessing of God, which meant they shouldn't have been able to wield light weapons anymore. But there was one other faction that could provide them with such power. Besides angels, the only ones capable of granting light power were fallen angels. The fact that these stray exorcists were freely using light weapons could only mean one thing. The fallen angels had taken over this abandoned church. Kaiser was in the right place. I'm not here for you lot. Kaiser slowly raised Gravisheath in his hand. I need to have a chat with your fallen angel superiors, so do yourselves a favor and stay out of my way. Boom. A surge of purple energy erupted from Gravisheath, spreading throughout the entire chapel. Instantly, the air became unbearably heavy. A tremendous gravitational force crashed down upon the room, crushing every single priest onto the ground. The stray exorcists let out strained grunts, their bodies trembling as they tried to resist. But no matter how much they struggled, they could not move. In Kaiser's hands, Gravisheath's gravity field had reached a level so powerful that even someone as strong as Amajiri Ayato would have been pinned to the floor, unable to raise his head. These low-level outcasts didn't even stand a chance. Even a high-class devil would have been severely hindered by this level of gravity. For an ultimate-class devil, it would still be a burden. For these exorcists, who were barely capable of fighting mid-class devils at best, this was an inescapable death sentence. Kaiser stood alone in the middle of the room. Everywhere around him, the stray exorcists were groveling on the floor, completely incapacitated by the overwhelming gravity. It looked as though a congregation of priests were bowing before him in submission. You people might want to come out now. Kaiser spoke casually, as if talking to himself. If you don't, I'll just go ahead and tear this place down. Silence. No response. Kaiser smirked. Fine, have it your way. He lifted Gravisheath again. Singularity collapse. Without hesitation, he poured a massive surge of aura into the weapon. The amanadite embedded in the scythe flared violently, emitting a blinding light. VRRRM. The very air trembled. And then, a black sphere of compressed gravity began to form above the altar. It was a gravitational singularity, a force so intense that it could bend space itself. Under Kaiser's control, the sphere expanded rapidly, growing larger and larger. If he let it continue, the entire church would be crushed into oblivion. The exorcists freaked out. Their eyes widened in absolute terror. They could see it. They could see the future where this entire church was obliterated under the weight of that singularity. Stop. A voice finally cried out from above. Swoosh. 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 From the shadows, several figures descended, gliding down with a flurry of black feathers. A group of winged beings appeared, hovering in midair, their dark wings spread wide as they looked down upon Kaiser. They weren't humans. They weren't angels. They were fallen angels. Who are you? The one who spoke was a woman. She had long, flowing black hair, an exquisite figure, and was dressed in an outfit that was both revealing and alluring. Behind her, 3 other fallen angels hovered silently. They didn't speak. They simply stood behind the woman, their stances suggesting that she was the one in charge. Her eyes burned with both anger and caution as she glared at Kaiser. Kaiser slowly lifted his gaze. Looking at the 4 fallen angels floating in midair, his expression remained calm and unreadable. He recognized them. All 4 of them had appeared in the original story. But out of the 4, the only one who truly mattered was the woman leading them. The others, he barely remembered their names. So he didn't even bother acknowledging them. Instead, he locked eyes with the raven-haired woman. And in a tone of absolute certainty, he addressed her directly. You must be Rainier. The fallen angel's expression froze. For a split second, she seemed genuinely caught off guard. You know me. Rainier's brows furrowed as suspicion flashed across her face. Who the hell are you? Are you a warrior from the church? Rainier could tell from a glance that Kaiser wasn't a devil, he was human. A human wielding a sacred gear. That meant he was either from the church or had been recruited by the fallen angels. If he were aligned with the devils, he would have already been reincarnated as one. Among the 3 great factions, only the devils possessed the ability to reincarnate other beings into their own kind. The other 2 factions lacked such a technique. Thus, most human sacred gear users either came from the church or were recruited by the fallen angels. The most likely scenario. He was from the church. With this assumption, Rainier mistook the blood-red scythe in Kaiser's hand, Gravisheath, for his sacred gear. She had no idea that, despite being a sacred gear wielder, Kaiser hadn't even used his own artifact yet. Kaiser saw no need to correct her misunderstanding. Nor did he bother answering her question. Instead, he simply said, Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I have business with you. Raynair's expression darkened. You barge into our base, beat down my subordinates, and now you say none of that is important. She let out a laugh laced with anger. Are you looking down on me? Looking down on Raynair the fallen angel? You think just because you're a human with a sacred gear, you can stand against fallen angels? You must have a death wish. Despite her words, Raynair didn't immediately attack. Arrogant as she wasn't stupid. Her subordinates had been utterly outclassed, including that white-haired warrior from the church's experimental facility. They hadn't even touched their opponent before being defeated. That alone told her this human's strength wasn't below that of a high-class devil. Even if she couldn't fully grasp his power, the massive gravity sphere hovering near the ceiling was enough to convince her, if that thing dropped, she wouldn't be walking away unscathed. So, she decided to back down. Just a little. If you leave now, I can pretend this never happened. To Raynair, that was already a concession. Of course, whether she realized it or not, the mocking smirk on her face and the condescending gleam in her eyes told a different story. To Kaiser, it just sounded like she was mocking him. So, he responded bluntly. Are you stupid? Kaiser stared at her like she was an idiot. You think you can just pretend nothing happened? You want to? Well, I don't. You can't even grasp the situation in front of you. No wonder you're hiding in some godforsaken corner of the world. This is as far as you'll ever go. His scathing words made Raynair's anger surge. Naturally, the three fallen angels behind her were also enraged. How dare you insult Lady Raynair? You're just a mere human. Kill him. Blinded by rage, the three fallen angels sprang into action. A low hum resonated in the air. Light converged in their hands, flickering violently before stabilizing into long spears. These spears, composed entirely of condensed light, differed from the ones used by exorcists. Unlike the church's brilliant holy blades, the fallen angels' weapons carried a dim, ominous glow. With swift and deadly precision, the three hurled their spears at Kaiser. The sound of the projectiles breaking the sound barrier sliced through the air, each one piercing toward him with lethal force. Kaiser barely spared them a glance. Lifting Gravisheath, he swung. Boom. A crimson arc flashed. The light spears shattered midair, as if striking an invisible glass barrier, their fragmented remains scattering like dust. Raynair's eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, Kaiser brought Gravisheath down. The massive gravity sphere hovering in the air plummeted. Boom. A thunderous explosion rocked the deserted countryside. The abandoned church, nestled within the forest, collapsed in an instant. The ground beneath it caved in, crumbling like a shattered foundation. Dust and debris filled the air, swallowing the entire structure in a suffocating cloud of destruction. Chapter 56, Chapter 104, Can You Really Do Anything? Rumble. A thunderous roar echoed across the outskirts of Kuo Town. A dense cloud of dust spread through the forest, expanding outward and swallowing everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Amidst the swirling debris, the sharp crackle of splintering rock and the deep tremors of the earth resonated through the air. The decrepit church had completely collapsed, swallowed by the ground, consumed piece by the avalanche of rubble. Moments later, at the very heart of the dust storm, a disheveled figure shot out in a frantic escape. Madman. He's a total lunatic. Raynair cursed as she fled, her once flawless appearance now covered in dust and grime. Panic was written all over her face, she wanted nothing more than to get as far away from this place as possible. Who the hell fights by throwing themselves into their own attack? He's completely insane. She had no hesitation in voicing her disdain, her expression as ugly as her situation. Where did this lunatic even come from? How does he have this much power? A sacred gear that manipulates gravity, and one this powerful at that. A weapon like this should have been on our radar a long time ago. Why don't I have any information on it? Could it be a newly awakened type? Among all the factions in the world, if any had the deepest understanding of sacred gears, it was undoubtedly the fallen angels. After all, their Governor-General, the undisputed leader of all fallen angels, was an obsessive researcher of sacred gears. His greatest passion lay in studying and collecting them, to the point where he had even developed artificial sacred gears of significant power. Thanks to his personal obsession and emphasis on sacred gear research, the fallen angels had become the most well-informed faction regarding sacred gears and their wielders. Many powerful sacred gear users had been recruited into their ranks, while others, those deemed too dangerous, were swiftly eliminated. Because of this, most fallen angels had at least a basic knowledge of sacred gears. Compared to the other factions, they were far more aware of their existence and capabilities. Raynair was no exception. She had considerable knowledge of sacred gears, so much so that she even possessed the technology to extract them from human wielders and transfer them to herself. Yet despite her extensive knowledge, she had never heard of a crimson scythe capable of manipulating gravity. If I could get my hands on that sacred gear. Watching the towering dust clouds and the church that had sunk completely into the earth, a glint of desire and greed flashed in Rainer's eyes. And that greed made her hesitate. She slowed down. And that was when she heard it. The screams. Lady Rainier. Not a call. A cry of agony. Not just one. Several. Calawarna. Middled. Donaseek. Rainier's face twisted in horror as she shouted the names of her subordinates. But no response came. Damn it. A terrible premonition gripped her heart. Cursing under her breath, she flared her pitch-black wings, ready to escape. But she was already too late. Boom. A pulse of violet energy, gravity itself, surged across the air, blanketing the area in an oppressive force that made the very atmosphere tremble. Ah. Rainier barely had time to let out a startled cry before she was slammed to the ground. The pressure was suffocating. Immense. She couldn't move. And then, that infuriatingly familiar voice reached her ears. I already told you, I have business with you. Kaiser stepped forward from the swirling dust, his crimson-scythe Gravisheath resting on his shoulder, his body enveloped in a faint aura of Tuki. Compared to the disheveled Rainier, Kaiser was the picture of composure, not a single speck of dust had touched him. You, what do you want? Rainier struggled, but the gravity crushing her left her powerless. Watching Kaiser slowly approach, a deep, instinctive fear began to creep into her heart. Panic consumed her. Desperation made her reckless. I'm an important member of the fallen angels. If you dare to kill me. She tried to threaten him. She didn't even get to finish. Kaiser cut her off with a laugh. An important member. His eyes flickered to the two black wings behind her, and his lips curled in amusement. You're just a two-winged fallen angel. Exactly how important do you think you are? Devils had a hierarchy. So did angels and fallen angels. And one of the easiest ways to gauge their standing. The number of wings they possessed. While not an absolute rule, the more wings an angel or fallen angel had, the higher their rank and power. A two-winged angel or fallen angel was the lowest rank, equivalent to a low-class devil. A four-winged angel or fallen angel was equal to a middle-class devil. A six-winged angel or fallen angel was the equivalent of a high-class devil. Those at this level could be considered elites among their kind. The church's top-tier exorcists also tended to fall within this range. Above that, an 8-winged angel or fallen angel was on par with an ultimate class devil. 10 wings signified one of the leaders, essentially the equivalent of a Satan's executive. And at the very top, 12 wings, stood the most powerful among their kind, comparable to the Satans themselves. For devils, this system was somewhat similar, as they too possessed wings, though their bat-like appearance made them far less distinct. Take Rias Gremory, for instance. She was an undeniable high-class devil. By logic, she should be comparable to a 6-winged angel or fallen angel. Yet despite that, she only had one pair of devil's wings. Perhaps due to her youth, she had yet to fully manifest her full set. In short, while wing count usually signified a being standing, it wasn't an absolute measure of strength. Having fewer wings didn't necessarily mean someone was weak. But having more wings definitely meant they were strong. So despite Rainier's arrogance, despite the fact that she had several fallen angels and rogue exorcists under her command, she was, at the end of the day, just a two-winged fallen angel. The absolute bottom of the hierarchy. To Kaiser, she was barely at the level of a middle-class devil, still far from reaching high class, let alone ultimate class. She wasn't even worth considering as an opponent. Threatening him. Laughable. You think you can intimidate me? Kaiser scoffed. Try growing a few more wings first. Kaiser stepped closer to Rainier, lifting Gravisheath and pressing the cold, curved blade against her chin, tilting her face upward. Don't kill me. Feeling the sharp edge at her throat, Rainier was truly terrified this time. She wasn't just afraid that Kaiser would swing his crimson scythe and slit her throat in an instant. She was even more afraid of the weapon itself. She could feel it. That scythe, it had a will of its own. And right now, it was hungry. It was as if Gravisheath itself wanted to slice her open, to drink her blood. She could sense a faint yet undeniable surge of exhilaration and thirst emanating from it. I don't think I've ever done anything to offend you, right? Rainier stammered, desperately trying to save herself. I don't even know you. Why would you want to kill me? Then, grasping at whatever leverage she had left, she quickly added, if you spare me. I'll do anything. Kaiser's brow arched slightly. Oh. A smirk slowly curled across his lips. Anything. Rainier instantly caught his meaning. Of course. Forcing a smile, she tried her best to sound sultry despite the fear still gripping her. As long as you don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want. With great effort, she reached out in the oppressive gravity field, her fingers brushing against the edges of her already revealing outfit, as if she were preparing to strip. But just as the atmosphere grew dangerously suggestive, Kaiser suddenly spoke. "Can you make braised beef rice?" Silence. Absolute silence. Huh. Raynair's hand froze mid-motion, and the look of sheer disbelief on her face was priceless. "What? You can't?" Kaiser continued as if he hadn't noticed her stunned expression. His tone remained light, almost amused. "What about zhajiangmian? Stir-fried rice noodles with beef? Surely you can at least make a hamburger steak." Raynair's mouth fell open. Of all the possible outcomes she had anticipated, threats, demands, humiliation, she had not expected this. Cooking. Cooking. I'm lying here, helpless, completely at your mercy, and your big demand is food. I'm a beautiful woman sprawled at your feet, and instead of doing anything remotely fun, you want me to cook. What the actual hell? She wanted to curse him. She really did. But she didn't dare. And then, to her utter horror, Kaiser's expression shifted. To disappointment. "Wow," he muttered, shaking his head. "So you really are useless. What a worthless fallen angel." Raynair swore, if she weren't completely overpowered right now, she would have materialized a spear of light and shoved it straight into this man's face. But before she could even process her rage, Kaiser's next words made her blood run cold. "Well, if you're completely useless, I guess there's no reason to keep you around." His grip tightened on Gravisheath. The blade pressed harder. A thin line of blood trickled down her throat. "No." Raynair's face turned deathly pale as she screamed, her voice laced with sheer terror. I can learn. I can learn, okay." Hearing this, Kaiser finally withdrew Gravisheath. "Well, in that case, I suppose I'll let you live for now." As he spoke, he casually flicked his weapon, allowing it to absorb the fresh trickle of fallen angel blood. Raynair shuddered as she watched the crimson glow pulse faintly along the side's edge, as if savoring its first taste. "Let's go," Kaiser said, turning away. "We need to leave. That little display we put on just now was way too loud." Yes. What else could she say? With no choice left, Raynair obediently followed after Kaiser, leaving the ruins of the church behind. Chapter 57, Chapter 105, Just How Capable Are You? As Kaiser led Raynair out of the forest, preparing to step onto the main road, a crimson glow suddenly flickered ahead, causing him to halt. A teleportation magic circle shimmered in the red light, and several figures materialized from within. Devils. Raynair, still reeling from her earlier humiliation, found her lingering distress momentarily displaced by the unexpected development. When she finally saw who had arrived, particularly the person standing at the front, her eyes widened in shock. That red hair. Could she be from the Gremory family? Indeed, the ones who had appeared were none other than Rias Gremory and her group of peerage members. It is him. Kaneko Tuju and Yudo Kiba immediately recognized Kaiser, their expressions heavy as if confirming their suspicions. Fallen angel. Meanwhile, Akino Himajima's gaze shifted past Kaiser, locking onto Raynair's dark-feathered wings. A visible look of disgust spread across her face. As for Rias, though she briefly acknowledged Raynair's presence, her focus quickly returned to Kaiser. "Good afternoon, Kaiser." She carried herself with the same elegance and confidence as when they first met. Yet, only those with keen perception could catch the subtle undercurrent of destruction within her gaze, a quiet but palpable threat. "You again." Kaiser wasn't the least bit surprised by Rias's arrival. He simply shrugged. "I figured that if I made enough noise, the heir of the Gremory family would have to show up." Rias's smile remained, but the warmth in her eyes faded, replaced by a hint of irritation. "I recall telling you, don't cause trouble in this town. Did you forget? Or..." She took a step forward, her voice lowering. "Do you simply not care what I, Rias Gremory, have to say?" Clearly, she was angry. And why wouldn't she be? Once again, Kaiser had caused a massive disturbance in her territory. Before Kaiser could reply, Raynair unexpectedly spoke up in a mocking tone. "Rias Gremory. Heir to the Gremory family. Sure, you may be a high-class devil, but at the end of the day, you're just a naive little girl playing leader. You should watch how you speak, unless you want your family to make some dangerous enemies." The moment those words left her lips, both Kaiser and Rias turned to look at her in mild surprise. Kaiser, in particular, was taken aback. She's defending me. Raynair should hate him after everything that had just happened. And yet, here she was, throwing verbal jabs at Rias on his behalf. Then, he saw it. The hatred in Raynair's eyes. Not toward him, but toward Rias. "I see. So it's not that she's siding with me, it's just that she hates devils more." Given her attitude toward humans, Kaiser had already assumed Rainier looked down on them. But compared to humans, it seemed her opinion of devils was even lower. And with Rias, a beautiful, graceful, and noble devil standing before her, perhaps there was even a touch of jealousy at play. Interesting. As Kaiser entertained this thought, Rias's group also reacted. My. I don't recall giving a fallen angel permission to speak here. Akino's voice was laced with venom, her usual Yamato Nadeshiko demeanor taking a sharp and unexpected turn. Those who knew her well found themselves momentarily surprised. This was not the warm, gentle Akino they were accustomed to. Of course, Rainier, who didn't know her, was oblivious to the shift. Instead, she scoffed. And you? Just a lowly servant of the Gremory heiress. What gives you the right to speak? She made no effort to conceal her disdain for Akino, causing the latter's expression to darken. The two women, both mature and alluring in their own ways, locked eyes in a silent battle of wills. Akino raised a hand, light crackling in her palm. Rainier, not backing down, let arcs of lightning dance across her fingertips. It was clear, they were about to fight. Enough, Akino. Rias placed a hand on her queen's shoulder, stopping her before things escalated. Kaiser, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He merely glanced at Rainier. And that was enough. Like a frightened bird, she immediately shut up, swallowing whatever words she had planned to say. Only then did Rias speak again. Who did you run into this time? Her voice was calm, but there was an underlying concern. From her perspective, it was likely that the same unknown force that had targeted Kaiser before had resurfaced, leading to yet another conflict. Whoever they were, they had clearly been after him, or rather, after his dangerous sacred gear. The last time she had investigated, she had come up empty-handed. Despite mobilizing the Gremory family's considerable resources, no solid leads had surfaced. It didn't make sense. After a battle as destructive as the one Kaiser had been involved in, something should have been left behind, traces of his opponent's power, residual energy signatures, or at the very least, fragments of their attack remnants. Yet, nothing had been found. Almost as if someone had intentionally erased every trace. Who was behind it? A faction from one of the three great powers? Or was this the work of an entirely different mythology? If they could evade the Gremory family's detection so effortlessly, then they were no mere small-time organization. For the past few days, this mystery had weighed on Rias's mind. That was why, the moment another massive disturbance broke out, she had personally come to investigate. And then there was Kaiser himself. Until recently, he had never bothered to conceal his whereabouts. Rias had only needed to send out a few familiars to keep tabs on him. But suddenly, he had disappeared. Vanished without a trace. Then, just as suddenly, he had reappeared, out of nowhere, and caused yet another scene. Her spies hadn't even noticed his return. Something wasn't right. And now, standing before her, was not only him, but also a fallen angel. Had this woman been involved? Just what had Kaiser been up to these past few days? And more importantly, what exactly had happened here tonight? Rias questioned him while rapidly contemplating in her mind. However, I didn't encounter anyone. This time, it was something I caused myself. Kaiser shook his head and said those words. You caused it yourself? Rias was slightly taken aback. Yes. Kaiser admitted frankly and said, I had some business with the fallen angels in this area, but unfortunately, they weren't too welcoming of my visit. The moment I stepped through the church doors, I was attacked by her subordinates. She wasn't very cooperative either, so I had to use a bit more force. Well. Does this answer satisfy you? Kaiser explained to Rias why there was a fallen angel following him. You. Rias wanted to say more but was interrupted by Kaiser. Don't tell me that this is your territory, and that by causing such a commotion here, I ignored your previous warning. Kaiser looked at Rias with a faint smirk and said, the whole world knows that churches are the domain of the church and the angels, not the devils. Even if that place has been abandoned, it has already been occupied by the fallen angels here. If I stir up trouble there, the church has a reason to come after me, and so do the fallen angels. But you devils. You have no reason at all. If anything, right now, you devils are the ones stepping into someone else's territory. Wouldn't that count as provocation? With just a few words, Kaiser rendered Rias speechless. Though she always claimed that Kuo Town was her domain, in reality, it was merely an area where she, as a devil, was active. It wasn't truly her personal territory. Her real domain was Kuo Academy, a high school that had been an all-girls school before transitioning into a co-ed institution a few years ago, backed by the House of Gremory. Rias was a third-year student there, and all of her peerage members were also enrolled as students. Besides them, there was another noble pureblood devil heiress attending the academy with her own peerage. That was her true domain in the strictest sense. As for Kuo Town, it wasn't just a place where devils operated in the shadows. The church, fallen angels, and other factions also had a presence here. Given these circumstances, Rias appearing near the church did indeed mean she was stepping into the church or fallen angels' territory. Rias Gremory, I've heard a bit about you. I know that among the pure-blooded devils, you're considered one of the better ones. Or rather, the House of Gremory has a rather good reputation in the devil community. As long as someone doesn't have a prejudice against devils and understands your usual conduct, they'd probably think highly of your character, wouldn't they? Kaiser smiled at Rias as he spoke. That's precisely why I didn't take issue with you too much. If not for that, do you really think I would care about your warnings? I'll just give you one piece of advice: don't meddle too much in matters that don't concern you. With those words, the atmosphere at the scene plummeted to freezing levels. And if I insist on meddling? Ria's smile did not fade, but a cold glint surfaced in her eyes. Crimson energy flared up from her body like flames, making the hem of her dress flutter slightly. Her long red hair swayed and undulated, painting her figure like a valiant Valkyrie on the battlefield. But to this, Kaiser had only one response. That's fine too. He chuckled, as if his interest had been piqued. Then let me see how capable the heir of the House of Gremory really is at this stage. With that, Kaiser did not summon any specialized weapon. Instead, he let his aura surge forth from within. A brilliant white light engulfed his body, turbulent and overwhelming, causing dust to swirl wildly in the air. Chapter 58, Chapter 106, An Unprecedented Impulse. That is. Tuki. As the surging white aura erupted from Kaiser's body, enveloping him like a visible wave of energy, the first person to react was none other than the usually silent Kaneko Tuju. The expressionless girl, who rarely showed any emotion, now had a look of genuine shock on her face for the first time. Tuki. Yudo Kiba, who had been quietly observing the situation, turned toward Kaneko after hearing her words. Kaneko, do you know what that is? He asked. Yes. Kaneko remained silent for a moment before nodding. It's a type of ki. Ki. Kiba frowned. You mean aura? Kaneko nodded again, carefully choosing her words before continuing. It is a form of energy that only manifests after undergoing extremely rigorous training and honing one's physical abilities to their absolute peak. It is different from demonic power and light power. You could say it is the very essence of life itself, an unending surge of vitality and life force bursting forth into a tangible form. Those who possess Tuki gain significant enhancements in attack power, defense, speed, and even the overall resilience of their bodies, both inside and out. Thatman seems to have awakened this power. It's truly surprising. Kaneko genuinely appeared astonished. Even the way she looked at Kaiser had changed, her usually cold and indifferent gaze now filled with doubt and uncertainty. The stark contrast in her demeanor was obvious. I see. So he's mastered such a power. Kiba's frown deepened, his eyes shifting toward Rias Gremory, now carrying a hint of concern. Even though Kaiser was human, no one present underestimated him. His possession of a dangerous sacred gear was already public knowledge to some degree. More importantly, he had fought an unknown being at the high-class devil level and emerged unscathed. Furthermore, he had single-handedly crushed a fallen angel stronghold and even taken a fallen angel captive. That alone was proof that his strength was nothing short of exceptional. From the very beginning, Kiba had been worried about Rias confronting someone like that. Now that he knew Kaiser had mastered Tuki, an ability that granted formidable physical prowess, his concern only grew stronger. Senpai. Kiba turned to Akino Haimjima for her opinion. In Rias' absence, the person best suited to lead the Gremory peerage was undoubtedly her right-hand woman. But when Kiba turned to look at Akino, he found that she was still glaring at the fallen angel woman. Judging from the hostility radiating from her, it was clear that Akino was on high alert, wary of a sudden attack from the enemy. I guess there's no choice. Kiba exhaled, removing his hand from his sword's hilt. His posture, however, remained that of a knight ready to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, Rias made her move. Vanish into oblivion. It was her signature phrase. The crimson aura surrounding Rias surged into her raised palm, forming an enormous mass of demonic power above it. The gathered energy was also crimson, so dark it nearly appeared black. The sheer volatility radiating from it was terrifying, as if capable of annihilating everything in its path. No, it wasn't as if. It was a power that could destroy everything. Unlike the angels and fallen angels, who wielded light power, devils used a force known as demonic power. This power could manifest supernatural phenomena purely through imagination. If one imagined fire, the demonic power would turn into flames. If one imagined ice, it would transform into frost. It sounded incredibly versatile, but in reality, materializing complex phenomena required both a strong mental image and advanced techniques. The stronger and more intricate the effect, the greater the demonic power consumption and the higher the level of skill required for control. As a result, devils needed to adapt their demonic power to match the situation in combat. Without the necessary talent, no amount of imagination alone would be effective. Take Akino Heimjima, for example. She had an extraordinary talent for converting demonic power into lightning, making her exceptionally skilled in electrical attacks, earning her the title, Priestess of Thunder. Conversely, Kiba and Kaneko had little affinity for demonic power. Kiba excelled in swordsmanship, while Kaneko specialized in hand-to-hand combat. As a result, they rarely used demonic power offensively, relying on it only for enhancement or fueling techniques. But Rias was different. As a pureblood devil from the house of Gremory, she was innately gifted in demonic power. More than that, she had inherited a unique trait, destruction. By imbuing her demonic power with this characteristic, she could release it as devastating energy that annihilated everything it touched. Anything struck by it would be reduced to nothingness, erased from existence, just as she had declared. Now, Rias unleashed her power of destruction. The crimson mass of energy roared like a flood, surging toward Kaiser. Boom. A violent explosion erupted as Rias' destruction energy struck the ground. The very earth beneath them wasn't merely shattered, it ceased to exist, leaving behind a massive crater. So this is the power of destruction. Kaiser dodged the attack effortlessly, his body moving like a streak of white light. Landing lightly outside the blast zone, he looked at the newly formed crater and commented. Quite the impressive destructive force. You say that, but you're not scared at all, are you? Rias glared at him. You seem completely at ease. If that's the case, then I don't have to hold back, do I? Her demonic power surged once again, gathering around her before she launched another strike at Kaiser. Boom. The ground was obliterated once more. No debris, no dust, just pure annihilation. Because the weakness is obvious. Kaiser dodged effortlessly again, his movements appearing casual. As he evaded, he spoke with a smirk. The destructive power is overwhelming, but because it's too strong, the demonic power's fluctuation is too obvious. That makes it ridiculously easy to sense the trajectory of your attacks and dodge accordingly. As long as I don't let it touch me, it doesn't matter how powerful your destruction energy is. It won't even graze me. That fallen angel woman wasn't wrong, you know. Kaiser shot her a teasing look. You may be a high-class devil, a pureblood from a prestigious clan, and your talent and potential are undoubtedly enormous. But right now, you're just a greenhorn, a fledgling relying on her innate abilities to fight. My advice. Train properly before picking fights. At the very least, learn to control your power of destruction better. Improve your techniques, develop different applications, otherwise, you'll never stand a chance against veterans at your level. Rather than feeling grateful, Rias' face twisted in frustration. I don't need you to tell me that. After I defeat you, I'll train as much as I want. Her demonic power surged once more. The crimson-black energy roared into the air, launching toward Kaiser with renewed intensity. Kaiser scoffed. With your current strength, defeating me is impossible, he stated bluntly. Go train properly before making such claims. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaiser stopped evading and charged straight toward Rias. Boom. A torrent of destructive demonic power surged toward him, like a roaring pillar of crimson flame, evaporating the surrounding air. Kaiser, however, remained completely composed. Enveloping his fist in an intense surge of Tuki, he swung upward at the incoming wave of energy. Bang. A deep, resonant impact echoed as his fist collided with the magical force, holding it back for a brief moment before sending it hurtling skyward. The demonic energy shot into the heavens, exploding in midair with a violent detonation, sending shockwaves rippling outward. What? Rias gasped in shock. He blocked it with his bare hands. Yuto Kiba stared in disbelief. He wrapped his fist in Tuki and used its immense energy to neutralize the power of destruction, Kaneko murmured, her tone laced with astonishment. Without hesitation, Kaiser broke through the remnants of the attack and flashed toward Rias. Rias snapped out of her daze, her body tensing as she instinctively leaned backward, preparing to leap away. But before she could retreat. Smack. A crisp sound rang out as Kaiser reached forward with both hands, seizing Rias by the wrists. Let go of me. Rias struggled instinctively, her voice rising in protest. Kaiser, however, remained unmoved. His gaze locked onto her face, taking in the slightly flustered expression that replaced her usual regal composure. Something unfamiliar stirred within him. A sudden impulse. A desire he had never felt before. And before he could even think, he acted. MMPH. Rias' eyes widened in shock. In her vision, Kaiser's face had abruptly closed the distance. The next moment, an unfamiliar sensation pressed against her lips. He had silenced her. With a kiss. MMMPH. Realizing what had just happened, Rias immediately began struggling, her entire body flaring with crimson demonic power in protest. But Kaiser had already anticipated this. With one hand, he released her wrist and drew a small, dagger-like energy blade. With a swift flick, he sliced through the tendrils of destruction she had begun to unleash, severing the unstable energy before it could fully manifest. Rias was completely stunned, shocked, flustered, and utterly unprepared for the turn of events. President. Kiba and Kaneko were frozen in place, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Even Akino stood there, momentarily speechless. The entire scene plunged into an eerie silence, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 59, Chapter 107, That is enough. The once tense and oppressive atmosphere in the forest near the street had undergone a subtle transformation. An indescribable silence now permeated the area. Everyone stood frozen in place, eyes widened in shock at the scene that had just unfolded before them. They remained speechless, unable to react for a long moment. Even Rias, who had been struggling just moments ago, seemed to have lost all her strength. The force of her resistance gradually weakened until, at last, her entire body gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Kaiser, seeing this, released his grip without hesitation, letting Rias slump onto the ground. President. Akino and the others finally snapped back to reality, their voices ringing with concern as they rushed toward Rias. I got carried away. Kaiser, completely unfazed, uttered this utterly inappropriate remark, as if he had just realized his own impulsiveness. You bastard. The imposing and dignified expression Rias usually carried crumbled in an instant. Her face, now filled with a mix of emotions, showed hints of embarrassment, anger, and something else, her eyes even welled up with unshed tears. Vanish into oblivion. Her crimson hair swayed violently as she shouted in fury, and her demonic power surged higher than ever before. Boom. A massive explosion of red light erupted, illuminating the entire forest. The sheer force of the detonation was terrifying. In an instant, it spread outward like a tidal wave of destruction, swallowing everything in its path. There was no dust, no scattering debris, nothing remained. The blast obliterated everything it touched, reducing all matter to light particles that dissipated into nothingness. And it was still expanding. No. Rias. Akino's voice carried a rare tone of alarm. If this continued, the blast wouldn't just consume the surrounding area, it would reach the nearby streets. If that happened, human casualties would be inevitable, and the consequences would be disastrous. President. Kiba and Kaneko, realizing the severity of the situation, both wore expressions of shock. Damn you, Rias Gremory. Meanwhile, Rainier wasn't thinking about the devastation itself, she was worried about whether she would get caught up in it. If she was swallowed by the infamous power of destruction, there would be no saving her. She would be completely erased from existence. That thought alone made Rainier panic. She was already prepared to flee. Until BZZZT. A deep hum resonated through the air, as a streak of black cut through the crimson explosion. BZZZT. The hum grew louder, and the streak of black expanded, pushing outward from within the blast. Upon closer inspection, the dark streak revealed itself to be a massive energy blade. The oppressive heat condensed into pure energy, forming an enormous pitch-black sword that cleaved through the explosion of destruction. And then. Shing. The dark blade cut straight through the wave of devastation, slicing it in half. The explosion, which had been surging outward, suddenly froze in place. Then, as if its source had been severed, it began to fade away piece by piece. In mere moments, the massive burst of destructive energy vanished completely. Only a deep, bottomless crater remained, silently marking the intensity of what had just occurred. Standing within that crater were two figures, Kaiser, wielding the rapidly shrinking Ser-Veresta, and Rias, who bit her lip in anger, glaring at him with undisguised fury. President. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko immediately leaped down into the crater, rushing to Rias' side. Rainier, on the other hand, remained at the crater's edge, looking down at the scene below. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could I use this chance to escape? The idea was tempting. She had no reason to stick around any longer. If she ran now, she might just get away. But just as Rainier started to take a cautious step back, a chilling sensation ran down her spine. From within the crater, Kaiser's gaze flicked toward her, just a brief, seemingly indifferent glance. But that was enough. Rainier froze in place, a cold sweat running down her back. She no longer dared to move. Kaiser shifted his gaze away from her and back to Rias, who was still being supported by her peerage but continued to glare at him furiously. He gave a small, amused smirk before dismissing Ser-Veresta. Go back and train properly, Kaiser said casually. At the very least, try not to leave yourself so wide open next time. With that, he vanished from the crater in a flash, reappearing beside Rainier at the edge. Rainier flinched instinctively, her body shrinking back. She suddenly felt relieved that she hadn't attempted to flee. With Kaiser's speed, he could have caught her in an instant. Wait. Rias called out, seemingly wanting to say something. But Kaiser didn't give her the chance. He grabbed Rainier by the shoulder, leaped into the air, and disappeared into the forest, vanishing from sight. That bastard. Rias was fuming. If it weren't for her noble upbringing, she would have already started cursing him out loud. Are you alright, President? Do you need some water to rinse your mouth? Kiba and Kaneko cautiously voiced their concerns, their expressions somewhat uneasy. Era, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Akino, having recovered her usual demeanor, rested a hand on her cheek and chuckled. Whether it was amusement or mild schadenfreude, it was difficult to tell. What the hell is with that guy? Who just starts kissing someone in the middle of a fight? Rias, still furious, shouted in frustration. Her outburst shattered her usual image, leaving even her peerage stunned into silence. Akino and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to console Rias. In the end, they could only sigh and let her vent. Meanwhile, away from the outskirts of town, Kaiser and Rainier were engaged in a conversation. Do you like Rias Gremory? Rainier couldn't suppress her curiosity and blurted out the question. She's alright, I guess. Kaiser walked ahead of her, appearing as if nothing had happened. His demeanor remained as carefree as ever. At the very least, I don't dislike her. Aren't you someone from the church? Rainier sneered. Doesn't the church despise devils the most? How come you ended up doing that to one? Kaiser didn't respond immediately. Instead, he found himself asking the same question in his mind. Why had he done that? It wasn't as if he was some kind of saint, devoid of desire. Like any normal man, he had urges. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly found himself drawn to Kirin's unfairly attractive figure before. He had lost count of how many times he had cursed himself internally for it. If Kirin weren't so young, he might have even made a mistake, succumbing to temptation with someone more than a decade younger than himself. So no, he wasn't some ascetic monk. But he had always been someone with restraint. Back when he was still a student. While others in school were dating, experiencing youthful romance, he had also felt the stirrings of attraction and impulse, but he had always forced himself to hold back. It wasn't that he never had the chance to fall in love. He had liked girls before. But he had been well aware that, given his circumstances, romance was a luxury he couldn't afford. Modern relationships were practical. Every romantic gesture cost money. Every date required money. Marriage. That was even more unattainable. Because of his upbringing, Kaiser had matured early. He had always known these harsh realities, so he distanced himself from such trivial pursuits, focusing instead on securing his own future, on surviving in society independently. But in the end, that was just resignation to reality. It was a choice born of necessity, not desire. If given the option, of course, he would have wanted to experience youthful love. He would have wanted to date. And yes, he certainly would have wanted to engage in all sorts of unspeakable activities with beautiful women. And now, as these thoughts surfaced, he began to understand. Perhaps, he was finally shedding the weight of his past self. After all, he was no longer the person he used to be. Ever since he became the librarian of the fantasy library, his future had been set, he would no longer return to that world. He now had power. Supernatural strength, abilities that defied the mundane. He no longer had to be bound by reality, nor did he need to restrain himself like before. Ultimately, he was already living in a fantasy world. There was no point in clinging to outdated notions of reality and responsibility. The fact that he existed here at all was, in itself, the greatest defiance of reality. With the shackles of his past broken, he was free to do as he pleased. That was why, in the heat of battle, he had felt exhilarated. That was why, when he realized Dirk had been plotting against him, he had abandoned his former law-abiding self without hesitation. He had stolen Gravisheath, launched a surprise attack under the cover of night, and taken his revenge. Even though he had never taken a life before, he had punched a flesh-eating stray devil into oblivion without a second thought. Against that deranged, white-haired exorcist, he had executed him without mercy. These were all things his past self would never have done, things a normal person wouldn't have been able to do without hesitation. And yet, he had done them all. It was proof that he was no longer the law-abiding, self-restrained individual he once was. To put it nicely, he was simply becoming his true self. To put it bluntly, he was losing control, gradually becoming more reckless, more unrestrained, more untamed. Like just now, when Ria's face had been so close, and she had looked so beautiful. Anyone would have felt a surge of desire. In the past, Kaiser would have simply indulged in a harmless fantasy and moved on. But today, he hadn't held back. He had acted on it. Was that a good thing? Or a bad thing? Kaiser didn't know. But there was one thing he was certain of. Right now, he was enjoying himself. And maybe that was enough. Chapter 60, Chapter 108, The Saint Who Became a Witch. 2 days later. At a cafe near Kuo Town's shopping district, Kaiser once again found himself seated in a secluded corner. The place was as lively as ever, filled with chatter and laughter, a constant buzz of voices blending together. Kaiser sat there, a faint smile on his lips, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. However, he wasn't here for the food. He was waiting for someone. Waiting for his captive, Rainier, to bring him the person he had asked for. Just then. Ding-ling. The cafe door swung open, accompanied by the light chime of the entrance bell. The chime of the cafe doorbell rang out once again, signaling the long-awaited arrival of Kaiser's guest. Stepping inside was Rainier, now dressed in a fashionable, form-fitting outfit that was far less revealing than before. She led someone along with her, her expression clearly displaying reluctance and resentment, as though she was utterly unwilling to hand this person over to Kaiser. I brought them, Rainier muttered begrudgingly. Kaiser, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly with a spoon, responded without much interest. Appreciate it, he said nonchalantly. His dismissive tone made it clear that he wasn't particularly invested in the effort Rainier had put into bringing this person here. Rainier's expression soured further. So that's why you stormed into my base, she said bitterly. You were after this person all along. Her frustration was genuine. She had worked hard to keep this individual hidden, carefully withholding their existence from the rest of the fallen angel faction. This person was a crucial part of her grand plan, her key to rising within the ranks, to securing a future where she could ascend in power and status. For this, she had secretly relocated to this town, evading the attention of her own faction as she set her scheme in motion. And now, all of that had been ruined. Rainier could hardly contain her resentment. Kaiser, of course, understood her frustration. You should be grateful, he said, still not sparing her a glance. He continued stirring his coffee, speaking with an air of leisure. At least I found you before you did anything drastic. Otherwise, you'd probably be dead by now. What? Rainier frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Kaiser ignored her, finally lifting his gaze to the person she had brought. The figure before him was clad in a well-fitted nun's habit, complete with a traditional headscarf. Judging by her height and physique, she was still quite young. From the moment she stepped into the cafe, she had kept her head down, silent and unmoving. She hadn't spoken a single word nor lifted her gaze, leaving her face concealed beneath the fabric of her veil. Her presence quickly attracted the curious glances of nearby customers, their eyes flickering toward the mysterious nun who seemed out of place in the bustling cafe. Take a seat. Kaiser studied her carefully, confirming that she was indeed the one he had been looking for. He smiled. No need to be nervous. Unlike the fallen angels, I'm not going to do anything to you. Whether or not the nun believed him was unclear. But one thing was certain, Rainier didn't believe him at all. He had gone to the lengths of attacking her base, annihilating her subordinates, and sinking her entire hideout underground. She had been personally captured and forced to comply. And now, after doing all that, he expected her to believe he wasn't planning anything for this girl. Yeah. Right. I brought her. Can I leave now? Rainier suppressed the words she wanted to say, keeping her response blunt and to the point. But Kaiser didn't even acknowledge her request. His gaze remained fixed on the nun, his smile unwavering. Rainier clenched her fists in frustration, while the nun hesitated before cautiously lowering herself into the seat across from Kaiser. Rainier clicked her tongue but ultimately sat down beside them, arms crossed. Want something to eat? Kaiser asked, sliding a menu toward the nun. Go ahead and order. The fallen angels can cover the bill. Rainier, who had just started calming herself down, nearly lost it again. And no, thank you. For the first time since entering the cafe, the nun spoke. Her voice was soft and delicate, carrying an unmistakable sense of nervousness, but also a distinct melody-like clarity that made it oddly pleasant to hear. Interestingly, she wasn't speaking the native language of this country. Of course, that didn't pose any issue for Kaiser. Upon entering different fantasy worlds, he had discovered an intriguing aspect of his existence as the librarian of the fantasy library. He automatically acquired knowledge relevant to the life he was supposed to have within each world. For instance, in the Asterisk War universe, he had become a student of Kuo Academy, naturally gaining fluency in its languages and understanding the culture of Asterisk without ever needing to learn them from scratch. Similarly, in this world, his past had been rewritten as someone raised in a foreign church since childhood. Because of that, he instinctively understood and could speak the languages of the church and the country it was associated with. Even during his time wandering outside the church, he had picked up multiple languages, all seamlessly embedded into his memory. Even if he were to leave this world and travel to another, this linguistic knowledge would remain intact. At first, Kaiser had marveled at this strange phenomenon. The idea that, as he traveled through more worlds and accumulated more lifetimes, he would become fluent in every language across countless dimensions. It was an exciting thought. And if one day he gained a background similar to someone like Tony Stark? Would he end up being able to build an Iron Man suit from scratch? Kaiser recognized the language immediately, English. It was the same language he had used during his time in the church in this world, so he understood her perfectly. All right, Kaiser said, not pressing the matter further. He gazed at the nervous girl before him and spoke in a calm tone. Let's start with introductions. My name is Kaiser. Then, with a slight smile, he continued, and you must be Aazelle Argento, correct? Aazelle hesitated for a brief moment before she reached up, her delicate fingers lifting the edge of her veil. In that instant, it was as if a brilliant light had illuminated the entire world. Beneath the veil was a young foreign girl, around 16 or 17 years old. Her long golden hair cascaded smoothly down to her waist, shimmering like strands of silk. Her facial features were delicate and flawlessly refined, and her emerald green eyes gleamed like precious gemstones, mesmerizing anyone who met them. Her presence exuded purity, not necessarily the sacred aura of a devoted nun, but an innocence so compelling that it held a near-fatal attraction. She was the kind of beauty that could steal the hearts of men at a glance. Even women would find themselves drawn to her. Though her allure was entirely different from Rias Gremory's fiery and commanding beauty, it was no less captivating. The proof was evident. Just like when Rias had visited this cafe before, the entire place fell into stunned silence. Every customer who caught sight of Aazelle's unveiled face seemed to lose themselves, frozen in place as if momentarily bewitched. Yet, completely unaware of the commotion she had caused, Aazelle timidly lifted her gaze and spoke. I am Aazelle Argento. Her voice was soft and uncertain. Then, after a brief hesitation, she addressed Kaiser. Hello. Fallen angel, sir. Kaiser hadn't even had a chance to respond before Rainier immediately cut in. He's not a fallen angel, Aazelle. Don't get the wrong idea. There was an edge to her voice, as if she couldn't stand the thought of someone mistaking Kaiser for one of her kind. I'm not a fallen angel, Kaiser confirmed. Like you, I'm human. And like you, I also came from the church. So just call me by my name. Aazelle's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Kaiser-san is also a follower of God. Her innocent question made Kaiser chuckle silently to himself. Meanwhile, Rainier scoffed outright. Are you still clinging to that nonsense, Aazelle? Rainier sneered. You were cast out by the church, excommunicated by them. How can you still speak like that? Aazelle immediately lowered her head, her expression clouding with sadness. I've heard about you. Kaiser smoothly picked up where Rainier left off, speaking as if he were simply recounting an old story. You were born in Northern Europe, abandoned as a baby and raised by the church, where you aspired to become a nun. You possessed a miraculous healing ability from birth, an ability that allowed you to heal both humans and angels alike. Because of that, the church deemed you a child blessed by God, revered you as a saint, and showered you with the faith of its believers. But one day, by sheer chance, you found a severely wounded devil, and you healed them. In that moment, your life fell apart. The saint they once praised became a heretic, a witch despised by the very people who once worshipped her. Kaiser's tone was calm, almost detached, as he laid out the truth of Aazelle's past. Am I wrong? Aazelle didn't answer. She only lowered her head even further, her sorrowful presence speaking louder than words. Healing abilities in this world were rare but not unheard of. Some individuals were simply born with mysterious gifts, and the church regarded such abilities as divine blessings, gifts from God. However, those gifts were always selective. Healing abilities granted by God were supposed to work only on humans and angels. They were not supposed to heal devils. Any power that could mend a devil's wounds was indisputably heretical. The church would never tolerate such an anomaly. To them, it was proof that the individual was corrupted, a witch. Aazelle Argento was one such person. In her desperate search for a place to belong, she unwittingly accepted the invitation of a rogue exorcist organization, one secretly led by the fallen angels. It was there that she caught Rainier's eye. Chapter 61, Chapter 109, The Hidden Agenda. Rainier, this two-winged fallen angel, had not originally come to Kuo Town for Aazelle. She had been sent on a mission. Her superiors had instructed her to monitor an individual, to observe and confirm the nature of the sacred gear residing within them. That was the real reason she had been assigned to this town. But then, amidst her duties, she stumbled upon information about a certain girl. A girl named Aazelle Argento. And she couldn't ignore it. Rainier had been so tempted that she completely disregarded her mission. She abandoned her orders, concealed Aazelle's existence from her higher-ups, and shifted her focus entirely onto the young nun. Because Rainier knew. The other fallen angels might not have understood what Aazelle possessed. But she did. She recognized it instantly. The ability to heal anyone without exception. A power that could restore even the most grievous of wounds. A sacred gear of extreme rarity, one of the few that had no combat abilities yet was invaluable in its own way. The Twilight Healing. As soon as Rainier identified Asia's sacred gear, she made up her mind, she had to take it for herself. Her plan was simple, use her knowledge and techniques to extract Twilight Healing from Asia and transplant it into her own body. With that power, she could elevate her worth within the fallen angel ranks, drawing the attention of the high-ranking officials who valued sacred gears above all else. Especially him, the Governor-General of the fallen angels. Rainier held a near-obsessive devotion toward that supreme being. If she could succeed in this plan, then maybe, just maybe, she could step into his line of sight, earn his recognition, perhaps even his love. It was precisely because Kaiser was aware of all this that he sought out Rainier, captured her, and forced her to bring Asia before him. I'll get straight to the point. Kaiser finally set down his spoon, lifting his gaze to meet Asia's eyes. I'm interested in you. How about joining me? Asia's head snapped up. Her wide, innocent green eyes locked onto Kaiser's. Beside them, Rainier instinctively moved to stop this conversation. But the moment she shifted, a searing heat flared in her chest, twisting her expression in pain. Had anyone been able to peer into her coat at that moment, they would have seen the cause. A tiny, dagger-sized Ser-Veresta, resting quietly against her skin, its core still active. If she dared to make any move against Kaiser, the blade would instantly release a heat wave powerful enough to reduce her to ashes on the spot. This was Kaiser's insurance. He had personally placed this miniaturized Ser-Veresta on Rainier's body when he sent her to fetch Asia. Without it, there was no way she would have obediently complied with his orders. Even now, the sword remained active. If she so much as tried to interfere, there was no doubt in her mind, she would suffer for it. She had already tried removing it before, only for the sword to immediately flare with scalding heat, burning her hand before she could even touch it. Left with no other choice, Rainier grit her teeth and swallowed her frustration. With Rainier staying silent, Asia looked to Kaiser in clear distress. By joining you, what do you mean? It seemed she still didn't fully grasp the situation. I thought I was being direct enough. Kaiser sighed slightly, then elaborated. Twilight Healing is an excellent sacred gear. In some ways, it's even more valuable than a Longinus. This was no exaggeration. The Longinus were powerful, legendary sacred gears capable of destroying gods and rewriting reality itself. But when it came to healing, they were severely lacking. In fact, among the 13 known Longinus, only the legendary Holy Grail, another divine relic, possessed any regenerative abilities. Beyond that, no Longinus specialized in healing. That made Twilight Healing one of the most sought-after sacred gears in existence. A sacred gear capable of healing comrades, saving lives, and even mending the wielder's own wounds. Many would argue it was more precious than some Longinus. Rainier certainly thought so. That was why she had tried to steal it, why she had bet her entire future on possessing it. Unlike some widely distributed sacred gears, which could exist in the hands of dozens or even hundreds of users, Twilight Healing was incredibly rare. At present, only a handful of confirmed cases existed across the major factions. For comparison, a sacred gear like Twice Critical, Siegfried's sacred gear, was relatively common, with at least several dozen known users across different timelines. But Twilight Healing? It was one of the rarest sacred gears in the world. And Asia was not just a wielder. She was perfectly attuned to it. With her exceptional compatibility, her potential to master Twilight Healing far surpassed any other wielder. Her ability would only grow stronger, to heights no one else could reach. Her value was immeasurable. And that was why Kaiser had come for her. When he first thought about recruiting strong allies, the original protagonist of this world had been his first thought. But immediately after, he had thought of her. I want you to join me, Kaiser said with a casual smile, taking a sip of his coffee. I know you've already accepted an invitation from the stray exorcists. You plan to join their organization. But now, you've seen the truth, that organization is just a puppet. The ones pulling the strings behind them are the fallen angels. Kaiser leaned forward slightly, his gaze steady. And despite everything you've been through, even after being excommunicated, labeled a witch, and cast out, you still have unwavering faith in God, don't you? Asia's hands clenched in her lap. You still believe, don't you? Kaiser continued. Someone like you definitely wouldn't want to fall into the same ranks as the fallen angels, would you? As beings who had forsaken God for their own desires, fallen angels had long been despised by both the church and heaven. To devout believers, fallen angels were not as wicked as devils, but they were still abhorrent. The more devout a person was, the less willing they would be to associate with fallen angels, as doing so would make them feel as if they, too, had turned their backs on God in pursuit of selfish desires. Asia was a kind-hearted person. She wouldn't harbor prejudice simply because someone was a fallen angel, otherwise, she wouldn't have healed a wounded devil despite being a believer. However, if she were asked whether she was willing to stay among them, that was a question she would have to carefully consider. That was precisely why Kaiser phrased it this way. I'll be even more direct with you, Kaiser said flatly. These fallen angels want you because they desire your sacred gear. If you stay with them, unaware of their true intentions, you will eventually die. Rainer's ritual would indeed allow her to take Aaze's sacred gear, but the consequence was Aaze's immediate death. If that wasn't a sacrifice, then what was? In that case, you'd be better off coming with me. As an exchange, in accepting you, I will take responsibility for everything about you. Whether it's a place to stay or anything else, I will provide it for you. Kaiser spoke so plainly that Aaze couldn't find any flaw in his reasoning. She had nowhere left to go. Having been exiled from the church, she was no different from the stray exorcists who had been cast out as well. That was why she had agreed to their invitation and joined their group. Now that she knew they had only invited her because of her sacred gear, intending to use her as a sacrificial pawn, she felt not only shocked but also hurt and lost. For someone like her, Kaiser's words undoubtedly struck a chord. However, Kaiser-san, are you like me? Aaze hesitantly asked. Are you also a stray exorcist? That was the only possibility she could think of. Of course not. Kaiser shook his head. As for who I am, you'll naturally find out in time. I won't bother explaining it all here. What you really want to know is where I stand and who I belong to, right? Well, the place I belong to right now isn't exactly righteous. In fact, before long, it may become something even more feared and reviled than the fallen angels or devils. But don't worry, you're following me, not anyone else. As long as you don't want to, I won't force you to do anything. Kaiser had indeed come here under the hero faction's orders to recruit people, but he had no intention of letting Aaze fall into the abyss that was the Chaos Brigade, the world's most notorious terrorist organization. His real plan was to do something similar to what Rias and Cao Cao had done, recruit a group of followers and form his own faction within the Chaos Brigade. This wasn't uncommon. Many prominent figures, whether they be devils, angels, fallen angels, or even key figures from various factions, were recruiting members and forming their own groups, operating worldwide. In the future, the Devil's Rating games would be popularized across all major factions, and when that time came, every faction's elites would be scrambling to recruit the best talent to form teams and participate. Even the original protagonist's greatest rival, the so-called deuteragonist of this world, had done the same thing after joining the Chaos Brigade. He had refused to align with any specific faction and instead formed his own independent force, acting however he pleased. Although Kaiser was currently a member of the hero faction, he had no plans to stay there for long. Sooner or later, he would break away and form his own team, traveling the world and making the second life of his as thrilling as possible. And Aaze was the first person he wanted to recruit, the first teammate he sought to bring into his ranks. Her healing abilities were second only to a team's leader in importance. I understand that you're confused right now, that you don't know what to do. So, I'll give you time. Kaiser wasn't expecting Aaze to make a decision on the spot. He simply told her, stay with me for now. Think it over carefully before you make your choice. Hearing this, Aaze finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to decide immediately was certainly a good thing. Then. I'll be in your care, Kaiser-san. Aaze bowed her head, expressing her gratitude. Kaiser nodded and said no more. He simply handed the menu back to Aaze. Now, she could finally focus on ordering her meal. Chapter 62, Chapter 110, The Hidden Observer. After finishing their meal and chatting about the essentials, Kaiser took Aaze and Rainer to the nearby shopping center to purchase necessities for Aaze. Having been exiled from the church, Aaze had lost everything, not just her social connections, reputation, and status, but even the life she had known up to this point. She had dedicated her entire childhood and teenage years to the church, earning the title of saint and the reverence of devout believers. But because she had been placed on such a high pedestal, no one had ever truly approached her. She had spent those years in near isolation, unable to form genuine relationships. As a result, Aaze was not only unfamiliar with the outside world but also severely lacking in social skills. Her daily life was an absolute mess, and now, in a foreign country where she struggled even with communication, she was incapable of handling the simplest tasks, let alone surviving on her own. Perhaps this was why she had been so easily deceived by the stray exorcists. Desperate and with nowhere to turn, she had fallen into their trap, believing that joining them was her only option. Unfortunately, that had been nothing more than another cruel deception. Had Kaiser not intervened, Aaze would have ended up as nothing more than a pawn for Rainer. Understanding this, Kaiser assigned all of Aaze's affairs to Rainer, whether it was buying clothes, essential supplies, or anything else a girl might need. Even their place of residence was arranged by Rainer. For the past 2 days, Kaiser had been staying in the location she provided, waiting for her return. Now, Aaze would be moving in as well. Naturally, Rainer was seething. Who did he think she was? She was a proud fallen angel. And yet, a mere human had the audacity to treat her like a servant, ordering her around as if she were his personal maid. This was nothing short of an insult to Rainer, the great fallen angel. Rainier was furious. But after venting her anger for a brief moment, she obediently followed Kaiser's instructions. What else could she do? She still had that ominous, cursed sword tucked away in her coat. She had yet to win that great one's affection. How could she afford to die in such a pathetic manner? While submitting to a weak human would have been humiliating, Kaiser had already proven himself strong enough to easily defeat the next heir of the Gremory clan and toy with high-class devils. He could no longer be considered weak. If submitting to a weak human was unacceptable, then submitting to a powerful one wasn't so bad, was it? Rainier consoled herself with this thought as she helped Aazelle pick out clothing, hygiene products, and even fresh groceries. She hadn't forgotten that the only reason she was still alive wasn't just because Kaiser had needed her to bring Aazelle over. She had also made a promise. A promise to learn how to cook. Why does a noble fallen angel like me have to do such degrading tasks? Rainier's inner voice was filled with grievances, but she had no choice but to comply. While the two girls were busy shopping, Kaiser left them to their own devices and quietly slipped out of the shopping center. He entered a narrow alleyway. The passage was shrouded in shadows, with tall buildings on both sides blocking out the sunlight, leaving the place dim even in broad daylight. Garbage bags and trash bins were strewn across the alley, along with various discarded items, giving the air a foul, rotting stench. Kaiser wrinkled his nose as he reached the end of the alley, stretched out his hand, and activated a magic circle left behind earlier. Zing! A faint glow radiated from the formation. Within the glow, a transmission of information took place, and Kaiser absorbed the message. So, that's where you are. A glint of understanding flashed in his eyes as he turned his head toward a particular direction. I've found you. A few streets away, not far from the shopping center and cafe where Kaiser had been earlier, the city remained lively and bustling with activity. Among the sea of pedestrians, however, there was one figure who stood out. A young man, handsome, refined, and exuding an air of sophistication, walked down the street. Though his appearance was striking, he was dressed in stark contrast to the summer heat, clad in a black outfit with a thick, fur-lined cloak draped over his shoulders, as if completely unbothered by the temperature. But what made him truly out of place wasn't just his attire. His eyes, constantly narrowed into slits, scanned his surroundings with an eerie coldness, not as if he were looking at people, but as if he were observing livestock in a slaughterhouse. TSK. Suddenly, the young man clicked his tongue, shattering the illusion of his composed demeanor. This is truly unpleasant, he muttered to himself, his mood visibly worsening. His growing frustration manifested in the form of an invisible pressure radiating from his body. That pressure was the gradual expansion of demonic power. Just as his emotions were about to spiral out of control and his energy threatened to surge uncontrollably. Hey! A hand reached out from behind him, landing firmly on his shoulder. The young man's pupils contracted sharply. He attempted to turn around, but the hand pressing against his shoulder locked him in place. I know you're shocked, but there's no need to be. Just stay put and listen. The voice came from directly behind him, casual, relaxed, but carrying an unmistakable weight. If I were to tell you that you will die today, what would you want to do most? Would you struggle and fight back, only to be killed anyway? Or, would you begin repenting from this very moment and beg for mercy? When these words reached the young man's ears, he could no longer hold back. Boom. A tremendous surge of demonic power erupted from his body, transforming into a destructive storm that threatened to obliterate the entire street. However, before that could happen, a violet light flared up, enveloping the young man. Instantly, the gravity around him reversed, and his entire body shot skyward like a launched rocket, soaring uncontrollably into the heavens. The sudden phenomenon naturally caused a stir on the bustling street, with many bystanders exclaiming in shock, their eyes widening as they watched the fiery figure streak toward the sky. Because of this, the explosion of demonic power from the young man's body did not land on the street below but instead erupted in midair, preventing widespread destruction and the loss of countless lives. What the hell is happening? The young man felt a dizzying sensation as his entire body spiraled out of control, zigzagging through the air. His startled voice rang out. Bang. Moments later, a fist glowing with white energy slammed mercilessly into his face, sending him hurtling away like a broken kite. In that instant, nearly everyone in Kuo Town could see a blazing comet streaking across the sky before crashing into a distant mountain. Boom. The impact sent tremors rippling through the mountain, shaking its very foundation. Dust and debris billowed into the air as shattered rocks tumbled downward. Cough. The young man staggered out of the crater of rubble, coughing up blood. His entire body trembled, and he swayed unsteadily, looking utterly battered and miserable. Not bad. A voice echoed from behind him, just as a shadow loomed overhead. That punch just now, yeah, I didn't hold back at all. I poured every ounce of Tuki into it. And yet, you didn't get your skull caved in. Gotta say, you've got one hell of a hard head. The speaker descended from the sky, his fingers loosely gripping a crimson scythe, his face carrying an expression of amusement laced with mockery. Well, I suppose it makes sense. If your head wasn't that thick, you wouldn't have pulled such a scummy stunt. But I wonder, are the other parts of you just as tough? Every word dripped with hostility, making it clear that this was no friendly visit. It's you. The young man's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the smirking figure before him, a deep killing intent flashing within them. Oh. So you do know me. Kaiser remained unfazed by the murderous gaze and spoke leisurely. Did you already know about me before this? Or was it only after I got involved with Asia that you decided to look into me? If it's the former, then whatever. But if it's the latter, then I doubt you've had time to dig up much about me, have you? I'm right, aren't I? Diodora Astaroth. If anyone else had been present to hear that name, they would have immediately realized just who this young man was. Diodora, perhaps not everyone knew that name. But Astaroth? That was a name that no one in the supernatural world could possibly be ignorant of. It was one of the noble 72 pillars of the underworld, a lineage as prestigious as the House of Gremory. Furthermore, among the current 4 great Satans, one bore the surname Astaroth before ascending to the rank of Mao. Diodora Astaroth, he was the heir of the Astaroth family, just like Rias Gremory was for the Gremory household. However, unlike his prior interaction with Rias, Kaiser did not treat this man with the same level of courtesy. Though his lips carried a smirk, his eyes were devoid of any warmth. Instead, they were as cold as when he had confronted that white-haired exorcist earlier. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Bathed in Kaiser's frigid gaze, Diodora suddenly burst into laughter, a crazed, manic laugh. You really have no idea what you've just done. Ha, walking straight into my hands. You truly don't know fear. Just moments ago, he had been fuming over the fact that this man had stolen his prey. And now, that very same person had come knocking on his door. Wasn't this the perfect chance to vent his frustration? You knew who I was and still dared to provoke me. You even dared to lay hands on me. Diodora wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisting in fury. For that alone, you're dead today. A tidal wave of wrath and murderous intent burst forth from his body. You wretched, lowly human. Burn this lesson into your very soul. Raising your hand against a high-class devil of the Astaroth family is the height of stupidity. Chapter 63, Chapter 111, Are You Serious? As Diodora's wild and maniacal laughter echoed through the air, pitch-black energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Die. He thrust his hand forward, conjuring a circular magic formation in his palm. Demonic power surged from within, forming countless magical bullets that rained down in a relentless barrage upon Kaiser. Boom. 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 Explosions thundered across the mountains, shaking the entire peak once more. Like a volcanic eruption, a cloud of dust billowed into the sky, while the violent shockwaves ravaged the surrounding forest. Trees were uprooted, either sent flying into the air or toppling over in place, creating a scene of sheer devastation. Yet, if one observed carefully, they would notice a small patch of land at the center of the bombardment, untouched amidst the chaos, as if a sanctuary had been carved out in the midst of destruction. A wave of radiant white energy surged outward, forming a protective barrier that shielded this small space from the onslaught. At its core stood Kaiser, gripping Gravisheath, unmoving, not even bothering to dodge. His Tuki continuously surged outward, forming a protective field that blocked every single magical bullet. Each projectile carried immense destructive force, comparable to real artillery shells, capable of blasting apart massive chunks of terrain. No ordinary flesh and blood being could possibly withstand such an assault. Yet Kaiser did. Not with his body, but with his sheer Tuki, rendering Diodora's attack completely meaningless. What? Diodora's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How is this possible? My magic is considered exceptional even among high-class devils. How can he block it so effortlessly? In response, Kaiser let out a sharp, derisive laugh. Exceptional among high-class devils. Are you serious? He finally moved, not to retaliate, but to casually stroll forward, as if taking a leisurely walk. Boom. 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 Diodora continued his relentless barrage, magical bullets pelting Kaiser's Tuki, detonating upon impact. His aura flared even more fiercely under the assault, yet not a single attack managed to penetrate his defense. Step by step, Kaiser advanced. I haven't encountered too many high-class devils, he remarked, his tone casual, but I've met Rias Gremory. I've seen just how powerful her magic is. I know the scale of her destructive power. Like you, she's a high-class devil from a pure-blooded family. You even share the distinction of having a current Mao as a blood relative. But she's younger than you, yet far stronger. In both quality and quantity, your magic doesn't even come close. Kaiser was simply stating facts. There was no exaggeration, no falsehood in his words. When it came to magical reserves, Rias far outclassed Diodora. She possessed incredible potential, so much so that she had nearly reached full independence at a young age. While she had an unfortunate tendency to rely too much on her natural talent, that itself was proof of her genius. She was leagues above the average high-class devil. Given her gifts, even if she didn't train diligently, she would naturally grow into an ultimate-class devil in just a few years. And then, there was her power of destruction, a trait that made her a force to be reckoned with. Compared to her, what was Diodora? Kaiser smirked, delivering his verbal assault. You can't even beat a fledgling little girl, yet you have the gall to claim you're exceptional among high-class devils. He continued forward, ignoring the ceaseless explosions bursting against his tuki, his mocking laughter echoing. Your magic. Compared to Rias Gremory's, which carries the very essence of destruction, it's like a gentle breeze. At best, it gives me a bit of cool air. If this is enough to threaten me, then how would I even survive in this world? And yet, with this pathetic level of power, you had the nerve to spout big words about making me remember this day with my soul. How do you even have the face to say something so ridiculous? Idiot. Kaiser's relentless mockery was like an invisible assault, each word striking directly at Diodora's ego. Die. 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 Driven into a frenzy. Diodora screamed, unleashing even more magical bullets in blind rage. A violent detonation erupted, consuming the entire mountain peak in an earth-shattering explosion. The summit shattered, fragments breaking apart as a tidal wave of debris surged downward, an avalanche of rubble crashing toward the ground like an impending cataclysm. Boom. At that moment, a violet light descended from the sky, slamming into the mountain, amplifying the devastation. Rumble. An immense gravitational force spread across the entire area, crushing everything on the mountain, boulders, trees, even the very land itself, downward under an inescapable weight. Gah. Diodora, still inside the crumbling mountain, had conjured a defensive magic barrier, but the sudden, overwhelming pressure slammed him into the ground, leaving him sprawled out, battered and helpless. 100 Burial Cascade. Before he could even react, an erratic surge of magical energy, like a rushing aurora, crashed into him, sending him into a spiral of pure agony. Ha! Diodora let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling as if his entire body was being crushed beneath an unbearable gravitational force. Every fiber of his flesh, every bone in his body creaked and groaned under the pressure, some even shattered, causing him to spurt blood as he was violently flung through the air. His crimson lifeblood splattered across the sky and the ground below. Boom. Just before he could crash into the earth, a figure bathed in white light streaked through the air at an astonishing speed. The sheer force of its movement sent boulders and debris scattering, and in the next instant, a fist came crashing down upon his face. Gah. Diodora coughed up a mouthful of blood as the devastating punch sent him flying once more. However, before he could be completely flung away, that glowing figure reached out, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him right in front of its face. Boom. 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 One blow after another landed mercilessly. A series of punches, brimming with tuki, rained down upon Diodora's once handsome face, tearing apart his skin and leaving it a bloody, mangled mess. This was judgment without mercy. This was cold, ruthless punishment. Kaiser's expression remained utterly emotionless as he unleashed hell upon Diodora, showing no signs of stopping. Each strike not only inflicted physical pain but pierced straight into Diodora's heart, filling it with terror. Somebody, help me. Unable to withstand Kaiser's unrelenting beating, Diodora abandoned all pride and screamed for aid. Zing! The next moment, numerous magic circles materialized in the air around them, glowing ominously. From within, figures rushed forth. Kaiser instinctively halted his assault, narrowing his gaze as he looked at the figures charging toward him. His brows furrowed deeply. They were women. All of them stunningly beautiful yet eerily identical in their lifelessness. Each bore a unique face, yet all radiated the same sense of purity. There was an unmistakable familiarity to them, something reminiscent of Asia Argento. They did not feel like devils. Rather, they felt like former nuns, former members of the church. However, despite their beauty and purity, their eyes were empty, devoid of light or soul. Their expressions were blank, their faces lifeless, as if their hearts had already died, leaving only empty husks behind, mere puppets performing the will of another. Kaiser fell into silence. His gaze upon Diodora turned colder, so cold, in fact, that murderous intent began to seep from his being, just like before. Boom. Without a word, Kaiser delivered a crushing punch to Diodora's abdomen. A sickening splurt of blood erupted from Diodora's mouth, this time, mixed with fragments of his ruptured internal organs. This time, Kaiser did not bother grabbing him. Diodora's body was launched like a human cannonball, smashing violently into the remains of the shattered mountain. Gravisheath. Coldly, Kaiser called forth his weapon. From a great distance, the scythe came hurtling through the air, landing precisely in his grip. Meanwhile, the women who had emerged from the magic circles encircled him, moving in unison, preparing to attack. Boom. Before they could make a move, Gravisheath pulsed with violet light, unleashing another wave of immense gravity upon them. In an instant, the women collapsed under the weight of the force, their bodies pressed against the ground, utterly immobilized. Watch over them, Kaiser ordered, his tone as frigid as ice. As he drove Gravisheath into the earth, its amanitite core pulsed ominously, as if responding to his command. Releasing his grip on the weapon, Kaiser's Tuki surged once more. In the next instant, his figure vanished, streaking through the air like a beam of light, arriving at the base of the ruined mountain in a mere blink. Stay back. Stay away from me, you lowly human. From within a deep crater, Diodora's frantic shrieks rang out. Simultaneously, countless magical bullets shot forth, pelting Kaiser head-on. This time, the barrage was far greater in scale and power than before. The projectiles had clearly been charged over time, increasing their destructive force exponentially. As they struck him, the radiant white aura surrounding Kaiser wavered, trembled, and thinned, a portion of it shaving away under the impact. And yet, Kaiser's expression never changed. He remained unmoved, enduring the attacks without hesitation, pressing forward. Step. Step. He walked into the crater, his presence looming over Diodora. Don't come any closer. Diodora's body was in ruins, his face bruised and swollen beyond recognition, his entire form drenched in blood. Yet even as he trembled in terror, he desperately threw up his hands, forming more magic circles, unleashing wave after wave of magical bullets. For the first time, his once arrogant, mocking gaze was filled not with scorn but with pure, unfiltered fear. I said stay away from me. His voice cracked as he screamed, as if trying to ward off the nightmare that was closing in on him. At that moment. Shing. A streak of light cut through space. A flash of silver tore across the battlefield, moving at impossible speed. And pierced straight through Diodora's body. From his back, the glowing tip of a spear emerged. Diodora froze. His magic faltered. His body stiffened. Before him, Kaiser stood still, his face blank, his eyes colder than absolute zero. His hand gripped the shaft of a lance, its blade embedded deep in Diodora's chest. And with one final, piercing gaze, he twisted the weapon. Chapter 64, Chapter 112, You're Nothing But Trash. As the searing pain from the gaping wound in his body surged through him, Diodora let out the most miserable, agonized scream of his life. It was the suffering of a soul on the verge of annihilation, a level of pain beyond anything a normal being could endure. Ayawa. He collapsed to his knees, his hands instinctively reaching for the spear impaling his body. But the moment his fingers touched the shaft, an intense burning sensation erupted through them, smoke began to rise from his flesh, as if it was being purged. And then, his entire body began to smoke. Like a condemned soul subjected to holy purification, his very existence recoiled against the weapon. This spear. Don't tell me. A terrible realization dawned upon Diodora. His pain-filled eyes widened in horror as he stared at the spear that had pierced him. True Longinus. Kaiser gripped the sacred spear, keeping it firmly embedded in Diodora's body as he coldly spoke, his words as merciless as his gaze. The strongest Longinus. The highest tier of all holy relics. The legendary spear that pierced the Son of God himself. Even scum like you must have heard of it, right? One would have to be insane not to know its name. For ordinary people, that might not be the case, but for the major factions of mythology, the True Longinus was a name etched into history. No angel, fallen angel, or devil could be ignorant of its existence. After all, these three factions were part of the same mythological system, they all came from the same faith. A weapon capable of piercing God, a spear that was the very definition of God-killing. There was no way anyone in these circles wouldn't recognize it. And that was exactly why Diodora was so terrified. Why you? You're the wielder of the True Longinus. His voice trembled with pain. And no. No. This can't be real. I was pierced by the True Longinus. Does that mean I'm going to disappear? For devils, weapons imbued with holy power were their natural nemesis. A single slash from a holy sword was enough to cause severe injuries and cripple a devil's strength. And if a holy sword were to kill a devil, then that devil would be erased. Body and soul. Their existence would vanish into nothingness. No corpse. No remains. Just pure obliteration. And now, Diodora had been run through by the highest-tiered holy weapon of them all, the legendary True Longinus. This wound was fatal beyond measure. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. Diodora's mind collapsed under fear, tears streaming down his bloodied face as he wailed in desperation. I am the heir of House Astaroth, the blood relative of the current Beelzebub. If you kill me, House Astaroth and the Mao won't let you go. The underworld won't let you go. This wasn't just idle bluffing. Diadora's lineage wasn't ordinary. As a pure-blooded noble, as the heir to a high-ranking devil house, as a direct relative of a Mao, he wasn't someone that could be killed without consequence. Stray devils could be slain at will, no one cared. But a noble devil. A pure-blooded member of an esteemed house. Every pure-blood devil was a precious asset, a treasured heirloom of the underworld's noble lineage. And Diadora was not just any noble, he was the direct successor of House Astaroth. He was among the most high-ranking young devils of his generation. If he were to die without reason, House Astaroth wouldn't stand for it. Beelzebub wouldn't stand for it. The underworld itself might view it as an affront. If Kaiser killed Diadora, Kuo Town would never know peace again. But your threats mean absolutely nothing to me. Kaiser's voice was cold and absolute. I told you from the very beginning, didn't I? You were going to die here today. His tone was not that of someone who had suddenly made a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was not an emotional outburst. No. It was clear. Deliberate. He came here with the sole intention of killing Diadora Astaroth. W.Y. Diadora shuddered, his voice shaking as he screamed through his suffering. I never even knew you before today. Why are you so determined to kill me? Until now, Diadora hadn't thought about it. He had assumed that Kaiser was just a fool who had walked into his own death. He never even considered the possibility that he might be the one dying instead. But now, he was forced to think about it. Why? Why was this person so intent on killing him? To this, Kaiser only gave a cold, merciless reply. You think I don't know what you've been doing in the shadows? Kaiser stepped forward. As he did, the True Longinus' spear shaft retracted, forcing Diadora's body to collapse forward. Diadora Astaroth. You are the heir to House Astaroth, a noble pure-blooded devil. But you are also one of the most vile, loathsome creatures to walk this earth. You have a very particular taste. You have an obsession, a preference for women associated with the church. Especially those who are devout believers. Especially those who have deep ties to the church's headquarters. To you, they are nothing more than prey. Kaiser's voice was deathly calm, yet his words carried the weight of a death sentence. The women you just summoned. They're your evil peace servants, aren't they? They were once well-known nuns, perhaps even saints from various regions, weren't they? And your favorite pastime was seducing them, deceiving them, crafting elaborate lies to lead them to ruin and despair, wasn't it? Kaiser didn't know exactly what Diadora had done to these women. But the way they stood before him now, empty-eyed, lifeless, like walking corpses, spoke volumes. Their spirits had been shattered beyond repair. They no longer reacted to their surroundings. They had become completely numb to their own circumstances. And yet, once upon a time, they had been just like Aazelle. Pure-hearted, devout, kind believers. It was precisely because of this that Kaiser could no longer contain the raging bloodlust within him, nor did he wish to. I've seen plenty of evil in this world. I'm no saint, and I don't go around hunting down every piece of filth that exists. But you happen to show up right here, right now. Why had the heir to House Astaroth, the blood relative of the current Beelzebub, come to Kuo Town? The answer was simple. Aazelle Argento. She was your next target, wasn't she? Kaiser's voice was icy, revealing the one truth Aazelle could never be allowed to hear. You set your sights on her, you wanted to make her your next victim, to break her, to lead her into despair. That injured devil she just so happened to encounter. That was you, wasn't it? It was you who deliberately appeared before her. It was you who staged that act, manipulating her kindness, luring her into healing you in public, ensuring that she would be branded a witch by those around her. Diadora had planned everything. He had allowed Aazelle to be taken by the fallen angel's rogue exorcists. He had known what Rainier was planning. Yet he had chosen not to intervene. Instead, he waited, intending to use that situation to tighten his grip on Aazelle. If Rainier's plan had gone exactly as intended, and Aazelle had been sacrificed in her ritual, then Diadora would have stepped in at the last moment. Killed Rainier himself. Reincarnated Aazelle as a devil. And once she became a devil, she would have been his. She would have belonged to him. He could have done whatever he wanted to her. But unfortunately for you, you never expected someone like me to show up, did you? You never thought Rainier would end up captured by me, and that she would personally deliver Aazelle into my hands instead. In fact, you probably didn't even know who I was at first. But the moment you saw a fallen angel following my orders, I bet that was when you started wondering. Kaiser took another step forward, gripping the now fully retracted True Longinus, still embedded in Diadora's body. He looked down at the kneeling devil, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. So tell me, Were you planning to retreat? To go investigate who I am first, before coming back to take Asia? Too bad. I already knew about you. I knew about the filth you've been hiding. I was already prepared, waiting for 2 whole days, ready to hunt you down the moment you revealed yourself. To that end, Kaiser had even borrowed the hero faction's network of informants. He had enlisted their spies to track down Diodora's movements. And the hero faction had delivered. They had found Diodora's exact location. They had relayed it to him through a magic formation. From that moment forward, Diodora's fate had already been sealed. You ask me why I insist on killing you. Kaiser's Tuki surged once more. Because you deserve to die. The moment I learned you existed, I knew you had to die. And after seeing what you did to these women, now there's nothing that can change my mind. Today, you die. By the time Kaiser finished speaking, Diodora could no longer form words. His body trembled violently, his mouth hanging open. The smoke pouring from his body grew thicker. His form was starting to vanish. I am, of House Astaroth. I am, a Mao's bloodline. The devil, tormented by unspeakable agony, mumbled mindlessly, his gaze vacant. No. Kaiser's response was sharp, absolute. You're nothing. You're just trash. And with that final judgment, Kaiser ripped the True Longinus free. Splurt. A massive burst of blood erupted into the air. Fwoosh. Diodora's body ignited instantly. His flesh burned away, turning to ash in seconds. His entire existence crumbled. Kaiser simply stood there, watching it unfold. He did not blink. He did not look away. He did not flinch. Diodora Astaroth was erased from the world. And once the very last trace of him had vanished, Kaiser finally turned away. Not a single soul would know that a pure-blooded devil had just ceased to exist. But soon, the entire underworld would hear of it. And from this moment forward, Kuo Town would never know peace again. Chapter 65, Chapter 113, An Unexpected Visitor. After leaving the crater, Kaiser did not immediately return to Asia and Rainier. Instead, he made his way toward Gravisheath. Even now, the scythe remained plunged into the ground, its gravity field still suppressing Diodora's evil pieces, the women he had enslaved. One by one, they lay sprawled across the ground, unable to move. Some had even lost consciousness from prolonged exposure to the overwhelming force. Kaiser gazed at them silently. And for the first time since this battle began, he hesitated. What am I supposed to do with them? Unlike Diodora, whose sins were unforgivable, these women were victims. They had suffered. They had been broken. And now, they had no future to return to. Diodora was dead. The women he had tormented and enslaved were finally free from his grasp. But what now? If Kaiser simply let them go, left them to fend for themselves, could they even manage? Even if they could, where would they go? They had already been reincarnated as devils. Returning to the church was impossible. And if they returned to House Astaroth, their fate wouldn't be any better. After all, they were Diodora's evil pieces, his personal servants. If their master had died out in the open while they returned unscathed, there was no way House Astaroth would let them live. But if they didn't return to House Astaroth, what then? Would they simply leave the underworld altogether? Then they would become stray devils. And considering Diodora's status, if his evil pieces defected, House Astaroth would absolutely send enforcers to hunt them down, if only for the sake of their family's reputation. No matter what, they were as good as dead. Kaiser's brows furrowed. Would the only option be to seek refuge with the fallen angels? The thought irritated him. Naturally, he never even considered sending them to Kuo's brigade. The Kuo's brigade was still a terrorist organization. These mentally and emotionally broken women would only suffer if they were sent there. They couldn't go back to the church. They couldn't return to the devils. And sending them to Kuo's brigade would be no different from throwing them into a pit of fire. That really only left the fallen angels. No, wait. Kaiser suddenly stopped. There's one person who could actually help them. The moment those words left his lips, a light chuckle rang through the air. A soft, teasing voice drifted into his ears. Oh. Don't tell me the person you're thinking of is that Rias Gremory, the one you stole a kiss from. Kaiser snapped out of his thoughts instantly. His grip on the True Longinus tightened, his instincts flaring. Who's there? With a swift motion, he raised his spear, the holy aura intensifying, golden radiance gathering at its tip. Relax, relax. The unseen figure reacted immediately to the spear's divine energy. Clearly, they didn't want to risk a direct confrontation against the True Longinus. Phew. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist drifted in with the wind, swirling before Kaiser. As the mist dissipated, a silhouetted figure emerged from within. The moment Kaiser's gaze fell upon the person, he froze. Standing before him was a mature, stunning beauty, radiating an alluring, intoxicating presence. She was draped in a black kimono, its hemline dangerously short. Worn loosely, it hung off her shoulders, as if threatening to slip off at any moment. Her exposed skin was smooth as silk, so pale it almost seemed to glow in the moonlight. She was immaculately proportioned, a slender waist, yet a generous bust and curvaceous hips, her body exuding a lethal mix of elegance and seduction. But what stood out the most were the cat ears atop her head, and the two long, black tails swaying lazily behind her. "It's you." Kaiser's surprise was evident in his tone. "Meow." The woman's cat-like golden eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Oh my, do you already know me?" Of course, Kaiser knew her. "You're a Nikomata, one of the legendary cat yokai." His voice was sharp, but his gaze remained locked onto her. "And not just any Nikomata, you're a Nikosho." Nikosho, the strongest and rarest bloodline among Nikomata. The yokai race was one of the few neutral factions, unaffiliated with devils, angels, or fallen angels. They were known for their mystical arts, their ability to wield illusionary magic, and their unique transformation abilities. Among them, Nikomata were famous in folklore, cat demons with two tails. But Nikosho. They were on a completely different level. Unlike regular Nikomata, Nikosho possessed exceptional natural talent, rumored to even have access to senjutsu, the mystical techniques of the sages. They were an upper-class yokai species, renowned as elite warriors. And the woman standing before him. She wasn't just any Nikosho. She was one of the most infamous ones in history. "And you're also a stray devil." Kaiser's expression darkened. The one who murdered her master, fled the underworld, and even after the devil sent hunting squads after her, defeated them all and escaped. The SS-ranked stray devil. Am I right? The woman blinked. Then grinned playfully. "Well, that certainly saves me the trouble of introductions." Her lips curled, and in an almost lazy, yet enticing motion. She licked her lips. Then, raising a delicate hand, she playfully mimicked a cat's paw gesture. "I'm Kuroka." Her voice purred, dripping with amusement. "Like you said, I'm a very, very dangerous stray devil, you know." "Nice to meet you, Naya." There was no denying it. A mature, dangerously seductive beauty, purring like a cat, making playful gestures. It was almost criminally cute. Even Kaiser had to admit. It was distractingly effective. But he did not let it cloud his judgment. He quickly composed himself. "All right, Miss Extremely Dangerous Stray Devil. Why are you here?" Kaiser's eyes narrowed. This woman. Kuroka. She was Rias Gremory's servant's older sister. The older sister of Kaneko Toju. And she was also a member of Kuo's brigade. Did she sense the presence of a fellow stray devil here and simply come to say hello? As Kaiser entertained that thought, Kuroka's next words completely shattered his expectations. "Naya haha, I came to visit my little sister." Kuroka tilted her head, licking the back of her hand like a true cat. "Since I left the underworld and abandoned the devils, I don't really have anywhere to go, so I just dropped by to see my cute little sis from time to time, just to kill some time, Naya." Kaiser immediately understood something. This cat hasn't joined Kuo's brigade yet. In the original events, Kuroka had only joined Kuo's brigade after accepting an invitation from a certain silver-haired rival character. But that person wasn't even part of Kuo's brigade yet. Which meant Kuroka was still a free agent. At this moment, she was simply a fugitive stray devil, avoiding capture while keeping a silent watch over her sister. And as for how she knew about Kaiser's little incident with Rias Gremory, she was probably keeping an eye on her sister when she just happened to overhear some interesting gossip. As for why she had shown up here, it wasn't hard to guess. Kaiser had caused an absolute spectacle in broad daylight, even fighting on the streets. There was no way the commotion hadn't drawn attention. Kuroka had likely been attracted by all the chaos, and decided to check it out. With that realization, Kaiser felt somewhat relieved. But at the same time, she was definitely suspicious. "You." He was about to speak. But Kuroka cut him off first. "Naya, no time for idle chatter, Kaiser." She flashed him a playful smile, but there was an undeniable sharpness in her gaze. "It'd be best if we got out of here right now. Otherwise, we're going to be surrounded." Kaiser's eyes narrowed. The moment she said that, he immediately sensed it. Faint but steadily approaching presences. Several powerful energies stirring in the distance. It wasn't just Kuroka who had been drawn in by this battle. The scale of this destruction was far beyond his previous fights. They had nearly leveled an entire mountain. And unlike before, This time, the battle had begun in broad daylight, right in front of civilians. The chaos wasn't something that could simply be covered up. At this point, it wasn't just Rias Gremory who might come looking. The church. The fallen angels. Even other devils. Any of them might send agents to investigate. That realization made Kaiser's frown deepen. Worried about all the people headed this way, Naya. Kuroka tilted her head, her golden eyes gleaming mischievously as she saw through his thoughts. She smirked. Want me to lend you a hand? Kaiser immediately grew more suspicious. This cat. Why was she offering help? First, she had revealed herself voluntarily. And now she was proactively trying to assist him. It all seemed way too convenient. Was there a catch? As he tried to process the situation, Kuroka simply giggled. You're not saying no, so I'll just take that as a yes, Naya. Before Kaiser could even object, she waved her hand. And then, the scenery around them began to distort. Within seconds, they were no longer in the same place. Kaiser, Kuroka, and the unconscious devil women were now deep within a dense forest, far from the battlefield. Spatial teleportation. Kaiser immediately realized what had happened. Kuroka. She had manipulated space itself. This wasn't like Devil's magic circles, which simply opened a door between two locations. This was something far more advanced. A direct distortion of space itself. The sheer difficulty of such a feat was on a completely different level. Suddenly, Kaiser's nose twitched. A strange scent filled the air. Immediately, he covered his mouth and nose. There was something in the atmosphere. A foreign substance. A hazardous gas. Was this your doing? Kaiser's eyes sharpened as he snapped his gaze to Kuroka. Oh my, noticed so soon. Kuroka placed a finger to her lips, as if genuinely impressed. Then, she simply laughed. Don't worry, don't worry. It's just some miasma, Naya. Her tone was lighthearted, as if she had done nothing more than spill a drink. People tend to chase me a lot, you see. So I set up these little defensive barriers just in case. It's nothing serious. Even if a human breathes it in, it just causes a tiny little side effect. A bad feeling suddenly welled up in Kaiser's chest. Side effect. His expression darkened. What side effect? Kuroka's smile widened mischievously. She clasped her hands behind her back. And with obvious amusement, she purred her response. Arousal. Chapter 66, Chapter 114, a difficult type to deal with. At this moment, Kaiser's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What the hell was up with this cat? Releasing an aphrodisiac miasma in a place like this, was she out of her mind? Sure, Nikomata were known to be quite lustful, but they weren't some kind of succubus that fed on male vitality. Was this really necessary? Kaiser almost drew his spear. In more ways than one. Meow haha. Kuroka had been watching Kaiser closely, and when she saw his face change expressions as dramatically as a Beijing opera performer, she burst into laughter. Your reactions are so funny, Naya. I thought the wielder of the True Longinus would be all serious and uptight. After all, it was the highest-ranking holy relic, the strongest among divine weapons, revered as a treasure by the church, and directly tied to God. In most people's minds, it should be in the hands of a saint or a great hero, someone recognized as truly worthy. My apologies for not being serious enough. Kaiser shot back without hesitation. But you're hardly one to talk. I never claimed to be serious, Naya. Kuroka responded shamelessly, flashing a playful grin. After all, I'm a yokai. As she said this, her body suddenly vanished into the miasma. Kaiser reacted instantly, his holy spear striking out sharply to the side. SHLCK. The deadly spear pierced through Kuroka's figure completely. But in the next second, her body dissipated like an illusion. How heartless, Naya. The real Kuroka appeared behind Kaiser, wrapping her soft arms around his neck. Her entire body pressed against him, her curves warm and fragrant, particularly her upper body, which was nestled firmly against his chest. Even though I just helped you, you didn't hesitate at all before trying to stab me with that spear. Even though I've already left my former faction, I was still a reincarnated devil once. A Nikomata and a devil. If that spear had actually hit me, I probably would have died, Naya. You didn't even hesitate, were you really trying to kill me? You're such a cruel man, Naya. Her lips brushed against Kaiser's ear, her breath carrying an intoxicating scent as she spoke in a teasingly seductive tone. Kaiser didn't immediately respond. His gaze turned sharp. Perhaps he had underestimated this Nikomata. He had a rough idea of Kuroka's strength. She was the most powerful and rarest type of Nikomata, a Nikosho. A battle-oriented species, a naturally born high-class yokai. In terms of talent, she was likely no weaker than Rias, perhaps even superior. As a yokai, she possessed innate abilities that other species lacked. As a reincarnated devil, she had also mastered powerful demonic magic. At the same time, she was skilled in senjutsu, the art of controlling ki. Senjutsu, unlike jujitsu or magic, was an advanced technique that focused on the manipulation of ki, the fundamental essence of life. Aura, the energy that overflowed from one's body, was commonly used as fuel for various abilities and sacred gears, but most people only used it in crude and inefficient ways. Senjutsu, however, refined ki as a power source and even allowed for control over external energy in the environment. Though ki itself had no direct offensive capabilities like demonic power or light power, everything in nature possessed ki, all living beings, plants, even certain objects that carried strong spiritual energy. Senjutsu allowed its users to perceive the flow of ki, manipulate it, and even influence the ki of others. Those who mastered senjutsu could enhance their bodies from within, disrupt an opponent's flow of ki, and even seal off an enemy's energy, making it an extremely effective method of indirect combat. In other words, senjutsu was the art of controlling life's natural flow. Practitioners of this technique could even, just like Kaiser, naturally convert aura into tuki, using it for battle. Naturally, those who could control the flow of ki at will were also highly skilled at hiding their own presence. When combined with illusions and jujitsu, their ability to deceive an enemy's perception and senses was unparalleled. That was how Kuroka had remained hidden until now, watching Kaiser brutally execute Diodora without being detected. It was also how she had tricked him just now, making him strike at a mere illusion. Without a doubt, Kuroka was a genius. She had mastered jujitsu, senjutsu, demonic power, and even spatial and illusion manipulation. She was an existence comparable to an ultimate-class devil in strength. The fact that she had been able to kill her own master, escape the underworld, and repeatedly fend off devil pursuers was proof that she hadn't survived on luck alone, her abilities were the real deal. Kaiser had already known this. But perhaps, he had been too careless. An ultimate-class devil, that's not exactly an opponent I haven't faced before. With the True Longinus in hand, Kaiser was confident he could even challenge a Mao-class opponent. So, when facing someone of ultimate-class devil strength, he hadn't felt the need to take it too seriously. But now, he realized. He had been arrogant. It was true that Kuroka wasn't quite as strong as him, but her skills were incredibly diverse. Unlike other ultimate-class devils who mainly relied on raw power, she was far more cunning, utilizing illusions, disruptions, and trickery, making her an opponent far more troublesome to deal with. Kaiser was undoubtedly stronger than her. But it seemed that he wasn't particularly adept at dealing with this kind of opponent. Unlike Amajiri Ayato, who had mastered the realm of Shiki, allowing him to perceive external changes with extreme clarity, Kaiser had no such sensory abilities at present. And this was the result, being toyed with by a Nikomata of ultimate-class devil strength. However, perhaps this was also because Kuroka bore no hostility, malice, or intent to kill. If she had attacked him with genuine killing intent, he probably wouldn't have been caught off guard like this. Then there was the miasma surrounding him. While Kuroka had claimed that it only had mild effects on humans, Kaiser felt that it was slowing down his movements. This cat was as shady as they came. Who knew what kind of tricks she had pulled behind the scenes? Boom. A sudden surge of Tuki erupted from Kaiser's body, forcefully pushing Kuroka away. Oh my, such powerful Tuki. Kuroka didn't seem to mind being thrown off. She simply widened the distance between them and looked at the Tuki surging around Kaiser, showing not a hint of concern. Instead, her smile grew even more delighted. As expected, you may be human, but you're incredibly strong. You're not just some useless fool who relies solely on his sacred gear to fight. What exactly are you trying to do? Kaiser finally asked. You appeared out of nowhere, helped me for no reason, then brought me here only to mess with me. Don't tell me it's all just for fun. Kuroka didn't seem the least bit affected by his questioning. She simply kept smiling. Well, it is fun, Naya. Her playful grin took on an almost mischievous allure. I'm just interested in you, that's all. I won't do anything to you. Then, her smile darkened. At least, not yet. In that instant, the once lazy and carefree aura around Kuroka underwent a drastic transformation. It became sinister. It became eerie. The Tuki she emanated grew increasingly menacing, exuding an overwhelming sense of malice. If anyone were to witness Kuroka in this state, they would undoubtedly regard her as an extremely evil and dangerous individual. But Kaiser was no longer deceived. Cut the act. His expression remained calm as he spoke. I already know that you've mastered senjutsu, allowing you to control ki at will. Even if you deliberately release your ki and alter its nature to appear evil, I'm not going to let that make me overthink things. Upon hearing this, Kuroka's aura momentarily faltered. TCH. You're no fun at all, Naya. Looking somewhat dissatisfied, she quickly dropped the facade, and the sinister aura around her faded. If you want someone to mess with, go find someone else. Like your sister. With that, Kaiser stopped paying attention to her. He crouched down, examining the unconscious women lying on the ground, noticing that their condition had worsened. Is it because of the miasma? He looked at the thick mist that still filled the area. Kuroka had claimed that this miasma was meant to deter the devils pursuing her. That was likely true. After all, the devils in Diodora's peerage had clearly been affected by it. Send us back to Kuo Town, Kaiser commanded without even looking at her. Somewhere secluded will do. Oh. Kuroka flicked her tail, then giggled. But what if I don't feel like helping you anymore, Naya? Kaiser didn't say a word. But the holy spear in his hand suddenly emitted a surge of divine energy. Upon seeing this, Kuroka instantly knew that this time, he wasn't joking. All right, geez. Raising both hands in mock surrender, she sighed. I may be a bad girl, but since I already went out of my way to help, I suppose I'll see it through to the end. With a snap of her fingers, the space around them distorted once more. In the blink of an eye, the dense, miasma-filled forest vanished, replaced by the outskirts of Kuo Town. Kaiser and the others had successfully left the forest. After finishing the teleportation, Kuroka turned to him with amusement in her gaze. So, are you planning to take these women to see Rias Gremory now? Kaiser didn't answer. Instead, he withdrew his True Longinus and summoned Gravisheath. Manipulating gravity, he lifted the unconscious women into the air. Then, without a word, he took flight, heading toward his next destination. Watching him go, Kuroka chuckled silently to herself. And then, she followed. Chapter 67, Chapter 115, Occult Research Club. Kuo Academy. A private institution that had undergone reforms in recent years. Several years ago, it had been an all-girls school, but it was later converted into a coeducational academy. Although the number of female students still vastly outnumbered the males, the presence of male students was enough to show that its enrollment rate had significantly increased. Behind the main school building, nestled among the trees, stood an old structure. This was the old school building, the academy's former main building. Now abandoned, it was no longer in use. On the surface, it appeared old and worn down. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the building was still structurally intact. The walls and windows were in perfect condition, showing no signs of long-term neglect. Even the interior was spotless. Despite being abandoned, the hallways and unused classrooms were clean, free of dust or cobwebs, clearly indicating that someone regularly maintained the place. And deep within the second floor of the building, there was a single occupied classroom. A sign hung on the door. It bore the name, Occult Research Club. This place was a clubroom. Anyone who pushed open the door and entered would immediately notice mysterious symbols inscribed on every corner of the room. A magical circle was drawn on the floor's center, exuding an eerie aura, reinforcing the supernatural atmosphere of the space. The interior decor was rather vintage, consisting of only a few sofas and a desk. However, it also contained a tea station and even a shower room, making it quite a well-equipped facility. At this moment, several individuals were gathered within the room. It was none other than Rias Gremory and her peerage. Here, have something to drink. Akino Haimjima pushed a tea cart forward, gracefully preparing tea for her junior club members. Her Yamato Nadeshiko demeanor was on full display. Thank you, senpai. Thank you. Sitting across from each other on the sofas, Yuto Kiba and Kaneko Tuju accepted the tea, giving their thanks as they sat with a small table between them. President. Akino also placed a cup in front of Rias Gremory, calling out to her softly. However, Rias did not respond. She remained seated at her desk, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. President. This time, Akino raised her voice slightly, finally pulling Rias out of her daze. Ah, sorry, I was spacing out. Rias snapped back to reality, her gaze falling upon the cup of hot tea in front of her. She turned to Akino and gave a small nod of gratitude. You haven't been yourself these past 2 days, Akino remarked with mild concern. Are you feeling unwell? Kiba and Kaneko also turned their eyes toward Rias, their gazes filled with silent concern. No, I'm fine. Just a little tired. Rias shook her head, lifting the tea to her lips. As she took a sip, she sighed softly and continued. A lot has happened recently. There's a lot on my mind. I'm not completely drained, but I can't shake this unease. Akino immediately understood what Rias was referring to. Is it because of him? Her voice dropped slightly, as if murmuring to herself. Rias didn't immediately confirm it. Instead, she thought about that man's face, and the moment she recalled that incident, a surge of frustration welled up within her. Kuo Town has always had its share of supernatural activity, but it was never anything major. All the factions that reside here, including us, have always maintained an unspoken agreement to control these occurrences, ensuring that they don't disrupt the normal lives of humans. But ever since he arrived, that balance has been broken. In recent days, supernatural incidents had not necessarily increased in frequency. However, their impact had become far greater than before. Previously, everyone operated in secrecy, ensuring that their actions never made too big of a scene. But now, it seemed that every other day, something was being destroyed, something obvious, something that drew attention. The outskirts of Kuo Town had been hit by what seemed to be a meteor strike, causing large-scale destruction. The foundation of the abandoned church had completely collapsed, sinking the entire area into the earth. And today, one of the town's main streets had been the site of unexplained phenomena. Many people had witnessed strange, supernatural events, figures suddenly flying into the sky, bizarre explosions erupting in midair, and even what appeared to be falling shooting stars. The chaos had escalated to the point where an entire mountain had nearly collapsed. These incidents weren't just affecting the supernatural world anymore. Even in the ordinary human world, the disturbances were becoming too large to ignore. Now, the government had sent geological experts to Kuo Town, investigating various areas that had suffered large-scale destruction in recent weeks, including the site of today's collapsed mountain. Several locations had been sealed off, declared restricted zones. News reports were constantly covering the strange happenings in Kuo Town. The entire nation's eyes were now drawn to this small town. And behind the scenes, things were growing even more complicated. Devils, angels, fallen angels, the church. All factions had started to turn their attention toward Kuo Town. Even other mythological pantheons had sent individuals here in secret, surveying the situation from the shadows. Kuo Town was no longer just a simple town. It had become a chaotic gathering place, a battlefield of clashing forces. Particularly among the three major factions, devils, angels, and fallen angels, tensions were rising. Conflicts had begun to spark. There were already signs of friction, disputes brewing beneath the surface. And in some cases, actual battles had already broken out. Even Rias's own peerage had encountered fallen angels over the past 2 days. Although neither side had suffered casualties, both had taken losses. There was no helping it, Kaiser had completely wiped out Rainier's stronghold. Although Rainier's status among the fallen angels wasn't particularly high, the sudden disappearance of multiple fallen angels, along with the total destruction of a rogue exorcist organization under her command, had inevitably drawn the attention of her faction. The fallen angels had dispatched people to investigate. And coincidentally, Rias had been at the scene of the incident that day, leading to her becoming a suspect in the eyes of the fallen angel faction. For thousands of years, angels, fallen angels, and devils had been locked in an endless cycle of conflict, fighting, killing, and incurring heavy losses against one another. Their grudges ran deep. Each side loathed the others. Each side wished for the other's destruction. And now, with members of all three factions gathering frequently in a small town like Kuo, it was only natural that tensions would rise and clashes would occur. Fortunately, the three factions had officially called a ceasefire, temporarily entering a period of peace and recovery. Large-scale wars were a thing of the past, and meetings between them no longer had to end in immediate bloodshed. Otherwise, given how often they had already come into conflict, a major battle would have been unavoidable by now. To prevent unnecessary disputes, Rias had even received a direct warning from the Gremory family and the current Mao. They had instructed her to scale back her activities. Just today, a massive supernatural disturbance had occurred in Kuo Town, violent storms, explosions, meteor-like phenomena, and even a mountain collapse. All factions had dispatched their people to investigate, including Rias's side. However, instead of personally heading out, she had only sent familiars to gather information. Even though she hadn't personally intervened, dealing with one incident after another was starting to feel exhausting. Rias had no choice but to accept the situation with frustration, though she was seething inside. And the cause of it all? She ground her teeth in irritation, thinking about him. Today's incident, unless I'm mistaken, it definitely has something to do with him. She spoke with absolute certainty. Akino Hanjima, Yudo Kiba, and Kaneko Tuju all nodded in agreement. They also found Kaiser to be the most suspicious individual. He had already been involved in the previous incidents, why would this one be any different? And besides, he was still holding a captive from the fallen angel faction, openly claiming he had business with her. What exactly was he planning? They still had no idea. They had already sent out familiars to track him, but even after all this time, there had been no updates on his whereabouts. If this continues, won't the major figures from each faction start arriving in Kuo Town? That was Rias's biggest concern. If high-ranking individuals from various factions truly descended upon Kuo Town, there was no telling what kind of chaos would follow. After all, these figures were all monsters, beings who had survived since ancient times. Many of them had deep-rooted grudges against each other. If they met, it was only a matter of time before fights broke out. And if those fights took place here in Kuo Town, The destruction wouldn't be limited to just a few collapsed mountains. The entire town could be reduced to rubble. No, we need to take action. Rias abruptly stood up. At the very least, we need to find out exactly what is causing all these disturbances in Kuo Town. Just as she finished speaking, before Akino, Kiba, or Kaneko could respond, a voice suddenly cut through the air. So you want to know what's been happening? That's simple. I can just tell you. The voice didn't come from inside the occult research clubroom. It came from outside the school building. Upon hearing that all too familiar voice, it wasn't just Rias who reacted, everyone in the room stood up at once. President. Kiba instinctively reached for the sword at his waist. Enemy. Kaneko slipped on her gloves, preparing to fight. Rias. Akino's expression turned serious as she addressed her master directly. It's him. Rias's face darkened. She bit her lip, then rushed out of the occult research clubroom. The others immediately followed. And soon, they arrived outside the school building, where he was waiting. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Chapter 116, 3 chances to ask questions. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, painting the sky with a glow of evening clouds. The evening sunlight shone on the path in front of the old school building, spreading over the open space and casting a golden hue throughout the forest. Yo, members of the Gremory peerage, we meet again. Kaiser greeted Rias and her group with a raised hand, like a visiting guest. However, Rias and her group did not seem welcoming at all, even showing a hint of hostility towards him. What are you doing here? Rias directly questioned, her attitude far from friendly. Clearly, she still held a grudge from the last encounter. Kaiser, however, seemed oblivious, speaking nonchalantly. I have something I need to discuss with you. This statement instantly increased the hostility emanating from Rias and her group, along with a subtle rise in vigilance and alertness. After all, the last person Kaiser said this to was the female fallen angel he had captured. Back then, Kaiser claimed he had business with her, only to end up blowing up her base and wiping out her subordinates. Now, with Kaiser suddenly appearing here and saying such words, how could Rias and her group not be on guard? So, are we your target this time? Rias asked, her crimson aura slowly igniting around her. You could say that. Kaiser replied casually, and just as Rias and her group were about to enter battle mode, ready to explode at any moment, he changed his tone. Relax, I'm not here to fight you. I just need your help with something. Help? Help with what? Akino Himejima, Yudo Kiba, and Kaneko Tuju exchanged glances, while Rias looked completely unconvinced. Seeing this, Kaiser didn't waste any more words. He waved the gravy sheath he had been holding, causing several figures to descend from the air. What are those? Rias and her group were stunned. These are the peerage devils of a certain trash devil, Kaiser said to Rias. I hope you can help settle them so they won't be persecuted. Upon hearing Kaiser's words, not only Rias but the entire Gremory peerage looked puzzled. You say they are peerage devils? Rias furrowed her beautiful brows and asked, where is their master? Kaiser's response was straightforward. Dead. The blunt and cold reply made Rias and her group all change their expressions. You killed their master? An upper-class devil. Rias's delicate face turned somewhat grim. That's right. Kaiser nodded. Do you know what you're doing right now? Rias trembled with anger, her crimson aura growing thicker, her voice icy as she said, you're admitting to killing an upper-class devil, one of my kind, right in front of me. Admitting it was one thing, but Kaiser also asked Rias to help settle the peerage of the upper-class devil he killed, saying they shouldn't be persecuted. How could he have the face to say such things and do such things? If you knew what that trash devil did, you wouldn't find what I'm doing now so strange. Kaiser glanced at Rias and said, I can't be bothered to explain the details. As long as you investigate the identities of these peerage devils, you'll know who I killed and why I want you to help settle them. I'm not asking you to do it for free. As I said earlier, I'll tell you what's been happening lately. So, this is a transaction. Kaiser held up 3 fingers to Rias. 3. You have 3 chances to ask me questions. I will answer your 3 questions truthfully and guarantee that the answers will be genuine, without any falsehood. Kaiser smirked. So, do you agree? Upon hearing this, Rias clenched her fists and fell silent. Though she was furious, she realized this was a good opportunity. If she could make good use of these 3 questions, most of the issues that had arisen recently might be resolved. Under normal circumstances, Rias would never compromise like this, her pride wouldn't allow it. But Kuo Town was indeed in a precarious state, like a vortex, drawing in people from various factions. If the truth behind the recent events wasn't uncovered soon, and if a severe and irreparable conflict occurred during the investigations, it would be too late for regrets. President. Akino Himejima and the others seemed to understand Rias's feelings and focused their gazes on her. Rias took a deep breath to calm herself. The crimson aura gradually disappeared from her body. Rias returned to her usual demeanor, coldly looking at Kaiser and saying, "Are you sure you'll answer my questions truthfully?" "Of course," Kaiser replied indifferently. "You may not trust me, but even if my answers are false, it won't harm you, right?" If Kaiser's answers were false, Rias could simply renege on her promise and abandon the peerage devils Kaiser brought. Of course, knowing Rias's nature, once she learned about these people's pasts, she wouldn't abandon them. Kaiser was confident in this, so he didn't intend to deceive Rias. As long as Rias was willing to keep her promise, he wouldn't mix any lies into these 3 questions. Buzz. At that moment, Kaiser waved the Gravisheath again, causing its blade to vibrate slightly, controlling gravity to send the floating women in the air over to Rias. Akino Haimjima, Yudo Kiba, and Kaneko Tuja checked these individuals while remaining vigilant. After confirming there were no obvious issues, they temporarily sent them to the old school building. Akino Haimjima also took the opportunity to deploy a magic circle, secretly investigating the identities of these peerage devils. Soon after, Akino Haimajima's expression changed noticeably. "President." Akino Haimjima immediately approached Rias and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing those words, Rias visibly lost her composure. "The upper-class devil you killed is the successor of the Astaroth family." Rias looked at Kaiser in utter shock. In response, Kaiser only said, "Is that your first question?" Kaiser said expressionlessly, "If that's your first question, I'll answer you truthfully." Rias really wanted to say yes. That was the successor of the Astaroth family, a blood relative of the Satan Beelzebub. Such a person died in Kuo Town. This was a big deal. Even without the recent chaos, Kuo Town would have become just as lively, with an even stronger sense of tension. Currently, the mysterious incidents have only drawn the attention of various factions, leading to conflicts and friction. If the news of Diodora's death reached the underworld, it would lead to a grand-scale demon hunt for the perpetrator. If that happened, even if Kuo Town wasn't destroyed, it would suffer collateral damage. Thinking of this troubled future, Rias even felt like killing Kaiser. But Rias suppressed her impulse and didn't consider this her first question. Because Kaiser had already said he killed a trash devil, and as long as she investigated the identities of those peerage devils, the situation would become clear. In that case, this rare opportunity to ask questions shouldn't be wasted. "Why did you attack those fallen angels last time?" Rias suppressed all her impulses and asked this question. "Didn't I already tell you? I had some business with the fallen angels there." Kaiser raised an eyebrow and said, "I didn't intend to attack them directly, they attacked me first. I was just defending myself, right? As if self-defense would go to such an extent. Don't brush me off." Rias glared at Kaiser and said bluntly, "I need to know the detailed cause and effect, or it doesn't count as answering the question." "All right." Kaiser didn't intend to brush Rias off, so he shrugged and said, "It's not as complicated as you think. I just wanted that fallen angel to bring someone to me. That person isn't particularly special, just someone with a rare sacred gear, so there's nothing particularly important involved, nor any conspiracy. I just wanted to recruit a talent, but that fallen angel also had their eyes on that talent, which led to the conflict and the situation. Does that answer satisfy you?" This explanation not only failed to reassure Rias but made her even more concerned. If what he said was true, then what kind of person could be considered a talent by both him and the fallen angels? What was special about their sacred gear? Was there really no conspiracy involved? Rias had these doubts but didn't voice them. Second question. Rias looked directly at Kaiser and asked, "Remember when we first met, you told me the instigator of the large-scale destruction in Kuo Town was someone named Siegfried, right? You also mentioned he was trying to recruit you. But according to my investigation, the person who inherited the name Siegfried seems to no longer be with the church. So, where is he now? And what faction is he representing to recruit you?" Rias finally asked the most crucial question. Chapter 69, Chapter 117, Find the Answer Yourself. Rias's question was undeniably sharp and crucial, directly touching upon the central theme of this world's ongoing events. Kaiser cast a meaningful glance at her, uncertain whether to call her intuition keen or her intellect sharp. To think that her second question had already struck the core issue. He had assumed Rias would only reach this key point by her third question, but her performance exceeded his expectations. As expected of the heroine of the original work. Unfortunately. Your current strength is too weak. Are you sure you want to hear this from me? Kaiser stated bluntly. One wrong step, and you might end up dead. Haimjima Akino, Kiba Yudo, and Tuju Kaneko all felt a chill run through their hearts, their expressions shifting drastically. Rias's face also darkened. She was just about to say something when Kaiser interrupted her. I already know what you want to say. You want to tell me that this won't scare Rias Gremory, right? Kaiser said unreservedly. That makes sense. You are the heir of the Gremory clan, one of the 72 pillars. Your brother is the current Lucifer, the strongest of the 4 great Satans. With a brother like that backing you up, what's the big deal about Siegfried? Even if a god-level existence appeared, so what? You believe your brother could never lose to a god, don't you? Kaiser's tone was calm, yet his words shook Rias and the others to their core. But let me tell you this, even if a true god were to get involved alone in this matter, they would be doomed without a chance of survival. Don't assume I'm just spouting nonsense. The force behind Siegfried holds such power. Forget a single devil king, even if the entire underworld stood together, without external help, they would still be defeated. If that being does not intervene, the devils might still have a chance to resist. But if that being does make a move... Kaiser shook his head at this point and chose not to continue. Even so, the information he had already revealed was enough to leave Rias and the others deeply shaken. To think that behind this matter lay such a terrifying force. Even true gods would be doomed if caught in this. Not even the entire underworld combined could stand against them. That being. Who could it be? The mere thought sent an uncontrollable unease through Rias and the others. Especially Rias, she stared intently at Kaiser, trying to read his expression to determine whether he was telling the truth. She didn't want to believe his words. An existence so powerful that the entire underworld could not defeat it. She couldn't even comprehend something like that. But her intuition told her that while the men before her might be infuriating in some ways, he wasn't someone who would lie about something like this. So, what he said was most likely true. Tell me. Rias spoke in a solemn tone. What is the force behind Siegfried? And who exactly is this being you're referring to? That's right, Rias had decided to ask. It might be dangerous, but knowing that such a terrifying individual and faction existed behind the scenes, she couldn't just pretend she hadn't heard. She had to gather as much information as possible and deliver it back to the underworld, ensuring that the Devil Kings were made aware of this matter. Otherwise, even if she personally remained safe in the future, she would never be able to rest easy. As for Rias's decision, Kaiser was not surprised in the slightest. He never expected her to back down just because of what he had said. Thus, the faction Siegfried belongs to is an organization known as the Hero Faction. Kaiser revealed the truth. It is a group composed entirely of humans, gathering those with the bloodline, power, or lineage of various heroes, warriors, and great figures throughout history. This faction operates under an organization called the Chaos Brigade, a terrorist group. The Hero Faction is merely one branch of the Chaos Brigade. This terrorist group includes problematic individuals from various mythological factions, including but not limited to devils, angels, and fallen angels. Kaiser's revelation left Rias and the others visibly stunned. Chaos Brigade. A terrorist organization composed of problematic figures from different mythologies. This. Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko all displayed expressions of disbelief. Such a faction actually exists. Rias murmured. How have we not noticed at all? Because they are still lying in wait, Kaiser shrugged. That said, some of the more capable factions have already begun to take notice of them. For example, the Fallen Angels. The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels is quite the capable figure. He may not be the strongest, but his intellect and intuition are among the sharpest. The Fallen Angels under his command have already detected the existence of the Chaos Brigade and are secretly investigating. As for the angels and devils, they remain completely unaware and uninformed about the faction. Hearing this, Rias felt a sense of shame. Despite being part of the same biblical mythology, the fallen angels had already noticed the Chaos Brigade, while the devils and angels remained utterly in the dark. Siegfried of the Hero Faction, huh? Rias continued speaking. So, he came representing the Chaos Brigade and the Hero Faction to invite you to join them. You refused, which led to that massive destruction on the outskirts initially. The incident at the abandoned church was your own action, unrelated to the Chaos Brigade. And the event in the streets today, you caused that to eliminate Diodora Astaroth. Piecing together the answers from her questions, Rias finally unraveled the chain of events that had disrupted Kuo Town's peace recently. Even the motives behind these incidents, she had deduced most of them. She could nearly reconstruct the entire sequence of events. That's exactly how it is. Kaiser confirmed Rias's deductions. So it was like this. Aquino and the others displayed looks of realization, though their expressions remained heavy. Even though the truth had been revealed, the fact that it concealed such an enormous secret left them uneasy. You still haven't answered my question. Rias, now clearly impatient, pressed forward. The being you mentioned earlier. Who is it? At her words, Kaiser cast her a glance. That was your third question. He reminded her first, then, without waiting for her response, dropped the biggest revelation yet. That being is the leader of the Chaos Brigade, a presence even gods and Satans fear. She is the Ouroboros dragon, born from the void, the dragon of dragons, the god among gods. She is the infinite dragon god, Ophus. Ophus. As Kaiser's words echoed in their ears, Rias and the others felt a deafening roar inside their minds. Ophus! Rias cried out involuntarily. How could it be her? As the heir of the Gremory clan, even though Rias was still a newcomer in the supernatural world, she had heard of the name Infinite Dragon God. The strongest dragon, the strongest god, the world's most powerful being, an existence said to possess infinite power, before whom countless gods and devils had bowed. How could she not know of such an existence? Just one individual, yet capable of standing against all mythologies, such a terrifying force. And now, this being had become the leader of a terrorist organization. That had to be a joke, right? The fallen angel Governor-General has likely already discovered this as well. Kaiser spoke sarcastically, as if to crush any last traces of Rias's hopes. Compared to him, the leaders of the angels and devils are far too slow. Whether in the research and development of sacred gears or the investigation into the Chaos Brigade, the angels and devils lag far behind the fallen angels. If not for that individual, perhaps by the time the Chaos Brigade finally makes its move against the three factions, you wouldn't even be able to react. With that, Kaiser glanced at the sky. I've answered all your questions. I won't be staying any longer. His words snapped Rias and the others out of their shock. Wait. Rias quickly called out. Have you already joined the Chaos Brigade? That's your fourth question, beyond what I need to answer. Kaiser shook his head. Find the answer yourself. Leaving those words behind, Kaiser turned to leave. Suddenly. Lightning, strike. With a solemn invocation, a massive magic circle abruptly unfolded above the old school building. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning, like a pillar of descending light, erupted from the magic circle and struck down upon Kaiser, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. However, the relentless barrage of lightning was halted by an invisible gravitational barrier that had appeared at some unknown moment. A purple glow enveloped Kaiser like a protective shield, forming a gravity field that deflected the falling lightning. The electrical energy veered off course, skirting around the barrier's edge rather than striking Kaiser, who stood unharmed in its center. Kaiser held Gravisheath in his grip, briefly glancing at the lightning cascading above him before shifting his gaze to the figure behind Rias. There, Akino Haimjima had donned a shrine maiden's attire, her slender hands raised, crackling with arcs of electricity. Rias. Akino spoke with a resolute expression. We can't let him leave so easily. Rias understood Akino's intentions perfectly. At this moment, Kaiser's stance was clearly that of an enemy, not an ally. Moreover, he possessed critical information concerning the underworld. Not to mention, he was the direct cause of multiple recent incidents and the murderer of Diodora Astaroth, heir to the House of Astaroth. Both emotionally and logically, they could not let him walk away. With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Rias cast a conflicted look at Kaiser. But soon, her gaze sharpened with firm resolve. Chapter 70, Chapter 118, Your Future Brother-in-Law. Kaiser. Rias shouted loudly toward the area ahead, where lightning and thunder clashed. Come with me to the underworld. This was a matter of great importance. Rias had to consider the entire Devil Society. She needed to bring Kaiser back so that her brother and the other Mao could handle the situation. Regardless of the fact that he had killed the successor of the Astaroth family, the matters concerning the Chaos Brigade and Ophus also had to be decided by the Mao. Kaiser was a crucial witness and a source of intelligence. There was no way they could simply let such an important person escape. She had to bring Kaiser back to the underworld. You're quite decisive. Kaiser, maintaining his gravity field, was a bit surprised but not shocked. He understood how significant the Chaos Brigade's affairs were. He also knew how earth-shattering Ophus' existence was. Adding to that, he had just killed the heir of the Astaroth family. There was no way Rias and the others would let him go so easily. However, do you really think you can take me to the underworld? Kaiser looked at Rias and her group of four as if they were just a bunch of children, then suddenly smiled. Well then, let's finish the fight we didn't complete last time. As he spoke, Kaiser swung Gravisheath, activating its ability. Boom. A surge of purple light spread outward, causing the atmosphere to roar. The terrifying gravity pressed down like an invisible mountain. Turned to dust. Scarlet aura ignited around Rias. Raising both hands, she gathered a massive sphere of demonic power imbued with the power of destruction and unleashed it forward. Boom. The crimson demonic power clashed with the purple gravitational waves, creating a deafening explosion yet reaching a deadlock. The immense gravity sought to crush the crimson demonic power, suppressing it to the ground. However, the power of destruction within Rias' attack erased the gravity itself, causing both forces to counteract each other. Thunder of heaven. Resound across the skies. Akino Haimjima seized the opportunity, extending her fingers. Sparks of electricity flickered at her fingertips before she launched them into the rotating magic formation in midair. The next moment, the lightning that entered the formation seemed to amplify dozens of times, transforming into thick pillars of thunder that rained down toward Kaiser. Under the immense power of the descending thunder, even the gravitational barrier above Kaiser's head trembled violently. Buzz. The blade of Gravisheath vibrated slightly, seemingly displeased and irritated. Not bad. Kaiser looked at Aquino with slight surprise. He knew Aquino was strong, almost on par with Rias and not far behind a high-class devil. But now, judging purely by offensive power, she could indeed rival a high-class devil. Setting aside Rias, who wielded the power of destruction, if compared to Diodora, Aquino wasn't lacking in any way. But it's just lightning. If you added light power to form Thunderlight, perhaps you might actually surprise me. Kaiser's words made Aquino's face change, her usual gentle expression turning sour. However, Kaiser's attention had already shifted away from her. Swish. A figure suddenly dashed toward him like an afterimage, moving at extreme speed. Ha! Yudo Kiba wielded a sword exuding an ominous aura, his entire being seemingly fused with the blade as he lunged at Kaiser, thrusting forward. Clang! The blood-tinged blade of Gravisheath flashed, clashing against Kiba's sword and deflecting it. Ha! Failing the first strike, Kiba didn't falter. He let out a shout and continued his assault, his sword turning into streaks of slashes as he repeatedly struck out. Clang, 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 clang. The ominous sword and the blood-glowing scythe clashed repeatedly, sending sparks flying with each impact, dazzling yet dangerous. Faced with Kiba's rapid and relentless attacks, Kaiser didn't move at all. He simply stood in place, casually swinging Gravisheath, effortlessly deflecting every strike. Not bad. Kaiser looked at Kiba through the sparks and commented, "Your swordsmanship may be slightly inferior to Kirin and Amajiri, but in terms of speed, you surpass them. Overall, your strength is about the same. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have been able to handle your attack so easily. But the current me is different." As he spoke, Kaiser's Gravisheath swung out in rapid succession, 3 consecutive strikes in less than half a second. First, he swung downward from above. Then, he slashed upward from below. Finally, he executed a diagonal cut toward the front. The speed was so fast that Kiba couldn't react. The first strike knocked Kiba's sword away. The second strike shattered his sword completely. The third strike slashed across Kiba's chest, leaving a deep wound. Ugh. Kiba winced in pain, his body retreating rapidly, leaving a trail of blood. Kiba. Kiba. Both Rias and Aquino cried out in alarm. They wanted to step forward and help, but Kaiser had already activated Gravisheath's abilities, 2 of them at once. One was the gravity field clashing with Rias' power of destruction. The other was the gravity barrier blocking the lightning attacks. If the first was removed, the gravity field would spread across the battlefield, pinning everyone down. If the second was withdrawn, the redirected lightning would strike back at its caster. This left Rias and Aquino unable to stop their attacks. They could only continue pouring demonic power into their offensive spells, struggling against Gravisheath's gravity. As for Kaneko Toju, she was completely out of the fight. The reason was simple. Before her stood a figure that haunted her nightmares. "You can't go any further, Chiron." A sultry black cat girl had appeared out of nowhere, blocking Kaneko's path with a seductive smile. Seeing this person, Kaneko, who always had an emotionless expression, showed a severe and visible reaction for the first time. "Kuroka. Ne-sama." Her voice trembled. Her body quivered. She staggered backward, her inner turmoil evident. "Why?" Kaneko looked at Kuroka in fear, her lips trembling. "Why are you here?" Kuroka, seemingly understanding Kaneko's confusion, gazed at her quivering little sister with an intensified seductive smile. "Of course, because of that man, nya dot." Upon hearing this, Kaneko's eyes widened. Could it be? "Ne-sama, you also." The girl had clearly misunderstood, assuming that Kuroka had joined the Cow's Brigade, becoming one of Kaiser's allies. Kuroka, having observed the situation from the shadows, naturally knew about the Cow's Brigade and thus understood her sister's thoughts. She didn't bother explaining. "Well, the man your sister has her eyes on is quite strong, right?" Kuroka's voice was sticky and sultry, her charming eyes half-lidded. "Even though he's just a human, he's so powerful and unique. If I could get his genetic material, I could probably give birth to many excellent kittens, don't you think? By coincidence, after witnessing him ruthlessly kill that trash devil, I fell for him at first sight, nya dot. So, I won't let you go, Chiron. If you were to be killed by your future brother-in-law, even I would be sad, nya dot." Kuroka chuckled as she spoke, and if Kaiser had heard her, he would definitely have twitched at the corner of his mouth. Others would likely feel the same, stunned by this black cat's words. Except Kaneko. She wasn't surprised at all. After all, reproduction and passing on their lineage was something deeply ingrained in the genetics of the Nikomata. The stronger and more exceptional an individual was, the more they would attract the interest of the Nikomata. They longed for powerful genes, desiring to give birth to healthy, strong, and exceptional offspring, which was why they often went into heat. As Kuroka's younger sister, Kaneko was also a Nikomata, a Nikosho, and was well aware of the instincts of her kind. For that very reason, she did not doubt Kuroka's words. However, in the next moment, the world around her spun wildly, and she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Poison. It was only now that Kaneko realized it. She seemed to have been poisoned. You've gotten weaker, Chiron. Kuroka sighed in disappointment as she gazed down at Kaneko. You were always weak. Without my protection, you wouldn't have survived, but as the strongest Nikosho, you should at least be capable of using Ujutsu and Senjutsu, right? If you had used Senjutsu and sensed the flow of ki in the environment, you would have noticed the poison I released in secret. The way you are now, you're a disappointment to your big sister. Upon hearing this, Kaneko struggled to breathe, her voice trembling in pain. I won't be like you. I won't be a slave to power. For a fleeting moment, Kuroka's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Then, she sneered coldly. How foolish. Power is power. Without it, you'll only become someone else's plaything. After everything you've been through, you still don't understand. Whether Kaneko could still hear her or not, Kuroka didn't seem to care. She turned away, her voice drifting lightly through the air. Forget it. Talking to you in this state is a waste of time. Just stay here and watch with me. Your big sister doesn't want to see you get skewered by that spear, Naya. Kaneko never heard the rest of her words. She lost consciousness, her body collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Chapter 71, Chapter 119, One-Sided Defeat. Huff. Huff. On the battlefield, Kiba Yuto knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his entire body drenched in blood. His body was already covered in wounds, and his Kuo Academy uniform had become tattered and torn. Visible cuts crisscrossed his body, continuously seeping blood, making him appear utterly miserable. Kiba. Rias Gremory and Hajime Akino watched helplessly, unable to break free to assist him, their expressions filled with pain. In contrast, standing before Kiba Yuto was Kaiser, who had not moved from his position. His body remained unscathed, forming a stark contrast to Kiba's battered state. Buzz. In Kaiser's hand, Gravisheath's crimson scythe blade vibrated once more, but this time, it was not out of frustration or restlessness, rather, it exuded an unmistakable sense of excitement. Upon closer inspection, the tip of Gravisheath's blade was touching the ground, or more precisely, it was in contact with the blood Kiba Yuto had shed, absorbing it. After consuming Kiba's blood, Gravisheath visibly became more excited. Its blade grew redder, its amanadite darkened to an even deeper purple, and the gravity it emitted intensified. As a result, Rias's power of destruction, which had previously been resisting the gravity field, was slightly pushed back. The gravity barrier, which had been on the verge of collapse under the assault of lightning, once again stabilized. It seems Gravisheath really likes your blood. Kaiser's unhurried voice reached Kiba Yuto's ears. It almost feels like it's saying that your blood contains an exceptionally high level of demonic nature, just the type it favors. Hearing this, Kiba Yuto adjusted his breathing and glanced at Gravisheath. Is that your sacred gear? Kiba Yuto spoke with difficulty. I heard that you possess an extremely dangerous sacred gear with a holy attribute, but this doesn't seem like it at all. The implication was clear, if anything, Gravisheath seemed just as sinister. This eerie scythe not only manipulated gravity but also absorbed the blood of others. It wasn't just demonic, it was downright ominous. This kind of sacred gear was vastly different from the rumored holy attribute sacred gear Kaiser supposedly possessed. For now, this is enough. Kaiser chuckled and said, honestly, I don't even need to use it. After all, you guys haven't fully matured yet, you're not capable of posing any real threat to me. Among the 4 members of the Gremory peerage, the strongest was undoubtedly Rias, a pure-blooded high-class devil. Yet even without wielding any of his specialized weapons, Kaiser could fight on par with an ultimate-class devil using only his Tuki. If he wielded Ser-Veresta or Gravisheath, his combat strength would be at the pinnacle among ultimate-class devils. And if he used True Longinus, he could even contend with a Mao. With such overwhelming strength, a few devils who hadn't even reached the ultimate-class level had no chance of defeating him. By the way, just how long do you plan to keep hiding? Kaiser looked at the wounded Kiba Yuto and suddenly spoke. You're a sacred gear wielder too, aren't you? Why haven't you used your sacred gear yet? Did you think I wouldn't know? The moment these words were spoken, Kiba Yuto's pupils contracted sharply. I've been exposed. He had indeed assumed that Kaiser was unaware, which was why he had deliberately kept it hidden, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. You're much more rational than your president and vice president. Kaiser seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled. You realized from the beginning that my strength is far above yours, and even if you all work together, you might still lose. So, you deliberately hid your trump card, planning to strike me when I let my guard down, right? Well, it's a nice idea, but I've known from the start that you're a sacred gear user. Hiding it is meaningless, it'll only make you lose faster. If you don't use it soon, the match will be decided. As he spoke, Kaiser swung Gravisheath, forming spheres of gravity. Tenfold ruin. 10 gravity spheres, each about the size of a soccer ball, appeared before Kaiser. With a flick of Gravisheath, they shot toward Kiba Yudo. Kiba reacted instantly, ignoring the searing pain from his wounds and swiftly retreating, attempting to evade the gravity spheres. However, the spheres seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. Though they weren't particularly fast, they couldn't be shaken off and remained locked onto him. I have no choice. Kiba Yudo's expression darkened. To avoid immediate defeat, he had no choice but to activate his sacred gear. Sword Birth. As his sacred gear activated, a sword materialized in Kiba Yudo's hand. It was a demonic sword, exuding the same ominous aura as the ones he had wielded earlier. The difference was that the sword he had just created now emanated a chilling frost. Ha! Kiba Yudo swung his ice element demonic sword, slashing downward. Instantly, a wall of ice formed, blocking the path of the gravity spheres. Boom. 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 The gravity spheres crashed into the ice wall one after another, riddling it with cracks before finally shattering it. Kiba Yudo continuously conjured ice walls, intercepting the gravity spheres again and again, until he finally nullified them. Flame Blaze Sword. At that moment, Kiba Yudo forged another demonic sword in his hand. This one burned with fierce flames. Now wielding both the ice and fire swords, he gripped one in each hand. 2 different elemental demonic swords, both created from nothing, this fully revealed the true nature of his sacred gear. Sword Birth, the sacred gear that allows its wielder to create demonic swords of any attribute. Kaiser observed the scene and let out another chuckle. It's the same type of sacred gear as Blade Blacksmith, one creates holy swords, the other creates demonic swords. Quite interesting. Jean's Blade Blacksmith and Kiba Yudo's Sword Birth were essentially identical sacred gears, differing only in attribute. One belonged to a descendant of a saint, the other to a reincarnated devil, perhaps this was fate. Siegfried was also a demonic sword user, but he wielded legendary demonic swords, each possessing tremendous power and dreadful curses. Kiba Yudo's swords were created by his sacred gear, would they also carry curses upon him? Ha! Unaware of Kaiser's thoughts, Kiba Yudo charged at him, wielding both his flame and ice swords. His dual swords slashed with extreme speed, turning into a flurry of fiery and icy strikes that continuously rained down upon Kaiser. Clang. 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 Kaiser remained completely still, effortlessly parrying every strike with Gravisheath, showing no signs of difficulty despite Kiba's rapid attacks. Flames and ice erupted, but Gravisheath's crimson blade cut through them with overwhelming force, breaking Kiba's attacks apart. Boom. Before long, Gravisheath violently struck Kiba's swords, shattering them just as before. Thud. Kaiser then delivered a powerful kick to Kiba Yudo's abdomen, sending him flying. Gah. Kiba failed to dodge the kick, tumbling across the ground and coughing up blood. As expected, just like Blade Blacksmith, your sword birth may allow you to create various demonic swords, but compared to real demonic swords, they fall short in both power and quality, they're far too fragile. Kaiser rested Gravisheath on his shoulder and remarked. If you could achieve Balance Breaker, things might be different. But judging by your current state, you haven't reached that level yet, have you? Compared to Jean, Kiba Yudo was undoubtedly weaker. Jean, even if not as strong as Siegfried, was still superior to most high-class devils. In Balance Breaker, she could even fight an ultimate-class devil. When she and Heracles worked together, they could even briefly contend with Kaiser wielding True Longinus. Compared to her, Kiba Yudo was still too inexperienced. Even with Sword Birth, he was likely only stronger than Rainier but weaker than Diodora. Boom. At the moment of Kiba's defeat, Kaiser's gravity field finally overwhelmed Rias's power of destruction, expanding to encompass the entire area. Ugh. Ah. Rias and Aquino were caught off guard and were forced to their knees, unable to stand. President. Seeing this, Kiba Yudo tried to struggle to his feet. But the weight of Gravisheath's gravity pressed down on him, causing his wounds to reopen and fresh blood to spill. Kaiser had remained in place the entire time, never moving a step, yet he had single-handedly defeated the Gremory peerage. You're still too weak. Kaiser shook his head, not disappointed, merely stating a fact. With your current strength, you can't stop me. Kaiser dismissed Gravisheath, and the gravity dissipated. Wait. Rias reached out toward him, struggling to stand. But Kaiser had already turned away. The next time we meet, I hope you'll be stronger. Kaiser glanced at Rias, his expression unreadable. Otherwise, I'll lose interest in you very quickly. With those words, Kaiser stepped forward, walking out of the forest and leaving the battlefield behind. Rias's outstretched hand fell to the ground, clutching a handful of dirt. At this moment, she had never hated her own weakness more. Chapter 72, Chapter 120, Legend Becomes Reality. Unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. By the time Kaiser left Kuo Academy and returned to the shopping mall, the entire place was brightly lit. Rainier and Asia were waiting right at the entrance, surrounded by numerous shopping bags, a clear sign that they had bought quite a lot. However, the moment Kaiser appeared, Rainier, the fallen angel, became furious. Where the hell did you go? Rainier, looking absolutely livid, shouted at Kaiser. Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting for you here? Heaven have mercy, they had been waiting here for an entire afternoon. After lunch, they had come to the shopping mall to buy necessities. Although it took some time to get everything they needed, waiting until nightfall meant they had been here for several hours. Leaving two stunning beauties stranded on the street for hours, could you believe it? And yet, Kaiser had done just that. So, with her already short temper, bad personality, and questionable morality, Rainier completely forgot about the threat of the small Ser-Veresta in her arms, as well as Kaiser's own threats, and lashed out at him. Isn't it just a little wait? Kaiser, completely unbothered, calmly responded, if I hadn't left, then I would have been the one waiting here for hours, right? Everyone knows that shopping with girls is a time-consuming ordeal. They need to browse, compare, and pick what suits their tastes. Especially when it comes to clothing and accessories, the level of scrutiny is beyond excessive. If Kaiser had stayed, he would have had to follow them around the entire shopping mall, walking until his legs gave out. Even if he didn't follow them directly, he would have been stuck waiting outside for hours. So, he left without a hint of guilt, even though he did have legitimate business to attend to. Rainier clearly couldn't accept this. I didn't even want to come. Wasn't it you who told me to take her shopping? Rainier pointed at Asia, loudly accusing him. I'm sorry. Asia quickly apologized, her delicate face filled with guilt, as if she truly believed this was all her fault. You don't need to apologize. This is exactly what she should be doing. Kaiser's tone towards Asia was noticeably different, causing Rainier's expression to twist as he spoke with complete indifference. This woman wanted your life. It's only fair that she does whatever you ask of her. Not just accompanying you for a few hours or waiting here. If you told her to be your slave for the rest of her life, that would be justified too. Rainier nearly exploded on the spot. Unfortunately for her, Kaiser completely ignored her, treating her as if she were a servant meant to be used. Instead, he turned to Asia and spoke. How did it go? Did you get everything? Why yes, we bought everything. Do you need anything else? If you do, just say so. And no, this is more than enough. In fact, it's too much. Under Kaiser's questioning, Asia remained uneasy, looking like she had received far too much kindness and didn't know how to handle it. As a nun, despite being called a saint, her life in the church had undoubtedly been one of poverty. Her actual needs were minimal, far lower than most people's, so she had never gone on such an extravagant shopping spree. However, Kaiser had simply waved his hand and left everything to Rainier. Rainier, of course, had no desire to help Asia, but under Kaiser's threat, she had no choice but to make sure Asia was well taken care of, buying as much as possible. Now, after all that effort, not only did she have to figure out how to pay for everything, but she also had to stand here waiting for hours. It was no wonder she was furious. Don't hold back. Buy whatever you need. As if he hadn't tormented Rainier enough, Kaiser added, someone else is footing the bill anyway. We're just taking advantage of it, so don't think too much. Rainier. She suddenly felt her survival instincts were too strong. How had she endured all of this without snapping and trying to kill this bastard? If only she had the courage to go all out. At least then she wouldn't be in this situation, seething with rage and forcing herself to stay calm. Really, I don't need anything else. Asia hurriedly shook her head, waving her hands. I've received so much already. This is all God's blessing. Amen. As she spoke, Asia clasped her hands together in prayer, looking devout. Rainier. That was my money. Those were my things. If anything, you should be thanking me. And yet, you're thanking the God we betrayed, calling this his blessing. This woman must be insane. Rainier started regretting not acting faster back then. If only she had properly prepared the ritual and sacrificed this girl. That way, she could have obtained the sacred gear she had dreamed of, and escaped before this bastard came after her. It would have been the perfect plan. Now, she was utterly frustrated. Since you say so, let's leave it at that for now. Kaiser, completely oblivious to Rainier's frustration, spoke casually. All right, let's go home. Hearing this, Rainier suddenly remembered. The place this bastard was living in was also something she had prepared. It was a small villa located near the center of Kuo Town. The villa was a standalone property, not particularly large, covering only a few hundred square meters. The courtyard took up just a small portion of the land, so it didn't feel overly luxurious or extravagant. Rainier had arranged for this residence, apparently a gift from some wealthy businessman she had seduced. Of course, she had no interest in living in such a place. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate luxury, it was that she believed she deserved something even better. Perhaps out of spite, she handed over this villa, which she found unimpressive, for Kaiser to live in. Now, with Aazelle being taken in as a prospective team member by Kaiser, she had also moved in, becoming one of the villa's residents. Her room was right next to Kaiser's. Neither Kaiser nor Rainier had chosen it for her, she had picked it herself. Perhaps without realizing it, after arriving in a completely unfamiliar place, the girl instinctively sought someone to rely on, which led her to choose a room close to Kaiser's. As for Rainier, she had no room here. Not because the slave master Kaiser denied her one, but because she refused to live here. I brought the girl to you, handled everything, and even cooked for you. Surely, you'll let me go now. Late at night, as Aazelle settled into her new home with lingering unease, Rainier sought out Kaiser on the open-air balcony. The moment she arrived, she immediately demanded her release, her face visibly exhausted. She had no choice, Kaiser was truly treating her like a slave. Not only did she have to take care of Aazelle's needs, but she also had to prepare dinner and even a late-night snack. The entire ordeal had drained her to the point where even her usual bad temper was fading. She had never cooked before, and to fulfill Kaiser's demands, she had struggled immensely. Now, she felt like she was at her limit. She didn't want to stay here another second. She wanted to leave. Or rather, she wanted to escape. If not for Ser-Veresta placed on her by Kaiser, she would have already devised several escape plans, or perhaps even a plan to kill him. Thinking about this, Rainier's gaze darkened as she looked at Kaiser, her beautiful face twisting into something almost demonic. But the moment she saw what Kaiser was holding, she froze completely. In the silence of the night, Kaiser stood at the center of the open-air balcony, dressed in simple loungewear, his eyes tightly shut. He extended one hand forward, holding a long spear taller than himself, radiating an intense yet tranquil presence. Even as Rainier approached and stood before him, Kaiser did not open his eyes. The spear in his hand, despite being so prominent, seemed to fade into the surroundings, making it easy to overlook. Now, as Rainier finally took in the full view of the spear and felt the sacred power gently pulsing from it, her heart trembled with shock. True Longinus. She recognized the spear. He possesses the holy spear. His sacred gear is a Longinus. The strongest Longinus, the first Longinus, the relic that pierced God. As if witnessing an existence beyond comprehension, as if facing the faith she had abandoned, Rainier trembled. At that moment, she finally realized what kind of being this despicable human, who had destroyed her base and treated her as a slave, truly was. And just as Rainier shuddered in realization, Kaiser opened his eyes. He looked at Rainier, not as if he were looking at a person but at a mere test subject. Meeting that gaze, Rainier seemed to understand something, and her face turned deathly pale. Spare. Instinctively, she pleaded for mercy. However, before her voice could even fully form, Kaiser raised the holy spear. Buzz. A sacred pulse radiated from the spear, spreading through the air like ripples in water. A dazzling light engulfed the spear, not just at its tip, as it usually did, but covering the entire length of the weapon. The glow was gentle, like sunlight from the heavens. Yet, this light was the color of dusk, a twilight hue, as if declaring the end of something. Holding the spear, Kaiser spoke softly. Balance breaker. And thus, legend became reality. Chapter 73, Chapter 121, The Manifestation of Divine Will. At the same time, in the guest room next to the master bedroom, Aazelle was kneeling on the floor, her hands clasped together in front of her chest as she prayed devoutly. She was still wearing her nun's habit and hadn't changed into the beautiful clothes she had bought earlier that day. It wasn't that she didn't like those clothes, but she was simply accustomed to dressing this way. Of course, what she was even more accustomed to was the act she was currently engaged in, prayer. Prayer was something Aazelle had done every day throughout her past life. Even though she had been expelled from the church, branded as a witch, and labeled a heretic by the church's followers, she still persisted in her daily prayers. This was naturally because her faith remained unshaken. Despite the way the church had treated her, and despite the fact that God had not saved her in her time of need, Aazelle's faith in the Lord was still deeply rooted in her heart. It was less of an obsession or a belief and more something she could no longer part with. Her faith was deeply engraved in her mind. Her devotion had been maintained over the past decade. To abandon it now was something Aazelle simply couldn't do. So, she continued to persist, continued to hold on, and still harbored hope that one day, the Lord would bestow His grace and guide her. Thus, Aazelle prayed devoutly, over and over again, allowing the pure aura around her to grow increasingly evident. Suddenly, an indescribable wave of energy spread rapidly across the heavens and the earth, like a tidal wave. It was an ancient mystery. It was the Supreme Presence. It was holy radiance. It was solemn authority. It was as if something long forgotten had returned, as if a great being had descended. The entire world seemed to sing in celebration of its arrival, and a profound, almost mystical sensation welled up in Aazelle's heart. This is. Aazelle's eyes snapped open in shock, and she stood up, her expression a mix of astonishment and excitement. She didn't know what she was feeling. But she knew it was something she had longed for, something she had pursued, something she had believed in. It's this way. As if guided by divine inspiration, Aazelle ran toward the door. She ran through the hallway, down the stairs, and finally onto the open-air balcony, stepping outside. And there, she saw it. God was there. The mysterious energy that had filled the heavens and the earth began to recede, and with it, the ancient mystery faded away. Kaiser stood there, the holy spear in his hand gradually dimming its radiance and returning to its usual appearance. In front of him, Rainier had manifested a pair of jet-black, crow-like wings, but she was now slumped on the ground, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Her condition was strange, her expression was blank, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost her soul. It was as though she had been struck by an invisible attack and had collapsed, completely unresponsive. Seeing her like this, Kaiser showed a satisfied expression. Finally, it's complete, my own unique balance breaker. His plan had succeeded. His development had succeeded. Though there were some limitations, he had still managed to achieve the balance breaker he had envisioned, unlocking the legendary power. The true Longinus, the first and strongest Longinus, had indeed proven to possess nearly infinite potential, just as he had expected. This holy spear, capable of awakening various miracles, was undoubtedly the most malleable of all sacred gears, allowing him to successfully develop the balance breaker power he had imagined. With this balance breaker, there are only a few enemies left in this world that I need to fear, right? Kaiser muttered this to himself as he turned his gaze from Rainier to the entrance of the open-air balcony. Aazelle stood there in a daze, her eyes fixed on the holy spear in Kaiser's hand. She was entranced. She was overwhelmed. It was as if the Lord she believed in had appeared before her, causing the former saint to completely lose her composure. Lord. The girl clasped her hands in front of her chest in a posture of prayer, tears streaming down her face. They were tears of emotion. Seeing this, Kaiser thought to himself that this was bad, and he quickly retracted the holy spear into his body. Ah. Aazelle immediately snapped out of her trance, letting out a sound of loss. Why did you come here, Aazelle? Kaiser smiled at her and asked, did I disturb your rest? He was clearly feigning ignorance. Kaiser-san. Aazelle didn't respond to his question. Instead, she looked at him with excitement, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. Why you, are you the incarnation of the Lord? The girl had actually said such a thing. Huh. Kaiser was stunned. But Aazelle only grew more excited, and the way she looked at him changed. Kaiser-san must be the incarnation of the Lord, right? I saw it just now. That spear. As Aazelle became increasingly incoherent, Kaiser quickly stopped her. That's the true Longinus. As a nun from the church, you should know about its existence, right? Kaiser explained, I'm a sacred gear user like you. My sacred gear is that spear. So, I'm not the incarnation of the Lord. I'm just a human who received a sacred gear, like you. Can you calm down first, please? Hearing this, Aazelle showed no signs of calming down. No, Kaiser-san must be the incarnation of the Lord, the girl declared firmly. I truly saw it just now, the manifestation of the Lord's will. Kaiser was at a loss for words. This was something he couldn't deny. The holy spear indeed housed the will of God, containing the miracles left behind by him. This miracle would only manifest when using a power deeper than the balance breaker, but the divine will within the spear had just descended. As mentioned before, balance breakers of sacred gears could generally be divided into three types, the first being an evolution that enhances the original power, the second being a descent into madness where the user and the sacred gear merge into one, and the third being a subspecies that doesn't fit into either category. The original balance breaker of the true Longinus belonged to the first type, an evolutionary balance breaker. But the unique balance breaker Kaiser had developed encompassed all three types. In this case, regardless of the third type, the characteristics of the first two types had clearly been displayed just now. Perhaps this was why, when activating the balance breaker, Kaiser was surprised to find that the divine will that had been quietly dormant within the spear had manifested. He wasn't the incarnation of God, but he had indeed summoned the divine will. This was why Aazelle had become so emotional. You should calm down first. Seeing the way Aazelle was looking at him with increasingly fervent eyes, as if she had transformed from a devout believer into an extreme fanatic, Kaiser clapped his hands, trying to snap her out of it. But Aazelle remained unresponsive, simply staring at Kaiser as if the absolute truth was right before her, as if her lifelong pursuit was right in front of her. She refused to look away. This is a bit bad. Kaiser smiled wryly. Those who gazed upon the holy spear with devout faith would have their minds taken away. This characteristic of the holy spear seemed to have grown stronger after Kaiser used the balance breaker, revealing its true form and touching upon the evolutionary and maddened aspects. Gazing upon the spear in that state was no different from gazing upon the true God. This was something Kaiser had learned through his unique authority after successfully using the balance breaker. The effect of the authority allowed Kaiser to fully master the balance breaker immediately after developing it, understanding all its functions. Now, it seemed that Aazelle had been completely captivated by the holy spear, seeing him as the true incarnation of God. Aazelle. Kaiser could only grab Aazelle's shoulders and shake her firmly. But instead of snapping her out of it, this caused Aazelle to kneel before him and begin praying. Lord, please forgive me for my sins. I saved a devil, saved an enemy of God. This must be an unforgivable crime. So, I have no complaints about my current treatment. I only hope that the Lord will bestow his gaze upon me and guide me, telling me what I should do in the future. Ah, Almighty Lord. As Aazelle spoke, she began reciting scripture. It seemed she was truly repenting, truly seeking forgiveness. Originally, given Aazelle's kindness, she shouldn't have regretted saving a devil. But under the influence of the divine will, it seemed her perspective had shifted, and she now believed she had indeed done wrong. As for this, Kaiser really wanted to give her a thumbs up. As someone who knew the truth, he was well aware of just how despicable the devil Aazelle had saved was. If Aazelle hadn't felt any regret for saving such scum, he would have been displeased. This was much better. Why save such trash? That guy was just waste, someone who deserved to be ground to dust. Oh, he had already been ground to dust. Never mind. As Kaiser was somewhat evasively thinking about this, Rainier suddenly plopped down on her knees beside him. I know I was wrong too. Please forgive me, forgive me. Rainier was trembling, her gaze at Kaiser no longer filled with the previous mix of fear and malice. Instead, she looked like a sinner who had seen a god, filled with terror and anguish. I'm a fallen angel. I've sinned. I'm a fallen angel. I've sinned. The female fallen angel continued to mutter like this, trembling as if she had lost her mind. Kaiser could only look at the two women kneeling before him and sigh. I hope they can return to normal soon. Chapter 74, Chapter 122, Don't say such things again. Unfortunately, neither Aazelle nor Rainier returned to normal in front of Kaiser. One kept praying, while the other kept repenting. Even when Kaiser tried to interrupt them, they didn't snap out of it, remaining kneeling before him. What am I supposed to do now? Kaiser was at a loss, completely unsure how to handle the situation. Just as he was about to try a more forceful approach, a cat-eared girl in a seductive kimono suddenly appeared. Need some help? The girl floated down from midair like a yokai wandering the night, landing gracefully on the railing of the open balcony. She smiled alluringly at Kaiser, as if teasing him. You're still here. Kaiser wasn't surprised by her appearance. He glanced at her and spoke indifferently. Still here, yes. Kuroka licked her fingers, her gaze dripping with allure as she looked at Kaiser. I've been playing around nearby, but it's been pretty boring all by myself. After helping Kaiser deal with Kaneko at Kuo Academy, she had been following him, staying close by. So, she had seen most of what Kaiser had just done. Recalling what she had witnessed, Kuroka's eyes held a strange glint, and her calm demeanor belied the turmoil she felt inside. She felt like she had just witnessed a miracle, a myth, something that left her deeply unsettled. Then go find your sister and play with her. Kaiser was too preoccupied to bother with Kuroka. But Kuroka had no intention of leaving. Chiron's too boring now. She's no fun at all, even if she's part of the Gremory peerage. Kuroka jumped down from the railing and approached Kaiser with a smile. I'm more interested in you now. What do you want? Kaiser frowned. You've been lurking around me. You'd better give me a proper reason. Kaiser always felt this cat girl had ulterior motives. She didn't seem like the type to help out of goodwill. She wasn't that kind of person, otherwise she wouldn't be an SS-class dangerous individual. Kuroka, however, didn't seem to care about hiding her intentions. Like before, she nestled into Kaiser's arms. If I give you a reason, will you play with me? Her seductive words whispered into Kaiser's ear, her breath tickling him, stirring something within. Go ahead. Kaiser barely resisted the urge to summon the True Longinus again, keeping a stern expression. Let's hear what you really want. What I want is actually quite simple. Kuroka wrapped her arms around Kaiser's neck, her voice sultry. I want your child. Kaiser's eye twitched slightly. What kind of light novel development was this? You. Kaiser looked at her with a strange expression. Are you in heat? While Kaiser wasn't as knowledgeable about Nikomata as Kaneko, he did know some things about their race from the original story. He knew that Nikomata, like regular cats, had heat cycles, and they were attracted to the genes of powerful beings. Especially female Nikomata, who had a long-standing tradition of mating with males of other races, often human males. After reaching physical maturity, female Nikomata would periodically enter heat, and they could mate with other species without reproductive barriers. If the partner was human, the child would still be a Nikomata, not a hybrid. If the partner was of another race, the child would inherit traits from that race. Kuroka was the rarest type of Nikomata, but even so, she would enter heat once her body and mind matured, wanting to bear children. Some even entered heat before fully maturing. Was this black cat in heat now? But she should be different from her immature sister, right? She wouldn't just enter heat randomly, would she? I just want a strong child. Kuroka leaned against Kaiser, blowing softly on his neck. Originally, I wasn't interested in humans. They're generally weak, and even if they could help me bear a Nikomata child, I wasn't very interested. But you're different from other humans. You're strong, powerful, and you've even cultivated Tuki. You're also the wielder of the True Longinus. While sacred gears don't pass down through bloodlines, the fact that you can wield the strongest sacred gear must mean you're special, right? If you've inherited the bloodline of historical heroes or great figures, that's even better. I really want a child like that. Kuroka's voice was sultry, her words dangerously provocative, making Kaiser's heart itch. Unfortunately, he had absolutely no interest in this. I haven't inherited any heroic or great bloodline. I'm just an ordinary human. Kaiser flatly refused. I also don't want to casually have children. You'd better find someone else. He hadn't even been in a relationship yet, and now he was being asked to skip straight to having kids. That was way too dramatic. You don't have to take responsibility. I'll raise the child myself. Kuroka's words would have made 99% of men lose control. No responsibility, that phrase was incredibly tempting for most men. But Kaiser wasn't among them. Don't say such things again. I don't like it. Kaiser couldn't help but think of his own origins, of how his parents had separated and left him with his grandparents. His voice turned stiff. Are you angry? Kuroka seemed surprised by Kaiser's reaction, momentarily taken aback. If you keep saying things like that, I might get angry. Kaiser said calmly. Let me take this opportunity to tell you something. If you're not planning to give your child a proper family, it's better not to have children casually. You might think it's fine, but your child definitely won't. Hearing this, Kuroka fell silent. For some reason, her gaze at Kaiser became complicated. You'd probably make a good father, wouldn't you? Kuroka murmured this evaluation. Kaiser didn't respond to the topic. You said you could help me, right? Kaiser changed the subject, pointing at Aazelle and Rainier. They're like this. What can you do? Even though Kuroka had suddenly appeared, Aazelle and Rainier still showed no reaction, as if they hadn't noticed her. The energy inside them is very chaotic, probably affected by your spear. Kuroka quickly adjusted her mood and followed Kaiser's lead. If I use senjutsu to regulate their energy, I should be able to help them snap out of this state. Alternatively, mental magic or spells could work. Yokai techniques could also be useful. As long as the influence isn't too deep, it shouldn't be too hard to help them recover. At least, for someone like Kuroka, who was proficient in magic, yokai techniques, senjutsu, and even illusions, this wasn't a difficult task. Immediately, Kuroka formed a strange hand seal, muttering something under her breath. A serene aura emanated from her, giving off a peaceful, gentle, and comforting feeling, completely different from the evil and eerie atmosphere she had exuded earlier. She placed her hands on Aazelle and Rainier, controlling the energy within them, guiding the chaotic energy to flow smoothly and become orderly. Before long, both Aazelle and Rainier seemed to wake from a nightmare. Their eyes snapped open, then closed again as they collapsed. What's? Kaiser immediately asked. Don't worry, they're just asleep. Kuroka withdrew her hands, looking satisfied. Their energy has been regulated, but their minds and spirits are still affected. Sleeping like this will only do them good, not harm. That's good. Kaiser nodded, stepping forward to pick up Aazelle. Meow. Kuroka's ears twitched, and her usual teasing smile appeared. What? Planning to take this child back to your room? I'm taking her back to her room to rest. Kaiser shot Kuroka an annoyed look. Don't make everything sound so suggestive. With that, Kaiser walked out of the open balcony. What about this one? Kuroka crouched down, poking Rainier's chest. Not taking her back to your room. Her words, though seemingly innocent, carried a mischievous undertone. It was as if she was saying, if the pure nun was off limits, then the fallen angel should be fair game. If you're interested, you take her. Kaiser's voice came from the hallway. I'm not interested. Kuroka shook her head, standing up and muttering, a fallen angel's child. Doesn't sound appealing. Besides, this was a female. She couldn't help her have children. Indeed, that guy's child would be better. Thinking this, Kuroka's eyes sparkled with mischief. She then smiled and followed Kaiser into the villa. Left behind, Rainier. So fallen angels have no human rights, huh? You're all so noble, so impressive. Chapter 75, Chapter 123, you hesitated just now, didn't you? Without much conversation along the way, Kaiser smoothly escorted Aazelle back to her own room. He hadn't forgotten about Rainier, but that woman was too rebellious. Even though he had considered using her to test his balance breaker as a form of punishment, he still decided to leave her alone for a while longer, letting her stew in her own thoughts. However, Kaiser did retrieve Ser-Veresta, no longer leaving it with Rainier. The main reason was that this fallen angel had already completed her primary task, bringing Aazelle to him. He no longer had much use for her. Considering her previous efforts, if she wanted to escape, he'd let her. He hoped that woman would learn her lesson and stop being a deviant fallen angel, or she'd inevitably meet her end in the story. As for Kuroka, you're still not leaving. Kaiser was speechless as he looked at the cat-eared girl who had been following him with a smile. Could it be that she really wanted to have a child with him? Just as Kaiser was thinking this, Kuroka, who had been smilingly trailing behind him, suddenly spoke up. That terrorist group, the Cows Brigade, did you really join them? At these words, Kaiser's steps toward his room came to a halt. So you were there after all. Kaiser pointed this out without much surprise. He was referring to the time he had confronted the Gremory peerage at Kuo Academy. I even stopped Chiron for you, you know. Kuroka showed no guilt for eavesdropping and instead acted as if she deserved credit. Were you helping me? Or were you helping your sister? Kaiser saw right through Kuroka's intentions and called her out directly. The Gremory peerage doesn't have a full grasp of my strength, but you witnessed my fight with that trash devil. You have a good idea of my capabilities, and you know I have the True Longinus, the natural enemy of devils. If I had used the True Longinus on your sister during that fight, she would have been done for. That's what you were thinking, right? That's why you showed yourself to stop her. After all, Kuroka was a high-priority target on the Devil's Wanted list. Her SS-level danger rating reflected both her strength and her notoriety, as well as the Underworld's focus on her. The Underworld had zero tolerance for stray devils, especially powerful ones who killed their masters and fled. They were seen as thorns in their side, to be eliminated at all costs. If all reincarnated devils dared to kill their masters, how could the pure-blooded devils maintain their status? Thus, such behavior could not be allowed to spread, and stray devils who committed such crimes had to be executed. Kuroka had been hunted by the devils for a long time, which was why she had spread miasma in the forest to deal with them. Someone like her, once she revealed herself, would inevitably be discovered by the underworld and face pursuit again. Kuroka surely knew this, yet she still showed herself, all to prevent her sister from being killed by Kaiser's spear. Now, as Kaiser pointed this out, Kuroka's smile vanished for a moment. But soon, her smile returned. You're wrong, you know. I'm not as concerned about Chiron as you think. This line might fool others, but not Kaiser. Because Kaiser knew the original story and the truth. He knew that Kuroka and Kaneko had once been very close, always together, whether sleeping, eating, or playing. Their parents had died, leaving them homeless and without support, so they relied on each other to get through each day. Until Kuroka was chosen by her former master and became his servant. After being reincarnated as a devil, Kuroka's growth accelerated rapidly, her hidden talents bursting forth, allowing her to surpass her master in a short time and gain power beyond that of a high-class devil. Then, she killed her master, fled the underworld, and abandoned her sister, becoming a stray devil. According to the devils, Kuroka had lost control due to her rapid growth, consumed by her power, and turned into a bloodthirsty, battle-crazed villain, thus committing such a grave sin. Even Kaneko believed this, which was why she began to fear her sister, feeling terror and possibly even resentment toward her. After being abandoned by her sister, Kaneko was held accountable by the devils, seen as a potential danger who might lose control. She was nearly executed, but the Gremory family intervened, taking her in and renaming her Kaneko Tuju. Under these circumstances, those who didn't know the truth would indeed think Kuroka had abandoned her sister and couldn't possibly care for her. Only Kaiser knew that Kuroka had killed her master because that master wanted to use her and her sister as test subjects. The master sought results that surpassed the limits of devils and had set his sights on the rare combat race among yokai, the Nikomata. When Kuroka saw that her master intended to harm her sister, she could no longer tolerate it and killed him. Abandoning Kaneko was also unavoidable, as Kuroka herself was in dire straits at the time. Staying with Kaneko would only put her in more danger. Considering this, Kuroka chose to leave Kaneko behind and draw the devil's attention alone. How could someone like her not care about her sister? After all, when she first appeared, she had mentioned coming here to find her sister, hadn't she? She had likely heard rumors about unusual events happening in Kuo Town, attracting various factions, and worried that her sister might be caught up in the danger, which was why she had come to Kuo Town. You're just being stubborn. Kaiser didn't expose her. Oh, let's not talk about Chiron anymore. Kuroka crossed her arms, looking a bit flustered and annoyed, causing her collar to slip and reveal a large expanse of fair skin. Kaiser's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, but he quickly looked away without a trace. I was asking about you. Kuroka steered the conversation back on track. Have you really joined the Chaos Brigade? Yes, Kaiser admitted straightforwardly. And? What do you plan to do now that you know? Surely she didn't want to join too. Wait, this cat actually does join the Chaos Brigade in the original story. Sure enough, Kuroka spoke up. Can I join too? Kuroka looked directly at Kaiser, not hiding her intentions. I want to go there too, Naya. Hearing this, Kaiser met her gaze. Can I hear your reasons? He asked this tentatively. The leader of that group is Ophus, right? Kuroka's smile was dazzling and alluring. The strongest being in the world's faction, if I join, I should be able to gain a lot of benefits, right? For example, she wouldn't have to hide anymore, nor worry about dying alone someday, leaving her poor sister without any family or anyone to protect her in the shadows. Moreover, Kuroka was genuinely interested in Kaiser now, especially after their recent conversation. If before she had only wanted Kaiser's genes, now she wanted to understand what kind of man he really was. Unaware of Kuroka's thoughts, Kaiser fell into deep thought. He considered that letting this cat-eared girl join might not be a bad idea. Not just joining the Chaos Brigade. In the original story, she had successfully joined the Chaos Brigade, so her joining now wasn't particularly noteworthy. What Kaiser was thinking was that since she was going to join the Chaos Brigade anyway, he might as well bring her into his own team. Setting aside our previous interactions, purely in terms of qualifications, Kuroka would undoubtedly make a great teammate. In terms of strength, she's on par with the highest class devils. In terms of abilities, she's proficient in demonic power, yokai arts, senjutsu, illusion techniques, and even poison. With some knowledge of spatial manipulation, she's very versatile. She's also the type I'm least adept at dealing with, meaning she could compensate for my weaknesses in areas beyond raw power. Like just now, when I was at a loss with Asia and Rainier's situation, she resolved it in an instant. This was likely why she had been invited to join that person's team in the original story. Now, having encountered her first and having some history with her, this might not be a bad thing. Asia excels in healing and recovery but has almost no combat ability. I excel in direct combat but lack versatility. Kuroka perfectly fills the gaps between Asia and me. She can fight, control, and handle situations. As someone who had once participated in the Phoenix Festa, a partner-based competition, Kaiser instinctively considered the team's compatibility and realized that the three of them were a perfect match. They had a vanguard, a rearguard, and even a healer. What more could a team need? Thinking this, Kaiser's gaze toward Kuroka shifted slightly. Naya. Kuroka tilted her head, her ears twitching as she smiled again. Well, she's also a cute and eye-catching creature. Maybe it's worth keeping her around. All right, Kaiser nodded. You can join my team. I'll take responsibility for bringing you into the group. Well, the Chaos Brigade is still a group. Thank you, Naya. Kuroka blinked at Kaiser, speaking in a playful and seductive tone. As a thank you, how about I give you a child? No, thanks. Oh, come on, think about it. Despite how I look, it'd be my first time, you know. No, thanks. You hesitated just now, didn't you? I didn't. You totally hesitated, Naya. I didn't. The two began to bicker, making the atmosphere a bit more lively and less stiff than before. Chapter 76, Chapter 124, at the center of the vortex. An alternate dimension, a temporary base of the hero faction. At the mist-shrouded mountain peak, Cao Cao sat bare-chested in a waterfall, his spear resting on his shoulder. Boom. Torrents of water cascaded from above, crashing onto Cao Cao's body like a 1,000-pound boulder, testing his physical endurance. Cao Cao sat firmly amidst the waterfall, not only enduring the relentless impact but also managing to conjure a magic circle above his palm. Is that so? Cao Cao muttered as if talking to himself. He recruited a saintess expelled by the church, a Nikomata who became a stray devil, and even has a fallen angel by his side. As Cao Cao spoke, a voice echoed from the magic square above his palm. The intel has been confirmed. It's accurate. It was Siegfried's voice. I must admit, that guy is quite capable. In just a few days, he's managed to recruit some impressive talents. Siegfried continued through the magic circle, communicating with Cao Cao from a distance. One is a former saintess with the rare sacred gear, Twilight Healing. The other is a Nikomata who killed her master, defeated the Devil's Pursuit Squad, and wields demonic power, Yujitsu, and Senjutsu. Both are top-tier talents, even among us. Clearly, the hero faction had thoroughly investigated Kaiser's situation and kept tabs on his movements. Siegfried reported all this to Cao Cao, but it didn't seem to faze him. A Nikomata, a Nikomata, Cao Cao mused, tapping his spear against his shoulder. He spoke leisurely, though his thoughts were unclear. Rare indeed, and full of potential. But she's a yokai, not a human. Siegfried understood the implication behind Cao Cao's words. We only need humans. We have no use for non-human entities, Siegfried said. Kaiser knows this, yet he recruited that Nikomata. Isn't this a blatant disregard for the hero faction's principles? This proves one thing, Cao Cao chuckled. He's not here for us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. If Kaiser had joined the Chaos Brigade with the intention of targeting the hero faction, he would never have acted in a way that contradicted their principles. The hero faction would never acknowledge Kuroka, nor would they accept her. They wouldn't allow Kaiser to bring her along. If Kaiser insisted, the hero faction would likely shut him out, refusing to let him return. Kaiser must have known this, yet he still recruited Kuroka, clearly demonstrating his indifference toward the hero faction. Though it's unclear if he's backed by another force, he has no interest in the hero faction and no ulterior motives against us. At least that much is certain, Cao Cao said with a smile, his eyes closed. I'm not sure whether to feel happy or frustrated. Just like Arthur Pendragon, he's part of the hero faction but has no interest in our ideals, Siegfried's voice continued from the magic circle. If he truly has no intentions toward us, he'll likely end up acting independently, just like Arthur. That's probably the case, Cao Cao said indifferently. He's not one of us. What a pity. He's been quite active in Kuo Town, Siegfried continued his report. He attacked a fallen angel's temporary base, destroyed a stray exorcist organization, killed the successor of the Astaroth family, and even made contact with the heiress of the Gremory family, the sister of the Satan Lucifer. Quite the eventful journey. That guy is anything but quiet, Cao Cao grinned, seemingly amused for some reason. While we're still in our dormant phase, his actions will likely turn Kuo Town into a focal point, attracting all sorts of people. Indeed, especially the church, devils, and fallen angels. All three factions have been thoroughly stirred, Siegfried said. The church has dispatched combat personnel, reportedly a holy sword wielder with a genuine holy sword. The fallen angels seem to have sent a high-ranking figure, though their identity hasn't been confirmed yet. The devils are the most active, with even the Satans being alerted. Kaiser's actions in Kuo Town had managed to offend all three major factions. The devils were undoubtedly shaken by the death of the Astaroth family's successor. The fallen angels were equally provoked, as Kaiser had destroyed one of their temporary bases and annihilated a stray exorcist organization under their command. It was inevitable that they would retaliate. The church, while not directly targeted by Kaiser, had its own reasons to act. Kaiser's ties to the church and his harboring of a former saintess gave them ample justification to intervene. Thus, Kuo Town had been thoroughly stirred up by Kaiser alone, growing increasingly chaotic. The number of factions and individuals drawn to the town was only increasing. Cao Cao listened thoughtfully to this information, then suddenly spoke. With so many powerful figures from various factions gathering in Kuo Town, the old Satan faction will likely make a move, won't they? Though phrased as a question, Cao Cao's tone was filled with certainty. Still as sharp as ever, Cao Cao, Siegfried chuckled. They've indeed grown restless. With the three major factions gathered in one place, such a rare opportunity is too tempting for those not-so-bright minds. They'll definitely act. This entirely predictable outcome made Cao Cao open his eyes. It seems the Chaos Brigade's dormant phase is about to come to an end. Cao Cao understood that once the old Satan faction made their move, the Chaos Brigade's existence could no longer remain hidden. The day they revealed themselves might not be far off. So, what will you do, standing at the center of this vortex? Cao Cao stepped out of the waterfall, looking at the spear in his hand, and smiled silently. I'm looking forward to your performance, my fated rival. The underworld. The so-called underworld is what humans refer to as hell. It is the destination for the souls of the deceased, though not the entire underworld is dedicated to this purpose. Only a specific area is responsible for receiving and managing these souls, and this area occupies just a small portion of the underworld. Contrary to the terrifying depictions in legends, the environment here isn't harsh. While the underworld is as vast as Earth, its population is much smaller. The sky is purple, there are no seas, but there are large lakes, making the land quite expansive. There is no sun or moon here, and the concept of time differs from the human world. However, to align with the human world, the underworld's leaders have adjusted the time using special magic, so both worlds now share the same time. The inhabitants of the underworld are primarily divided into two groups. One is the devils. The other is the fallen angels. Yes, devils and fallen angels are the rulers of the underworld. The underworld is divided into two territories, one ruled by devils and the other by fallen angels. Both factions have deep entanglements with the human world. Devils form contracts with humans, demanding a price in exchange for power. Fallen angels manipulate humans, seeking to eradicate devils. Adding to this is the third faction, the angels and church followers, who act on God's orders and oppose both devils and fallen angels. These three factions have been locked in conflict since ancient times, their relationship as volatile as fire and water. However, today, in the heart of the fallen angels' territory, the highest ruler here received a communication from the supreme leader of the devils. Long time no see, Aazelle. The figure of a red-haired man appeared on a small magic circle, his voice gentle yet carrying a hint of authority as he greeted the master of this place. Oh! Isn't this the current Lucifer, Ser-Veresta? A man with a playful tone, exuding an unconventional and inscrutable aura, held the small magic circle and spoke in an exaggerated manner. He was the governor of the fallen angels, the current supreme leader of the fallen angels, Aazelle. What brings you to me? Aazelle seemed genuinely surprised, smiling as he spoke. You're not here to declare war on behalf of the devils, are you? Hearing this, the red-haired man on the magic circle shook his head. You know, Aazelle, both your side and ours have suffered too many casualties in past wars. Starting a war now is simply unrealistic. Aazelle merely smiled at the red-haired man's words. He was well aware of the situation but had deliberately brought it up. Then, what important matter brings the great Satan Lucifer to this humble fallen angel governor? Azazel's tone remained playful, but he was already probing. In contrast, the red-haired man's expression and tone were solemn. I've come to verify something, the red-haired man said, staring at Aazelle through the magic circle. After a moment, he continued, today, my sister brought me some crucial information. It's about a group of terrorists called the Chaos Brigade. Aazelle, you're already aware of this organization's existence, aren't you? At these words, Azazel's eyes narrowed. So, you finally noticed them too, he murmured. Judging by your reaction, this terrorist group does exist, the red-haired man said gravely. Then, is it true that the infinite dragon god, Ophus, is the leader of the Chaos Brigade? Yes, Aazelle sighed, then straightened his expression. Since you've noticed, I think it's time for us to talk. Along with the heavenly faction, the three of us should have a proper discussion. Chapter 77, Chapter 125, The Governor of the Fallen Angels. From this day onward, Kuo Town suddenly became peaceful. The various factions, which had previously been in constant friction, conflict, and contradiction, seemed to have agreed to a truce all at once. Their actions became more secretive and restrained than before. Even when encountering sworn enemies, they no longer erupted into conflict but instead parted ways silently, each focusing on their own affairs. Some even withdrew from Kuo Town entirely, choosing not to stay any longer. In their place, more heavyweight figures began to appear in Kuo Town. Thus, Kuo Town regained its tranquility, but it felt like the calm before a storm, oppressive and foreboding. Kaiser didn't know what the various factions were doing behind the scenes, but he could guess some of it. Is this the result of me exposing the existence of the Chaos Brigade? Though unintentional, after revealing the existence of the Chaos Brigade, Kaiser had anticipated that the various factions would take action. Especially the three major factions, the Devils, Angels, and Fallen Angels. Knowing of the Chaos Brigade's existence, they could not remain indifferent. Not just these three factions, but even other mythological factions couldn't stay calm. The reason was simple, just hearing the name Ophus would make even the most powerful and confident mythological factions tread carefully. Now that Ophus had become the leader of a terrorist organization, it was only natural that it would cause widespread panic among the major factions. Therefore, Kaiser wasn't surprised by these changes, though he hadn't expected the center of it all to be Kuo Town. The hero faction hadn't sent him any insider information about this, but he had keenly sensed the change in atmosphere in Kuo Town, telling him that something big was about to happen. And he might be affected as well. This actually makes me a bit excited. Kaiser wasn't panicked, instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. After all, his original intention was to stir up the winds and clouds, making this life experience as exciting as possible. He wasn't afraid of trouble, at least not now. After achieving the balance breaker of the True Longinus, he was confident in facing all kinds of enemies. Let the storm come even fiercer. With this thought, Kaiser didn't leave Kuo Town. He stayed there, even flaunting himself every day, wandering around aimlessly. Perhaps due to the excellent concealment measures the hero faction had taken for him, even though Kaiser wandered around so conspicuously, none of the factions operating in the shadows of Kuo Town approached him. Kaiser wasn't in a hurry. He went about his daily activities as usual, enjoying himself, often taking Aazelle and Kuroka out to explore shops, go shopping, or visit various amusement facilities. His life was quite comfortable. It's worth mentioning that Aazelle had accepted Kaiser's invitation to join his team. This happened after Aazelle was influenced by the will of the True Longinus. The day after Kuroka decided to join, Aazelle woke up in her room and approached Kaiser, telling him she had decided to join his team. Kaiser initially thought the girl hadn't fully recovered, but after Kuroka observed her, she concluded that Aazelle's aura was smooth and completely normal. Aazelle also gave her own reason. Since the will of the Lord resides within Kaiser-san, perhaps this is the guidance the Lord has given me. Aazelle seemed to have found a new meaning in life. Her gem-like emerald eyes shone with brilliance as she looked at Kaiser. Though not as fervent as the previous night, her gaze was full of trust and longing, as if he were a spiritual pillar. Kaiser wasn't sure if this was a good thing, but since Aazelle was now normal and had made the decision of her own will, he had no reason to refuse. Thus, Aazelle joined Kaiser's team and, like Kuroka, followed him around everywhere, almost inseparable. This somewhat displeased Kuroka. So annoying. Now I can't sneak into his room at night. The cat-eared girl's ulterior motives were so obvious she didn't even bother to hide them. If Kaiser hadn't strictly forbidden her from barging into his room at night, even going southwest far as to place the True Longinus at the door as a sentry, this lustful black cat would definitely have tried something like a night raid. This made Kuroka even more dissatisfied. Am I not pretty enough? Not attractive? Why are you so resistant? The cat-eared girl often muttered these complaints, almost driving Kaiser to the brink of irritation. Truth be told, if she weren't so fixated on having children, Kaiser might have given in. He wasn't some saint or a man of restraint. With such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, and a cat-eared girl at that, not taking advantage would almost feel like a disservice to his ancestors. But this woman's constant talk of having kids, as if not producing a football team would be a disgrace to her Nikomata heritage, was too much for anyone to handle. Kaiser certainly couldn't handle it, nor did he dare to. He had just escaped reality and become a cheat-like player, and now he was supposed to fast-forward to having children and a perfect family. No way. Thus, Kaiser kept his distance. Night raid. As for a certain former saintess, whenever this topic came up, she would tilt her head in confusion and curiosity, appearing utterly innocent. Clearly, she was the true saint, so pure she didn't even know what a night raid was. This was how the three of them interacted now, and it was quite lively. By the way, the day after the night Kaiser unlocked his balance breaker, when Aazelle decided to join his team, Rainier disappeared. Without a doubt, the female fallen angel had fled. Since that woman ran away, my presence here probably won't remain a secret, right? Kaiser's thoughts were confirmed about a month later. On this day, the three of them went out again and didn't return to the small villa until evening. Wait. Kuroka, who had been smiling and enjoying herself, suddenly froze, stopping in her tracks and calling out to Kaiser and Aazelle. Miss Kuroka. Aazelle looked puzzled. What's wrong? Kaiser, seeing Kuroka's serious expression, asked. We have a guest at home. Kuroka revealed the cat ears and tail she usually hid when going out, staring at the villa they were about to reach. The barrier I set up nearby has been breached. With those words, the leisurely atmosphere surrounding the three of them vanished instantly. Finally, they've come knocking, huh? Kaiser wasn't surprised. Instead, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he strode toward the villa. The villa showed no signs of change, exactly as it had been when they left. The door lock was still intact, showing no signs of forced entry. But when the three of them entered the living room, they found someone who shouldn't have been there. Back from your outing. Did you have fun? The man acted as if he were the owner of the villa, sitting leisurely on the sofa and smiling at the three of them as they entered. He was a man who didn't look particularly upright, with black hair that had streaks of color in some places. The man didn't appear old, but he had a beard and carried a sense of world-weariness, giving off the impression of someone who had experienced much, unlike a young man. He wore a summer kimono and was quite handsome, but his expression was arrogant, giving him a roguish charm, a bad boy type. Such looks and demeanor were undoubtedly the favorites of married women or young girls. But seeing this man, Kuroka felt the fur on her tail stand on end. This feeling told her that the man before her was dangerous. You. She instinctively raised her hand, wanting to do something, but Kaiser stopped her. Kaiser-san. Aazelle also seemed uneasy, gently grabbing Kaiser's sleeve. It's fine. Kaiser smiled at Aazelle, reassuring her, then walked toward the men. Can I accuse you of trespassing? Kaiser immediately went on the offensive. Human laws don't apply to me. The men laughed carelessly, saying such a thing. Sounds like something a villain would say. Kaiser commented. Haha, I am a villain, after all. The men laughed heartily. But you're not much better, are you? The spear wielder of the Cow's Brigade. Facing the man's words, Kaiser remained indifferent. I'm definitely not as bad as you, Kaiser said with a half-smile. After all, you're a notorious villain even in mythology, right? The governor of the fallen angels. When Kaiser revealed the man's true identity, both Kuroka and Aazelle's expressions changed drastically. The governor of the fallen angels. Even the most ignorant person would understand the significance of this title upon hearing it. He was the leader of the fallen angels, one of the first angels to betray God and choose to fall. He was a 12-winged fallen angel, the highest-ranking fallen angel, whose status and power rivaled that of the Satans. He was also someone Kaiser had mentioned multiple times, someone Kaiser held in high regard. Just call me Aazelle. Aazelle didn't stand up, looking up at Kaiser, who stood before him, yet giving the impression that he was the one in charge. His face bore a confident smile. Kaiser met his gaze, and in the moment their eyes locked, the atmosphere in the living room changed. It became incredibly heavy. Chapter 78, Chapter 126, ready whenever you are. In the fairly spacious hall, Kaiser and Aazelle had been staring at each other. Even though neither had used any supernatural power, the surrounding air grew heavy, as if killing intent were spreading. Kuroka pulled Aazel back a few steps, her gaze toward Aazelle filled with caution. The opponent was the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, a top-ranked 12-winged fallen angel. His strength had to be at least on the level of a Mao. Even though she could rival an ultimate-class devil, she wouldn't last a single exchange against him. If Kaiser weren't standing in front of her, she definitely would have taken Aazel, used senjutsu to hide their presence, cast an illusion with Jujitsu, and then immediately activated spatial transfer to flee as fast as she could. There was no helping it, the gap was simply too vast. In the world of fallen angels, an 8-winged fallen angel was already equivalent to an ultimate-class devil. As a reincarnated devil at the ultimate-class level, Kuroka was roughly on par with an 8-winged fallen angel. Above her were the 10-winged fallen angels who could serve as executive members of their leadership, followed by the absolute top, 12-winged fallen angels. In other words, if you calculated it properly, she was nearly 2 whole tiers below Aazelle. It had been said before, with a gap of 2 tiers in strength, the stronger party could crush the weaker one with a single finger. So in front of Aazelle, even if Kuroka wouldn't be literally crushed with a single finger, she definitely wouldn't last a minute, perhaps not even 30 seconds. Given that, Kuroka was naturally on high alert. Only Kaiser bore the full pressure emanating from Aazelle. Incredible. Looking at Kaiser, whose expression remained calm, Aazelle suddenly let out a sigh of admiration. To think the wielder of the strongest Longinus could grow to this level without any of us noticing. It seems we need to strengthen our surveillance of sacred gear users. Hearing that, Kaiser chuckled. The fallen angels are known for placing the most importance on sacred gears and exerting the greatest influence over sacred gear users. Isn't that a bit hypocritical coming from you? Among the fallen angels, there was a well-known central organization called the Sacred Gear Watchers. Also known as Gremory, the Sacred Gear Watchers were the core institution of the fallen angels. They not only conducted research on sacred gears but were also responsible for locating valuable ones, recruiting or seizing them from their wielders, or eliminating them altogether. The sacred children, in the name, referred to sacred gear users. Most of the executives in this organization were former angels who fell after leaking heaven's precious knowledge to humans. They not only continued researching sacred gears but also nurtured promising users, even establishing special schools for children with sacred gears. Thanks to this system, the fallen angels possessed the most sacred gear users and the rarest sacred gears among the various factions. Among these sacred gear users, some even wielded Longinus. Kaiser vaguely remembered that among the 13 known Longinus confirmed to exist, 1 was in the church, 1 among the devils, and a full 3 resided with the fallen angels, making them the faction with the most. Of course, the hero faction also had a fair number of Longinus users. Even excluding Kaiser, they still had 2 more, nearly catching up to the fallen angels. As for the remaining 5 Longinus, none had been confirmed to have appeared yet. Thus, among all factions, the fallen angels held the most sacred gear users and Longinus wielders. And yet, the very Governor-General who had orchestrated this state of affairs was now claiming their surveillance had been lacking. If that's not hypocritical, what is? But we didn't find you, Aazelle said, staring directly at Kaiser. Although after you lost control and fled the church, several among the Sacred Gear Watchers suspected you might be a Longinus wielder, there simply wasn't enough evidence for us to act. Myself included, many of the executives felt it was better to observe you a while longer. I'm sure the church and the devils felt the same. Who would have thought that not only are you a Longinus wielder, you're also a wielder of the Holy Spear, and you reached this level all on your own, without anyone noticing. Really, we thought our Longinus users were already exceptional and extraordinary, but now it seems you're no less remarkable. As he spoke, Aazelle stood up. When did you join the Cows Brigade? Aazelle asked. Was it after you fled the church? Did they secretly teach you how to use the Holy Spear? Great minds think alike. Cao Cao believed Kaiser had support from another faction, which is how he had gained his current strength and intelligence network. Aazelle thought the same. He believed that someone in the Chaos Brigade had secretly taught Kaiser how to use the Holy Spear and handled everything behind the scenes, allowing a Longinus wielder of his caliber to grow undetected by the Sacred Gear Watchers. In a way, Aazelle wasn't wrong. Thanks to the Chaos Brigade, the hero faction's Longinus users were able to grow without being discovered. Otherwise, those like George, who held Dimension Lost, and the other top-tier Longinus wielder, certainly would have drawn attention from organizations like the Sacred Gear Watchers. Unfortunately, Kaiser wasn't one of them. Did you come all the way here just to interrogate me, Governor General? Kaiser smiled. I don't recall being obligated to answer your questions. How could you not be? Aazelle shrugged. You destroyed one of our temporary bases and wiped out an organization of stray exorcists. Don't you think we deserve an explanation? Even so, I only need to explain why I did that, not how I got this strong or why I joined the Chaos Brigade, Kaiser replied calmly. Or is it that you already know the reason and are just trying to steer the conversation toward what really interests you? Without a doubt, the reason Aazelle had found this place was due to Rainer's escape. That female fallen angel had likely reported everything to the higher-ups, drawing Azazelle's attention. She probably revealed that Kaiser was the wielder of the Holy Spear and the strongest Longinus user. In that case, everything Kaiser had done here, and the fact that he possessed the true Longinus, would already be known to Aazelle. So there was no need to ask. What Aazelle truly cared about were the things Kaiser hadn't revealed yet, information on the Chaos Brigade. Then let me tell you one thing. Blocked by Kaiser's words, Aazelle didn't seem discouraged. Instead, he grinned. Because of you, the three great factions now all know about the Chaos Brigade, and about Ophus. I didn't come alone this time. Representatives from both the angels and devils are here. Current Mao, Sirs X Lucifer. Current Mao, Seraphal Leviathan. And two of the four great seraphs from heaven, the highest-ranking angels with 12 wings, Michael, the leader, and Gabriel, the strongest female angel. Aazelle pointed at Kaiser as he spoke. All of them are currently gathered here in Kuo Town. As those words fell, not only did Kuroka widen her eyes, even Asia covered her mouth in shock. Two current Mao from the devils. Two of the highest-ranking angels. And the Governor-General of the fallen angels. The top leaders of all three factions, 5 of them, had gathered in this small Kuo Town. This was. You can probably guess why we're all here, can't you? Aazelle smiled confidently. We've come for the Chaos Brigade, for the Infinite Dragon God, and for you. Kaiser, was it? Do you think you can escape alive, surrounded by this level of power? The air in the hall was no longer just heavy, it had become suffocating. Kuroka and Asia trembled internally, as if they were sinking into a swamp, struggling to breathe. Trying to scare me. Only Kaiser remained utterly calm, not shaken in the slightest. If I were really their target, then the devils would have sent Beelzebub of the Astaroth house, not Lucifer and Leviathan, right? If I were really their target, you wouldn't show up alone. You wouldn't need to drag in the angels and devils either, you'd just bring your fallen angel executives or Longinus wielders to corner me directly, wouldn't you? Or are you all afraid? Kaiser looked at Aazelle with a mocking expression. The true Longinus may not be especially effective against fallen angels, but it's still the absolute spear that can pierce through gods. If I can unleash its true power, I imagine you who have betrayed God would still fear what it could do to you, right? You came here alone, didn't you? Just in case, acting as the vanguard to test the waters. Kaiser's words wiped the confident grin off Azazelle's face. Aazelle looked at Kaiser meaningfully and sighed. Michael really dropped the ball. To think someone like you was in the church, and they still let something happen to you. Clearly, that was a form of praise. If nothing had happened to Kaiser and he had remained in the church, he surely would have become a powerful asset to both the church and the angels. Though that wouldn't benefit the fallen angels, at least Kaiser wouldn't have joined the Chaos Brigade and become a terrorist. As you said, I came to test the waters, to see what you're capable of. Aazelle grinned wildly, and with a gust, 12 pitch-black wings suddenly spread from his back. So, would you be willing to spar with this old man a bit? Faced with Azazelle's provocation, Kaiser merely responded with a smile. Ready whenever you are. Chapter 79, Chapter 127, Clash. The Doomsday Battle. Outside Kuo Town, in a desolate and uninhabited area. Kaiser and Aazelle appeared here, standing across from each other at a distance. The kimono on Azazelle's body had vanished, replaced by a sleek, intricately adorned black robe. Behind him, 6 pairs of jet-black wings spread open. Though his body wasn't particularly large, the oppressive presence he exuded felt as if it could blot out the sky and sun, his presence was overwhelmingly powerful. Standing before him, Kaiser faced the wind, gripping the true Longinus in his hand. The sacred aura emitted by the spear was so intense it could dispel the approaching darkness, illuminating the entire world in brilliance. His momentum was in no way inferior to Aazelle's. The True Longinus. Aazelle's gaze immediately fell upon the holy spear in Kaiser's hand. After staring at it for a moment, he muttered to himself. It's been a long time since I last saw that spear. As one of the original fallen angels, born in an era so ancient it's hard to fathom, and having survived for thousands of years in the human world, Aazelle had naturally seen the True Longinus before. Since its creation, the sacred gear had circulated among humans for many years. As someone from the ancient era, Aazelle had witnessed many generations of Longinus wielders. The True Longinus, this primordial and strongest of all Longinus, was something Aazelle had seen wielded by several of its previous users. Now, seeing this spear once more, so closely tied to the divine, Aazelle could only feel one thing. It seems to have grown stronger. Aazelle shifted his gaze to Kaiser. Has it evolved along with its host? Sacred gears have the trait of evolving by feeding on the user's thoughts and desires. In Aazelle's view, if the True Longinus had become stronger, then it could only mean its wielder had undergone significant growth, thereby causing the sacred gear to evolve as well and gain even greater power. If possible, I'd love to invite you to the Gremory and ask you to let me thoroughly study that spear. Aazelle said this with a smile, sounding very much like a mad scientist, making it hard not to associate him with the archetype of a villainous scientific maniac. Fortunately, Kuroka and Aazelle weren't here. Kaiser had arranged for them to be stationed far away, away from the heart of the battlefield. Otherwise, upon hearing Aazelle's words, they would surely suspect he was secretly plotting something shady. I've long heard that the governor of the fallen angels, along with most of the high-ranking members, are extremely interested in sacred gears and have been researching them extensively. Kaiser lifted his eyes to look at Aazelle and said calmly, it seems the rumors were true. At the very least, your passion for sacred gears isn't fake. Because they're fascinating, Aazelle said with a burning gaze. Although most sacred gears are neither particularly useful nor completely worthless, they can evolve continuously, changing in response to the user's will. They practically possess limitless potential. You never know if an ordinary-looking sacred gear will end up a joke in the supernatural world, or suddenly soar into the heavens, unleashing power that even gods and devils would fear. Especially the phenomenon of balance breaker, it completely destroys the balance. Once someone reaches that point, no matter how ordinary the sacred gear was, it can display unfathomable abilities. That's how the 13 Longinus came to be. It's hard not to be interested in them. Longinus, sacred gears capable of rivaling gods and Mao, didn't exist as a concept from the beginning. The gods merely created sacred gears. Longinus is a name humans later gave to the subset of sacred gears that possess terrifying power, to distinguish them from the rest. At first, there was only one Longinus, the True Longinus. Later, more powerful sacred gears were born, some with abilities so overwhelming they were thought to break the rules. These were gradually identified and separated from ordinary sacred gears, becoming what are now known as Longinus. Some Longinus appeared suddenly in certain eras, born with immense power. Others were ordinary sacred gears that evolved through repeated transformations. In other words, there weren't always 13 Longinus. It's only in recent times that their number reached 13, and in the future, there may be more. These things, capable of constant evolution, possessing endless possibilities, and always on the verge of unpredictable change, naturally attracted the attention of many. Aazelle was simply the most fanatical among them. Why did God create sacred gears at all? Why grant humans power? Why would something like Longinus, capable of threatening even gods, be allowed to exist? Could it be that God wanted to create humans capable of slaying gods? Or intended to strike at other mythological factions? These are questions many have pondered. Aazelle pointed toward the holy spear in Kaiser's hand. The spear in your hand is the most iconic Longinus, a true sacred gear that even gods can reside within. It's said to rival gods and Mao, even capable of slaying them. If any sacred gear can truly accomplish that, without a doubt, it would be this spear. To grant such a weapon to a human, what was God thinking? No one knows the answer to that question. As his words ended, a fearsome aura erupted from Aazelle's body. Like a raging storm, his aura shook the very air. As the current wielder of the True Longinus, the human most likely to threaten both gods and Mao, you actually joined the Chaos Brigade, a terrorist organization. Was that also within God's foresight? If God foresaw a day when the strongest sacred gear capable of threatening gods and Mao would stand in opposition to all mythologies, does that mean he was also dissatisfied with the current state of things and wanted to bring about change? These questions. I've always wanted to answer them, but I never could. So let me see if you can offer me a new perspective. After concluding his long self-reflection, Aazelle raised his hand. Buzz. With a hum, a tremendous amount of light power gathered in Aazelle's hand. Fallen angels, like Rainier and the others, had once used light power to form spears in front of Kaiser, but Azazelle's level was completely beyond these lower-ranked fallen angels. A terrifying concentration of light power formed into a massive spear, thick as a pillar, as if it could shatter the earth itself. Aazelle hurled it toward Kaiser. Boom. In an instant, the atmosphere exploded, producing a thunderous sonic boom. The giant spear of light, like a beam of destruction, shot down from the heavens with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Kaiser. The momentum was so immense, it truly looked capable of breaking the land apart. Compared to the enormous spear of light, Kaiser's figure seemed minuscule, like an ant. But Kaiser showed no fear. He raised the holy spear and, without hesitation, thrust it forward. The True Longinus extended at lightning speed like a flash, meeting the incoming spear head-on. Boom. The impact sounded like a nuclear blast, and the shockwave turned into a storm, sweeping out in all directions. The True Longinus, extended at high speed, met the giant spear of light tip to tip. It was like needle against needlepoint, or two stars colliding. An explosion of blinding light and powerful shockwaves erupted. The sky above this battlefield looked as if a miniature planet had exploded, releasing a burst of dazzling brilliance. The True Longinus and the spear of light clashed and held for a moment before the balance broke. In terms of sheer size, Azazelle's light spear was undoubtedly far larger, by many times. If the light spear was a pillar, then the True Longinus was a needle. There was no comparison. Yet in the clash, the one that prevailed, the one that claimed victory, was the smaller True Longinus. Its razor-sharp tip, pulsing with divine power, pierced through the light spear like it was glass, shattering it layer by layer until it was utterly destroyed. Hiss! The holy spear, having pierced the light spear, didn't stop. It continued to extend, aiming its point directly at Aazelle. Ha ha ha. Incredible. My light spear is no match for the holy spear. Just as the spear, like a flash of light, was about to strike him, Aazelle suddenly beat his 12 wings, narrowly dodging the piercing tip. The spear grazed the edge of his wings, slicing off several feathers. If power isn't enough, then I'll make up for it with numbers. Having dodged the holy spear's thrust, Aazelle raised his hand again and gathered a massive amount of light power, forming countless spears of light that filled the entire sky. This time, the spears were much smaller, but there were so many they couldn't be counted, dense, overwhelming, covering the heavens. Go. As Aazelle swung down his raised hand, the countless spears of light rained down like a storm upon Kaiser. Spears, huh? Kaiser took 0.1 seconds to retract the holy spear, returning it to its original length. Then he opened the spear's tip, gathering divine power and unleashing it in a single flash aimed at the sky. Rumble. The flash vanished in an instant, yet it was as if it detonated the entire rain of spears in the sky, shattering them all. Even that didn't work. It was as if Aazelle were testing something. Seeing Kaiser fend off that wave of attacks with energy to spare, he actually laughed. Then let's try close combat. With that, Aazelle formed a long halberd of light in his hand. Flapping his wings, he shot toward Kaiser like a streak of black light. Clang. Soon, the holy spear and halberd clashed, producing a loud metallic crash and dazzling sparks. Both Kaiser and Aazelle thrust their weapons forward, one surging with Tuki, the other engulfed in aura, their power overwhelming. Come now, let's have a true doomsday battle. Aazelle laughed wildly and fearlessly. In response, Kaiser said what he always did. I'm always ready. Not long after, the roar of battle echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A vision of the apocalypse truly unfolded here. Chapter 80, Chapter 128, Artificial Sacred Gear. Boom. In the desolate wilderness, thunderous explosions echoed continuously. Dust storms spiraled up one after another, resembling a natural disaster sweeping through the land, a breathtaking sight. Far from the battlefield, at a considerable distance, two girls stood watching the combat from afar, each with a different expression. Kuroka stared intently, her tail swaying back and forth behind her, fully revealing the turmoil in her heart. In contrast, Asia, after watching for a moment, clasped her hands over her chest and began praying earnestly. Do you really think praying here will help? Kuroka, upon seeing this, spoke with a tone that was either mocking or teasing. The opponent is a fallen angel who has abandoned God, and our boss is wielding a spear capable of piercing God himself. Even if you, a witch, pray here, do you think God will cast his gaze upon us? Asia didn't open her eyes, nor did she stop praying. Instead, she responded in a devout voice. I don't know if the Lord will look upon this place, but I will still ask him to bless his messenger. Even if I, a witch, am unworthy. As she spoke, her demeanor was wholly sincere. Her praying figure, with eyes closed, was so pure and holy that it gave the title witch an ironic twist. I've told you so many times already, haven't I? Our boss isn't the messenger or incarnation of the God you believe in. Kuroka seemed to be deliberately provoking Asia, intentionally saying things to upset her for amusement. No, Kaiser-san is definitely the Lord's messenger, Asia said with unwavering conviction. The Lord's will is with him. The Lord's grace is upon him. The Holy Spear is also a divine relic bestowed by the Lord to humanity. That Kaiser-san has obtained all of this must be due to the Lord's favor. Someone like me aside, Kaiser-san is surely someone who can draw the Lord's attention and cause him to cast his gaze here. So, even if the opponent is the governor of the fallen angels, I must pray for Kaiser-san's victory. On one side is a man wielding a divine relic, one in whom God's will resides. On the other is a fallen angel who betrayed God and chose to fall. There was no doubt in Asia's mind about which side she should support. To her, this was practically a holy war in which Kaiser, blessed by the will of God, was confronting the highest-ranking fallen angel. She couldn't help Kaiser in battle. All she could do was support him in this way, by praying for him, by offering her devotion. Seeing Asia's devout and resolute appearance, a trace of pity, subtle and easily overlooked, flashed through Kuroka's eyes. She suddenly felt inclined to agree with something Aazelle had said before. Michael really dropped the ball. To think someone like you was in the church, and yet you still ended up getting hurt. Wasn't that line perfectly suited for Asia? This child had such firm faith, such sincerity and purity, she could rightfully be called a natural-born saint. And yet the church, simply because her sacred gear could heal devils, treated her as a heretic and exiled her. What a loss, what a grave failure. Wasn't that sacred gear created by God? Wasn't it a gift from God? God gave such a gift to his follower, only for them to be rejected, labeled a heretic and a witch. What kind of twisted logic was that? Good thing I'm a reincarnated devil, Naya. Kuroka stopped teasing Asia and instead made fun of herself. Devils were called enemies of God, and their stance had always been irreconcilable with the church. Not having to worship such a god, and even opposing him, was actually a blessing in Kuroka's eyes. But remembering what Aazelle had said earlier, Kuroka couldn't help but grow anxious again. The highest-ranking beings of the devils, angels, and fallen angels have all gathered in Kuo Town. What's going to happen next? In such a situation, what would the future hold for people like them? Would her dumb little sister end up getting dragged into something terrible? What a hopeless, always worrying me idiot of a sister. Kuroka's murmurs drifted with the wind, unheard by anyone. Boom. On the battlefield ahead, another deafening explosion rang out, shaking the very earth. Hiss. Amid the soft sound of slicing wind, the tip of the holy spear, radiant like condensed light, shot through the air like a flash of lightning. Breaking the sound barrier and tearing through the storm of dust, it launched skyward. Azazel's 6 black wings beat behind him as his form flickered like a phantom, dodging the incoming holy spears while hurling massive light spears down below, each as thick as a pillar. His attacks rained like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Each light spear crashed to the ground like a meteor strike. Upon impact, they destroyed everything within dozens of meters, blasting up clouds of dust. Kaiser was shrouded in surging white light. Like Aazelle, he flickered through the battlefield at high speed, running, leaping, flying, teleporting, nimbly evading every single light spear. Incredible. To think you could train in Tuki as a human without using senjutsu, you really are worthy of that spear. Aazelle dodged another thrust from the extended holy spear and laughed heartily. Gripping a long halberd formed from condensed light power, he suddenly dove down, swinging the weapon at Kaiser, who had leaped onto a boulder. Bang. The light halberd shattered the boulder, reducing the human-sized rock to a spray of rubble. Kaiser twisted his body midair to dodge the slash, then extended the spear's tip, gathering holy power to transform the spearhead into a blade of light, swinging it down at Aazelle. Clang. Aazelle raised the shaft of his halberd to block the strike, only for the spearhead of the holy spear to slice clean through it. Whoa, that was close. Aazelle barely tilted his head back in time to avoid the next slash of the holy spear, but the smile on his face never faded. As expected of the holy spear, its sharpness far surpasses that of holy swords or demonic swords. Probably only Emperor-class swords like the demonic Emperor sword or the Holy King's sword could go toe-to-toe with it. A weapon formed purely from light power trying to clash with a legendary spear like that. Totally unrealistic. And the spear's extension speed is amazing. Even if it doesn't reach the speed of light, it easily exceeds the speed of sound. Of course, the most troublesome part is still that holy power. If I weren't a fallen angel, if I were a devil or some other demonic being, just grazing it would cause serious damage. Yeah, in all aspects, its capabilities exceed previously recorded data. The True Longinus really has become stronger in your hands. Aazelle spoke like a researcher, listing off observations, not so much conversing with Kaiser as confirming data and solidifying his own thoughts. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, then, without hesitation, opened the spear's tip and fired a beam of holy power at Aazelle. Aazelle snapped back to reality, his face changing as he shot backward like a bullet. Boom. The holy beam exploded across the ground, advancing with thunderous force and obliterating everything in its path. It left behind a trench dozens of meters wide and nearly a kilometer long. Whoa, whoa, you're really going all out, huh? Aazelle rose into the sky, his smile turning wry. One of his wings was smoking, clearly grazed by the beam. Weren't you the one who said you wanted a doomsday battle? Kaiser spun the holy spear once and slung it across his back, looking up at Aazelle with a slight smirk. Since you're the opponent, there's no need for me to hold back. Didn't you want to study the holy spear? Then bring out your full strength. Hearing those words, Aazelle narrowed his eyes. I am going all out, you know. At that, Kaiser curled his lip. Who are you trying to fool, he said, resting the holy spear on his shoulder as he spoke lazily. You're still hiding a trump card, aren't you? I've heard about it. Artificial sacred gear, that's what it's called, right? Azazel's narrowed eyes snapped wide open. You even know about that? He was genuinely shocked, his smile vanishing. Gazing deeply at Kaiser, Aazelle muttered. Has the Chaos Brigade's intelligence network infiltrated the Gregory? The existence of artificial sacred gears was still classified. Aside from members of the Gregory, no outsider should know about them. Aazelle, a lover of sacred gear research, was the only one who had successfully deployed an artificial sacred gear in actual combat. He had kept this trump card well hidden, yet Kaiser had just called it out. Had the Chaos Brigade infiltrated the Gregory? Or, was there a traitor among them? As Aazelle pondered this, his hands didn't slow. He pulled out a device from within his robes. It was shaped like a short staff, topped with a gemstone, and entirely golden, a cylindrical short spear. That's the artificial sacred gear. Kaiser's gaze was instantly drawn to it. That's right. Aazelle nodded, introducing it like a proud parent. This is the Downfall Dragon Spear. Among all the artificial sacred gears I've made, it's the only one currently combat-ready. Its prototype is based on all dragon-type sacred gears, including Longinus Class 1s. Sealed within is one of the 5 Dragon Kings, the Golden Dragon King, Fafnir. Sealing a dragon's soul within a sacred gear to create a weapon imbued with dragon power was not uncommon, but each one was an extremely high-end artifact. It passed all field tests without issue. Now, let me try it in real battle. Aazelle raised the short spear in his hand. Balance breaker. Light burst forth from the sacred gear. Chapter 81, Chapter 129, Fierce Clash. Interception. Zheng. As a blinding flash erupted from the short spear in Azazel's hand, the surrounding air fell into silence. The balance of the world was shattered, the true power of the sacred gear was unleashed, and the radiance enveloped not only the surrounding area but also Aazelle himself, making him appear dazzling and brilliant. When the light finally faded, Aazelle emerged, his appearance had undergone a massive transformation. He was now fully clad in radiant golden armor, the type that covered the entire body including helmet, greaves, and boots. The armor subtly outlined the form of a creature. That creature was a dragon. Pa. 6 pairs of pitch-black wings unfurled from the back of the golden armor. Black feathers scattered in all directions, and in his hand, he wielded a massive spear of light. Downfall Dragon Another Armor. A somewhat distorted voice came from within the armor, making Azazel's voice lose its usual flippancy, replaced by a sense of solemn authority. Although it's just a forced balance breaker awakened by overclocking an artificial sacred gear, and the entire sacred gear will be destroyed afterward, it's still valuable as a disposable trump card, right? Aazelle smiled arrogantly from above. If it were a true sacred gear, as long as the wielder isn't dead, no matter how many times it's damaged, it can restore itself. But artificial sacred gears can't do that. Once broken, they're broken unless you create a new one. In that regard, I really have to admire God. Just how did he create these sacred gears? However, artificial sacred gears do have an advantage over real ones. Even if they're stolen, it's no big deal. Unlike true sacred gears, where if they're taken through a special ritual, the owner might die. So, if you're interested, how about leaving the Chaos Brigade? I can even give you one for free. Though he said this flippantly, Aazelle was already ablaze with aura. That aura was at least several times stronger than before, its turbulence had surpassed the level of a storm and reached the magnitude of a flood or tsunami. The power of the highest-ranked 12-winged fallen angel, combined with the strength of a dragon king, together they created the current Aazelle. Even if he hadn't yet surpassed the level of a Mao, he likely wasn't far off. Come. Kaiser's eyes shone like torches. Facing Aazelle clad in golden dragon armor, he didn't feel fear. Instead, he smiled from the heart. Let me witness the strength of the strongest fallen angel. As soon as the words fell, Kaiser poured a massive amount of aura into the True Longinus, activating its holy power and making the spearhead glow. Boom. A wave of light burst forth from the spear's tip, resembling a cannon blast as it streaked across the battlefield, tearing through the air as it descended upon Aazelle. Why are all Longinus wielders so battle-crazed? Can't any of you take up research like I do and cultivate your tastes? Aazelle spoke with mock helplessness, but his actions were anything but lenient. He raised the spear of light in his hand and brought it down upon the incoming holy wave. Pshhh. The light spear, infused with the power of a dragon, cleaved into the holy radiance. After a burst of sparks, it forcibly split the beam in half. Aazelle bathed in the scattering light, flapped his wings, and transformed into a golden meteor, abruptly charging toward Kaiser. His speed had more than doubled compared to before. Clang. The golden meteor slammed into Kaiser, who blocked it with his raised holy spear. A bell-like metallic clang rang out, and Kaiser was sent flying along with the shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. Kaiser flew backward like a launched cannonball, shattering rock after rock before crashing into a small mountain, which then collapsed and buried him in rubble. It's not over yet. Aazelle emerged from the golden meteor and hurled his light spear, which transformed into another meteor and shot toward the small mountain. Rumble. It was as if a nuclear warhead had struck. The mountain exploded instantly, and the dust and debris rose like a mushroom cloud, violent and terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, from within the mushroom cloud and shockwave, a sacred surge burst forth again, turning into a pillar of light that pierced the sky and earth. It blew away the dust and shot directly at Aazelle, catching him off guard and blasting him away. Crack, crack. As Aazelle flew backward, the golden armor on his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, indicating significant damage. Thank goodness for the armor. Aazelle felt like he had been struck by a mountain. The impact was absorbed by the armor, keeping his body unharmed, but he could still feel the immense force behind it. Without this armor, he would have been seriously injured. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure wreathed in holy white light tore through the air, with the True Longinus in hand, lunging toward Aazelle like a flash of light. Clang! Aazelle quickly generated another light spear in his hand, using the power of the dragon to deflect the incoming sharp spear tip. Swish swish swish. Kaiser, refusing to relent, launched a flurry of rapid, precise thrusts with the holy spear, each strike swift and from tricky angles, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, relentless and continuous. Clang, 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 clang. Aazelle spun his spear, using expert long weapon techniques to deflect each of the incoming blows, focusing on clashing with the spear shaft rather than the tip. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Each clash generated shockwaves that scattered debris, shook the earth, and left traces of destruction across the battlefield. Throughout the duel, their figures continuously blurred and intertwined, never pausing, leaving aftershocks and battle scars wherever they moved. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, Aazelle, who was being suppressed in close combat, raised his hand and conjured a barrage of light spears in midair, raining them down fiercely upon Kaiser. The sacred white light surrounding Kaiser was violently disrupted by the light spears, quickly thinning. Boom. Just as the light spears were about to pierce through his tuki and hit his body, Kaiser unleashed a shockwave of holy power from the True Longinus, shattering all the incoming spears. Pshhh. In the next instant, the holy spear slashed down, its sharp tip slicing through Azazelle's armor. Shards flew as the spear tore into his chest. Pshhh. But Azazelle's other hand had already summoned a light sword, which cut through Kaiser's tuki and slashed his side, drawing a stream of blood. Pshhh. 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 The two of them fought with reckless abandon, exchanging over a dozen strikes in less than half a second. Each landed blow opened wounds and spilled blood across the battlefield. This is bad. Aazelle, his armor now tattered and his weapons damaged, flew back in disarray. Boom. Kaiser, equally bloodied and battered, still had a fierce gleam in his eyes. Seeing Aazelle retreat, he immediately unleashed holy power, blasting Aazelle away with a beam of light. Rumble rumble. Their escalating battle was wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The surrounding land for several kilometers shattered, collapsed, and sank, raising massive clouds of dust and debris. It looked like the end of the world, a terrifying sight. Aazelle. In the crumbling underground, Kaiser's body once again ignited with tuki. With a violent aura, he charged toward Aazelle. You're a wielder of the holy spear, don't go turning into a berserker like the kids I mentor. Azazelle's helmet had been half destroyed, revealing part of his blood-stained face, but he still laughed wildly with unyielding arrogance. The holy spear and light spear simultaneously radiated brilliance. Kaiser, surging with white light, and Aazelle, flapping his black wings, shot toward each other like two meteors, one white, one gold, in the collapsing underground. This was the final strike. This was the moment to decide the victor. Kaiser unleashed all the holy power within the True Longinus, while Aazelle released all of his light power and the dragon power of his artificial sacred gear. With an impact like colliding meteors, they created shockwaves and sonic booms, shattering every falling boulder as they rushed at each other. Just as they were about to clash in the most terrifying, most intense, and most brutal strike of the entire battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures suddenly appeared in the underground space, blocking the paths of the two fighters. Stop! Aazelle. Standing in front of Aazelle was an angel dressed in a majestic golden robe, with long golden hair flowing to his waist, a golden halo floating above his head, and 6 pairs of golden wings unfurled from his back. He radiated an incredibly rich, pure, and sacred light power, which enveloped Aazelle entirely and froze him in place. This ends now. Standing in front of Kaiser was a red-haired man who bore an 80% resemblance to Rias Gremory, also dressed in a solemn robe. The power he released wasn't light, but destruction-type demonic power like Rias's, only denser, more dangerous, and deeper. The destruction power transformed into a magic blast and violently clashed with Kaiser's holy power. In the collision, the magic blast was purified by the holy power, but the resulting shockwave still sent Kaiser flying backward, where he landed on a protruding boulder. Rumble, rumble. The battlefield continued collapsing, the ground constantly shaking, without end. Chapter 82, Chapter 130, The Pinnacle of the Three Factions. Boom. From the collapsed ground, the falling rubble suddenly exploded outward, and 4 figures shot out from the debris. The 4 figures landed in different directions, each keeping some distance from the others. However, it was clear that 2 of them were blocking the other 2, and 3 of them stood relatively close together, indicating they were likely from the same faction. Cough. Aazelle coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiped the corner of his mouth, and let out a wry smile. Thought I was going to die this time. Whether the governor of the fallen angels was joking or being serious, it was hard to tell. Opposite him, facing Aazelle, Kaiser frowned, his gaze sharp like blades as it pierced toward the 2 figures standing between him and Aazelle. Among the 2, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the 12-winged angel. The radiance emanating from his body was dazzling and brilliant, making it impossible not to notice him first. However, Kaiser paid more attention to the red-haired man who was comparatively low-key. And for good reason. Ser-Veresta Lucifer. Kaiser called out the man's name. One of the current 4 great Satans of the underworld, the strongest Satan who inherited the name of Lucifer. I've heard a lot about you. So, you were nearby too. Kaiser spoke with a calm and emotionless expression. Kaiser, was it? Ser-Veresta also looked at Kaiser, particularly at the spear in his hand, which radiated a holy aura that made his entire body feel as if it were being pierced. He couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. So that's the legendary holy spear. It truly lives up to its name. Recalling the scene just moments ago when the destructive magic blast he released was effortlessly purified by the spear's holy power, Ser-Veresta actually chuckled. My sister's spoken of you more than once in front of me. Thank you for looking after her. Ser-Veresta said sincerely. Rias, huh? Kaiser raised an eyebrow slightly. Ser-Veresta Lucifer, that was his current name. But before he inherited the name Lucifer, he was known as Ser-Veresta Gremory. The world knows the 4 great Satans as Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Astaroth, but few realize that the original 4 legendary demon kings had long since perished. In the great wars of the past, the 4 great Satans each suffered fatal injuries and passed away one after another, leaving only their bloodline descendants in the human world while they themselves departed early from this world. Logically, their bloodline descendants should have inherited their titles and become the new demon kings. However, most of the original Satan's descendants were hardliners who insisted on annihilating angels and fallen angels at all costs, regardless of the casualties among devils. As a result, Ser-Veresta Gremory and a group of like-minded devils raised the banner of revolution. They expelled the descendants of the old Satan faction from the devil territory and elected new Satans to inherit the names of the 4 great Satans. Ser-Veresta Gremory became the new Satan who inherited the name Lucifer. Since then, he has gone by Ser-Veresta Lucifer, separating himself from the Gremory family. Rias is Ser-Veresta's younger sister. Both siblings inherited the destructive trait from their mother's side and possess the power of destruction. Of course, their destructive power is not on the same level. Rias, at the end of the day, is merely a high-class devil, not even an ultimate-class devil, let alone a Satan. But Ser-Veresta, as the most powerful Satan and the strongest among the current devils, has long surpassed the level of a typical Satan. Kaiser's attention was first drawn to Ser-Veresta precisely because his power was the greatest among everyone present. As for the other person, you were too reckless, Aazelle. The angel with 6 pairs of golden wings spoke gently to Aazelle. Sorry. I kind of got carried away. Aazelle shrugged, dismissing the tattered armor on his body, reverting it back into its original form, a golden short spear, an artificial sacred gear. However, the moment it returned to its original form, the artificial sacred gear shattered, leaving behind only the jewel that sealed the Dragon King, which fell into Azazelle's hand. Looks like it's reached its limit. If you 2 hadn't stepped in just now, I might have lost. Aazelle held the jewel and smiled at the angel. Thanks, Michael. He was none other than one of the 4 seraphs of heaven, the angelic leader with 12 golden wings, Michael. In mythology, he was the right hand of God, standing at his right side, known as the likeness of God. In reality, he was the de facto leader of heaven, recognized by the angels as their highest authority. Aside from God, he was the most exalted being in heaven. The church, which is part of and managed by heaven, was also under his command. Michael seemed rather unimpressed with Azazel's brazen attitude, perhaps because Aazelle, despite being once his comrade, had forsaken God and fallen. After shaking his head at Aazelle, Michael turned to Kaiser. His gaze toward Kaiser was complicated, and when he looked at the holy spear in Kaiser's hand, his eyes were filled with indescribable emotion. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Kaiser." He spoke with a voice that seemed capable of granting salvation. If Asia were here and heard that voice, she'd probably be very emotional. Unfortunately, Kaiser was no devout believer. "Then it's truly my honor." Kaiser's expression didn't change in the slightest, causing Michael's expression to dim a little. "I've heard everything about what happened to you," Michael said. "I'm deeply sorry for the way you were treated." He was, of course, referring to how Kaiser was nearly treated as a test subject by the church and sent to a lab table. That kind of thing doesn't matter anymore. Kaiser naturally didn't dwell on it. After all, it was just a background set up in terms of life experience. Although Kaiser retained full memories of it, he hadn't lived through it himself, so it lacked real emotional impact. Because of that, he never really cared. Otherwise, with his personality, how could he not have gone after the church for revenge? Unaware of this, Michael assumed Kaiser was trying to distance himself from the church, and his expression grew gloomier. "What's done is done. No use dwelling on it, you bleeding heart." Aazelle, now dressed in a kimono, was still covered in injuries, but his demeanor remained as carefree as ever. "I just wanted to do something, anything, to make up for it." Michael sighed as he spoke. Probably won't work, though." Aazelle replied bluntly. "That kid doesn't seem like someone who needs a belated apology. You'd just be wasting your time." Sigh. Michael sighed again. "You truly don't care about the past anymore?" Ser-Veresta looked straight at Kaiser and asked, "Then why did you join the Cow's Brigade?" It wasn't an accusation. At the very least, Ser-Veresta didn't show any hostility. Instead, he looked earnest, like someone simply seeking to understand. It was clear he didn't harbor animosity toward Kaiser. Even though Kaiser was a member of the Cow's Brigade, even though he had killed the heir of the Astaroth clan, this current Lucifer did not seem to view Kaiser as an enemy. Perhaps they believed Kaiser still had a chance to return to their side. Little did they know, this was simply the choice most aligned with Kaiser's own interests. "I thought the fallen angel governor was just trying to intimidate me with his words," Kaiser said with a calm smile, raising the holy spear and pointing it toward the 3 of them, "but I didn't expect the true pinnacles of the 3 factions to all show up here. So, my next opponents are all 3 of you." Despite facing the apex of the 3 major factions and being covered in wounds, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on Kaiser's face. "Don't be like that." Michael shook his head and advised, "You're already injured all over. There's no way you can take on the 3 of us. Let's just talk." Surprisingly, the one who objected to Michael's words wasn't Kaiser, but Aazelle. "Whether he can fight the 3 of us, that's not certain." Aazelle smiled. "That wasn't even his full strength just now, was it? Don't forget, he hasn't even used his balance breaker yet. For someone who could fight me to this extent using only the normal state of the Holy Spear, and nearly win, I don't believe he hasn't achieved balance breaker." Upon hearing that, Ser-Veresta and Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, and their gazes toward Kaiser grew more cautious. "Why didn't you activate your balance breaker?" Aazelle asked curiously. "If you had, you probably wouldn't be this badly injured, right?" Kaiser met Azazel's gaze and replied in a flat tone. "No particular reason. I just thought I could defeat you in this state. That was all. As for the injuries, with Asia around, he could be healed in a matter of seconds, so Kaiser didn't really care. And if push came to shove, he had other means as well. Simply put, it wasn't that Kaiser didn't want to use it, Aazelle just hadn't pushed him far enough." "That's really embarrassing." Aazelle mocked himself. "I'm the governor of the fallen angels, and I couldn't even force a human to go all out. Maybe someone like me should just stay in the lab and study sacred gears. Being governor might suit Shemhazai better." Shemhazai, the vice-governor of the fallen angels, was also a top-tier fallen angel like Aazelle. It was said his strength was on par with Azazel's, and the 2 were considered the twin pillars of the fallen angels. "Let's talk this through." Ser-Veresta echoed Michael's sentiment. "After that, if you still want to fight, I'll entertain you." Chapter 83, Chapter 131, The Condition Proposed by Kaiser. What Ser-Veresta wanted was actually very simple, just intelligence on the Cow's Brigade. The organization's layout, detailed information on its members, its fundamental goals, strength, methods, trump cards, and so on. All of it was in high demand. Even Aazelle desperately needed this information. Although he had noticed the existence of the Chaos Brigade early on and had even discovered that Ophus was its leader, he still didn't know the organization's true strength or what its actual purpose was. In fact, the fallen angels had only recently learned the name and background of the Chaos Brigade. If it weren't for the Gremory keeping a close eye on sacred gear users and uncovering this suspicious group, one that had gathered dangerous individuals from the three major factions and various sacred gear wielders, they might have remained completely unaware, just like the angels and devils. Therefore, Aazelle only knew the identities of some of the Chaos Brigade's members, or rather, he had made educated guesses about who they might be. As for the rest, he was completely in the dark. As for the Chaos Brigade's founding purpose, Aazelle had always believed it to be chaos and destruction. Terrorists, dangerous individuals from all factions, undoubtedly people dissatisfied with the current world who wanted to use their own strength to make a change. Some had joined the Chaos Brigade simply because they couldn't stand the current peace and wanted to restart the war. There were even such people among the fallen angels, some of them high-ranking officials. So Aazelle had always known that certain fallen angels disliked him, and had long been dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. They had accumulated too much resentment and were itching to take action. Such individuals were all potential recruits for the Chaos Brigade. Aazelle had been keeping a close eye on them precisely so he could control them when necessary and neutralize any threats they posed. Compared to Aazelle, Ser-Veresta and Michael were undoubtedly far behind. If Kaiser hadn't revealed it to Rias, they might not have even learned the name Chaos Brigade yet. This alone showed that Kaiser's previous praise of Aazelle wasn't without reason. This governor of the fallen angels was indeed very capable. No wonder he was the one who managed to develop artificial sacred gears. After all, sacred gears were creations that only God had successfully produced. While the artificial sacred gears developed by Aazelle were still far inferior to true sacred gears, the fact that he had managed to create them at all was already a tremendous achievement. In the future, artificial sacred gears would be put to great use, becoming widespread and providing substantial support to devils, angels, and fallen angels alike. Naturally, knowing all this, Kaiser would never underestimate Aazelle. To be honest, Kaiser was not without interest in artificial sacred gears himself. For someone with ultimate authority over armaments, any weapon, armor, or even tool could become a part of him, growing and becoming stronger alongside him. If he could craft sacred gears himself, it would undoubtedly be an enormous advantage. So when Ser-Veresta suggested having a talk, Kaiser, while calming the fighting spirit within him, took a moment to think carefully and then proposed a condition. If you want detailed intelligence on the Chaos Brigade, I can give it to you, Kaiser said flatly. But you'll have to trade me the research data on artificial sacred gears. With just one sentence, both Ser-Veresta and Michael turned to look at Aazelle. Whoa, don't you think that's a bit much? Aazelle said with a bitter expression. That's the result of years of hard work, the crystallization of the Gremory's efforts, and now you want to take it with just a few words. Besides, aren't there traitors from the fallen angels in the Chaos Brigade too? Didn't they bring over some information on artificial sacred gears? This was also a kind of test. After all, Aazelle had just begun to suspect that someone in the Gremory had defected to the Chaos Brigade. Kaiser didn't hide anything in response. Indeed, someone from the Gremory did bring over some information on artificial sacred gears, Kaiser said, looking at Aazelle with a meaningful gaze. But that was just the surface, wasn't it? Don't think I don't know. Even within the Gremory, the core and truth behind artificial sacred gears has only ever been known to you and Shimhazai. That's what I want, not the superficial scraps you deliberately leaked. Azazelle's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, he even knows that. Did this really come from the Chaos Brigade's intelligence network? Aazelle found it hard to believe that the Chaos Brigade's information network was so powerful it could uncover even such deeply hidden secrets. If that were true, then wouldn't the three major factions be completely transparent before the Chaos Brigade? That would be troublesome. What do you two think? Should we give it to him? Aazelle shifted the focus by turning to look at Ser-Veresta and Michael. Ser-Veresta and Michael exchanged glances and both fell silent. They had only just learned of the existence of artificial sacred gears. They knew the Gremory placed great importance on sacred gears and had been researching them and gathering sacred gear wielders, but even they hadn't imagined that the research had come this far, that the fallen angels could even create artificial sacred gears. Although there were still many flaws and shortcomings compared to genuine sacred gears, if things continued like this and the fallen angels persisted in their research, wouldn't they eventually succeed in creating real sacred gears? That would be bad news for both the devils and the angels. However, I think it'd be best to propose a different condition. Ser-Veresta was the first to speak up. Oh. Aazelle raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised and curious. Why? Because it's too dangerous, Michael continued where Ser-Veresta left off, speaking with a serious expression. If the Chaos Brigade obtains the true core and principles behind artificial sacred gears and starts mass-producing them for their members, it would be devastating for us. The Cow's brigade would grow stronger and stronger, and the pressure on us would only increase. So, we can't agree to that condition. Exactly. Ser-Veresta nodded. Even if the artificial sacred gears they create don't reach the level of the one you just used, it's still a massive threat to us. Once the fallen angels had artificial sacred gears, it would indeed be bad news for both devils and angels. But right now, their common enemy was the Cow's brigade. If they let the fallen angels hand over the method of producing artificial sacred gears just to weaken them for their own benefit, that would be a foolish act of aiding the enemy. Some selfish individuals might do that, but neither Ser-Veresta nor Michael were that kind of person. Rather, they were both somewhat selfless, even idealistic. They were the type who genuinely cared for the world, for its people, and truly longed for peace from the bottom of their hearts. It was precisely because of this that, despite the centuries of hatred accumulated between devils, angels, and fallen angels, these leaders of the major factions were still willing to meet in secret and work together to confront the Cow's brigade. If it had been anyone else, given the thousands of years of warfare and bloodshed between the three factions, they might have rather died alone in battle than join forces with their former enemies. No wonder it's you too. Aazelle clearly felt this, and the usual playful smile vanished from his face, replaced by a rare moment of sincerity. It's only because the devils and angels are currently led by people like you that I'm willing to be here. If it were the God and the original four great Satans of the past, there's no way they could have coexisted peacefully like this, jointly worrying about the world. God viewed the devils as evil incarnate, unable to tolerate even a grain of sin. The original Satans were obsessed with ruling the world and overthrowing the divine. Even the fallen angels were born out of all sorts of personal desires. Naturally, most of them weren't exactly saints. The thousands of years of war had come from all of this. Fortunately, the current Satans were decent, and Michael had already replaced God as the leader of heaven. After all, God was already. At this thought, Aazelle smiled again. I know what to do now. Aazelle turned to Kaiser with a smile. You want the method for creating artificial sacred gears, right? I can give it to you. Hearing this, Ser-Veresta and Michael were both visibly shocked. They seemed ready to speak, but Aazelle stopped them. I can tell you haven't fallen in with those twisted individuals in the Cow's brigade, Aazelle said leisurely to Kaiser. I won't bother with cliché lines about turning back, you don't seem like someone who'd do that anyway. So, I have only one condition. You alone can read the data on the artificial sacred gears. You cannot hand it over to the Cow's brigade. If you can agree to this, then I'll accept the trade. Without hesitation, Kaiser nodded. No problem. He hadn't intended to give the method for creating artificial sacred gears to the Cow's brigade in the first place. In fact, trading the Cow's brigade's intelligence for something else was already an act of betrayal in itself. If this deal were to be exposed, he might even face retribution from the Cow's brigade. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, he had no reason to inform the Cow's brigade of this transaction. Aazelle clearly understood this as well, which was why he agreed so readily. Give me some time to prepare, Aazelle said to Kaiser. Come to Kuo Academy in 2 days. We'll trade in person. Chapter 84, Chapter 132, The Attitude of the Three Factions. After finalizing the terms of the transaction, Kaiser didn't linger. He turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Aazelle, Ser-Veresta, and Michael watched Kaiser leave, not taking any further action until his figure disappeared from sight. Say, is it really okay to just let him go like that? Aazelle suddenly broke the silence. If we captured him instead, we wouldn't even need to negotiate, we could find a way to get intel on the Cow's brigade that way, right? Aazelle actually suggested such an idea, clearly not with good intentions. You were the one who negotiated with him. If you didn't make a move, how could we possibly do so? Ser-Veresta wasn't about to fall for Azazelle's bait and responded with a smile. His nature isn't evil. I don't think using force against him is fair. Michael had always believed that the church, and by extension, himself, bore some responsibility for Kaiser joining the Cow's brigade. Thus, he would never raise his hand against him. Aazelle naturally understood their thoughts, but still deliberately made such a remark, wearing a teasing grin. Michael being a bleeding heart is one thing, but Ser-Veresta, you actually have a legitimate reason to make a move. So why turn a blind eye? As far as he knew, Kaiser's killing of the Astaroth family's successor had caused a huge stir in the underworld. Many pureblood devil families had stood up, demanding vengeance. Especially the Astaroth family, their intention to hunt down Kaiser was strong, and they'd stirred up quite a commotion. Under such circumstances, Ser-Veresta, as a Mao, had every reason to act against Kaiser. What about you? Ser-Veresta countered instead. He destroyed one of your stray exorcist groups and even killed several fallen angels. Don't you have a legitimate reason to go after him too? About that, I have something I need to ask you, Aazelle. Michael suddenly interjected, his face serious as he looked at Aazelle. I heard that the incident was caused by a lower-ranked fallen angel who admired you and tried to use Asia Argento as a sacrifice to steal her sacred gear. Is that true? Clearly, Heaven had already investigated and learned the reason why Kaiser had attacked Rainair. It's true. Aazelle didn't hide it and admitted bluntly. The girl confessed. Since she's already been punished, I didn't do anything further. I just sent her back to the underworld and had her put in solitary confinement for a while. And what about Asia Argento? Michael pressed on, unwilling to let the matter go. That child is a victim. She wasn't harmed, was she? Aazelle looked at Michael with a sarcastic expression. Besides, if we're talking about victims, don't you think she suffered more from your side? I've met that child too. She's very pure. That holy aura around her made it clear to me that her faith is incredibly strong. Even now, she probably still worships our God. And yet, because she healed a devil, which is such a foolish reason, you labeled her a heretic witch and expelled her from the church. That's what led to her being targeted by people on our side. If you want to seek justice for that child, maybe you should reflect on yourselves first instead of coming to me. Azazel's words rendered Michael speechless. Guilt once more surfaced in his eyes, and he looked downcast. Seeing Michael like that, Aazelle suddenly felt a twinge of guilt himself. He knew this wasn't really Michael's fault. Michael had worked hard to manage heaven and the angels. But alas, he wasn't God. He couldn't constantly watch over the world and grant blessings and guidance to every believer. The church indeed had many problems, but those shouldn't be blamed on Michael. God was no longer present. Michael was just an angel, he truly couldn't manage both heaven and the human world at once. Just as Aazelle was wondering if he should apologize, Ser-Veresta suddenly spoke up. Actually, the Astaroth family incident can also be traced back to Asia Argento. Ser-Veresta's words startled both Aazelle and Michael. What do you mean by that? Aazelle asked in confusion. Our people, through Rias and her peerage, have already investigated the matter. Ser-Veresta then fully revealed everything Diodora had done, holding nothing back. So that Astaroth punk deliberately injured himself to get close to Asia Argento, leading to her being labeled a witch and expelled from the church. That's what made her a target for our people. Azazel's mouth twitched. He almost wanted to pull out a light spear and fight Ser-Veresta right then and there. If Aazelle reacted that way, Michael's expression became even more dreadful. Because Diodora didn't just covet Asia. What happened with Asia hadn't even come to fruition yet. Before her, numerous nuns and saints had already fallen victim to him, turned into his playthings. Knowing this, how could Michael not look horrified? If not for his gentle nature and pursuit of peace, even he would have pulled out a light spear and gone at it with Ser-Veresta. I know. The root of the problem lies with us. Feeling the overwhelming aura from both Aazelle and Michael, Ser-Veresta gave a bitter smile. After I found out about this, I personally went to talk with the Juka. He agreed to take responsibility for the matter. Regarding the Astaroth family, he will handle them and make sure they don't act recklessly. A Juka Beelzebub, one of the current four Mao, formerly of the Astaroth family, and the blood relative Diodora had mentioned before his death. He came from a branch of the Astaroth family and was Ser-Veresta's close friend. He was also the top technical advisor in the underworld, the architect of the raiding game's foundational theory, and the creator of the evil peace system that enabled the reincarnation of other races into devils. His skill in formulas and systems was exceptional. His power was nearly equal to Ser-Veresta's. Though a current Mao, he had long surpassed the bounds of both Mao and Devil. He had once raised the banner of rebellion alongside Ser-Veresta against the bloodlines of the old Satan faction, and personally killed the daughter of the original Leviathan. Though a blood relative of Diodora, his connection to the Astaroth family wasn't as close as outsiders assumed due to his branch lineage. He merely maintained limited contact. Compared to his ties to the main family, his friendship with Ser-Veresta mattered far more to him. Therefore, once Ser-Veresta explained the full situation to him, Ajuka immediately promised to personally handle the matter and keep the Astaroth family in check. In other words, even though he killed the Astaroth family's successor, we've already decided not to pursue the matter. Ser-Veresta informed Aazelle and Michael of this and explained why he had no intention of acting against Kaiser. So, apart from the fact that he's a Chaos Brigade member, we have no reason to hold him accountable for his past actions. Aazelle let out a wry laugh. Whether it was the incident with Rainair or with Diodora, Kaiser had acted for justified reasons. That being the case, aside from his affiliation with the Chaos Brigade, none of them really had a reason to go after him. Even his joining the Chaos Brigade needs to be re-evaluated, Michael added, still speaking in Kaiser's defense. He clearly operates alone and hasn't aligned himself with the terrorists in the Chaos Brigade. The fact that he so readily disclosed their intel proves he isn't truly on their side. Perhaps he revealed those threats to us on purpose, to warn us. Michael had completely taken to viewing Kaiser as a good child. That's also what I think. Ser-Veresta nodded in agreement. My little sister held quite a grudge against him, but after learning about what he did for her peerage and for Asia Argento, her opinion of him seems to have changed. Well, that's also why I felt confident making a deal with him. Aazelle shrugged and said, the spear in his hand emits a pure radiance that even past holy spear users couldn't match. Someone who can generate that kind of light could never walk the same path as the Cow's Brigade scum. It's a light that brings peace to the heart and stirs nostalgia, Michael said kindly, smiling. That child may have already grasped the true essence of the holy spear. If he is someone recognized by the Lord, he might even become the next saint. Oh, give me a break. That kid will never be some saint type. Aazelle burst into laughter. If anything, he'd probably get along great with the rowdy kids on our side, they're all battle junkies, all a little crazy. If that's how it is, I think he and Rias have a good relationship too, Sersex chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Maybe all they need is a trigger, and they'll come to understand each other. Somehow, the leaders of the three factions had developed a strange sense of rivalry, competing with one another, completely breaking the previously serious atmosphere. While bantering with his old rivals, Aazelle looked once more in the direction Kaiser had left, a meaningful expression on his face. What's going to happen next, I wonder? To be honest, Aazelle was looking forward to it. He was curious what kind of effect his research would have in the hands of someone like that. Just thinking about it made it all the more interesting. Chapter 85, Chapter 133, The Deal 2 days later. Having already left that battlefield, Kaiser naturally had no idea that, after his departure, Aazelle and the others had such a conversation. After leaving the battlefield, he returned to where Kuroka and Asia were and reunited with them. You're injured. Kuroka was the first to notice Kaiser's return. She was just about to approach him when she caught sight of his body, covered in wounds and drenched in blood. Kaiser-san. Asia, who had been praying, quickly opened her eyes upon hearing Kuroka's voice. One look at Kaiser's miserable state made her cry out in shock. Immediately, Asia ran over to Kaiser and pressed her hands against him. Zheng. In the next moment, a pair of silver rings appeared on Asia's hands. This was her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Activating her sacred gear, Asia triggered its power. A green glow, full of life energy, radiated from the rings and shone over Kaiser's body. Under the glow of that green light, Kaiser's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of recovery was comparable to that of Priscilla, who possessed a regeneration ability. It was not inferior at all. Kaiser allowed Asia to treat him, feeling the pain in his body gradually fade away. His complexion improved significantly. In contrast, Kuroka scrutinized him and spoke with some uncertainty. All that was caused by the governor of the fallen angels. He's really that strong. Kuroka wasn't unaware that Aazelle, as the governor of the fallen angels, was far stronger than she was. However, she had never witnessed his true strength, so she couldn't make a definitive judgment. But she had seen what Kaiser was capable of. Even without using the True Longinus, he could easily crush a not-too-weak high-class devil. When wielding the True Longinus, he could obliterate such an opponent in a single strike. Even she had felt a chill down her spine when facing him. Don't be fooled by how she seemed to be toying with Kaiser that time, it gave the impression that she was handling him with ease. In truth, she was well aware that she had only taken advantage of certain abilities. If it came to a real fight, she definitely wasn't Kaiser's match. She might not even last a second. That's why, when she saw Kaiser preparing to fight Aazelle, Kuroka couldn't stay calm, but she never believed that Kaiser would lose to the governor of the fallen angels. Even if his opponent wasn't a devil and thus not weak to the holy spear, the power of the strongest Longinus couldn't be underestimated. As long as Kaiser could fully unleash its strength, even if he didn't win outright, he surely wouldn't lose easily to a Mao-class being. But judging from Kaiser's appearance, he had clearly suffered a significant loss. Don't underestimate him. Kaiser seemed to notice the surprise in Kuroka's heart and said, he's the leader of all fallen angels. If that guy was weak, there's no way he could have survived since the ancient times thousands of years ago. Aazelle possessed Mao-class combat power. On top of that, with the downfall dragon spear, an artificial sacred gear that sealed a Dragon King, his power was greatly enhanced when activating Balance Breaker, far beyond that of a typical Mao-class being. If that artificial sacred gear weren't still incomplete and undergoing refinement and enhancement, if it were on the level of a proper sacred gear, then upon activating Balance Breaker, Aazelle would definitely surpass the Mao-class level, possessing power far beyond the norm. A sacred gear that sealed the power of a Dragon King, even if it couldn't yet be classified as a Longinus, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of all normal sacred gears. If such a weapon weren't an artificial sacred gear but a true one, then without activating his own Balance Breaker, Kaiser certainly wouldn't be a match for him. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Seeing the curiosity in Kuroka's eyes, Kaiser explained everything that had just happened. Upon learning that the current Mao Lucifer and the leader of heaven had both descended to this place, intervened in the battle between Kaiser and Aazelle, and even negotiated a deal with Kaiser, the two girls were utterly shocked. The current Mao actually appeared here. Kuroka furrowed her elegant brows. Archangel Michael. Asia had a look of disbelief on her face. 2 days from now, I'll be heading to Kuo Academy again. Kaiser looked at Kuroka, then at Asia, and after a moment's thought, said to both of them, "Do you want to come with me?" "Yes." Kuroka and Asia responded in unison. I want to meet Lord Michael," Asia said, somewhat shyly. For the faithful of the church, Michael, the archangel who always stood by God's side and was called the one who resembles God, was second only to God himself as a spiritual pillar. Thus, even Asia couldn't resist the desire to see Michael in person. As for Kuroka, "I'll go check on that stupid little sister of mine." Kuroka feigned indifference and said, "She's just become a devil, and now she's caught up in something like this. That timid Chiron is probably at a total loss, right? I'm going to laugh at her, Naya." Kaiser looked at Kuroka with a half-smile. "You call that going to laugh at her? I'm not even going to expose you." He's healed. The green glow on Asia's hands faded, and twilight healing disappeared from her fingers. Only then did Kaiser realize that the pain that had racked his entire body had completely vanished, and all his injuries were gone. Only his tattered clothes and messy appearance remained, proof that the battle just now had really happened. That was fast. Kaiser looked at his completely healed body and praised Asia's ability. It really is amazing, completely healed in such a short time. Kuroka also clicked her tongue in admiration. Though she was well versed in various arts, including senjutsu and yujitsu, she wasn't skilled in healing. At most, she could use senjutsu to help someone recover stamina and energy or slightly boost their natural healing. That was her weakness. In the past, whenever she got seriously injured, she'd usually have to hide somewhere and lick her wounds alone. Because of this, she could clearly understand how valuable Asia's ability was. She might not be powerful, but for those who needed to fight and were often injured, someone like her was absolutely indispensable. Their leader was smart to bring such a rare talent into the team. Looks like I'll need to protect her properly from now on. Kuroka's mind was filled with thoughts. Let's go. We're heading back. Kaiser moved his body a bit and, after confirming there were no issues, finally spoke. Let's take it easy for the next 2 days. Though, to be fair, they had already been relaxing for a month before this. After Kaiser's battle with Aazelle, and his meeting with Ser-Veresta and Michael, Kuo Town had grown even more peaceful. This time, the peace was different from before. It wasn't the calm before the storm, it was a genuine return to normalcy. The devils, angels, and fallen angels no longer had their blades drawn against one another. They weren't roaming around in public like before, as if they had received orders to stay in their respective territories and refrain from acting rashly. The three factions no longer clashed. Everyone simply minded their own business. Under such circumstances, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Kaiser entered Kuo Academy with Kuroka and Asia. Whether school had ended early or there was no class today, the academy was eerily quiet. As the three walked through the grounds, they didn't encounter a single person. Their destination was the old school building. This time, upon returning, Kaiser was no longer treated as an enemy like before. Instead, he was welcomed as an honored guest. The proof was that someone came to greet them when they arrived at the old school building. Welcome, all three of you. Dressed in Kuo Academy's girl's uniform, Akino Himejima acted like a proper maid. She bowed gracefully as she greeted the trio in a dignified tone. You're Rias Gremory's queen, aren't you? It wasn't Kaiser who responded, but Kuroka. If you're here, then that means the rest of the Gremory peerage is here too. Kuroka spoke with a teasing smile, her kimono loosely worn and exuding a seductive air that contrasted sharply with Akino's graceful demeanor, as if one was a shrine maiden and the other a temptress. No, they quite literally were. One was the Shrine Maiden of Thunder, and the other was a Nikomata. My master and Lord Mao Lucifer have been waiting for you for some time, Akino replied politely without acknowledging Kuroka's antics. The representatives from heaven are also inside. Upon hearing this, Asia, dressed in her nun's habit, looked a bit nervous. What about the fallen angels? Kuroka smirked mischievously. Are there people inside too? Akino didn't answer, but both Kaiser and Kuroka caught the flicker of displeasure in her expression. Clearly, she was intentionally avoiding mention of the fallen angels, or perhaps simply unwilling to speak of them. Please follow me. Akino turned and began to lead the way into the building. Behave yourself. Only then did Kaiser tug on Kuroka's cat ear, causing her to let out a yelp of Naya. The three followed Akino up to the second floor, heading straight to the deepest room. The room with the plaque reading, Occult Research Club, this was the Gremory peerage's base of activities, and also the location for today's deal. Akino opened the door and invited the trio inside. In the next moment, the room, covered in mysterious runes and symbols, and the figures already gathered within came into view before Kaiser and the others. Chapter 86, Chapter 134, Kaiser is targeted. The Occult Research Club's room at Kuo Academy wasn't particularly spacious. On normal days, when only the Gremory peerage was using it, the space felt more than sufficient. But today, the number of attendees was unusually large, making the room feel quite crowded. Kaiser glanced around and was surprised to see that members from all three factions had shown up, and each side had brought more than one representative. From the Angels' side, Michael was present. He was seated in a corner of the sofa, not in the center, even somewhat off to the side, but the radiance emanating from him seemed to declare that wherever he was, that place became the center of the world, making him the first one people would notice. Behind Michael stood two girls draped in black robes. They appeared to be his guards, both carrying swords that emitted holy energy. Kaiser recognized them instantly. Those were holy swords. Not replicas made from sacred gears like jeans, but genuine, authentic holy swords. Their presence caused visible discomfort among the devils in the room, especially Yuto Kiba, who was glaring fiercely at the two holy sword wielders, his expression filled with hostility. Akino Haimjima walked over to stand beside Kiba, accompanied by Rias and Kaneko Tuju. At this moment, Rias was looking at Kaiser with a complicated expression, while Kaneko, upon seeing Kuroka behind Kaiser, broke her usual emotionless demeanor and showed clear shock. "Ne-sama. Why are you here?" Kaneko's voice was filled with shock and fear, but no one responded to her. Including Kuroka, she only glanced at Kaneko briefly before looking away, clearly displaying an attitude of complete allegiance to Kaiser. "So that's Lord Michael." Asia whispered quietly as she stared at Michael. Ser-Veresta was also present, seated on a sofa in front of Rias and her peerage. Beside him stood a beautiful silver-haired maid pushing a tea cart. Unlike Michael, she didn't have a strong presence and remained as low-key as ever. As for Aazelle, being one of the main figures in today's trade, it was only natural that he personally attended. He was sitting alone on a sofa that wasn't originally part of the Occult Research Club's furnishings, legs crossed, grinning as he watched Kaiser walk through the door. It was worth mentioning that he hadn't come alone either. Standing behind him, leaning against the wall, was a silver-haired boy. The boy wore stylish modern clothing, had a slender figure and handsome features, like a character straight out of a manga, radiating an unusual charm. His eyes were a clear blue, not like gemstones, but more like the sky, so vivid they naturally drew attention. He had his eyes closed at first, seemingly resting. But the moment Kaiser entered, the boy abruptly opened his eyes and locked his blue gaze onto him. Within those eyes burned a startlingly pure fighting spirit. "Oh!" Kaiser was intrigued by the surge of battle intent. When he saw the boy, his brows lifted. "So, he came too." Kaiser murmured internally, then ignored the boy's intense stare and shifted his gaze to the others in the room. "Quite the turnout, huh?" With that, he made his first remark. "It's just a trade, isn't it? Is there really a need for such a grand setup?" To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed like the three-way summit from the original series had been moved up. Aazelle seemed to think the same. Upon hearing Kaiser's comment, he immediately spread his hands. "Can't help it. The devils and angels are worried I'll stir up trouble after getting first-hand intel. They've completely forgotten that I'm the one trading with you, and I'm the one paying the price. Truly unreasonable, isn't it?" Azazelle's words prompted a rebuttal from Ser-Veresta and Michael. "We already promised to provide the fallen angels with adequate compensation after the fact, didn't we?" Michael smiled gently as he pointed this out. "Which means the cost of this deal is something all three factions will share, and the trade should also be conducted jointly." Ser-Veresta continued after Michael, using the opportunity to explain why so many of them had shown up. Their lack of trust in Aazelle was one thing. Their curiosity about how Kaiser would handle the valuable artificial sacred gear data was another. But above all, it was the first-hand intel on the Chaos Brigade that made this matter too important to ignore. In fact, if it weren't for the private nature of this transaction, even more people would have attended. With Aazelle, Ser-Veresta, and Michael all present, the leaders of their respective factions, their gathering could easily be described as a summit. At the beginning, someone had even strongly suggested bringing in full security in case something went wrong. And Aazelle wasn't the only top-level figure currently in Kuo Town. Mao Leviathan, and another Seraph, Gabriel, had also visited previously. If this had been a formal public meeting, the two of them would no doubt have attended as well. However, due to the transaction's private nature, those two didn't attend, and large forces weren't dispatched either. That Aazelle and the others only brought a select few guards already showed considerable restraint. Fortunately, Kaiser had brought Kuroka and Asia with him. Otherwise, he would have been facing all the grandeur of the three factions alone. Even so, the simultaneous presence of the three factions created a subtly tense atmosphere. Because the relationships between them were complicated. Take Yuto Kiba, for example, he clearly held a grudge against the church. He kept glaring at the two holy sword wielders, and if not for the setting, he likely would have drawn his demonic sword and attacked. Akino Heimjima, much like when she first met Rainier, showed obvious disdain toward the fallen angels. Her eyes toward Aazelle were filled with disgust and hostility. Rias watched Kaiser with a complicated gaze. The silver-haired boy stared at him with burning intensity. Kaneko was still in shock at her wanted older sister appearing in this setting, especially since she was standing beside Kaiser. Serzex and Michael, meanwhile, were both watching the visibly nervous Asia, their eyes tinged with a hint of guilt. Everyone in the room was watching someone else. Some were focused on those they were concerned about. Only Kaiser, Aazelle, the maid beside Serzex, and the two holy sword wielders remained entirely composed, creating a stark contrast and a subtly strained atmosphere. If we weren't here, I get the feeling something really interesting might have happened. The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels rubbed his chin with an impish grin, drawing a few covert glares. Mind if I say a few words, Aazelle? Just then, the silver-haired boy behind Aazelle spoke, and several people in the room visibly tensed. It was clear that they had all been paying attention to him. He wasn't someone to be underestimated. Hold on, Vali. Aazelle remained casual, legs still crossed as he calmly replied. I can probably guess what you're thinking. But if you act now, this trade might fall through. So let's wait until it's over, okay? Hearing that, the boy seemed to consider it for a moment, then nodded, apparently persuaded. He said nothing further, and the fighting intent in his eyes faded slightly. Only slightly, though. Kaiser could still feel the blazing intensity, as if a dragon had locked its sights on him, its presence growing more and more overpowering. Interesting. Kaiser didn't flinch, on the contrary, he seemed intrigued by what the other intended to do. He could more or less guess what it was. If things go smoothly, maybe I can make my move first. A plan was already forming in Kaiser's mind. Once he obtained the artificial sacred gear data from Aazelle, he could begin executing it. If the other party truly wanted to fight him, then all the better. He could use it as an opportunity to acquire what he wanted without unnecessary complications. With that thought, Kaiser took out a stack of white paper. This is the information I've compiled over the past 2 days, everything I currently know about the Chaos Brigade. It didn't include any future developments, only intel relevant to the current stage. Kaiser had organized all the information he knew into this collection. While I can't guarantee this represents the entirety of the Chaos Brigade, for you all, it should still be extremely valuable. He tossed the stack, something all three factions had desperately sought, onto the coffee table, as if it were just a pile of worthless paper. This much, huh? Aazelle looked at the stack, a bit surprised, then smiled with satisfaction. Looks like you're quite sincere. In that case, I won't keep hiding things either. With that, Aazelle took out a sheet of parchment. Unlike the plain paper Kaiser had used, Azazelle's was an ancient piece of parchment etched with mysterious patterns. It wasn't thick, just one sheet, rolled up like a scroll. This is a little something I put together. Don't underestimate it just because it's small, it can store a lot more than you'd think. Aazelle casually tossed the parchment to Kaiser and said with a grin. This contains the culmination of all the research done by me and the Sacred Gear researchers over the years. You'd better make good use of it. Kaiser caught the scroll and, right in front of everyone, unrolled it. To his surprise, the ancient parchment displayed streams of text flowing like data. Just a single glance, and an overwhelming amount of information poured into his mind, instantly absorbed and understood. Chapter 87, Chapter 135, The Strongest White Dragon Emperor. As streams of data flowed into his mind, Kaiser skimmed through a portion and found the content not only vast but also obscure and difficult to understand. Unlike Aazelle, who had spent years conducting specialized research in this field, Kaiser had never studied it, he hadn't even gained a basic understanding. Though the information was extremely detailed, to someone like Kaiser, an outsider, it was completely incomprehensible, like trying to read a book in an alien language. Perhaps even those who specialized in sacred gear research would need a considerable amount of time to fully comprehend this material. Under such circumstances, the data would be of little use to Kaiser, at least until he found someone capable of deciphering it. Aazelle had likely handed it over to him with the same thought, that even if he gave it to Kaiser, there was no way he could achieve anything meaningful with it in the short term. But, that would only be true under normal conditions. Kaiser, however, could not be judged by conventional standards. Because he possessed the ultimate authority over armaments, an ability that allowed him to fully control any object that fell under the concept of armament, including weapons, armor, and tools. As long as something was classified as an armament, not only could he instantly claim ownership upon contact, but he could also completely assimilate it into himself, instinctively comprehend, wield, and master it. Not all sacred gears created by God exist in the form of armaments, some manifest as abilities. For example, Siegfried's subspecies Twice Critical is a third arm that grows from his body, essentially a part of his flesh, and not an external type gear. Heracles' variant detonation works similarly, its explosive attacks are ability-based. Even Yudo Kiba's sword birth and Jean's blade blacksmith give the impression of being armament-type sacred gears, since they wield demonic and holy swords. However, their sacred gears are actually abilities, the power to create those swords. George's Dimension Lost is also an ability-type sacred gear. Only Kaiser's True Longinus and Asia's Twilight Healing exist in external forms, respectively a spear and a ring, placing them in the category of armaments. Azazel's artificial sacred gears, on the other hand, are almost all external type. The reason is simple, he still hasn't found a way to create ability-type gears that are inherently part of their user. Creating artificial sacred gears is incredibly difficult, starting from scratch to develop a unique ability is akin to playing God, bestowing blessings in various forms. Conversely, external-type gears, because they possess physical forms, can be forged using various materials and weaponsmithing techniques, making their creation comparatively more feasible. Thus, when Kaiser came into contact with this data on artificial sacred gears, although it seemed utterly incomprehensible, his instincts, his authority, told him. As long as the materials were sufficient, and if he could work on it personally, he could successfully create it. He didn't need to understand it or grasp the underlying principles. His body would naturally know the manufacturing process, just as he only needed to hold a weapon to know how to use it and bring out its full potential. As I thought, my unique authority still has many uses yet to be discovered. Kaiser smiled in delight. He had long anticipated this. After all, his authority was an ultimate power that could surpass even divine rights. In the realm of armament, no power could stand above it. Granted, the extent to which this ability could be utilized depended entirely on the quantity and quality of the armaments Kaiser possessed. That was why, back in the world of Asterisk Wars, he hadn't been able to showcase much capability. But ever since obtaining the True Longinus, the most powerful Longinus, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. One could imagine the potential. If, in the future, Kaiser were to obtain even stronger weapons, his power would again leap forward dramatically. Only if no stronger armaments appeared could his growth possibly be curbed. However, in the countless fantasy worlds out there, was Kaiser really worried he couldn't find powerful armaments? Impossible. At worst, as long as his life experiences in those worlds were exciting enough, he could still receive rewards from the fantasy library and become even stronger. The artificial sacred gear data Aazelle handed over would definitely be of great help to him. In any case, Kaiser already had a plan for how to use it. At the same time that Kaiser received the artificial sacred gear data, Aazelle and the others began reviewing the intelligence on the Cow's brigade that Kaiser had prepared. Aazelle. A boy standing behind Aazelle, seeing the exchange complete, couldn't help but call out to him. Aazelle didn't seem to care at all, waving his hand dismissively. The boy smiled, stepped away from the wall he had been leaning against, and walked up to Kaiser. "My name is Vali Lucifer." Ignoring everyone else present, he introduced himself in an astonishing manner. Immediately, everyone on the devil's side reacted strongly. Vali Lucifer. As the current Lucifer, Serzex turned to Vali at once, his eyes filled with both shock and gravity. Could it be? Rias also stopped looking at Kaiser and stared at Vali, her face full of disbelief. The other devils had similar reactions, even the angels were visibly shaken. Everyone looked at Vali in astonishment, clearly aware of what it meant for someone not officially recognized as a Mao to bear the name of the strongest Mao, and even use it as a surname. Aazelle. Michael turned to Aazelle, seemingly seeking an explanation. That's right. It's exactly what you're thinking. Aazelle appeared to be enjoying the shocked and stunned expressions on everyone's faces. With a mischievous grin, he said, "He's a blood descendant of the former Lucifer, a great-grandson of the deceased old Satan Lucifer. The old Satan, Lucifer, one of the true Mao who had perished. During the Long War, all 4 great Satans, including him, died due to grievous injuries. The current Mao are devils from pure-blooded noble families who inherited only the title of Mao, without any direct ties to the original Satans. The remaining bloodlines of the old Satans had long been exiled beyond devil territory, becoming rootless vagabonds. Vali Lucifer was one of those rootless descendants. A descendant of the old Satan." Rias and the others looked at Vali with expressions that changed several times. But Vali didn't care at all, he simply looked at Kaiser with a battle-hungry smile. "I'm a hybrid, born from the grandson of the old Mao and a human woman, so I'm half devil and half human. Maybe because of that, the human side of me was recognized by a sacred gear, and I was born with one. You can think of me as a sacred gear wielder who also possesses the power of a Mao's bloodline." This statement carried tremendous weight, so much so that many people present showed expressions of disbelief. Mao's bloodline, and a sacred gear wielder. Even Kuroka was stunned. One could imagine how shocking such a combination was. Ordinary humans could become heroes or legends after acquiring powerful sacred gears, wielding powers comparable to devils, angels, and fallen angels. Now, a half-blood born with a Mao's lineage, possessing such immense potential, had also received a sacred gear. Just imagining the implications was enough to leave one speechless. I see, so that's why he's with you. Ser-Veresta seemed to understand and looked at Aazelle. The Gregory's Sacred Gear Research Division was devoted to studying, recruiting, and, if necessary, eliminating sacred gear users. For them, a hybrid of Mao lineage who possessed a sacred gear was an unmissable target for both recruitment and cultivation. And if that were all, it would already be astonishing. But what came next was even more shocking. Whoosh! Suddenly, from behind Vali, radiant light wings unfolded. The wing membranes were a translucent blue, while the wing bones had an inorganic white appearance. A faint dragon aura emanated from them, making it immediately clear this was a dragon-type sacred gear. Upon seeing these wings, everyone present widened their eyes. That's. Rias and the others showed visible signs of agitation. Only Aazelle spoke in a calm tone. Divine dividing, the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor. One of the 13 Longinus. A sacred gear that seals one of the 2 heavenly dragons, Albion, the White Dragon Emperor. One of the strongest dragon-type sacred gears in existence. The 2 heavenly dragons, second only to the dragon god, even surpassing the dragon kings, were immensely powerful dragons. They were dragons whose power could rival that of gods. One was the Red Dragon, known as the Red Dragon Emperor, the other, the White Dragon, known as the White Dragon Emperor. They were eternal rivals, ceaselessly fighting throughout the ages. Northwest matter the place or era, whenever they met, they would clash in ferocious battles, conflicts seemingly without end. These 2 rampaging dragons had brought immense chaos to the world. Eventually, they were defeated through the combined efforts of the 3 great factions. Their bodies were completely torn apart, and their souls were sealed within sacred gears, becoming 2 of the 13 Longinus. Divine dividing is the sacred gear that sealed Albion, the White Dragon Emperor. A descendant of the old Satan. And he actually obtained a Longinus, and became the White Dragon Emperor. Many people began to tremble. Vali, however, continued smiling as he looked at Kaiser and said, I heard from Aazelle that you're the wielder of the true Longinus, and even he couldn't defeat you. So, I'm here to challenge you. The most powerful Longinus versus the strongest dragon-type sacred gear, which one is stronger? Let's find out in a duel. Chapter 88, Chapter 136, both sides going all out. At this moment, the entire occult research club was filled with Vali's unrestrained battle intent. The divine dividing shone behind Vali, causing powerful dragon fluctuations to pour out unchecked. Ser-Veresta and Michael, who were originally sitting, both rose to their feet, while only Aazelle continued sitting casually, as if completely unsurprised by this. Vali Lucifer, Michael spoke first, solemnly addressing Vali, please control your actions. This is not a suitable place for battle. I never expected the new generation White Dragon Emperor to have already appeared, and moreover, he's a descendant of the Lucifer bloodline. Ser-Veresta's tone was even more complicated as he spoke, but standing before you right now is neither myself, who took over the name Lucifer, nor the Red Dragon Emperor who is destined to be your rival. Your challenge shouldn't have any meaning here. Michael and Ser-Veresta clearly didn't want the situation to escalate. After all, this was Kuo Academy, located inside the town itself, not some deserted wilderness. If the wielder of the Holy Spear and the successor of the White Dragon fought here, it might lead to irreversible consequences. Unfortunately, Vali didn't pay any attention to these words. For me, challenging the strong is the most meaningful thing in life. Vali turned his gaze to Ser-Veresta and smiled leisurely as he said, originally, I wanted to challenge you, a battle between the old Satan bloodline and the current Lucifer. If we could decide who was stronger, it would certainly be an attractive event. But Aazelle wouldn't allow me to do it, saying it would give devils and angels the wrong idea, that we wanted war, and things would become troublesome. Luckily, the strongest Longinus also appeared here, so I didn't come in vain. Don't stop me. Otherwise, I'll be very troubled. Even though he said this, Vali wore an expectant expression, as if he would actually be glad if Ser-Veresta stepped forward to stop him. His burning fighting intent wasn't targeted at one person but rather at all strong beings. This caused Rias and those around her who were comparatively weaker to break into a cold sweat. Feeling Vali's fighting intent, they could only feel immense pressure, as if their entire bodies were about to collapse. He can make weaker opponents lose their will to fight just by his fighting intent alone. What a terrifying battle maniac, Naya. Kuroka stepped back a few paces while protecting Asia, giving an evaluation that was unclear if it was out of amazement or fear. Even Kaiser silently marveled in his heart. This intensity of fighting intent is almost on par with that monster from Jialong's 7th Institute. When Kaiser had won the championship at the Phoenix Festa, he had briefly met that person at the award ceremony. At that time, that person had stared at him with equally blazing and battle-hungry eyes, making Kaiser feel immense pressure, as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Of course, the similarity was only in the intensity of fighting intent. When it came to actual strength, Vali was definitely stronger, and by a considerable margin. A descendant of the old Satan bloodline who also possessed a Longinus that sealed one of the two heavenly dragons, the White Dragon Emperor, having both power rivaling a god and the power inherited from a devil king coexisting within him, Vali's potential and abilities had increased dramatically. He was incomparable to ordinary sacred gear users, and even less comparable to the Gene Stella from the world of Asterisk War. This was purely a dimensional reduction strike. Unless a god-level being appeared in the Asterisk War world, humanity couldn't possibly defeat the combination of the old Satan descendant and the White Dragon Emperor. Aazelle spoke up at precisely the right moment. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. His strength is really impressive. Aazelle spoke as if it didn't concern him, even gloating slightly. With the Devil King's bloodline, he naturally possesses tremendous demonic power. His potential far surpasses all previous White Dragon Emperors, making him definitely the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history. The Gremory is filled with many powerful individuals, including high-ranking fallen angels and other Longinus wielders. Yet among all of them, Vali is still a top-tier existence. Even if you count me and Shemhazai, he would still rank around 4th or 5th. If you guys want to stop him, you'll have to show some real skill. Precisely because of this, Aazelle had brought only one bodyguard. Unlike Ser-Veresta and Michael, one had brought his sister's entire peerage, and the other had brought 2 holy sword users. Let alone in an informal occasion like this, even in extremely formal talks, Aazelle needed only a single guard like this. Aazelle. You. Michael and Ser-Veresta still wanted to say something to Aazelle, but Aazelle spoke first. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I didn't consider stopping him, but he wouldn't listen anyway. If we let him run wild, it would also become troublesome. It's better to let him formally issue the challenge in front of us like this. The meaning behind Azazelle's words was very clear. He was telling everyone that reasoning with a battle maniac was pointless. If someone truly interfered with Vali or rejected him too harshly, perhaps Vali would initiate an attack on his own. At that point, it would become truly dangerous. If you're a real warrior, you won't refuse me. Vali spread his wings of light behind him and flew outside, leaving these words behind as he departed. I'll wait for you outside. Don't disappoint me. Saying that, Vali flew out through the window. Everyone moved to act, but in the next second, they discovered that Kaiser, who had remained silent and allowed Vali to speak, had disappeared at some point. Where is he? Rias quickly asked aloud. He has gone out, Kuroka replied, holding Asia's hand and showing everyone a mischievous smile that indicated she wanted nothing more than to stir up trouble. After being provoked like that, how could my dear resist? Even if his opponent is a descendant of the original Satan and the current White Dragon Emperor, he wouldn't feel intimidated, Naya. Hearing Kuroka's words, everyone exchanged glances, and then immediately rushed out of the Occult Research Club's activity room. Big sister. Only Tuju Kaneko showed a complicated expression as she looked at Kuroka, who was clearly protective of Kaiser. Buzz. The atmosphere surrounding Kuo Academy suddenly vibrated. An invisible barrier that ordinary people could not see suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping the entire Kuo Academy. A barrier. Michael, Ser-Veresta, and the others who had just left the activity room noticed this scene. They paused for a moment and then turned their gazes toward Aazelle, who leisurely walked out. Was this your doing, Aazelle? Michael's question naturally received an affirmative answer. I had a feeling things would turn out like this. Just in case, I prepared this, Aazelle said, shrugging his shoulders, while a magic circle hovered above his palm. This way, even if they cause a huge commotion, it won't affect anything outside the academy. As for the damages within the academy, we fallen angels will fully cover it. Azazelle's words instantly made Michael, Ser-Veresta, and the others relax considerably. Brother. Rias, however, gave her brother a worried glance. Relax, Ser-Veresta clearly understood his sister's thoughts and reassured her. Even if his opponent is the White Dragon Emperor who inherited the bloodline of the original Satan, he'll have no problems. The Kaiser you've seen before was merely the tip of the iceberg of his full strength. Take this opportunity to clearly witness his true power, Rias. Hearing this, Rias silently nodded. Outside the old school building, on Kuo Academy sports field, 2 enormous auras began to rise, confronting each other fiercely, with swords drawn and bows bent. Whoosh! Like a white meteor, Vali, with his divine dividing spread behind him, flew above the sports field, stopping midair and looking down from above, his eyes flashing with an emotion that could only be described as joy. Swish! Kaiser's figure appeared on the sports field like a gust of wind, swiftly entering Vali's line of sight. He still said nothing, but the aura rising from his body was fierce like flames, proving he was also anticipating the coming battle. Not to be outdone, Vali released his aura, colliding with Kaiser's, creating a scene of evenly matched strength. Seeing this, Vali was not at all displeased, instead, he grew excited. Indeed, just as Aazelle said, "You're strong," Vali remarked. "You should know the abilities of my sacred gear, Divine Dividing, right?" Of course, Kaiser replied calmly. Whether it's the red dragon or the white dragon, both represent the crystallization of dragonkind's greatest power. The red dragon's ability is to double its wielder's power and transfer it to other objects. The white dragon's ability, on the other hand, can seize the opponent's power and make it its own. Siegfried's twice critical can also double his own power, but compared to the sacred gear sealing the red dragon emperor, it's merely its lowest version. The boosted gear of the red dragon has no upper limit. As long as its wielder can endure it, it can continuously double the user's power until they match gods and Maos. Similarly, the white dragon is the same. My sacred gear, Divine Dividing, has the ability to have the power of anyone I touch every 10 seconds. Vali revealed his ability without hesitation. And I can absorb that portion of power, turning it into my nourishment. Having the opponent's strength every 10 seconds. Just hearing of such an ability, one could tell how terrifying it was. Thanks for your kind explanation, Kaiser said with a faint smile. So, what's your purpose in deliberately explaining this? For fairness, of course, Vali gazed intently. I've already heard about your sacred gear's ability from Aazelle. Therefore, I won't hide my own powers either. Let's have an all-out fight. Both of us, using our full strength. Chapter 89, Chapter 137, The Strongest Holy Spear User. Using our full strength. This phrase didn't seem to be mere words. Balance breaker. A pure white aura burst forth. The man inheriting the bloodline of the old Mao raised his arm, and the wings of light behind him emitted a low, deep voice. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. This was the voice of the heavenly dragon sealed within Divine Dividing. At this moment, the pure white aura transformed into pure dragon waves, enveloping Vali's entire body. A white glowing armor began to appear on Vali's body, gradually spreading until it became a flawless, pure white armor that firmly covered him completely. Looking closely, this armor's appearance resembled the one Aazelle wore when activating his balance breaker, having a dragon-like silhouette. Wings of light spread open, and a pure white, chain-like tail appeared behind the armor. Vali thus transformed into a small white dragon, radiating dazzling brilliance. That flawless posture, that immaculate appearance, it was so sacred it made one doubt their own eyes. I see. Seeing this scene, Serzek seemed to understand something and looked at Aazelle beside him. The balance breaker of your artificial sacred gear was modeled after the white dragon's balance breaker, wasn't it? Anyone who had seen Azazel's artificial sacred gear's balance breaker would immediately realize this after witnessing the white dragon emperor's balance breaker. Something like that, Aazelle didn't deny it, smiling as he said, placing a dragon within a sacred gear. This method of creation itself was originally inspired by Divine Dividing and boosted gear. The souls of the two heavenly dragons were sealed into these two Longinus. This inspired me to form a contract with the Golden Dragon King, Fafnir, allowing it to be the sealed dragon inside my artificial sacred gear. The principles are similar, the forms of existence are similar, even the operation is similar. Naturally, the downfall dragon spear's simulated balance breaker state needs to closely resemble the original balance breaker to achieve the greatest stability and the highest chance of successful activation. Vali's sacred gear indeed gave me quite a lot of inspiration. For that, I should thank him. As they spoke, Vali had already launched an attack against Kaiser on the ground. Ha! He raised his armor-covered hand, gathering immense demonic power. Multiple magic circles expanded, releasing countless magic bullets like torrential rain, bombarding Kaiser below. Bang! Kaiser immediately converted his own aura into Tuki, erupting white light that surged outward, covering his entire body. Boom 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 boom. The torrent of magic bullets mercilessly bombarded the entire field, causing destruction amid continuous explosions, ripping apart the ground, blasting soil and rock into the air, sending waves of dust and wind everywhere. Careful! The people standing at the edge of the field immediately trembled. Some activated barriers, some raised their weapons to block, preventing the incoming dust wave and wind from reaching them. That kid Vali, is he really this aggressive right from the start? Aazelle activated a defensive magic circle in front of himself, blocking the debris as he spoke helplessly. Damn white dragon. To dare to wreak havoc in my academy. Rias joined hands with Akino Haimjima and the others to deploy a barrier, blocking dust waves and shock waves, anger filling her expression. Are you alright, Asia? Kuroka was naturally present as well, using her demonic power to build a defensive barrier, shielding Asia behind her. I'm alright. Asia shook her head, looking at the arena worriedly, and said, but, Kaiser-san. Don't worry about him. Kuroka flicked her tail behind her, saying nonchalantly, an attack of this level won't pose any threat to him. As if confirming Kuroka's words, amidst the continuously surging dust waves and swirling wind, the raging white light suddenly swelled explosively. A vast Tuki blew away the dust waves and wind engulfing the entire field, causing Kaiser's figure to appear within the cratered playground. The entire playground had already become riddled with holes due to Vala's previous wave of attacks, yet the area where Kaiser stood remained completely unharmed. Naturally, Kaiser himself was also completely untouched, without even a speck of dust staining his clothes. What impressive demonic power! Kaiser raised his head, looking at Vali who was floating in midair, and said, even without the divine dividing, relying solely on your own demonic power, you'd still rival an ultimate class devil. Vali didn't answer this question, but instead unfolded several pairs of wings behind himself. They were devil wings shaped like those of a bat. There were 4 pairs of wings in total, 8 wings. Vali Lucifer, the white dragon emperor who inherited the bloodline of a Satan, had clearly reached the rank of an 8-winged devil. And 8 wings corresponded precisely to an ultimate class devil. That guy. Seeing this scene, Rias seemed somewhat shaken. She was a high-class devil, originally corresponding to 6 wings. However, meeting the standard in terms of power was one thing, whether her devil rank itself could be raised was another entirely. As Kaiser had previously evaluated, Rias relied too heavily on her innate talent. Born with exceptionally powerful demonic power, she directly became a high-class devil, yet her devil rank had hardly improved at all, remaining at the minimum 2-winged level. In contrast, Vala's demonic power and devil rank both met the standards, truly at an ultimate class devil's level. Such a guy was actually a Longinus wielder, the strongest white dragon emperor in history. It was like a very cruel joke. At least, Sirs X and Michael were unable to laugh at this. Yet, Vala still said something like this. This was just the appetizer, next comes the real deal. As he spoke, Vali retracted his devil wings and spread out the wings of light behind him, suddenly diving downward. His speed was extremely fast, so swift that people with comparatively weaker strength such as Rias couldn't even clearly see his figure. All they could see was a trail of light suddenly appearing in the night sky, followed immediately by an intense collision. Boom. Vali, who had swooped down at godlike speed in front of Kaiser, threw a heavy punch, colliding fiercely with Kaiser's fist, which had been thrown out at some unknown time. The impact created a thunderous roar, setting off a violent explosive wind that blew away countless dust and dirt. The ground under Kaiser's feet instantly shattered, forming a pit with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward, carving deep scars into the earth. Boom, 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 boom. Kaiser, whose entire body erupted with Tuki, and Vali, whose whole body shone with white light, clashed face to face. They threw heavy, terrifying punches at each other, fist colliding against fist repeatedly, causing booming and explosive sounds. Each shockwave shattered the ground again and again, making it continually collapse downward. Where's your spear? Vali seemed to have fully entered his state. Seeing Kaiser blocking his attacks barehanded, an extremely excited voice came from his helmet. Where is the strongest Longinus? Show it to me quickly. As if to force Kaiser, Vali unleashed an extremely heavy punch. His armored fist carried a sonic boom as it collided heavily against Kaiser's Tuki-covered fist. Boom. A shockwave exploded out, causing the entire playground's surface to fragment inch by inch. Kaiser's figure flew out from the billowing dust, drawing an arc in midair as he was forced backward. Hurry up and draw your spear, Kaiser. The trail of light was once more dragged across the night sky. Vali vibrated his beautiful wings of light, catching up to Kaiser at astonishing speed, charging straight at him. If this strike hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The attack itself wasn't the real issue, the problem was the Divine Dividing's ability. As long as Vali touched him, he could activate the Divine Dividing's power, having Kaiser's strength and absorbing it into himself. At that point, Kaiser's strength would be halved, while Vali, having taken away this portion of strength, would become even stronger. Then, the scales of this battle would completely tip toward Vali. To avoid this, when Kaiser exchanged fists with him previously, he always used Tuki to clash indirectly. But the next attack couldn't necessarily be blocked by Tuki alone. Therefore, to deal with you, indeed I need to draw my spear. Along with these casually spoken words, sacred light appeared. Flying backwards through the air, Kaiser grasped the holy spear that emerged out of nowhere. Bathed in the spear's brilliance, his eyes shone brightly. Boom. Holy power transformed into a wave, erupting from Kaiser's body. Vali, who was charging toward Kaiser trailing a long streak of light, collided directly with this holy wave. With a loud boom, he was blasted away by the dazzling white light. Bang. Vali, transformed into a streak of white light, crashed into the gymnasium next to the field, shattering its walls. Only then did Kaiser descend from midair, landing atop the school building. The holy spear in his hand continuously emitted sacred waves, making everyone's heart surge with emotion. The true Longinus. Rias's pupils trembled. So that's the strongest Longinus. Haim Jima Aquino, Kiba Yudo, and Tuju Kaneko all felt their hearts trembling. As devils, they could sense a deadly threat emanating from that spear, as if their instincts were screaming at them to flee immediately, almost incapable of mustering even the will to resist. In contrast, the two holy sword users behind Michael looked as if they had witnessed the holiest existence in the world, encountering their very faith. Beneath their hoods, their eyes began to lose focus. Don't look. Michael quickly raised his robe, blocking their vision. He truly worried that if they continued looking, these two devout girls would have their minds captured by the holy spear, becoming Kaiser's captives. Aazelle glanced at the two girls, murmuring softly. The spear's characteristics in this regard have also strengthened. It seems it's truly become stronger in every aspect. This is something previous wielders of the spear couldn't achieve. If Vali is the strongest white dragon emperor in history, then without a doubt, he is the strongest True Longinus wielder of all generations. The strongest versus the strongest. The outcome would soon be revealed. Chapter 90, Chapter 138, Entrusting to the Spear in Hand. Bang. The gymnasium, which had one wall smashed apart, suddenly exploded, scattering countless fragments and rubble in all directions. Clad in pure white armor, the pristine and sacred white dragon slowly rose into the air from within. He appeared to be unharmed. So that's the True Longinus. Vali directed his gaze toward the rooftop of the school building, looking at Kaiser standing there against the wind. His attention was instantly drawn to the spear in Kaiser's hand. There was no helping it, that spear was simply too sacred, too dazzling. Vali found it difficult not to be captivated. Vali could even feel stinging pains throughout his body. On the surface, he appeared uninjured, but the earlier blow still had some effect on him. So this is the power of the strongest Longinus. Vali muttered to himself. From behind his back, the pair of translucent wings suddenly emitted a voice. Indeed, it's the legendary Holy Spear. It has been a long time since I've last seen it. This was the same voice that sounded earlier when Vali activated his balance breaker. The White Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon of the two heavenly dragons, whose soul was sealed within the sacred gear, was speaking with Vali. What immense power. Even from such a distance, I can clearly sense that sacred aura. My entire body feels increasingly painful. Vali's assessment earned a response from the White Dragon. Vali, you should understand clearly that in a fight against that person, we hold no advantage. Indeed, no advantage at all. It wasn't due to a difference in strength, but rather because their compatibility was extremely poor. The Divine Dividing's ability must make direct contact with the target to activate. If you want to use the Wing's ability against him, you'll have to find a way to close the distance. But the Holy Spear is far too dangerous for you. Not only is it sharp enough to easily slice through armor, but if it wounds you, you'll suffer severe damage. Although only half, you still inherited devil blood after all. Since he was a devil, he would naturally be restrained by holy weapons. And among all holy weapons, the True Longinus was the highest ranked, renowned as the legendary holy relic. Once wounded by the spear's tip, even though Vali possessed only half devil blood, he would immediately sustain severe injuries, possibly even vanishing into nothingness. Facing such a terrifying weapon, one had to find a way to close the distance, forcing close combat. This situation was indeed extremely unfavorable for Vali. Although you're strong, your opponent isn't weak either. It's even possible he's stronger than you. You are a battle genius, so there's no need for me to deliberately remind you what to do. You only need to know that the weapons you should be most wary of are firstly those capable of slaying dragons, and secondly, holy weapons targeting devils. Remember, be careful. After saying this, the White Dragon fell silent. I know, Albion. Vali gently called out the White Dragon's true name. Facing Kaiser, his eyes showed no fear despite the obvious disadvantage. Instead, his battle spirit grew stronger. I am someone who will challenge all the strongest in this world, someone who will one day stand at the summit, stepping even upon the dragon god. Sooner or later, I will encounter all these opponents who possess sacred gears or weapons that can restrain me. Therefore, I will never hesitate or fear. I'll only keep flying forward until I reach the other shore. A pure white aura, filled with a battle intent and fighting spirit bordering on madness, surged toward Kaiser. Standing atop the school building, Kaiser felt that overwhelming fighting spirit. As if sensing Vali's resolve, the corner of his mouth curved slightly. The spear, huh? Thus, Kaiser raised the holy spear, aiming it at Vali soaring into the sky, and whispered softly. Zheng. The spear immediately seemed to light up, emitting a humming sound vibrating through the air. With lightning-like speed, it suddenly extended outward. The tip of the holy spear also glowed with white light, carrying sacred power as it pierced through space, through the atmosphere, instantly arriving before Vali. Vali immediately sensed the danger. Manipulating the wings of light on his back, he desperately dodged aside, avoiding the piercing spear. However, the sacred power gathered at the spear tip brushed past Vali and suddenly exploded. Bang! The detonating sacred power erupted like a blast of light, striking Vali directly and sending him flying. Swish! The spear's body instantly retracted, then Kaiser immediately thrust it out again. Breaking the sound barrier, it extended rapidly once more, aiming straight at the flying Vali. Don't underestimate me. Enduring the intense pain throughout his body, Vali raised his hand and unleashed several powerful demonic power blasts, confronting the incoming holy spear. Bang. 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 The magic blasts exploded one after another upon the spear tip. However, instead of knocking it away, they were pierced through by the incomparably sharp point. Still, thanks to the bombardment from the blasts, the holy spear's speed was finally reduced slightly, giving Vali a chance to adjust his posture. He turned into a streak of white light, swiftly evading. Then try this move. Vali extended his hand toward Kaiser's direction, his palm emanating dense draconic waves. Half dimension. Albion's voice immediately sounded from the wings of light behind Vali. On the roof of the school building, Kaiser clearly saw the scene and, as if suddenly recalling something, unhesitatingly erupted his Tuki and swiftly retreated. In the next second, a distortion appeared in the area where Kaiser had just stood, twisting even the entire school building. Within the distortion, everyone clearly saw the school building, originally occupying a large area, continually shrinking. What is that? Rias's expression changed. That's a secret technique that flexibly utilizes the White Dragon Emperor's having ability, Aazelle immediately explained. That move can have the volume of targets within a certain range. It's a terrifying technique capable of compressing even terrain. If someone gets hit by it, they're likely doomed. Vali's next actions also proved this point. He continuously stretched out his hand toward Kaiser's direction, activating half dimension, compressing everything in his opponent's path by half or even more. School buildings, other structures, even trees and lawns, anything hit by this move would be compressed, eventually utterly crushed. The White Dragon Emperor's divine dividing possessed the ability to have the power of anything it touched every 10 seconds. Originally, activating this having ability required time. However, because he had entered Balance Breaker, this restriction was lifted. Whether it was the White Dragon or the Red Dragon, the Balance Breaker of both Longinus allowed an explosive increase in one's own power, while also enabling flexible activation of doubling or having abilities without the original 10-second limitation. Of course, this came at a cost. Each activation of the ability would further intensify the user's own consumption. The more frequently it was used, the greater the toll would become. On top of that, entering the Balance Breaker also caused significant consumption. If one recklessly used their abilities, they would eventually collapse, unable to maintain the Balance Breaker state any longer. This limitation was not exclusive to Vali. All Sacred Gear users who entered Balance Breaker faced similar consumption issues. Therefore, generally speaking, if Sacred Gear users could avoid activating Balance Breaker, they would prefer not to. However, for Vali, this wasn't a significant problem. Because he possessed innately powerful demonic power, even if he continually maintained the Balance Breaker, he could extend its duration for a full month. In view of this, he could afford to recklessly unleash the Divine Dividing's abilities to a considerable extent. Even if it accelerated his consumption, it didn't matter. After all, he didn't need a full month to finish a battle. Under these circumstances, Vali not only continuously activated the White Dragon Emperor's territory against Kaiser, but also occasionally mixed in magical attacks, causing Kuo Academy's entire terrain to suffer terrible destruction. If not for the protective barrier isolating and shielding the surroundings, the commotion, and even the aftermath of this battle would have already spread beyond the Academy's grounds. This is, really too reckless. Even those watching the battle were heavily affected by this merciless violence. Amid shockwaves, explosive winds, and dust storms, each person desperately employed their abilities, activating barriers or defensive skills, to protect themselves from being swept into the conflict. You really are reckless, Vali. Even Kaiser, who kept dodging continuously, uttered these words. His comment only elicited laughter from Vali. It's rare for me to finally encounter an opponent strong enough to pose a threat. I won't hold back. Saying this, Vali once again deployed several magic circles. Besides, I've pretty much figured out your battle rhythm and habits. Let's try this next move. With the deployment of the magic circles, Vali's figure suddenly blurred. His image began to split, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, instantly multiplying into dozens, even hundreds, of clones. Whoosh. 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 Before Kaiser could even show a surprised expression, the numerous Vali clones in the sky immediately moved, each dragging a trail of light. Like meteors, they surrounded Kaiser from all directions. PFF. Kaiser's body moved instinctively. The holy spear burst forth, piercing like a flash of light, instantly stabbing through one of the Vali clones. PFF. 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 The spear continued to flash and erupt, stabbing or cutting down each incoming Vali, causing them to vanish as illusions. You're actually resorting to this trick? Even as Kaiser repeatedly thrust his spear at blinding speed, he unexpectedly closed his eyes. Ever since encountering Kuroka, Kaiser realized his sensory capabilities were somewhat lacking, making it easy for enemies to interfere through special means. Thus, Kaiser decided that whenever he encountered such circumstances, he would abandon his eyes and his own judgment. He would entrust everything to the holy spear in his hand. The spear would tell him precisely where his enemy was. Chapter 91, Chapter 139, Power at a Higher Level. Amidst the fierce battle, Kaiser suddenly blocked out all sound. Thanks to the resonance he had constantly maintained with the holy spear during this period, even in this intense combat, he quickly entered a state of tranquility. Within Kaiser's body, golden glowing patterns shimmered repeatedly, spreading across every vein and every organ. PFF. 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 With his eyes closed, Kaiser's 5 senses were already sealed, yet his body moved naturally, even faster than before. In an instant, he thrust out multiple strikes, piercing through several Vali clones attacking him. Under the effect of his unique authority, even though Kaiser had sealed off his 5 senses and consciousness, his instincts compelled him to continuously wield the holy spear, perfectly unleashing its power. Boom. A wave condensed from divine power erupted from the spear, forming a shock wave radiating outward with Kaiser at its center. One by one, the Vali clones attacking from all sides were scattered by this sudden shock wave. None could successfully break through the spear's defense and reach Kaiser. Until... swish. A trail of light appeared, as one among the many Vali clones suddenly accelerated, shooting forward and charging directly at Kaiser. I've got him. Gazing at Kaiser's back drawing ever closer, Vali's eyes flashed sharply, dragonic aura gathering in his hand as he mercilessly delivered a punch. This punch was like a meteor suddenly appearing in the night sky, extraordinarily fast and powerful. The movement was so swift it caused violent friction with the atmosphere, sparks bursting from the outline of his fist. Vali believed that if this punch landed on Kaiser, even if the opponent had 2 key defenses, they would instantly be breached. And as long as he could successfully touch Kaiser, he could unleash his balance breaker's power, instantly activating his having ability dozens of times. At that moment, even a Mao-class existence would be weakened to a level below a low-class devil. In other words, this was the decisive strike. If it landed, he would win. Of course, that was assuming it would hit. Just as Vali approached Kaiser's back, poised to deliver the powerful blow, Kaiser opened his eyes. Here. Kaiser abruptly turned, not even glancing behind, and thrust out with the holy spear in his hand. The spear surged forward like a dragon, swift as a flash of light. Poochie. The incomparably sharp spear tip instantly shattered the armor on Vali's incoming fist, pierced through his flesh, and stabbed deeply into his arm. Gwa. Vali let out a pained cry, his pupils contracting sharply. This isn't good. The onlookers all witnessed this scene, causing even Aazelle to exclaim aloud. He was hit by the holy spear. The same thought flashed through everyone else's minds as well. A devil, pierced by the holy spear, no one present failed to understand what that meant. SSSS. Smoke rose from the arm Vali had been pierced in. The flesh inside seemed to vaporize, gradually disappearing. Vali, retreat quickly. Albion's somewhat anxious voice sounded from within Divine Dividing, making Vali realize the gravity of the situation. Immediately, ignoring the arm pierced by the holy spear, Vali violently pulled his hand free and retreated at the speed of light. GUH. After retreating some distance, Vali suddenly dropped to his knees. The armor on his body flickered unstably, as if on the verge of breaking apart. Your power is weakening, Albion spoke again. The holy spear's power is purifying you, quickly, use divide on yourself. Without hesitation, Vali pressed his intact hand onto his wounded arm, activating Divine Dividing's ability. Divide. The dividing ability activated, not by stealing power, but functioning similarly to the White Dragon Emperor's territory. Thus, the holy energy invading Vali's body was reduced by half by Divine Dividing. Divide, divide, divide. Vali activated the ability several more times, continually having the holy energy within himself until it completely vanished. Only then did smoke stop rising from Vali's wounded hand, the flesh ceased disappearing, and his armor's glow stabilized once more, though noticeably dimmed. Did I narrowly escape that? Vali's forehead was covered in sweat. That was far too dangerous just now, Vali, Albion spoke to him again. Though you've escaped immediate danger, due to the influence of the holy spear and the abilities you just activated, you've exhausted a great deal of energy. I must inform you, your balance breaker can now only be maintained for 1 more hour. If you activate your ability again, the duration will shorten further. Furthermore, with your injured arm, you must proceed carefully now, Vali. Vali nodded silently and stood up after wiping the sweat from his face. You can still fight. Standing in place all along, Kaiser now spoke, his voice unclear whether it was admiration or merely emotion. I thought that strike just now had already decided the match. In truth, it nearly had. Though the outcome wasn't officially decided, anyone with eyes could see that Vali was in poor condition. Even if he still retained some fighting ability, not yet reduced to a spent force, compared to the calm and composed Kaiser, the gap was perfectly clear. Kaiser is about to win. Ser-Veresta, Michael, Rias, Kuroka, and the others had all reached this conclusion, causing some to reveal complicated expressions, while others were openly joyful. No. Only Aazelle, his eyes fixed tightly upon Vali, had no trace of a smile remaining on his face. Vali hasn't given up just yet. Even through the helmet, Aazelle could clearly sense Vali's fighting spirit still existed, not weakening in the slightest. That kid. Could he be planning to? Thinking of a certain possibility, Azazelle's expression changed. Before Aazelle could react further, Vali suddenly laughed. Moreover, his laughter grew louder and louder. Incredible, truly incredible. Though the situation was already terrible, Vali was still excited. Before I even touched you, your spear struck me first. As expected of someone who can match Aazelle evenly, it's hard to believe you're purely human. You did not disappoint me either, you're indeed very strong. Vali gazed through his helmet at Kaiser, his eyes so intense that even Kaiser could feel the burning stare. But I don't want to lose yet. So, I'll show you the power beyond the current divine dividing. You have earned the right to witness this. When Vali's words spread throughout Kuo Academy and reached everyone's ears, the expressions of many who realized what he meant changed drastically. Vali. Albion was the first to speak out, calling Vali's name. Stop now, Vali. That's far too dangerous. Aazelle, too, lost his composure for the first time, panicking to such an extent that even Rias and the others fell into confusion. Could it be, he's already able to use that? This is terrible. Ser-Veresta and Michael, seemingly understanding what Vali intended, also showed grim expressions. What exactly is he trying to do? Kuroka, who had been about to celebrate Kaiser's victory, grew uneasy seeing everyone's reactions. Kaiser-san. Asia couldn't help but speak up, yet failed to draw Kaiser's attention. Kaiser merely stared intently at Vali, abruptly tightening his grip on his spear. He knew what Vali intended to do next. A higher-level power of the divine dividing, Rias and the others might not know what that was, but Kaiser knew it clearly. Generally speaking, the peak of a sacred gear was the balance breaker, and once achieved, it was considered having reached the limit of that sacred gear's power. However, there existed certain sacred gears, due to special circumstances, that possessed powers surpassing even that. For instance, divine dividing, this sacred gear sealed within it the soul of Albion, one of the heavenly dragons. Such sacred gears, formed through sealing something within, operated by extracting and granting the sealed entity's powers to the host, allowing the host to utilize its strength and abilities. Therefore, these sacred gears had an additional state, temporarily forcefully lifting the seal's constraints, releasing the sealed power and momentarily causing the host's strength to skyrocket. Right now, Vali was doing exactly that. I, who am about to awaken. Vali began chanting the ominous incantation. Vanish into ashes. Be reduced to nothingness. Around Vali, whispers akin to vengeful spirits suddenly appeared. I am the heavenly dragon who lost all to the principles of supremacy. Vali continued chanting, releasing a terrifying aura from his body. The dream shall end soon. The illusion shall soon begin. The whispers appeared again, causing even Vali's originally pure white aura to appear cursed, evoking fear. I envy the infinite and pursue the dream. Ignoring all of this, Vali continued chanting. Everything. Yes, give up everything you have. The whispers now carried resentment, as if genuinely cursing something. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. And I shall take you to the limits of innocence. Vali finished the remaining chant in one breath, his aura surging forth like a natural disaster, obliterating everything around him. Juggernaut drive. At this moment, the pure white aura even surged upward, piercing the clouds in the night sky and dispersing them entirely. Rumble. Under the immense force, buildings and ground around Vali collapsed or shattered, forming a massive crater. Roar. A dragon-like roar echoed from the crater's center, revealing Vali's figure. Kaiser leapt backward, evading the shockwave and landing firmly on the ground. He gazed at the figure within the crater, his expression finally turning genuinely solemn. Chapter 92, Chapter 140. Let me show you then. Crack. Crack. This was the sound of the barrier covering the entirety of Kuo Academy beginning to fracture. When the pure white aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring straight into the sky and dispersing the dark clouds, the dome of the barrier was also broken through by this terrifying aura, causing it to crack and become unstable. The fierce waves of dragon aura ravaged the area, not only shaking the atmosphere and causing storms, but also fracturing the ground, leaving buildings within the academy either collapsing or splitting apart. This isn't good. Azazel's expression became more serious than ever before. While unfolding multiple layers of magic circles with his hands, he urgently requested assistance from Ser-Veresta and Michael. Hurry up and help me. Upon hearing this, both Ser-Veresta and Michael did not hesitate, quickly summoning several magic circles of their own. Even the silver-haired maid beside Ser-Veresta did the same, channeling enormous power into the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy, stabilizing the wavering barrier. Brother. Rias and her peerage barely managed to sustain the protective barrier around themselves. Like a small boat isolated in a raging storm, they appeared exceptionally fragile amidst the violent, fierce aura. What is that, brother? Rias shouted loudly, only to receive an extremely serious look from Ser-Veresta. That is the power known as juggernaut drive, a forbidden force possessed only by certain sacred gears sealing monsters, dragons, and similar beings, Ser-Veresta explained in a heavy tone. By forcibly lifting the seal placed on the sacred gear, the sealed being's power is unleashed to its utmost limit. That is, juggernaut drive. Among them, the juggernaut drive of sacred gears sealing monsters is called juggernaut beast, while the juggernaut drive of sacred gears sealing dragons is called juggernaut dragon. Vali Lucifer is currently using this dangerous power, the juggernaut dragon. As soon as Ser-Veresta finished speaking, Michael's voice rang out right afterward. The sacred gears of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor both possess juggernaut dragon. Furthermore, because the dragons sealed within them are the highest-ranked heavenly dragons, their juggernaut dragon forms are exceptionally powerful, Michael explained with his eyes closed. Once juggernaut drive is activated, whether it be the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor, the user gains power comparable to that of a god. Upon hearing this, Rias and the others were immediately stunned. Power comparable to a god. That was a strength surpassing even the Mao. Since ancient times, the underworld has always had 4 great satans, but heaven has only ever had one god. Heaven and the underworld had fought each other for thousands of years, and God and the satans had similarly fought battles for ages. Even with the combined power of the 4 satans, the devils had never managed to defeat God, clearly demonstrating that God's individual power surpassed that of any single satan. Although there were some non-combat-oriented deities who did not excel in battle, any deity who knew how to fight, even the weakest among them, could surpass a Satan-class being. To be able to rival God meant the White Dragon Emperor's power had already far surpassed the level of a Mao. How can this be? Asia overheard this conversation, her heart immediately tightening in fear. Even Kuroka knitted her brows tightly, causing Kaneko Tuju, who had been secretly observing her from the side, to freeze in place. At this time, Azazel's voice also spoke up again. Juggernaut drive is indeed an extremely powerful ability, but it comes with a huge risk, Aazelle said somewhat irritably. Once activated, the sacred gear's user basically loses control, continuing until everything around them is destroyed. Furthermore, it severely shortens their lifespan and drains a significant amount of their life force. It's essentially a suicidal technique, not only fierce but also dangerous. Using the sacred gear in that way is equivalent to abandoning one's own future. That isn't the proper way to use a sacred gear. Only those obsessed with power would fight using that cursed method. That bastard Vali. I explicitly warned him not to use Juggernaut drive so carelessly, yet he still did. It was clear from Azazel's tone that he felt regret for not stopping Vali from challenging Kaiser. If he had known that Vali would go to such lengths to defeat Kaiser, he wouldn't have cared so much and would have definitely stopped him. Even Ser-Veresta and Michael wore expressions full of worry. I didn't expect the White Dragon Emperor of this generation to already be able to activate Juggernaut drive. It's unbelievable. The Red Dragon Emperor hasn't even appeared yet, but the White Dragon Emperor has already reached this stage. The Red Dragon and White Dragon had always been mortal enemies. Even though both dragons had been sealed within sacred gears, the hosts chosen by these 2 sacred gears would still be drawn together repeatedly by their powers, battling each other to the death again and again until one side perished completely. Throughout history, there had always been one consistent rule in the rivalry between the Red and White Dragons: whoever first mastered Juggernaut drive would be the victor. Now, the Red Dragon Emperor had not yet emerged, yet the White Dragon Emperor had already learned how to use Juggernaut drive. If the host of the Red Dragon Emperor were present here, he would surely feel despair. This is just a sparring match, why use such a dangerous power? Aazelle, did you anticipate this as well? Ser-Veresta and Michael began to blame Aazelle. How could I possibly predict something like this? Aazelle replied with a bitter smile. If I had anticipated this, I wouldn't have prepared only something of this level. After all, a mere barrier, no matter how carefully prepared, could never withstand an uncontrollable rampage of god-level power. If Aazelle had foreseen this earlier, even if he couldn't stop it, he certainly would have prepared more measures to deal with the aftermath. This is troublesome, Ser-Veresta said. If the White Dragon Emperor loses control here, not only Kuo Academy, but the whole Kuo Town will be reduced to ashes. Ser-Veresta's eyes flickered, showing that he was already considering stepping in to intervene in this battle. No, the situation hasn't gotten that serious yet, Aazelle shook his head. Juggernaut drive is indeed an extremely dangerous power, but Vali can still use it normally for several minutes by paying the price of consuming his enormous demonic power. So for these few minutes, he should be able to control himself and won't immediately lose control. As soon as Aazelle finished speaking, Vala's voice came from over there, proving this point. Sorry, but time is limited. Let's end this quickly. Following these words, Vala's figure soared into the air again, flying out from the crater. At this moment, his entire body erupted with an incredibly fierce aura. Although his appearance was still that of a white dragon, it had grown much larger, and the armor on his entire body had developed rather sinister-looking components, making the originally pure and holy white dragon appear vastly more ferocious. Boom. In the next instant, the white dragon swung its steel dragon tail, spread its wings of light, and its massive body disappeared amid an explosive sonic boom, leaving behind a powerful shockwave. Kaiser felt a sudden, deadly sense of crisis rise in his heart. Without thinking, he opened the tip of the True Longinus, releasing the maximum amount of holy power. An extremely dense holy power immediately formed something akin to a barrier of light, protecting Kaiser's entire body. This method of using holy power and the terrifyingly proficient control displayed made Aazelle and the others feel astonished once again upon witnessing it. It was certain that among all the wielders of the True Longinus in history, no one had ever used the spear's holy power more skillfully than Kaiser. Kaiser protected himself with the barrier formed from holy power, letting the sacred aura block the fierce wave of dragon power. However, when Vala's armored body, now transformed into a giant white dragon, appeared in front of him, everything became futile. Boom. A single punch. With merely a single punch, Vala blasted apart the holy power, which was unquestionably poisonous to himself, and instantly shattered the barrier protecting Kaiser. Roar. The fierce white dragon let out a roar, directly opening the dragon head formed by his helmet armor, and viciously biting down toward Kaiser with a mouth full of sharp fangs and teeth. Bam. At the critical moment, Kaiser raised his spear to block in time, yet he was instantly blown away by an unbelievably powerful force, sent flying backward like a cannonball. Rumble. The ground was continuously torn apart by Kaiser, who was blasted away like a projectile. Dust exploded outward, creating clouds of sand and dirt. Bam. Vala charged forward again at some unknown moment, diving into the ground amid the exploding dust. He smashed the earth apart while knocking Kaiser, who had crashed into it, back out again. His fist pressed against Kaiser's raised spear, pushing him, rushing forward without pause. Bam. 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 Instantly, Kaiser was forced by Vala straight through several collapsing buildings, continuously smashing through them one after another and causing thunderous explosions. It's my win. Kaiser. Vala's voice had grown notably frenzied. Behind him, his steel dragon tail lashed out, heavily striking Kaiser's body. Boom. Following the ear-splitting collision, Kaiser's two-key defense crumbled like paper, instantly breaking apart. Kaiser himself transformed into a blurred streak of light, crashing into the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy, causing it to shake and crack visibly. Cough. Finally, Kaiser spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing power that surpassed Mao class and rivaled that of a god, even he, wielding the holy spear, had begun to reach his limits. Ha ha. Yet, Kaiser laughed outright, just as Vali had earlier. Southwest, this is Juggernaut Drive. Truly terrifying. Kaiser slid down along the barrier wall, landing on the ground. It's my win. Vali roared, seemingly already losing control of himself. In response, Kaiser had only one thing to say. Not necessarily. He raised the spear in his hand. Since you played your trump card, I won't hold back either. Let me show you now. My balance breaker. Chapter 93, Chapter 141, Spear that Judges Gods and Devils. Balance breaker. When Kaiser made this declaration toward the increasingly berserk Vali, not only Vali himself but everyone else present felt their hearts tremble. Some people only now suddenly realized that Kaiser hadn't yet used his balance breaker at all. Especially Kuroka and Aazelle, the worry on their faces was abruptly replaced by intense joy, as if they had recalled something. Because they had witnessed Kaiser's balance breaker before. Finally, we're going to see it again. The balance breaker of the True Longinus. Aazelle and Michael immediately turned their gazes toward Kaiser. Both of them had survived from ancient times until now. They might fall short of Ser-Veresta, a rising star, in terms of pure strength, but when it came to experience and knowledge, they far surpassed him. Ser-Veresta was ultimately a new Satan who had taken the name Lucifer from the old Satan faction. He had been alive for only a few hundred years, and compared to Aazelle and Michael, who had already lived for millennia, the things he had witnessed were undoubtedly fewer. Thus, when Aazelle and Michael reacted to Kaiser's words, Ser-Veresta had yet to respond. However, what happened next to Kaiser was sufficient to move everyone deeply. Balance breaker. Facing the berserk white dragon directly, bathed in his ferocious aura, Kaiser uttered quietly. Hum. Immediately, sacred ripples appeared upon the holy spear, spreading outward like invisible waves, reverberating throughout heaven and earth. Dazzling brilliance also emerged upon the spear, showing a color reminiscent of its name, a dark and dusky twilight hue. Incomprehensible fluctuations rapidly spread, bringing forth an ancient, supreme, sacred, and deadly aura. At this moment, the entire world trembled. Feeling these unbelievable fluctuations and the supreme aura, everyone present widened their eyes. Even Vali himself was no exception. Originally frenzied, he inexplicably took a step backward. He could sense something incredibly nostalgic yet terrifying appearing before his eyes. Under these circumstances, the holy spear in Kaiser's hand also began to change. Its shaft transformed from blue to scarlet, so intensely red that it resembled droplets of blood. Yet, it did not evoke a sense of ominousness, instead, it felt even more sacred and pure. Its spearhead appeared as though stained with blood, its originally dazzling radiance becoming utterly crimson. An ancient, supreme, sacred, and deadly aura surged forth, accompanied by a clearly perceptible will manifesting outward. That will was magnificent and noble, benevolent yet awe-inspiring. Ah! Led by Michael, those who held devout faith began to tremble uncontrollably. Even Aazelle, who had already seen it once, was no exception. My lord. Michael directly shed tears, while the two holy sword wielders behind him became so overwhelmed, they kneeled down as though witnessing God's descent. How is this possible? Azazel's face showed obvious turmoil, utterly shocked beyond measure. The will of the deceased god has actually descended upon this world once again. Aazelle simply couldn't believe his eyes, nor could he trust his senses. If even he was shaken like this, then the devils led by Ser-Veresta naturally trembled as if criminals facing their executioner. Without exception, every one of them shook with fear. God. Even Kiba, a devil peerage member deeply entangled with the church, who held both love and hatred toward God, momentarily lost himself and involuntarily spoke out loud. The balance breaker of the True Longinus, does it manifest God's will in this world? Regarding Kiba's words, Aazelle denied them without hesitation. No, that's not the balance breaker of the True Longinus. Unable to conceal his shock, Aazelle shouted out. Holy spear of the pure white knight, that is the True Longinus' real balance breaker. All previous wielders of the spear used that balance breaker. But the balance breaker appearing before us now isn't the original form of the spear. This is a subspecies. It's an entirely new balance breaker developed independently by that person, unique to him alone, a completely new balance breaker for the holy spear. It was this balance breaker that manifested the will of God. This will directly descended upon the world, like the grandest of world regulations, the universal laws themselves, instantly reckoning all sins. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, all the original sins existing in the human world, along with the beings possessing those sins, faced judgment from this will, causing severe shocks to their mental worlds. It was as though they sincerely repented for their unforgivable sins. Everyone present, including Ser-Veresta and Aazelle, began losing their sense of self. Not good. After a short moment, Ser-Veresta and Aazelle abruptly regained their senses and quickly awakened those around them. Rias, Hajime Akino, Kiba, Tuju Kaneko, and even Kuroka nearly succumbed due to their weak wills. Only Michael and Aazelle, the purest and most innocent individuals untouched by original sin, remained unaffected. As for the two holy sword wielders behind Michael, they were somewhat influenced, proving they were not saints. However, they did not resist this at all, instead excitedly and fanatically accepting the baptism of God's will. Gah! As for Vali inside the battlefield, he suddenly emitted a painful scream. He felt intense agony under the baptism of God's will. Although his firm resolve prevented him from falling into ruin, the fluctuations emitted from the scarlet spear in Kaiser's hand seemed to purify him, giving him the sensation of nearing annihilation. Holding such a spear, Kaiser's voice echoed throughout the world. From the moment I obtained this spear, I was able to activate its balance breaker. But after gaining that balance breaker, I realized it didn't suit me. So, I spent some time and developed a new balance breaker. Holding the spear, Kaiser slowly walked toward Vali. My demand for the new balance breaker is simple, to maximize its original purpose. What is the purpose of the True Longinus? It's simple. Just as described in legend, to slay God, to pierce God. Indeed, the True Longinus was sharp, but mere sharpness alone could never kill a god. It possessed 3 abilities, seemingly impressive, but in reality, none of these abilities directly corresponded to the concept of god slaying. Even the spear's proudest holy attribute power was effective only against demonic beings like devils. How could such a thing slay a god? How could such a thing annihilate a god? If the first and strongest Longinus lacked the power to definitively kill gods, wouldn't it be unworthy of its name? Given that, initially, Kaiser intended to pursue the form that he and his sacred gear ought to have to the point of madness, merging himself entirely with the sacred gear to achieve the second type of balance breaker, its abyss side. Yet during this process, the holy spear underwent consecutive transformations, causing its balance breaker to encompass all 3 types. After activating my balance breaker, my spear manifests 3 transformations. The first transformation, all of its original abilities undergo enhancement. The second transformation, it begins to trace back to its origin, gaining absolute power to slay gods. Not only can it pierce through the bodies of gods, but its holy power also transforms into god-slaying power, disregarding any conditions and instantly killing the target. As for the third transformation, you have already experienced it. It externalizes the will of God residing within the spear, carrying out judgment upon sinners. The first transformation involves strengthening its original abilities, reflecting the evolutionary sublimation side of balance breaker. The second transformation was related to pursuing the ideal state between himself and the sacred gear to a point of madness, merging himself completely with it, manifesting the abyss side of balance breaker. The third transformation could not be classified into either of the previous 2. It formed a mutation known as the irregular side of balance breaker. Now, God's will is judging your sins. Once you fail to resist, you will sink into repentance, unable to free yourselves. Those who can withstand this judgment are either saints untouched by original sin or people with exceptionally firm wills. But even if your will is strong enough to resist sinking, you'll still be affected. Being able to exert even half of your full strength would be considered excellent. On the other hand, Kaiser, due to activating his balance breaker, not only fully upgraded the spear's inherent abilities but also gained the god-slaying power capable of truly killing even gods. This is my unique balance breaker, the subspecies balance breaker of the True Longinus, spear of divine and demonic judgment. Kaiser moved to stand before Vali, looking at him as he writhed in pain, and spoke slowly. With your strength of will, you should have been able to resist God's will. But since you've activated Juggernaut Drive, risking losing control at any moment, your reason is constantly on the verge of collapse, significantly weakening your resistance. With your power greatly diminished and your nature as a devil, it's only natural you'd feel as though you're being purified, suffering immensely before this spear which absolutely counters both gods and devils. In your current state, you can't even fight against me. Saying this, Kaiser raised the crimson god-slaying spear. Unfortunately, the winner is me, Vali Lucifer. With those words, Kaiser thrust the spear forward. Wait. Aazelle, who was desperately resisting the judgment of God's will, saw this scene, and his expression changed drastically. He hadn't missed Kaiser's words. This was a spear capable of piercing even gods, ignoring all conditions to kill its target. If struck by it, Vali would truly be finished this time. Relax. Kaiser did not stop, piercing the spear through the armor on Vali's chest. I'm simply forcing him out of there. The armor shattered instantly, causing the violent white dragon to vanish from the battlefield. Vali's figure fell from within, collapsing on the ground. Thus, Kaiser easily attained victory. Unquestionably. Chapter 94, Chapter 142, You thought you were the only one. Late at night, Kuo Academy, previously a scenic campus, was now utterly reduced to ruins, leaving behind a desolate mess. Not a single building remained intact, nor did a single scenic spot. The ground was filled with craters, even massive meteorite craters scattered around, shocking to behold. With Vali's collapse, the battle finally ended. Kuo Academy would no longer suffer further destruction, and the gods' will echoing between heaven and earth gradually receded. The crimson spear in Kaiser's hand also faded, gradually reverting to its original appearance, withdrawing both God's will and the god-slaying power. Seeing Kaiser like this, everyone remained in a stunned daze for a long time. They were still immersed in what had just happened, recalling the terrifying crimson spear and the supreme will, their reactions slowed considerably. Phew. Having cancelled his balance breaker, Kaiser exhaled, feeling the rapid depletion of his stamina and aura, silently sighing inwardly. The spear of divine and demonic judgment still consumes too much. Its consumption is far greater than ordinary sacred gear's balance breakers, even surpassing other Longinus balance breakers. I wonder if there's a chance for improvement. The balance breaker Kaiser developed was certainly powerful, but the stronger a power, the greater the price required to wield it effectively. Hence, high consumption was an unavoidable problem. Due to inheriting Lucifer's bloodline, Vali naturally possessed enormous demonic power, which allowed him to maintain his balance breaker for an entire month. Kaiser's aura was actually not much inferior to Vali's demonic power. After all, it had been converted from the immense prana accumulated by absorbing a large amount of amanadite. Even though the quantity decreased after equivalent conversion, it was still substantial. If not for this, Kaiser wouldn't have been able to easily overpower high-class devils or contend with ultimate-class devils using Tuki alone. Perhaps Kaiser's aura was not as immense as Vali's demonic power, but his physical strength was superior, resulting in greater stamina compared to Vali. Comparing these two aspects, Kaiser was actually even more unfair than Vali. If Kaiser were to use Divine Dividing's balance breaker, he could maintain it for at least 50 days, almost twice as long as Vali. However, even under these conditions, when Kaiser used the True Longinus balance breaker, its duration didn't even reach 2 hours. And this was under circumstances of moderate usage. If he excessively squeezed out the balance breaker's power, this duration would shorten even further. It's imaginable how enormous the consumption was for the balance breaker developed by Kaiser. It's understandable. After all, it's a power capable of killing gods unconditionally, even manifesting gods will externally and affecting everyone indiscriminately. It's essentially like constantly activating the ability against multiple targets every second. If it were Vali, continuously activating the having ability against everyone present would quickly exhaust him as well. Being able to maintain the balance breaker of the Holy Spear for nearly 2 hours under these conditions can already be considered very good. Kaiser gave himself positive evaluation while glancing at Vali, who had collapsed to the ground. No, more accurately, he was looking at the shattered armor around Vali. Among these armor fragments were numerous blue gems. These gems appeared on Vali's armor when he activated his balance breaker, being part of the armor itself. I've got it. Kaiser casually picked one up, sensing the faint power inside it, and couldn't help but smile. At this moment. Wait. Vali, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly struggled, breathing heavily. He looked at Kaiser with a pale face, yet spoke with fighting spirit undiminished in his eyes. I haven't lost yet. It seemed he still didn't intend to admit defeat and was struggling to get up with difficulty. Vali, you need to rest, Albion spoke up. Though the terrifying spear didn't pierce your body directly, you were previously stabbed once by the Holy Spear even before it entered balance breaker state. Then you even activated the juggernaut drive, consuming vast amounts of demonic power, stamina, and even part of your life force, shortening your lifespan by several years. You possess half-devil blood, and your lifespan is far longer than a human's, but if you continue fighting now, it will undoubtedly cause even more severe damage. Give it up, you've lost this time. Albion's persuasion didn't move Vali. After witnessing such power, how could I easily admit defeat? Vali stared intently at Kaiser, smiling rather bitterly, but spoke with burning determination. If not for activating Juggernaut Drive, my willpower surely would have overcome God's will. Defeating God, that's one of my greatest goals. Even if it's just his will, the opportunity is right before me, how could I easily give up? Besides, I also want to experience head-on the sharpness of that crimson spear. How could I fall here? This astonishing determination and fighting intent seemed to spur Vali's already exhausted body, making him finally stand up, shocking everyone around him. Is that guy insane? He still wants to fight in that condition. Rias and the others held their breath one after another. Vali. Aazelle also deeply furrowed his brows, seemingly unwilling to see Vali fight any longer. But before anyone could step forward, Kaiser spoke first. Do you really think you can defeat me? Kaiser questioned him like this. How would I know if I don't even try? Vali wasn't provoked in the slightest. Yet, Kaiser raised the spear in his hand, pointing its tip toward Vali. This wasn't an attacking stance, but rather a gesture displaying the weapon in his hand before Vali. You don't think the previous balance breaker was the spear's full extent, do you? Kaiser spoke with utmost calmness. You don't actually believe your sacred gear is the only one with a juggernaut, do you? As soon as these words came out, everyone present, including Vali, sharply contracted their pupils. What does he mean? Rias asked, bewildered and incredulous. Could it be that the Holy Spear also possesses a power like Juggernaut Drive? Is there a monster sealed within that spear as well? The answer to this question soon appeared. It's not a monster sealed within the Holy Spear, but God's residual will. Aazelle recalled the omnipresent God's will from earlier, seemingly understanding something, and gave Kaiser a deep look. It's a power different from Juggernaut Drive or Beast Drive, called Truth Idea. Truth Idea is something similar yet fundamentally different from Juggernaut Drive or Beast Drive. Activating that move won't always grant enormous power, as its effect depends on the lingering will of God residing in the spear. When Truth Idea is activated, God's residual will absorb the ambition of the spear's wielder, creating various effects and miracles according to the opponent's existence. Sometimes it's an overwhelmingly destructive force capable of defeating the opponent, sometimes it blesses the enemy to win their heart, sometimes it can heal one's own injuries, and sometimes it causes indiscriminate damage to both friends and foes. It's extremely unstable. In other words, this was a power with extremely random and gambling-like properties. If the wielder of the Holy Spear cannot gain the recognition of God's will through their own resolve, not only will they fail to receive its help, they may even harm themselves. Even after activation, it may not necessarily yield a beneficial effect for the user, or rather, even if it does take effect, it might not be what the user desires. If the opponent's will, ambition, or dreams are deemed more worthy of recognition by God's will than the spear wielder's own, then it may even assist the enemy. Therefore, though of a different nature, Truth Idea is also a very dangerous power, just like Juggernaut Drive, capable of harming its user. This is the deeper layer of power hidden within the True Longinus, the ability to summon various incredible phenomena or miracles. After obtaining the Holy Spear, Kaiser mastered this ability, and due to his unique authority, the spear has already become a part of him, having acknowledged him as its master. Even gods cannot defy him. In other words, if Kaiser activates Truth Idea, there is absolutely no possibility of an outcome unfavorable to himself. Quite the opposite, gods will undoubtedly trigger the most advantageous effect to aid Kaiser. In Kaiser's hands, Truth Idea is an absolute trump card. To a certain extent, Kaiser's balance breaker itself is actually a part of Truth Idea. Manifesting gods externally and unleashing the power to judge sinners, such effects must certainly be included within Truth Idea's scope. Perhaps in the past, someone has already achieved the same result when activating Truth Idea. Precisely because of this, Kaiser's balance breaker consumes an enormous amount of energy. After all, it transforms a portion of Truth Idea's power into the balance breaker itself. Even Vali can only maintain Juggernaut Drive for a few minutes. If Kaiser uses Truth Idea, he probably could only activate it 2 or 3 times before completely exhausting himself. You can't even defeat my balance breaker, let alone defeat me after activating Truth Idea. Kaiser spoke quietly to Vali, who stared blankly at him. Or are you trying to say that, in your current condition, even after overcoming my balance breaker, you can continue to overcome Truth Idea as well? Hearing this, Vali fell silent. No matter how tough he was, no matter how enthusiastic about fighting, he wasn't blind to reality. Kaiser's balance breaker was already powerful enough, even himself in Juggernaut Drive had been easily defeated, not to mention Kaiser could activate an even higher level of power. Truth Idea, a power of dominance similar to Juggernaut Drive. Even though he had never seen it before, Vali, knowing well how powerful Juggernaut Drive was, could easily imagine its terrifying might. In his current state, overcoming both Kaiser's balance breaker and Truth Idea consecutively was impossible. He had indeed lost. If you want to challenge me again, wait until you've grown stronger. Kaiser glanced at Vali, leaving behind a meaningful sentence. Perhaps, by then, I can show you something even more interesting. After these words, Kaiser turned around and left. Only then did the spectators gather around, drawing the curtain on this unexpected fierce battle. Chapter 95, Chapter 143, No one is completely unafraid. After the battle ended, the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy wasn't immediately dispelled, but continued to function. There was no choice, the entirety of Kuo Academy had been reduced to ruins and could not be directly exposed to the outside world. Aazelle kept his word, taking responsibility for the damage. He immediately contacted the Gremory after the battle ended, asking them to send a group of fallen angels. These fallen angels arrived via teleportation magic circles and immediately began repairing the academy. Using magic or sorcery, their repair speed was extremely fast. At this rate, by early tomorrow morning, Kuo Academy would return to its original state, and ordinary humans would detect nothing wrong at all. During this period, the regrouped people each formed small circles, talking amongst themselves. You really went too far, Vali. Naturally, Aazelle approached Vali and lectured him. Aazelle. Vali, receiving treatment from a fallen angel, looked at Aazelle who had come before him, remaining silent. Seeing Vali like this, even Aazelle swallowed back all the words he had in his throat, unable to speak. He could still clearly see that this defeat had been a huge blow to Vali. It wasn't that Vali couldn't accept defeat, nor was he unable to accept a stronger opponent. On the contrary, Vali was the type who became braver with setbacks. The stronger the enemy, the happier he became. Even among the Gremory, there were those stronger than him, and he had experienced defeat before. But this time was different. He truly is strong, Aazelle. Vali seemed to be speaking to himself as he muttered, he's clearly just an ordinary human, yet he can use the Holy Spear to such an extent. Even Juggernaut Drive was completely helpless against him. He didn't even use the True Longinus Truth Idea, he defeated me easily just with his balance breaker. Not even Tobio could push me to this extent. Aazelle fell silent at once. Tobio accused, like Vali, he was a Longinus wielder affiliated with Gremory. He and Kaiser were both pure humans, possessors of Longinus class sacred gears. Tobio accused held Canis Lycaon, and thus many called him the dog. Although Tobio accused was human, he possessed exceptional talent. He was naturally awakened to the balance breaker of his sacred gear and had studied Canis Lycaon to such an extreme degree that he reached achievements in the depths of balance breaker that few could match. In Azazelle's eyes, Tobio accused was one of the strongest among modern humans. His strength even exceeded Vali's and, until now, he was the only human aside from Kaiser who could force Vali to resort to Juggernaut Drive. Because of this, Vali always regarded Tobio accused as his rival and frequently requested to spar with him, resulting in Tobio accused viewing him as an annoying younger brother and often avoiding him whenever possible. Before meeting Kaiser, Aazelle had always believed that, among the humans, and even among all Longinus wielders, Tobio accused stood at the very pinnacle. After meeting Kaiser, Aazelle felt Kaiser could match Tobio accused, certainly not inferior to Vali at least. But after today, this perception had been shattered. Kaiser, who possessed that balance breaker and could also activate the truth idea, was undoubtedly the genuine strongest human alive. Even Tobio Acuse would have to yield beneath him. The reason Vali suffered such a severe blow was not because he had lost, nor because his opponent was too powerful, but because he felt powerless. When facing Tobio Acuse, he could still see the possibility of defeating him. Even when facing the legendary gods from various mythologies, he still felt filled with fighting spirit and intended to defeat them. Yet, now he was facing Kaiser, who hadn't even used truth idea but could possibly slay gods with just his balance breaker. This made him unable to see any possibility of victory, leaving him with a sense of powerlessness. Are you going to give up? Aazelle didn't know what to say and finally ended up uttering these words. However, as soon as he said this, Vali, who had just moments ago looked lost, instantly showed a determined expression. No. Of course I can't give up. The light returned to Vali's eyes, shining again with resolve. Right now, I'm indeed no match for him, but I'll get stronger. Juggernaut drive is powerful, but it's far too unstable. I'll figure out a way to use it even further, surpassing this powerless me. If Juggernaut drive still can't defeat him, then I'll surpass Juggernaut drive and become even stronger. When that happens, I'll challenge him again. Hearing that, Aazelle silently thought to himself. This will be troublesome. He clearly understood Vali's personality and knew that once he made such a resolution, nothing could change his mind. And to achieve his goal, he would surely do everything he could to become stronger. Perhaps, from now on, he would fight even more aggressively and seek stronger opponents in more extreme ways. Aazelle could already imagine how much commotion and trouble this would cause. Even though he thought this way in his heart, Aazelle did not notice that a smile had appeared on his face. That's right, this is the real you, Vali. Feeling downcast because of defeat, that wasn't like you at all. Only the constantly courageous and advancing you, seeking to become stronger, is the true Vali Lucifer. However, I'm just worried your personality will lead you down the wrong path. Thinking of something unknown, Azazelle's smile became subtly worried. And this worry wasn't groundless. As he received medical treatment, Vali remembered something he had encountered not long ago. Perhaps he could accept their invitation now. While Aazelle and Vali were speaking, on another side, Ser-Veresta and Michael had approached Kaiser and begun conversing with him. The devils do not plan to pursue the matter of Diodora Astaroth. Hearing this from Ser-Veresta, Kaiser couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That's right, Ser-Veresta said while looking at Kaiser with an expression different from before, appearing both amazed and emotional at the same time. We've already thoroughly investigated the details. The one at fault isn't you, but rather someone from our side, it's Diodora Astaroth who's at fault. Although the Astaroth family refuses to accept this conclusion, and some pure-blooded devil families are also against this decision, Ajuka and I, as well as the current Beelzebub, insist on it. The current Leviathan and Asmodeus also support us. So you can rest assured, the devils won't pursue this matter against you, at least not openly. In other words, if someone secretly takes action behind the backs of the four great Satans, that's another matter entirely, right? Kaiser understood Ser-Veresta's implication. He knew Ser-Veresta was reminding him to remain cautious of the Astaroth family. They might secretly cause trouble for him and harm him behind the scenes. Of course, I believe you don't need to fear them, Ser-Veresta said with a smile. After today's battle results spread back to the underworld, those planning secret schemes might reconsider. Facing the White Dragon Emperor who activated Juggernaut Drive, defeating him head-on using only Balance Breaker. If that Crimson Spear truly could definitively slay even gods, no one would be without fear. Moreover, combined with that god's will, any devil who dares oppose Kaiser would undoubtedly step onto an irreversible path toward death. The god's will capable of judging all evil was nothing short of a nightmare to devils. We also owe you an apology. Ser-Veresta suddenly turned to Aazelle, who stood behind Kaiser, and spoke these words. Huh. Aazelle was slightly startled, somewhat confused. Seeing this, Ser-Veresta immediately understood that this girl likely still didn't know what Diodora Astaroth had done to her. Perhaps this was for the best. Not everything was meant to be known. Sometimes, ignorance was a blessing. And I as well. At this point, Michael, who had been watching Kaiser with a gentle expression, also turned to Aazelle. I'm very sorry, Aazelle Argento. Because of internal matters among us, you've suffered unjustly. Michael bowed apologetically to Aazelle. And no, there's no need for this. Please raise your head, Lord Michael. Aazelle panicked slightly and spoke nervously. I know that merely apologizing like this cannot erase the humiliation you've endured, Michael said sincerely. I'll do my best to find a way to compensate you. I hope you won't blame us. As Michael apologized to Aazelle, the two holy sword wielders standing behind him were also observing her. However, they quickly shifted their attention to Kaiser. Beneath their hoods, their eyes faintly revealed admiration and fanaticism. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the earlier battle's impact, causing even Kiba Yuto, who had been watching them closely, to feel annoyed. Meanwhile, Rias stood nearby with Hajime Akino, watching Kaiser. She seemed as though she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. Beside them stood the sisters Kuroka and Tojo Kaneko. The two sisters stared at each other silently for a long time. So older sister, you've decided to follow that person permanently, is that right? After a lengthy pause, Tojo Kaneko finally asked. That's right, Kuroka replied with a bright smile. Although he refuses to give me a child, I've already grown tired of hiding from place to place. Haven't you noticed? With him around, even your Satans are turning a blind eye to my presence. I'm still an SS rank stray devil, Naya. Hearing this, Tojo Kaneko looked at her sister with a complicated expression. She noticed that her older sister's expression was different now. It was the same expression her sister had worn before being reincarnated as a devil, back when they relied only on each other. That somewhat frivolous yet incredibly gentle older sister seemed to have returned. You need to become stronger too, Chiron. Kuroka casually advised her own younger sister. Don't become so weak that, if we're enemies one day, you won't even dare stand before me. Leaving behind these words, Kuroka returned to Kaiser's side, leaving Tojo Kaneko alone in a prolonged silence. Chapter 96, Chapter 144, Time to create an artificial sacred gear. Kuo Town, small villa. Kaiser's group of 3 finally returned home after midnight. By the time they arrived, Asia, who typically slept and woke early, was already feeling sleepy. Yet, she wore a constant smile on her face, clearly in a very good mood. Michael had solemnly apologized to Asia regarding the matter of her expulsion and promised he would find his own way to compensate her, thus resolving one of Asia's lingering emotional burdens. This is all thanks to Kaiser-san. It must be the Lord's mercy that guided me here to meet Kaiser-san. Asia continuously repeated such words on their way back, clearly demonstrating her immense gratitude toward Kaiser. Kaiser himself didn't think much of it, but since the little nun kept insisting on this, he could only silently tell himself that it was fine as long as she was happy, and the rest was just trivial matters. It wasn't only Asia, even Kuroka's expression had become noticeably lighter. It seemed that after talking with her younger sister, she had similarly resolved some of her inner conflicts. Hence, once they returned to the villa, the little black cat prepared to head directly to sleep with a refreshed mood. Wait. However, Kaiser didn't let Kuroka leave. After escorting Asia back to her room, he grabbed hold of her. Meow. Kuroka jumped in surprise, then reacted with slight dissatisfaction. What's the matter, Naya? I'm really sleepy right now, Naya. After saying this, Kuroka seemed to recall something, her eyes suddenly brightening. Could it be you've finally come around? Are you finally willing to let me warm your bed? If that's what you're suggesting, then I'm suddenly no longer sleepy, Naya. Stop having dirty thoughts in your head all day long. Kaiser knocked lightly on Kuroka's forehead and said helplessly, I have a task for you. Kaiser handed Kuroka a small piece of paper engraved with a magic circle. This is a ritual, you should be able to set it up, right? Hearing this, Kuroka furrowed her brows. My specialties are senjutsu and yujitsu, you know. I'm not really that proficient in magic. Although she said that, Kuroka still took the small piece of paper inscribed with the magic circle and examined it carefully. After this glance, Kuroka immediately noticed something. This seems to be a ritual for extracting a sacred gear, isn't it? Kuroka looked at Kaiser in surprise. Didn't you just say you don't understand magic at all? Kaiser retorted irritably. But I'm proficient in demonic power, Naya, Kuroka replied naturally. What you call magic or sorcery is essentially just another power system reconstructed through independent interpretations of devil's demonic power, isn't it? Magic was a power system that utilized spells and formulas to control supernatural phenomena. Initially, it was created so that beings other than devils could wield powers similar to demonic power. It was developed by legendary magicians and sorcerers through their research. Nowadays, magic or sorcery had already diversified greatly, to the point where certain feats beyond even devil's demonic power could be accomplished. Because of this, many curious individuals even considered these uniquely theorized and formulated spells to be attempts at recreating the miracles performed by God as closely as possible. All phenomena in the world followed certain rules. Magic or sorcery involved monitoring, calculating, and guiding these rules to manifest supernatural phenomena. In other mythological systems, magic or sorcery had also flourished into very prosperous power structures. Although their principles differed, they similarly utilized spell-based methods to trigger and control supernatural phenomena. But here, magic or sorcery originally served as an imitation of demonic power, thus leading many devils to look down on magic or sorcery, and even on magicians or sorcerers themselves. Although Kuroka wasn't proficient in magic or sorcery, she possessed extraordinary talent in demonic power, coupled with her considerable achievements in yujitsu and senjutsu, making it not difficult for her to discern the details of a ritual. It was precisely because of this that Kaiser entrusted her with setting up this ritual. I'll leave this to you for now. After you wake up, just find an empty room and set it up casually. Kaiser's instruction piqued Kuroka's curiosity. You're setting up this ritual, whose sacred gear do you plan to take? Kuroka wasn't curious about how Kaiser had obtained this ritual. Rainier knew this ritual. For Kaiser, obtaining it from her was a trivial matter. What made Kuroka curious was exactly whose sacred gear Kaiser intended to seize by setting up this ritual. It couldn't possibly be Aasia's, right? What are you thinking? Kaiser seemed to see through Kuroka's thoughts, rolling his eyes. How could I ever take Aasia's sacred gear? If he really wanted to seize Aasia's sacred gear, there was no need for such trouble. He could directly reach out his hand when Aasia manifested Twilight Healing. As long as he touched Twilight Healing with his own authority, Kaiser could instantly take control of this sacred gear. For these types of equipment type sacred gears possessing concrete forms, as long as they fit the concept of weaponry, Kaiser could unconditionally take possession of them. In a certain sense, Kaiser could be considered the natural enemy of anyone who relied on weapons, armor, or items in battle. He had simply never displayed this particular ability before. And this time, the sacred gear that Kaiser intended to seize was actually a very ordinary one. The item I want to take is a dragon wing. Kaiser's words startled Kuroka for a moment. A dragon wing? Kuroka asked curiously, isn't that a very common sacred gear? Indeed, it was truly a very common sacred gear. Much like Siegfried's twice critical, if one ignored the fact that it was a subspecies, this sacred gear was actually quite ordinary. Not only were its abilities commonplace, but its rarity was also unremarkable. Longinus-class sacred gears were unique existences, while artifacts like the Smile of the Holy Mother existed only in limited numbers. However, twice criticals were extremely common. Even if there weren't hundreds, there were certainly dozens. In every aspect, they were ordinary. Dragon wings were similar, essentially identical to twice criticals. However, whether twice critical or dragon wing, both possessed a certain unique characteristic. The boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus, similar to divine dividing, seals the soul of one of the two heavenly dragons. After the Red Dragon Emperor, Draeg, was sealed within it, it became one of the strongest dragon-type sacred gears ever created. Kaiser stated this clearly. The boosted gear can double its wielder's power every 10 seconds, it is the highest-ranked version of the twice critical. A twice critical could only double the wielder's power once. Compared to boosted gear, the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth, not to mention that the latter could even transfer the multiplied power to others. Yet, the twice critical was ultimately a lower-ranked sacred gear of the boosted gear, sharing the same fundamental nature. The dragon wing is the same. It is actually the lower-ranked version of divine dividing, capable of reducing by half the power of whatever the wielder touches, but only once, Kaiser explained briefly to Kuroka. Right now, I need this sacred gear as a material. The ritual I am setting up is specifically prepared for this. When he left Kuo Academy, Kaiser had asked Aazelle to help him investigate if there were any sacred gear users with bad character possessing dragon wing. The Gregory's observers had always been monitoring sacred gear possessors throughout the world, making it the easiest way for Kaiser to find a suitable sacred gear wielder who met his conditions. Then, Aazelle took only 10 seconds to obtain a list from the Gregory and handed it to Kaiser. Kaiser planned to find the most despicable and morally corrupt individual from this list and have that person contribute his life to Kaiser's next plan. Material. Kuroka suddenly realized something and said, "You're going to create an artificial sacred gear. Using a genuine sacred gear as a material for creating an artificial one. What kind of convoluted approach was this? You don't understand." Seeing Kuroka's peculiar expression, Kaiser immediately knew what she was thinking. "I have an idea." As he spoke, Kaiser told Kuroka about his plan. Only after hearing Kaiser's idea did Kuroka finally understand why he had gone through all this trouble. Will this really work? Kuroka felt stunned and skeptical about Kaiser's whimsical idea. How will we know if we don't try? Kaiser pinched Kuroka's ear and said, "Anyway, just follow my instructions. I'll go catch the guy tomorrow morning." After explaining everything, Kaiser returned to his room. Kuroka could only rub her ear, sore from Kaiser's pinching, and grumbled to herself. Always pulling or pinching, does he really like my ears that much? Thinking about this, Kuroka's eyes rolled mischievously, and she secretly crept toward Kaiser's room door. However, as she approached, a sacred wave immediately appeared, blocking her path. "Guarding against me again. Let's see how long you can keep this up, Naya." She complained indignantly for a moment before reluctantly returning to her own room. That night, peace finally descended. The next day, Aasia rose early to perform mass, and Kuroka was still sleeping soundly when Kaiser woke up. He tidied himself up briefly and left the villa, heading straight toward his target's location. The opponent was not in Kuo Town, but still within the country. Kaiser manipulated his gravity using Gravisheath, flying directly toward the destination, and successfully arrived before noon. There was nothing much to say about capturing the target. At the time, he was mingling with a group from an underground organization, doing some unspeakable things. Kaiser went over without a word, knocked him unconscious, conveniently took care of that underground organization, and then carried this unlucky fellow all the way back to Kuo Town, returning to the villa in the afternoon. By this time, Kuroka had already finished setting up the ritual. The location was the storage room at the corner of the villa. I've sent Aazelle away, so don't worry about her finding out, Kuroka thoughtfully informed Kaiser, giving Kaiser the feeling that he was doing something shady. Let's begin then. Kaiser hesitated for exactly 0.01 seconds before decisively starting the ritual. Chapter 97, Chapter 145, Wild Ideas. Ugh, MMMPH. The man knocked unconscious by Kaiser woke up. He found himself lying inside a huge magical circle, surrounded by many mysterious patterns and writings. Standing side by side before him, Kaiser and Kuroka looked down at him lying on the ground, as if viewing a piece of scrap about to be discarded. This greatly frightened him, causing him to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, not only were his struggles futile, he couldn't even make a sound. Kuroka had cast a spell on him, sealing his movements and voice, leaving him only able to make muffled noises. Let's begin, Kaiser gestured to Kuroka. Truly pitiful, Naya, Kuroka said to the man lying in the magic circle. However, her actions were not slowed at all, instantly channeling demonic power into the circle, activating the ritual. Hum. The magic circle immediately emitted a bright glow, enveloping the unfortunate fellow. As if sensing something, he struggled even more fiercely, but still to no avail. Soon, the ritual began to take effect, causing the man's entire body to glow. The men seemed to be in great pain, screaming desperately, yet still unable to produce any sound. Under these circumstances, a pair of dragon wings suddenly unfolded from the man's back with a pop. They were white dragon wings, very similar in shape to the divine dividing. However, unlike the flawless and beautiful pure whiteness of the divine dividing, both the wing bones and membranes appeared inorganic, more like mechanical wings rather than dragon wings. This was his sacred gear, a lower-tier version of the divine dividing. Like twice critical, it was a relatively ordinary sacred gear capable of having the power of an opponent upon contact. Under the ritual's effects, this sacred gear was being slowly extracted from its original host, causing the men to roll around in agony. Neither Kaiser nor Kuroka paid attention to the man himself. Instead, they stared at the pair of dragon wings, watching closely as the wings were gradually separated from their host. Normally, this process would take some time. If Rainier were hosting this ritual, it would surely not be completed quickly. However, with Kuroka, a Nikomata comparable to an ultimate class devil, hosting the ritual, its progress was greatly accelerated. After just a few minutes, the pair of dragon wings were completely extracted, floating above the magic circle. Their original host convulsed a few times before immediately losing all signs of life, dying right there. Done, Kuroka casually waved her hand, sending out a burst of demonic power that struck the corpse lying on the ground, causing it to vanish without a trace. At the same time, she said to Kaiser, "The rest is up to you, Naya." After all, Kuroka wouldn't know how to handle what came next. Kaiser didn't waste any words either, stepping directly into the magic circle and approaching the white dragon wings. Flipping his palm, a blue gem appeared in his hand. It was precisely the gem knocked off Vali's armor. This gem contains an extremely faint trace of the White Dragon Emperor's power, Kaiser explained. Though very weak, it is still the White Dragon Emperor's power, holding a trace of the Divine Dividing's characteristic ability. If we embed it into these dragon wings and let them absorb the gem's power, perhaps the dragon wings can evolve and gain the same characteristics as the Divine Dividing. This wasn't just wishful thinking. In the original story, the current Red Dragon Emperor who fought Vali in the battle between Red and White had done precisely this. Since sacred gears could respond to the host's intentions, absorbing their thoughts to grow and evolve, as long as one's intent was strong enough and thoughts intense enough, even incredible feats could be achieved. The current host of the Red Dragon Emperor once embedded a jewel knocked from Vali into his own sacred gear in order to defeat him. Ultimately, by paying an enormous price, he successfully absorbed the White Dragon Emperor's power and gained the ability of having. Since such a possibility exists, then Kaiser doing this is not impossible. Of course, it's merely a possibility. If it's another Longinus of the same rank and deeply connected to the White Dragon, then it's indeed possible to succeed after paying a heavy price. Kuroka poured cold water on Kaiser's enthusiasm. But what you're using now is merely an ordinary dragon wing. Although it is a lower-level sacred gear subordinate to Divine Dividing, its rank and status are worlds apart from the heavenly dragons. Can such an ordinary sacred gear truly absorb the power of a heavenly dragon, whose rank vastly surpasses its own? Even if it's just a sliver, it is still a heavenly dragon's power, standing at the pinnacle of the dragon race, second only to the dragon god. Could a pair of ordinary dragon wings truly absorb that power and successfully seize its ability? That was a point Kuroka greatly doubted. Moreover, indeed, if one's willpower is strong enough, a sacred gear might resonate with its host's will and evolve, but that's only a possibility. If sacred gear evolution were truly so simple, there wouldn't be just 13 Longinus. This was also a point worth doubting. Considering all this, Kuroka seriously questioned the feasibility of the matter. Besides, even if it succeeded, then what? As Kuroka was thinking this, Kaiser's voice reached her ears. Under normal circumstances, it would naturally be difficult to succeed, but I have a method. What method was it? Very simple, he would use his own authority. The authority granted Kaiser absolute control over armaments. Therefore, as long as the process occurred in his own hands, he could use his authority to control the entire procedure, helping the dragon wing absorb the power within the duel. Now that he also possessed the technology to create artificial sacred gears, he had a thorough understanding of the workings and operational principles of sacred gears and dragon power, and thus knew clearly how to control this process. Aazelle had assumed that after acquiring the information, even if Kaiser wanted to create artificial sacred gears, he would start from scratch like himself. He had not imagined Kaiser would directly use an existing sacred gear as material, only slightly modifying it to achieve his goal. Without further delay, Kaiser reached out his hands, one holding the jewel, and the other gripping the dragon wing. Golden patterns faintly appeared on his palms, allowing Kaiser to instantly grasp the properties and structure of both the dragon wing and the jewel. After comparing them with the artificial sacred gear information appearing in his mind, Kaiser's hands moved naturally. He first carved a groove in the center of the dragon wing, then immediately embedded the jewel into it. The dragon wing reacted instantly, absorbing the power from the jewel under Kaiser's control. The jewel immediately began flickering, and the wing membrane of the dragon wing also started to glow. Both contained dragon power, and their natures were fundamentally similar, both possessing the ability to have the opponent's power. Coupled with their hierarchical relationship of superior and subordinate, their fusion showed no signs of conflict. Without Kaiser's assistance, these two forces would have either seen the superior devouring the inferior, or the inferior's insufficient power causing it to retreat, resulting in failure to absorb the white dragon's power. However, with Kaiser's full control and guidance, the process smoothly progressed to completion. Zheng. At a certain moment, the dragon wing suddenly burst with radiance, undergoing noticeable changes. The wing bones gradually became pure white and immaculate, the wing membrane gradually turned transparent blue, and the blue jewel embedded at the center was completely absorbed, disappearing without a trace. Divine dividing. Kuroka, who had been watching Kaiser's operation from the side, exclaimed aloud. What appeared before her eyes was clearly divine dividing. It really worked. Kaiser also smiled, feeling slightly excited in his heart. The success of this step confirmed to Kaiser that his idea was entirely feasible. He wanted to create the 14th Longinus. He wanted to create a second divine dividing. If others knew of this idea, they would undoubtedly consider him insane. But he had now successfully taken the first step, proving the feasibility of this crazy notion. However, there was still one crucial step remaining before divine dividing could truly take shape. That was, sealing the soul of a heavenly dragon into the sacred gear. Without the soul of a heavenly dragon, divine dividing could never truly be completed. At most, what would be born here would only be a sacred gear that resembled divine dividing. The proof was that although the sacred gear in front of him had absorbed the power of the white dragon, gaining the same traits and abilities as the white dragon, its power was still vastly inferior compared to the genuine divine dividing. The divine dividing could have the strength of any touched object every 10 seconds, absorbing it and converting it into its own power. The pair of wings before him possessed the same power, having and absorbing the opponent's strength, but, just like the initial dragon wings, this ability could only be activated once. Only by sealing the soul of a heavenly dragon within it and using the immense dragon power as a support could the sacred gear's strength greatly increase. Unfortunately, there were only 2 heavenly dragons, and the white dragon, who possessed the ability to have and absorb power, was even more unique. It was fundamentally impossible for a second divine dividing to be created. Kaiser's wildly imaginative idea seemed to come to an end here, and this was precisely why Kuroka felt that even if the attempt succeeded, it would still be meaningless. Indeed, Kaiser could neither find another white dragon nor a third heavenly dragon. However, although he did not have the power of a heavenly dragon, he did possess the power of a dragon god. When Kaiser raised his hand again, causing a pitch-black snake to appear above his palm, connecting head to tail, Kuroka was stunned. What is this? Kuroka, who had never seen Ophus as a snake, merely felt she had witnessed the most terrifying power in the world, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. Kaiser did not look at Kuroka, instead, he gazed at the snake in his hand. Ophus possesses the characteristic of infinity, and her power can easily transform into various forms, allowing any existence to absorb it. If that's the case, as long as the power of the snake is sealed into the sacred gear, replacing the heavenly dragon's soul as its core, the sacred gear will absorb the snake's power and strengthen itself. When that happens, the divine dividing will truly take shape. This was Kaiser's ultimate reliance. Chapter 98, Chapter 146, Comprehensive Differences. Ever since acquiring Ophus's snake, Kaiser had continuously wondered how he could utilize this power to achieve its maximum worth. This snake, containing the greatest amount of Ophus's power, was simply too precious. Leaving it unused would truly be a reckless waste. Yet, directly using it was also problematic. Not only could it not completely become his own, but there was also the risk of it being reclaimed at any moment. Thus, Kaiser was reluctant to directly use it unless absolutely necessary. As a result, Kaiser had kept this snake hidden away until now. Only when he met Aazelle and remembered the matter of artificial sacred gears did Kaiser suddenly come up with this series of ideas. If he could replace the heavenly dragon's soul with Ophus's snake, sealing it within a dragon-type sacred gear as its core, then not only would he obtain a powerful dragon-type sacred gear, but he could also solve the hidden dangers associated with the snake. After all, as long as the sacred gear qualified as a weapon, Kaiser could completely control it through his unique authority, transforming it into a part of himself. He would never need to worry about this power becoming uncontrollable or being reclaimed again. Any exclusive weapon recognized by his authority would have Kaiser as its sole master, no one could take it away by any means. Next is the most crucial step. Relevant knowledge surfaced in Kaiser's mind. The technique for sealing a dragon into a sacred gear was detailed thoroughly in the materials regarding artificial sacred gears. The downfall dragon spear developed by Aazelle was created precisely through this technology, sealing a dragon king within it. This was Kaiser's primary goal in trading with Aazelle. Only with it could his vision become reality. Most importantly, Azazelle's downfall dragon spear was clearly modeled after the boosted gear in divine dividing. His research on the divine dividing was exceptionally profound, resulting in his dragon sealing technique being infinitely close to the original. For Kaiser, who wanted to create a second divine dividing, this was undoubtedly an extremely valuable resource. Immediately, Kaiser grasped the pure white wings and placed them into the snake. The head-to-tail connected black snake was instantly attracted by the dragon power within the wings. As if coming to life, it slowly turned into a mist-like form, gradually flowing into the wings. The process was slow, even though the black snake continuously poured into the wings, its body size only shrank by a slight amount. However, this snake contained nearly 1/10 of Ophus's power. Every bit of power injected into the wings each passing second could be described as immense, causing the aura of the wings to visibly strengthen at a rapid pace. At the moment that snake entered the divine dividing, it seemed to become recognized as a part of the sacred gear itself, finally allowing Kaiser's authority to control it. With Kaiser's control, although the process of sealing the dragon's power was slow, it remained as smooth as before, encountering no problems at all. Thus, after about half an hour, the snake in Kaiser's hand had already shrunk to half its original size. Then, the divine dividing ceased its absorption. Seeing this scene, let alone Kaiser himself, even Kuroka, who had been observing from the side, could sense that the dragon power within the divine dividing was already saturated and could no longer absorb the snake. However, this was already enough. Boom. When pure white aura rose from the divine dividing, shaking the air and even the foundations of the entire villa, Kuroka knew that Kaiser had succeeded. The supposedly unique Longinus, the divine dividing, equal in fame to the boosted gear and known as one of the strongest dragon-type sacred gears, had now given birth to a second one. With a dazzling brilliance flashing in Kaiser's eyes, golden patterns appeared from the hand he pressed upon the divine dividing, spreading across the entire sacred gear. When the golden patterns sank into the divine dividing and merged with it completely, this newly born Longinus became Kaiser's personal weapon, integrating itself into his body. Whoosh! Behind Kaiser, the divine dividing suddenly unfolded, immediately lifting his body into the air, and under Kuroka's gaze, he flew out toward the window. In Kuo Town, from a small villa, a figure trailing a stream of light rushed out at astonishing speed, instantly breaking the sound barrier and transforming into a streak of light, flying toward the sky. Accelerate! Kaiser perfectly controlled the divine dividing behind him, causing the wings to vibrate vigorously and stir up air waves, dramatically increasing his speed. To his perception, these wings were like his own limbs, completely under his control, allowing him to freely soar through the air with all kinds of difficult maneuvers. This feeling was completely different from flying by riding the hot winds of Ser-Veresta, or by controlling gravity around himself with Gravisheath. When riding the hot winds of Ser-Veresta or flying by manipulating the gravity around him using Gravisheath, he felt as if he were riding an elevator, not truly flying upward himself, but rather being carried upward by something. What he truly controlled were these two Lux-type armaments themselves, not his own body. Flying with the divine dividing, however, was entirely different. The wings behind him were truly a part of his own body, allowing him to soar freely through the sky, rather than being carried along. The speed, too, was not the same as flying using the abilities of the Lux-type armaments, it was several times faster. Most importantly, this sense of freedom allowed Kaiser to fight in the air without feeling any worse than fighting on the ground, in fact, it might even be smoother. Whoosh! Accompanied by the roaring hurricane winds, Kaiser's figure stopped. He had already flown out of Kuo Town and had traveled an unknown distance, unexpectedly arriving directly over the sea. Truly fast. As he gazed out at the endless ocean and boundless sky, Kaiser felt somewhat exhilarated. Although it was created through a trick-like method, under the double enhancement of Ophus, Snake, and my own authority, this divine dividing will definitely not be inferior to the original. In fact, it might even surpass it. The most obvious method of comparison was their abilities. In Vala's divine dividing, without activating the balance breaker, its ability activated every 10 seconds. However, Kaiser's divine dividing could have the power of any object it touched every 3 seconds and convert it into his own strength. The shorter activation interval of the ability was precisely the clearest indication of which of the two was stronger. Not only was there a gap in the having ability, but also in the absorbing ability. The original divine dividing could absorb the halved strength and convert it for personal use, but it could not restore stamina, merely increasing one's strength. Furthermore, due to the limitations of the holder's physical body, it could not endlessly absorb strength, otherwise, the body wouldn't withstand it. Therefore, the divine dividing would release excess power that the host couldn't handle through its wings, thus ultimately limiting the host's strengthening. However, Kaiser's divine dividing, though likewise unable to restore stamina and only capable of increasing strength, and similarly limited by physical constraints to prevent infinite absorption, would not release the excess power. Instead, it would store this surplus power within the sacred gear. If the host absorbed power reached its time limit, this stored power would then disappear. At that moment, the original divine dividing could only activate its having ability again to seize the opponent's strength and continue strengthening oneself. However, Kaiser's divine dividing didn't need to do this. Instead, it directly drew from the power stored inside the sacred gear. Furthermore, balance breaker. Kaiser unfurled his wings widely, activating the balance breaker. Boom. Instantly, pure white aura surged from Kaiser's body, piercing through the sky. Within the aura, pristine white armor began to appear all over Kaiser's body. A dragon tail grew out from the back of the armor, and blue jewels emerged on various parts of his body. Boom. The aura rapidly intensified. By the time Kaiser transformed into the armored white dragon form, this aura had become a storm, raging fiercely across the ocean surface. The balance breaker of divine dividing, armor of the white dragon emperor. After turning divine dividing into his specialized weapon, Kaiser naturally mastered all of its powers, including the balance breaker. As expected, all of my power has been explosively unleashed, and I can activate the having ability anytime and anywhere, without any time restriction. Feeling the immense power coursing throughout his body, Kaiser closed his eyes. Although it's the same balance breaker, due to my sacred gear being stronger, the explosive release of power on my side after activation is undoubtedly greater than Vala's. As for the ability, even though both can activate it at will, in the balance breaker state, the more frequently the ability is activated, the greater the strain on one's body, not to mention the consumption from maintaining balance breaker itself. In comparison, when I activate the ability in balance breaker state, the consumption should be less than Vala's, and the cost to maintain the balance breaker state should also be lower than his. Vala could maintain divine dividing's balance breaker for a month without activating any abilities. What about Kaiser? If he used the original divine dividing, he could at least maintain the balance breaker state for 50 days. But with his current divine dividing, he could maintain the balance breaker form for at least 3 months. That was 3 times longer than Vala could. And then, it's this, right? Under the pure white dragon-shaped helmet, Kaiser's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance once more. Boom. A pure white aura tens of times more terrifying than before suddenly erupted from his body, whipping up huge waves across the ocean surface. I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon who lost all to the principles of supremacy. Kaiser raised one arm high, chanting this incantation. There was no curse-like whispering. As his aura surged powerfully, Kaiser smoothly chanted the spell. I envy the infinite, and I pursue the dream. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. And I shall take you to the limits of innocence. A fearsome aura impacted the skies and seas, stirring the winds and clouds. Juggernaut Drive. Kaiser activated the Juggernaut Drive that Aazelle and the others greatly feared, fully unleashing the deepest level of power within divine dividing. Chapter 99, Chapter 147, Fascinating Power. Juggernaut is a power possessed by all sacred gears that contain sealed existences. Although Kaiser's divine dividing did not seal the soul of the heavenly dragon, it had sealed the infinite power of the dragon god, Ophus Snake. Thus, Kaiser's divine dividing naturally also possessed the power of Juggernaut, enabling him to activate Juggernaut Drive. However, at the very instant he activated Juggernaut Drive, Kaiser sensed a slight discrepancy. This feeling seems somewhat different from Vala Lucifer's Juggernaut Drive. As Kaiser perceived the power of Juggernaut, the scorching golden patterns within his body started glowing, and he suddenly understood something as if through divine inspiration. That's right. My divine dividing and Vala Lucifer's are ultimately different. Under normal activation or balance breaker usage, it's not a problem. Due to sharing the same origin, their abilities and other aspects are basically the same, the only difference is their strength. But once the power of Juggernaut is activated, the differences between them truly become apparent. Juggernaut is a temporary, forced lifting of the Sacred Gear's seal, maximally unleashing the power of the sealed existence within. Yet, the power sealed within Kaiser's divine dividing was not a heavenly dragon's soul, but rather, Ophus snake. Even though both could activate the power of Juggernaut, their fundamental difference would inevitably cause their Juggernaut forms to differ. My divine dividing's Juggernaut shouldn't be like this. It should be like this. Kaiser closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide. In the next second, Kaiser began chanting a brand new incantation. I am the Dominator. The one who seizes the untarnished dominion of the White Dragon. With infinity in my grasp, I command the fabric of dreams. I shall reign as the ultimate dragon god. I shall cast you into the abyss of nothingness. This incantation no longer felt as ominous, instead, it was filled with serenity, emptiness, and ethereal tranquility. The chant was mysterious and majestic, lacking the original dominance yet inspiring even greater awe. After reciting this incantation, the pure white aura erupting from Kaiser's body like a volcanic explosion unexpectedly turned black. As if the hidden truth within the pure white had revealed its true form, a noble and abyss-like blackness gradually replaced the white, causing Kaiser's entire body to emit a deep black aura. Immediately afterward, blackness also began to replace the white on Kaiser's armor, turning the once immaculate pure white armor into a supremely noble, deep black. Including the dragon tail and the wing bones of his wings, these originally white parts also turned black. Only the gems on various parts of his body remained blue, and the wing membranes remained transparent blue, accentuating the mysterious and distinguished blackness even further, entirely free from any sense of darkness or evil. At that moment, Kaiser felt terrifying power filling every part of his body. So this is my divine dividing's Juggernaut drive, huh? Kaiser raised his hand, looking at his hand armor that had turned completely black except for the gem, feeling as though a casual punch from him could trigger landslides, earthquakes, and tsunamis. This was not an illusion, but a true, tangible power. Even though it was entirely different from Vala's Juggernaut drive, Kaiser could clearly sense that he now possessed power comparable to gods, perhaps even surpassing them. Because his divine dividing was stronger than Vala's, and the serpent sealed within his divine dividing was even stronger than the heavenly dragon who only retained its soul. After unleashing this power, Kaiser felt he could already compete against the chief gods and god kings of various mythologies. Even among the top 10 strongest beings in the entire world, aside from Ophus, he could hold his own. The consumption isn't as great as Vala's Juggernaut drive either. He can only sustain Juggernaut drive for a few minutes due to his massive demonic power, but I can maintain it for at least half an hour. This wasn't just because Kaiser's divine dividing had lower consumption than Vala's, but also because Kaiser absolutely would not lose control or lose his rationality, allowing him to perfectly control the power of Juggernaut drive and thus extend its duration. And this ability, after entering this state, I can activate divide and absorption infinitely, without any upper limit to endurance. Kaiser was extremely astonished upon discovering this point. This was because Kaiser's Juggernaut drive was releasing the power of the infinite dragon god. After unleashing this power, Kaiser's Juggernaut drive had gained the characteristic of infinity, allowing him to ignore his own endurance limits, continuously enhancing his power without restriction. As long as he could afford the consumption, Kaiser could use divide and absorption to infinitely weaken his enemies and infinitely strengthen himself, until his stamina or aura ran out. This was absolutely an unexpected pleasant surprise. Although the consumption issue still exists, as long as I keep growing stronger in the future, I'll be able to handle greater consumption, thus extending Juggernaut drive's duration and further enhancing the power gain from activating its abilities. This is a characteristic of limitless potential, enough to accompany me my entire lifetime. Not to mention, as I grow, my sacred gear will also grow. Kaiser unconsciously immersed himself in beautiful fantasies and the immense sensation of power spreading throughout his body, nearly unable to extricate himself. This was an entirely different feeling from when using the True Longinus. The True Longinus was extremely powerful, but its strength lay within itself, not within Kaiser, who wielded it. Kaiser only unleashed its power, but it didn't cause his own strength to grow. Divine dividing was different. Whether activating abilities, balance breaker, or Juggernaut drive, Kaiser's own strength would increase. This sensation of endlessly expanding personal strength was truly captivating. Crucially, in this state, Kaiser could also wield the True Longinus. If both Longinus sacred gears were brought out simultaneously, activating balance breaker or Juggernaut drive at the same time, what kind of scene would that create? Just thinking about it made Kaiser's heart surge with excitement. Of course, using two Longinus simultaneously would definitely increase consumption even further. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better to use them separately. With these thoughts, Kaiser gradually shook off the state of obsession and regained calm. By the way, can this state of mind still be called Juggernaut drive? Kaiser pondered this question. Well, let's still call it Juggernaut Drive. After all, it's just the maximum release of sealed dragon power. Even if I'm a dragon god, and Vali is a heavenly dragon, we're both still dragons. Kaiser released the Juggernaut Drive, and even lifted the balance breaker, allowing the pitch-black armor to disperse into countless points of light. Instantly, the overwhelming sensation of power filling his body vanished. The sudden drop in strength made Kaiser feel somewhat uncomfortable. No wonder past generations of the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor, upon learning Juggernaut Drive, would use it without hesitation in battle, even risking losing control to unleash greater strength. This sensation of immense power capable of matching gods indeed can easily lead one astray. Kaiser silently warned himself, reminding himself that he would be the one controlling power, not the other way around. However, half of Ophus snakes remains. Since divine dividing has been successfully recreated, it should be completely possible to replicate boosted gear in the same manner. Kaiser inevitably had such a thought. Boosted gear possessed the ability to continuously double the host's power, and could even transfer that power to others, objects, or phenomena, making it easier to increase strength compared to divine dividing. Kaiser didn't dare imagine just how terrifying a strike would be if he used boosted gear to assist the balance breaker of his True Longinus, multiplying the god-slaying power of the Spear of Divine and Demonic Judgment to its utmost limit. It was certain that ordinary gods could not withstand such a strike, it would be fatal upon contact. Thus, the more Kaiser thought about it, the more excited he became. Rather than just thinking about it, I should take action. I'll find an opportunity to pay the Red Dragon Emperor a visit and pluck the jewels from his sacred gear. If he managed to accomplish this, he would become an unprecedented, and perhaps never to be repeated, holder of 3 sacred gears. Moreover, these 3 sacred gears were all Longinus. Among the Longinus, True Longinus undoubtedly ranks first. Divine Dividing is ranked 6th, on par with 5th-ranked boosted gear. They are not only the strongest dragon-type sacred gears but also the closest to the top-tier Longinus. That being said, my Divine Dividing is far stronger than the original one, it can definitely rank among the top 4, making it a top-tier Longinus. Top-tier Longinus, artifacts capable of destroying an entire nation depending on how they're used, and even having a significant impact on the world. There had always been only 4 top-tier Longinus, perhaps now there were 5. No, not merely 5. When Kaiser recreated boosted gear, there would be 6. No, that's still not right, not 6. It should be 7. Suddenly, a realization flashed through Kaiser's mind like lightning, finally allowing him to understand something clearly. So, the 14th Longinus had already appeared long ago. It's just that I didn't realize it, and no one else noticed it either. At this moment, the figure appearing in Kaiser's mind was precisely that youth holding a spear identical to his, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, and bearing a fearless smile on his face. Chow chow. You've really hidden this deeply. Kaiser muttered quietly, then abruptly smiled. No wonder I've always felt such extraordinary fighting spirit from you. No wonder you seem so persistent about determining a victor with me, only you never said it out loud. So that's how you've been thinking. Kaiser raised one hand. On it was etched a magic circle capable of contacting the hero faction and teleporting him to their temporary base. Without hesitation, Kaiser activated the magic circle, causing it to unfold beneath his feet. In the next second, Kaiser disappeared into the magic circle, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 100, Chapter 148, Twilight and Dawn. In an alternate dimensional space, Hero Faction's temporary base. Zheng. A red glow appeared along with the magic circle, transferring Kaiser here. Kaiser raised his head, observing the space filled with mist, and after a while, turned his gaze toward a distant mountain. There, an aura remained concealed yet distinct, fluctuating slowly and steadily, like a quietly burning campfire in the wilderness, although not fierce, it remained conspicuous. Kaiser narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, directly walking toward that mountain. He wasn't in a hurry, walking slowly, taking nearly 3 or 4 hours before finally arriving at the mountain's summit. Rumble. A waterfall appeared in front of Kaiser. Beneath the waterfall was a large lake, surrounded either by cliffs or forests. The scenery was quite pleasant, giving off a feeling like a secluded paradise, resembling a landscape painting colored by dyes. Chow Chow stood beneath that waterfall, bearing the impact of the cascading water, his whole body drenched. What a rare visitor. While enduring the force of the water with closed eyes, Chow Chow spoke the moment Kaiser approached, as though clearly seeing everything despite his eyes being shut. I thought you would never return here again, Kaiser. As he spoke, Chow Chow stepped out from beneath the waterfall, opened his wet eyelids, and grasped his spear. He looked just like a martial artist undergoing rigorous training, every movement naturally exuding a carefree and unrestrained aura. So you're training. Kaiser ignored Chow Chow's teasing and glanced at him, saying, I thought highly technical warriors like you would usually only hone their skills, not physically train their bodies. It sounds like you're joking, Chow Chow replied dismissively as he walked to the lakeside, picking up a towel from a rock. Wiping his hair, he said lightly, even those who emphasize technique must spend time training their bodies. Otherwise, how can they wield heavy weapons? Whether swinging a sword, a blade, or a spear, one needs to rely on the physical body and consume stamina. The same is true for sacred gears, each use consumes stamina and aura, especially balance breaker, which particularly requires these as fuel. If one doesn't prioritize physical training, then even if one masters the sacred gear's power to perfection, what good would it do? After drying his hair, Cao Cao didn't bother drying his body any further, immediately putting on his clothes. In this regard, you've done better than anyone else. After all, you've even cultivated Tuki without learning Senjutsu or any other system that manipulates energy. You've surely undergone extensive training, honing your body enough to rival devils, angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings. Having finished dressing, Cao Cao returned to his usual appearance as a young man in traditional Han clothing. Holding his spear on his shoulder, he smiled at Kaiser. I'm definitely inferior to you in this aspect. But since I don't want to fall too far behind, I can only spend more time training. These words were clearly something Cao Cao would say only because he regarded Kaiser as a rival. Kaiser didn't respond to this remark and instead directed his gaze toward the spear in Cao Cao's hand. The spear hadn't changed since before. Whether in appearance or impression, it closely resembled Kaiser's holy spear. Especially that sacred aura, no matter how much Cao Cao tried to hide it, it couldn't be concealed completely. Now can you properly tell me about that spear? Kaiser's words caused Cao Cao's eyebrows to slightly raise. So that's what you're here for, Cao Cao said with a half-smile. Judging from your look, you seem to already have an idea about this spear's origin. More or less, Kaiser said calmly. That spear probably didn't look like this before, did it? Hearing this, Cao Cao chuckled and said. Have you ever heard of the sacred gear called Moon Spear? Moon Spear. Actually, Kaiser indeed had heard of it. When the idea of using lower-ranked sacred gears as materials for crafting boosted gear and divine dividing arose, Kaiser had investigated the various existing lower-ranked sacred gears through channels like the Hero Faction and Kuroka. Although his main focus was on the lower-ranked sacred gears of the boosted gear and divine dividing, he also paid some attention to other lower-ranked sacred gears, gaining a basic understanding of them. The Moon Spear, like the twice critical and dragon wings, was the lower-ranked sacred gear of a certain Longinus. The twice critical was the lower-ranked sacred gear of boosted gear, the dragon wings were the lower-ranked sacred gear of divine dividing, and the Moon Spear was precisely the lower-ranked sacred gear of the True Longinus, a sacred gear possessing holy attributes. However, unlike Dragon Hand and Dragon Wings, although the Moon Spear was a lower-ranked sacred gear, it wasn't commonly found. Because sacred gears with holy attributes were already quite rare, the Moon Spear, being the lower-ranked sacred gear of the strongest and original Longinus, directly corresponding to the legendary Holy Spear, was extremely scarce, its rarity comparable even to the Twilight Healing. Now that Cao Cao mentioned this sacred gear, could it be? It seems you've realized it, Cao Cao said, noticing Kaiser's changing expression. He immediately raised the spear in his hand, presenting it right in front of Kaiser. That's right. My original sacred gear was precisely the lower-ranked sacred gear of the True Longinus, the Moon Spear. When I was very, very young, I awakened this sacred gear. It accompanied me throughout the first half of my life, fighting alongside me for nearly 20 years. When I resolved to defeat all supernatural beings, even gods, with only a human body, it responded to my resolve and underwent an evolution. Because of this, no one knew that the 14th Longinus had already been born, in Cao Cao himself. To defeat all supernatural beings other than humans. To defeat gods with a human body. To prove humanity's potential. To challenge humanity's limits. Cao Cao indeed always possessed such ideals, or rather, an almost obsessive faith. Even in the later stages of the original story, he maintained this belief, to the point that he was eventually chosen as one of the candidates for humanity's strongest, recognized as having the capability and potential to compete for the title of strongest human. With such convictions, the strength of his will was certainly extraordinary, thus, it seemed only natural that his sacred gear would evolve. All Longinus sacred gears in the past had undergone similar processes, gradually growing, evolving, and transforming from ordinary sacred gears, eventually standing out to become Longinus. The lunar spear in Cao Cao's hand had now become one of them. I gave it a new name, Holy Spear of Dawn. Cao Cao spun the spear elegantly, placing the world's second holy spear behind his back, and grinned. I've heard that the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor have always been counterparts and rivals. Even after being sealed into sacred gears, the artifacts containing their souls have never ceased fighting against each other, no matter the era. When this Holy Spear of Dawn was born, I thought that perhaps it could also become a rival and opponent to the True Longinus, which was originally its superior sacred gear. The fate of the two heavenly dragons is known to everyone, then we, who both wield holy spears, might also be destined to become lifelong rivals. At least, Cao Cao had held such thoughts, anticipating this possibility all the way until now. As expected, though you appear rational, you're actually a battle maniac. Kaiser wasn't nearly as delighted as Cao Cao. Instead, he spoke rather flatly. That's because I've always been fighting. Cao Cao replied naturally, a mere weak human, daring to imagine defeating all races stronger than humanity, even seeking to defeat gods. If not genuinely fond of challenging strong opponents, how could such an insane idea even arise? It's not just me, basically all members of the hero faction love battle, because we're not accepted by society. Only battle can equally accept everyone. Cao Cao pointed the spear's tip at Kaiser, staring at him as he asked. Aren't you the same? Cao Cao considered himself gifted in seeing through others. From the first moment he met Kaiser, he had already seen clearly that this long-awaited rival of his was, in truth, very enthusiastic about combat. Unfortunately, I don't dislike fighting, I also feel excited when facing powerful opponents. But I haven't reached the point of devoting everything to battle, becoming a fanatic who lives solely for combat, Kaiser immediately refuted without hesitation. Can you please not categorize me with your kind? From the very first time he appeared in the official ranking battles at Kuo Academy, Kaiser had realized that perhaps he was secretly inclined toward fighting. Reality was filled with too many frustrations and too many rules. He had once bent under their weight. Perhaps exactly because of this, deep inside, he had always longed for the strength to break through it all. This caused Kaiser, after becoming the librarian of the fantasy library, to begin increasingly letting loose, becoming more reckless and unrestrained. Yet, he would never confuse priorities or risk everything purely for combat's sake. He chose to fight only to achieve what he wanted to see, touch, and obtain. He would enjoy combat, but he would never become a combat fanatic merely for the sake of enjoying battle. Of course, in Cao Cao's eyes, there was essentially no difference. I'm the same as you. I fight desperately and enjoy battle in order to fulfill my heart's desires and see the scenery I long for. The way Cao Cao looked at Kaiser still seemed as if he was looking at a kindred spirit. Only, his fighting spirit toward this kindred spirit was too strong, so strong it truly gave off the feeling of a destined rival encounter, reminiscent of the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor. Since you've already recognized the origin of my spear, it's time to fulfill my dream. Cao Cao no longer concealed his fighting intent, staring ecstatically at Kaiser. Your holy spear of twilight and my holy spear of dawn, let's settle which spear is stronger right here and now. The holy spear in Cao Cao's hand instantly emitted a brilliance as dazzling as the dawn. In response, Kaiser's expression remained calm, yet the holy spear appeared in his hand, emanating a deep twilight-like glow. Sacred fluctuations began to run rampant, colliding against each other, causing the atmosphere itself to become chaotic. Chapter 101, Chapter 149, Holy Spear versus Holy Spear. Rumble. In the mountain forest, the sound of the waterfall cascading downward echoed clearly, though loud, it was not disturbing. Kaiser and Cao Cao stood facing each other, both wielding holy spears that emitted dazzling radiance, causing sacred aura to ignite upon the two spears. One person's expression was calm, while the other brimmed with fighting spirit. The two continued to confront each other in this manner, causing their sacred auras to collide several times. At a certain moment, both suddenly raised their holy spears simultaneously, pointing them at each other. Their spear tips opened widely, gathering brilliant light onto them. Boom. The next instant, an explosive roar drowned out even the sound of the waterfall, resonating throughout the entire mountain forest. Both holy spears simultaneously released immense amounts of aura, unleashing a torrent-like brilliance. The two streams of light collided instantly, triggering a blinding explosion of radiance. The explosion of light expanded outward like a nuclear blast, not only sending large amounts of dust and rock flying, but also cleaving away a large portion of the surrounding forest and nearly cutting off the waterfall itself. The collision of sacred power against sacred power displayed overwhelming destructive force, setting off this fierce battle. Clang. The distance between Kaiser and Cao Cao had unknowingly shortened to zero. Both simultaneously thrust out their holy spears, their spear tips colliding heavily, producing a crisp ringing sound. Sparks scattered along with blossoms of light formed by the sacred power. Kaiser and Cao Cao stared at each other through the radiance, one revealed a surprised expression, while the other wore a smile on his face. How about it? My holy spear isn't bad, right? Cao Cao said with a smile. I know the spearhead of the True Longinus is extremely sharp, normal sacred gear simply can't withstand its slashes. That's why I condensed a large amount of sacred power at the spear tip to assist my attacks. Looks like the effect is pretty good. By causing sacred power to clash against sacred power, Cao Cao's holy spear successfully blocked Kaiser's spear, allowing him to confront it head-on. Swish. 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 Suddenly, Cao Cao withdrew his spear and rapidly retreated. During his swift retreat, he consecutively thrust 3 times, sending out 3 dazzling spear lights toward Kaiser's throat, chest, and abdomen. Clang. 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 Kaiser swung his holy spear, using its shaft to consecutively knock away the 3 spear lights. Unexpectedly, Cao Cao's spear, after being deflected, seemed as if it possessed its own consciousness, immediately turning back again. Clang clang clang. The surprise on Kaiser's face deepened, yet his movements slowed not in the slightest. The holy spear, longer than his own height, was wielded with agility as natural as his own limbs. Whether slashing with the spear tip or blocking with the spear shaft, he deflected all incoming attacks. Yet, Cao Cao's spear would still turn back every time it was knocked away, continuing to strike toward his vital points. Renzuru. For an instant, Kaiser recalled Tudakirin's technique, but soon rejected this thought himself. No, this isn't Renzuru. Renzuru utilized the opponent's force to redirect the trajectory and accelerate, creating an uninterrupted chain of attacks. But Cao Cao's spear was different. It didn't redirect according to Kaiser's force, rather, it seemed to distort inertia, returning on its own the instant it was deflected. Maintaining a certain distance from Kaiser, Cao Cao continuously thrust out his spear in attacks, making Kaiser feel as if the more he knocked away Cao Cao's spear, the higher the frequency of attacks he received. Under these circumstances, Kaiser naturally couldn't keep blocking indefinitely. After several seconds, he involuntarily stepped back. As if having anticipated this outcome, Cao Cao directly opened the spear tip. "Oh spear!" He chanted softly, causing a great amount of sacred power to surge forth from the tip of the spear, transforming into a violent torrent of fiery radiance that rushed toward Kaiser. Pucci. While rapidly retreating, Kaiser slashed down with his holy spear without attempting to dodge. The sharp spear tip directly cleaved through the incoming torrent of light, splitting the sacred aura cleanly in half. However, unbelievably, the aura that was split in two actually turned back. Instead of dispersing left and right of Kaiser, it converged back toward him, striking his body from both sides. Boom. An intense explosion of radiance erupted once again, setting off a terrifying shockwave that blasted large amounts of sand and stone into the air, forming billowing clouds of dust and smoke. Only then did the spear tip of Cao Cao's holy spear close, its brilliance slightly restrained, as it was casually rested upon its wielder's shoulder. "Come out." Cao Cao's face showed no pride, still wearing a smile as he said, "I know an attack of this level cannot harm you." Just as Cao Cao finished speaking, Kaiser's figure slowly emerged from within the rolling dust. White light surged from his body, and a large amount of vitality visibly transformed into Tuki, erupting outward to form a defensive barrier, leaving him completely unharmed. "I see," Kaiser seemed to understand something, and said, "Your spear possesses the ability of trajectory correction, doesn't it?" "Something like that." Cao Cao did not deny, but openly admitted, whether it's close combat using the spear or releasing holy power, it can calculate the position and trajectory precisely at the moment of attack, making second, third, and even fourth or fifth adjustments. This is the second ability of the Holy Spear of Dawn. All Longinus possess two or more abilities. For example, the True Longinus has 3 abilities, Divine Dividing has 2 abilities, Having an Absorption, Boosted Gear has 2 abilities as well, Boosting and Transferring. Every Longinus has multiple abilities. However, the lower-tier sacred gears beneath Longinus generally possess only 1 ability. Like the twice critical, it only has the boosting ability, and the dragon wing only has the having ability. As the lower-tier sacred gear of the True Longinus, the moon spear only had the ability to release holy power, without a second ability. Of course, that was when it was still the moon spear. Now, this spear has evolved into a new Longinus, naturally obtaining a second ability. Although it's a very simple ability, it's quite practical in battle. Cao Cao lightly tapped his shoulder with the spear shaft, saying without any hint of boasting, the abilities of the Holy Spear of Dawn are actually quite simple as well, such as having a very sharp spear tip or the ability to freely extend or retract the spear shaft. These sound ordinary, but when combined, they're terrifying. Indeed, it was so. The abilities of the Holy Spear were not the dazzling type, but once combined, their effectiveness in actual combat became extraordinary. For example, the spear tip of the Holy Spear, although extremely sharp, would be useless if it couldn't strike the enemy. Only by combining it with the spear shaft's ability to freely extend and retract could it unexpectedly deliver a devastating strike, piercing through any opponent's body. Cao Cao's Holy Spear was the same, its second ability was merely to self-correct the trajectory of attacks, but it was extremely practical in battle. If used flexibly, it can even achieve something like this. While speaking, Cao Cao slammed the spear shaft into the ground beneath him, shattering it and sending rubble flying. The scattered stones did not spray randomly in all directions. Instead, they turned into projectiles, shooting violently toward Kaiser, exploding one after another against Kaiser's Tuki defense. The trajectory correction ability of the Holy Spear of Dawn could even affect external objects. Tell me, if what flew toward you just now weren't stones, but throwing weapons capable of breaking through your Tuki defense, what would happen then? Cao Cao said these words meaningfully, seemingly intending to put pressure on Kaiser. Unfortunately, Kaiser ignored him. Accompanied by the humming of the atmosphere, the holy spear in Kaiser's hand suddenly elongated, the spear tip transforming into a flash of light, thrusting rapidly toward Cao Cao. Cao Cao seemed provocative, but secretly he had long been on guard. The moment Kaiser raised his spear, Cao Cao guessed his intended action and opened his spear's tip. Holy aura erupted forth, forming a powerful attack. Cao Cao once again unleashed a strike that surged like a torrent of light, meeting the flashing spear tip piercing toward him. Boom. The spear tip stabbed fiercely into the holy aura, creating an intense conflict. Like needle against needle, one side continued drilling forward, scattering the light violently, while the other advanced directly, intending to overwhelm the opposition. Seeing this, Kaiser did not hesitate and released holy power at the spear tip, detonating it. Boom. A third explosion of light appeared, blasting everything away. The ground instantly crumbled under the impact, sending rock fragments flying continuously and causing the terrain to sink, shaking the entire mountain. Clang, 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 clang. Kaiser and Cao Cao clashed once again, their spears flashing violently as they exchanged intense blows. Clang. Cao Cao was the first to forcibly block one of Kaiser's strikes, and he was blown back by the astonishing strength Kaiser unleashed. The ground beneath Cao Cao's feet collapsed from the impact, wiping away the composure from his face. As expected, if it comes down to physical abilities, I cannot have the advantage. Cao Cao confirmed this point and, in less than half a second, swung his spear, gathering the power of light at the spear tip, striking at the spear Kaiser raised. Clang. Kaiser directly knocked the spear aside, but instead of advancing, he retreated swiftly, quickly avoiding the returning blade of light as it passed by him. Huff. The next second, Kaiser abruptly erupted like a ferocious beast, launching himself forward. The spearhead of the holy spear in his hand opened up, condensing a blade of light, slashing down like a streak of lightning. Bang. A terrifying force exploded. Cao Cao, who hurriedly raised his weapon to block, was immediately blasted away again, crashing into the waterfall behind him and sending up a massive spray of water. Kaiser. Shortly after, the water splashed violently again as Cao Cao charged out, soaked from head to toe, yet his face was filled with ecstatic excitement from the fierce battle. Without hesitation, Kaiser dashed forward again. The blade of light formed by the spear tip fiercely slashed down, but Cao Cao cleverly thrust out his spear, hitting Kaiser's spear shaft and directly knocking it aside. The holy spear in his hand radiated with brilliance. Cao Cao spun around, sweeping horizontally, sending a vast wave of holy light roaring toward Kaiser. Bang. Kaiser's body shuddered slightly as he withstood the blow, his tuki surging violently around him, yet he remained unmoving, completely ignoring the impact. The two continued their intense clash, the aftershocks of their battle terrifyingly powerful. As time went on, Kaiser gradually gained the upper hand. Chapter 102, Chapter 150, I won't underestimate you. Bang. Atop a towering mountain, a bright flash appeared along with a loud explosion, pushing forward a figure in front of it, driving it straight into the dense forest. Dust flew everywhere, yet the flash continued to relentlessly push forward, like a laser beam sweeping across the earth, violently plowing the ground apart with the figure at its forefront, carving a deep trench into the earth. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding trees fell in droves, dust rising continuously like rolling dragons, creating a tremendous commotion. Clang. After a moment, the flash was finally deflected by the figure wielding a spear, revealing its original form. It was, surprisingly, an elongated spear shaft. At the other end of the spear, Kaiser still stood atop the mountain peak, gripping his spear and retracting the deflected holy spear. Huff. Huff. Meanwhile, within the forest filled with countless fallen trees and a savage trench, Cao Cao stood with his feet deeply embedded in the ground, his breathing unknowingly becoming rapid. Have I exhausted too much stamina? Cao Cao exhaled, stabilizing his breathing. It seems you still need more training, Cao Cao. Leaping down from the mountain peak, Kaiser jumped into the forest, landing in front of Cao Cao and closely observing him. I've already worked very hard, but humans still have disadvantages in this aspect after all. Even when spending the same amount of time, effort, and dedication to physical training, other races achieve far greater growth than we humans do. It really makes me wonder how you trained in the past. Cao Cao shrugged, acting indifferent, yet his gaze was very serious. In a direct confrontation, I still can't match you. Cao Cao also realized that as time went on, he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, being suppressed by Kaiser. This wasn't merely because Kaiser's physical strength far exceeded his own, giving him an advantage in prolonged battles. It was also due to the emerging gap in strength between their two holy spears. Cao Cao had to admit, considering Sacred Gear's strength alone, the True Longinus might indeed surpass his own Holy Spear of Dawn. In the beginning, this difference wasn't obvious, but as the intensity of the battle increased, the divine aura radiating from the True Longinus gradually began overpowering the holy energy of the Holy Spear of Dawn. Your spear must have undergone some evolution or enhancement, right? Cao Cao stated this guess with certainty. It has indeed been strengthened. Like Cao Cao, Kaiser didn't conceal anything, calmly replying, the current True Longinus is indeed stronger than before. Many people have noticed this. Indeed. When you were sparring with others from the hero faction, this had already become very obvious. The various attributes of your holy spear have surpassed previous records, making it practically like a completely different spear. Cao Cao helplessly spread his hands, saying, if your spear were still at its original strength, I wouldn't have been beaten to this state. After all, according to Cao Cao's estimation, his holy spear of dawn possessed a strength comparable to a high-ranking Longinus. At least, among the hero faction, the wielders of the other two Longinus admitted that their sacred gears were weaker than the holy spear of dawn. Of those two Longinus wielders, one was George, who possessed the fourth-ranked Dimension Lost. The other was the child Kaiser had briefly paid attention to when first joining the hero faction. That child held the third-ranked Longinus, Annihilation Maker. It was a Longinus capable of creating various magical beasts through imagination. The stronger the imagination, the more diverse the beasts it could create. Cao Cao had once directly fought against those two wielders. As a result, whether it was Absolute Mist or Annihilation Maker, both were easily overcome by his True Longinus. This proved that the True Longinus stood above these two Longinus in terms of class, at worst able to match Zenith Tempest, which ranked second among the Longinus, perhaps even rivaling the first-ranked Longinus, the original True Longinus. This was also why Cao Cao dared to compare his spear to the original True Longinus. He did not think his spear would be inferior to that legendary spear by much. But now it seemed, whether Cao Cao's holy spear was inferior to the original True Longinus, no one knew. However, compared to the True Longinus in Kaiser's hand, Cao Cao's spear was undoubtedly weaker. Because Kaiser's spear had already been enhanced by unique authority, making it stronger than the original spear. The Holy Spear of Dawn, which might not even be able to win against the original True Longinus, could not stand a chance against the current True Longinus. If we continue fighting like this, I'll probably lose. Cao Cao said this calmly, his expression composed. Your expression doesn't look like that at all. Naturally, Kaiser would not be misled by Cao Cao's words. Though Cao Cao seemed to have fallen into a disadvantage a moment ago, suppressed by Kaiser himself, after fighting until now, this man had not even sustained the slightest injury, only consuming some stamina. In terms of pure strength, Kaiser was far stronger than Cao Cao, but Cao Cao truly lived up to his reputation as an exceptionally skillful fighter, his techniques exceedingly impressive. Even though he had clashed head-on many times and was repeatedly knocked back, logically, given Cao Cao's far inferior physical strength, he should have long been overwhelmed by Kaiser's explosive power. Yet Cao Cao resolved this problem with superhuman skill. He knew exactly how to disperse force, and precisely how to recover his stance. Even when he was struck fully by Kaiser's charged attacks, he could neutralize nearly 90% of the force at the moment of impact. The remaining power, even if it knocked him away, was insufficient to cause any substantial damage. Every collision between them was meticulously calculated, angle, position, and even the result of each clash. Thus, Cao Cao could respond and counterattack instantly every time, forcing Kaiser to repeatedly bear his attacks head-on. If not for Tuki defense, Kaiser would definitely have been injured before Cao Cao. Even now, although it appeared Kaiser held the overwhelming advantage, Kaiser could clearly sense that Cao Cao was calmly observing him the entire time, carefully analyzing each of his actions, diligently searching for a weakness, quietly waiting for an opportunity to deliver a decisive strike. For this purpose, Cao Cao had actually been secretly holding back his strength, only using 90% of his power, reserving the remaining 10% to unleash a sudden, thunderous attack upon Kaiser at any moment. His fighting style was exactly like this, filled with tactics, calculations, countermeasures, and schemes, coupled with impressive technique, thus creating his exceptional, technique-oriented combat style. Frankly speaking, if Kaiser hadn't clearly known from the original work what kind of person Cao Cao was, he might not have noticed these subtleties. If he had no guard up and genuinely believed he had suppressed Cao Cao and victory was in hand, he would inevitably reveal some fatal opening, allowing Cao Cao to turn the tables and win. Precisely because Kaiser understood Cao Cao from the original work and was vigilant, he was able to perceive all the subtle things Cao Cao had secretly done. I won't underestimate you, Cao Cao. Kaiser declared clearly. Until I have thoroughly defeated you, I definitely won't become careless. Those who became careless against Cao Cao eventually lost, including Aazelle, Vali, and even the original protagonist. In the original work, Cao Cao had once simultaneously faced these three individuals and achieved victory through cunning and tactics, a record of absolute brilliance. Even Ophus had fallen victim to Cao Cao's schemes, losing most of her power and significantly weakening as a result. In the later stages of the original, the three factions, Devils, Angels, and Fallen Angels, were nearly defeated by Cao Cao leading the hero faction, clearly indicating just how terrifying this person was. Vali himself even openly admitted that among humans, aside from Tobio Accuse, the only one capable of forcing him into juggernaut drive was Cao Cao. In other words, Cao Cao could directly confront God-class power and had the ability to contend with it. You'd better go all out. Tuki surged wildly around Kaiser's body, and the holy spear in his hand became brighter than ever, making his voice full of pressure. Otherwise, I'll strike first. Hearing this, Cao Cao narrowed his eyes. Is that so? He tapped his shoulder lightly with the spear's shaft, eyes closed, smiling for a good while before finally opening them, his eyes blazing fiercely with fighting spirit. Then I won't hold back any longer. As he spoke, Cao Cao raised the spear in his hand. Clang. A dazzling brilliance burst forth from that long spear. Balance breaker. Cao Cao softly uttered these powerful words. As soon as those words fell, the dazzling radiance from the spear instantly spread behind him, transforming into a halo emitting holy radiance. Around the halo, pitch-black spheres appeared one after another, encircling Cao Cao. Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin. In this moment, Cao Cao appeared as majestic as the legendary Chakravartin, his figure greatly magnified by the divine radiance and the 7 surrounding spheres. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Almost the instant Cao Cao vanished, Kaiser reacted, fully releasing the Tuki from his entire body. Swish. In the very next second, Cao Cao suddenly appeared behind Kaiser, thrusting his spear toward him. Boom. The tip of the True Longinus struck squarely onto the surging Tuki, fiercely colliding with it. A bold and fearless smile appeared on Cao Cao's face. You've fallen for it. As soon as he said that, one of the pitch-black spheres behind Cao Cao flew forward. It traveled along Cao Cao's spear, shooting out like a cannonball, and collided with Kaiser's Tuki defense. Bam. At the instant the sphere touched the Tuki, Kaiser's defense was immediately shattered. It was shattered very easily and effortlessly. Bang. The sphere continued onward without losing momentum, striking Kaiser's body and erupting into terrifying power. Under the impact of this force, Kaiser was blown away, the aftershock knocking down a large swath of trees as he crashed into the mountainside. Rumble. The mountainside shook violently as if struck by lightning, countless rocks tumbling down. Kaiser's figure vanished within, no longer visible. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Chapter 151, 7 Orbs, 7 Abilities. Above the shattered mountain, Cao Cao appeared, bathed in a holy aura and accompanied by 7 pitch-black orbs, floating in midair. The orb that had just struck and sent Kaiser flying was now floating in his empty hand, being toyed with. To shatter your Tuki defense and blast you that far, looks like this move turned out quite well. Cao Cao hovered high above, and although the ground below was still crumbling with falling rocks and debris, he continued speaking as if confident the person inside could hear him. If this could finish you off, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, I know full well that you're not a man who can be taken down so easily. Come on, let me show you the other powers of my 7 treasures. As he said this, Cao Cao lowered his spear, pointing it downward. The tip of the spear quietly began to gather a massive amount of holy aura, ready to erupt. Boom. Just then, an explosive roar echoed from the crumbling mountainside below, and a figure burst forth. Kaiser shot up from the countless fragments of rubble and landed atop a pile of broken rocks. Ignoring the collapsing mountain behind him, he wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. That move just now wasn't bad at all. The destructive power was intense, almost on par with one of Vali Lucifer's juggernaut drive attacks. Kaiser looked a bit disheveled now. For the first time, he was no longer completely unscathed, clearly having taken effective damage from that last blow. But he didn't seem to care in the slightest. On the contrary, it was as if he had finally become interested in this battle. The look in his eyes as he stared at Cao Cao was no longer calm, it gleamed with sharp intent. You're really a monster, Cao Cao muttered, surprised. Although he had expected Kaiser wouldn't go down easily, seeing that he was still in relatively good shape left him a little astonished. He let out a bitter smile. That was the strongest attack I can use in my current state, and it still couldn't seriously injure you. Even I feel a bit discouraged. Cao Cao realized he had underestimated the durability of Kaiser's body. For someone to suffer so little damage even after having their Tuki defense shattered, that was truly unexpected. Of course, after the surprise came a sense of excitement. Well, that's fine. If I could defeat you so easily, that would have been boring. Cao Cao raised his spear, the halo behind him flickering, making him appear almost godlike. Let's continue. With that, Cao Cao vanished, just like before. Clang. From amidst the rubble, Kaiser suddenly thrust his holy spear to the side, clashing with another holy spear that had appeared there, Cao Cao's. Sparks erupted from the violent impact. Swish. 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 After the initial strike, Cao Cao vanished again, reappearing on Kaiser's other side. But by the time Kaiser turned around, he had disappeared once more, only to show up in a different direction. No matter how many times Kaiser changed his stance, he couldn't lock onto Cao Cao's position. Cao Cao's figure flickered in and out of sight, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Clang. 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 Kaiser entrusted his body and mind to the holy spear in his hand. Just like when facing Vali's afterimages, he shut off his 5 senses, allowing his body to move instinctively, swinging his spear naturally to block all of Cao Cao's unpredictable attacks. Beautiful. I didn't expect you to keep up with Asretana's instant transfers. As expected of my destined rival. Seeing that he still couldn't land a hit on Kaiser, and almost got stabbed by Kaiser's spear despite the latter having his eyes closed, Cao Cao spoke in surprise and delight. Who's your destined rival? Kaiser retorted, then shifted his tone. Asretana, that's one of the 7 treasures you mentioned. Exactly. Cao Cao admitted openly. My balance breaker is called the 7 treasures, those 7 orbs behind me. Each of the 7 orbs possesses a unique ability. Asretana is one of them. It allows me to transfer any object. Relying on this ability, Cao Cao was able to appear and disappear like instantaneous teleportation. The orb that knocked you away earlier is Paranakaratana. It has immense destructive power and impact force. The one that lets me fly is Hatharatana. As you've seen, it allows me or others to fly freely. There are still 4 orbs left, which means 4 more abilities waiting for you to trigger. Cao Cao spoke leisurely. Let's see if you have what it takes to make me use all 7 treasures. Kaiser didn't respond. He merely spoke quietly in his heart. I already know what the remaining 4 are, even if you don't use them. Naturally, Kaiser was well aware of Cao Cao's balance breaker. In the original story, his balance breaker was exactly this. Even after switching to a different sacred gear, nothing had changed. That makes sense. This is a subspecies balance breaker he developed based on his own needs. The Holy Spear of Dawn used to be a lower-tier sacred gear compared to the True Longinus. Now it's a second Holy Spear that closely resembles the True Longinus. Of course he can develop the same balance breaker. The True Longinus, the first and strongest Longinus. In the original, its wielder was Cao Cao. Cao Cao had developed the 7 treasures using the True Longinus, but it seemed he could also form the same balance breaker with the Holy Spear of Dawn. If this balance breaker is exactly the same as in the original, then the remaining 4 treasures should be Ithratana, Maniratana, Kahabataratana, and Kakratana. Kakratana can destroy the strongest weapon on the field and transform into a spear for attacks. Ithratana targets women with supernatural powers, sealing their abilities completely for a period of time. It can affect up to 3 people and cannot be avoided. Maniratana absorbs enemy attacks and reflects them back from any direction. Kahabataratana, a duplication ability that can create multiple warriors to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. Together with Asratana, transfer, Hathratana, flight, and Paranakaratana, destructive power, these form the full set of Cao Cao's 7 treasures. Kakratana and Nibeo aren't worth guarding against. They're useless against me. Kaiser wasn't sure if Kakratana could destroy sacred gears, but even if it could, it wouldn't be able to destroy the True Longinus, whose hierarchy stood above all sacred gears, especially after being strengthened by his unique authority. Ithratana only worked on women, so he could ignore it completely. So that means only 5 of the 7 treasures are usable against me. The remaining ones are Maniratana and Kahabataratana. With that analysis, Kaiser had a plan. Boom. With an explosive sound, Kaiser's holy spear suddenly extended and lunged forward at an astonishing speed, moving like a flash of light. Its sharp tip, infused with dense holy power, pierced toward Cao Cao. Swish. Cao Cao activated Asratana's ability and instantly teleported away, dodging the strike. He then reappeared behind Kaiser and stabbed forward with his spear. Clang. Kaiser deflected the strike with the shaft of his holy spear, but the spear twisted mid-thrust and came back around. Don't forget, aside from the 7 treasures, my spear still retains 2 baseline abilities. As Cao Cao spoke, his spear clashed with the erupting Tuki from Kaiser. Seeing this, Cao Cao immediately summoned one of his orbs and prepared to throw it at Kaiser. You think the same move will work again? Before Cao Cao could throw it, Kaiser threw a fierce punch. However, the punch didn't land, the orb split apart midair and transformed into countless glowing humanoid figures. Of course I don't expect the same move to work twice. Cao Cao's laugh came right on cue. That's why I used Kahabataratana instead of Paranakaratana. Countless humanoid figures surrounded Kaiser and charged all at once, instantly overwhelming him. Boom. The next moment, a tremendous burst of holy power exploded outward, like a volcanic eruption, blasting away the humanoid figures. I've been waiting for that move. Rather than panic, Cao Cao was delighted. He threw another orb, which transformed into a vortex that absorbed the erupting aura. In an instant, the vortex sucked away all the holy flames, neutralizing the overwhelming attack. Here, take it back. Cao Cao pointed his spear, and a second vortex opened behind Kaiser. Boom. The massive holy flames surged like a polar aurora, cutting off all of Kaiser's escape routes. Without a doubt, this was the corrective ability of the Holy Spear of Dawn at work again. With this ability, Cao Cao's attacks were nearly impossible to dodge, every strike was effectively guaranteed to hit. So, Kaiser decisively gave up on evasion and charged directly into the oncoming holy flames, slashing with his holy spear infused with a blade of light. Slash. The sharp strike instantly split the raging flames in two. Slash. 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 Kaiser didn't stop attacking. Instead, he swung the spear with godlike speed, slicing the holy flames again and again, weakening them hundreds of times over. But even so, the remaining flames still surged toward him like a stream of light, clashing violently with his tuki. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the pile of rubble was obliterated, scattering into countless fragments. Kaiser's figure was blown backward from the blast. Just as he barely regained control midair, Cao Cao teleported behind him. This time, it really is Paranakaratana. Cao Cao shouted, throwing the pitch-black orb he'd been holding all along. Kaiser watched the orb fly toward him, and thrust his spear. Boom. The instant the sharp spear tip touched the dark orb, the most powerful collision yet erupted. A terrifying shockwave exploded from midair like a storm, obliterating the entire mountain peak. Chapter 104, Chapter 152, Is There a Way to Defeat a God? Boom. In that moment, a deafening explosion shook the entire alternate dimension. The shockwave ripped through the thick fog pervading the space, instantly dispersing it entirely. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fracturing echoed from every corner of this space, some from the ground, some from the forest, some from the lake, and some from the buildings. Even the space itself emitted ominous creaking noises, as if it were about to shatter, sending chills down anyone's spine. The mountaintop that had been the epicenter of the explosion was completely obliterated. The once picturesque forested hills were also swept up in the devastation, as if struck by a level 12 typhoon. Even the waterfall momentarily flowed in reverse, and the surrounding cliffs collapsed along with it. Kaiser, who had just landed a strike on Paranakaratana, was blown away by the immense force and the surging shockwave. He slammed into the ground at the foot of the mountain with a thunderous crash. And it wasn't just Kaiser, Cao Cao was also caught in the shockwave, flung through the air. He was forced to summon numerous humanoid figures from his sacred gear to act as his shields, barely managing to avoid being shredded by the terrifying power. Only after a long while did the shockwave that swept through the entire alternate dimension finally subside, allowing the fog to slowly return. The humanoid figures before Cao Cao had been reduced to only a few, and sweat dripped from his brow. He truly looked like someone who had narrowly escaped death. He actually still had that kind of power. Thinking back to Kaiser's earlier strike, Cao Cao couldn't help but tighten his grip on his spear. He could still feel it. Kaiser had poured an immense amount of aura into that attack, condensing a terrifying level of holy power at the tip of his spear. That holy power was far beyond anything he could muster. The fuel for sacred gears is aura and stamina. Cao Cao was well aware of his own limits and didn't believe that his aura or stamina surpassed Kaiser's. So while Kaiser could amplify the power of his sacred gear by outputting massive amounts of aura or stamina, Cao Cao couldn't do the same. No, it's not that he couldn't, but doing so would leave him completely exhausted and unable to continue fighting. It would be a total loss. But Kaiser could do it. He had the aura and stamina to make it work, enough so that even the strongest strike from Paranakaratana could be taken head-on, and blocked directly. You really are strong in every way, almost like you're not even human. Cao Cao hovered above a patch of shattered ground, gazing down at the rising dust, a mix of emotions in his voice. Same goes for you, doesn't it? As the dust settled, a small mound of earth rose from the broken terrain. Kaiser stood up from within and looked up at Cao Cao floating in midair. His hand gripping the spear was trembling slightly. Clearly, even though he managed to take Cao Cao's Paranakaratana head-on, Kaiser had paid a price for it. If not for his formidable physical strength and the reinforcement from Tuki, his hand might have been crippled by the blow. Of course, the fact that he only paid this small price to block Cao Cao's strongest attack was already a gross violation of the norm. The proof was in Cao Cao's expression, which remained grim. Only his eyes, locked onto Kaiser, still burned with fighting spirit. I really want to recruit someone like you under my command. That would definitely help me realize my goal faster, right? Cao Cao pointed his spear at Kaiser and continued, but more than that, I want to defeat you, and the spear in your hand, to prove that I and my spear alone are worthy of carrying the future of humanity. Faced with such a declaration, Kaiser remained calm. Is that so? Kaiser replied flatly. It's true, you and your spear are strong. That balance breaker of yours is also powerful. A balance breaker that combines 7 abilities is probably one of a kind. Your compatibility with it is incredibly high. No wonder you brag so much. As a highly technical fighter, Cao Cao indeed needed complex and diverse strategies and tactics to fully unleash his skills and intelligence, maximizing his strengths and combat prowess. Cao Cao knew this himself, which is why he developed that balance breaker. No wonder he later managed to defeat the governor of the fallen angels and the duo of the two heavenly dragons all on his own, earning a legendary record. Kaiser had also been completely suppressed the moment Cao Cao activated his balance breaker, unable to mount even the slightest counterattack. But is your spear really capable of defeating a god? That simple question from Kaiser made Cao Cao's expression freeze. Kaiser acted as if he hadn't noticed and continued bluntly. The 7 treasures abilities are indeed valuable, but to a god, no matter how varied and complex the techniques, without sufficient power to back them up, they're nothing but flashy tricks. Even if you prepare countless tactics and strategies, without absolute power, you still won't be able to defeat a god. Your balance breaker might suit you well, but it's not suited for realizing your ambition. Just like Cao Cao, Kaiser raised his spear and pointed it at his opponent. If you want to defeat a god, you need at least this level of power. As his words fell, Kaiser finally uttered the phrase. Balance breaker. A holy wave surged forth from the True Longinus. Brilliant light of dusk burst from the holy spear, sending out invisible ripples that spread across the entire alternate dimension. An ancient, supreme, sacred, and solemn aura descended. An incomprehensible tremor erupted. The shaft of the holy spear in Kaiser's hand shifted from blue to a blood-like crimson, and the spear tip looked as if it had been soaked in blood. The originally pure holy power transformed into something dreadful, power that instilled deep, primal fear. A great and noble, compassionate yet majestic will manifested in that instant. What is this? Cao Cao's expression changed instantly. The moment he sensed that mighty will, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and repent. He even wanted to throw away the spear in his hands. His previously blazing fighting spirit nearly vanished. His will to battle could no longer ignite, as if a lifelong sinner had suddenly been made aware of his wickedness upon meeting the great Creator. His heart was consumed with torment and anguish. A mental attack. Brainwashing. No. This isn't something so shallow. This is a judgment of the soul. A trial of the spirit. Cao Cao, worthy of his name, understood it instantly. The will of a god. As the legendary holy spears will manifested. Cao Cao's face twisted as he shouted at Kaiser. This is your balance breaker's power, isn't it, Kaiser? As if trying to drive away his rising remorse and agony, Cao Cao hurled a black sphere at Kaiser like a cannonball. There was no doubt, it was carantarattana, Cao Cao's strongest offensive technique. To reignite his fighting spirit and not yield to the will of a god, Cao Cao poured everything he had into this attack, unleashing the full might of carantarattana. However, facing the rapidly approaching black sphere, Kaiser once again made no attempt to dodge, nor could he. He simply thrust his crimson spear straight toward it. Boom. The instant the spear tip met the sphere, a cataclysmic explosion rocked the air once more. The shockwave surged outward in all directions like a blast, shattering and collapsing the ground beneath Kaiser's feet, reducing it to rubble. But this time, Kaiser was not blown away. Buzz. The crimson spear, infused with that altered holy power, acted like the sharpest blade in the world. It slowly pierced into the black sphere. PSH. In no time, the crimson spear had pierced through carantarattana, destroying the entire black sphere. What? Cao Cao cried out in disbelief. Don't be so surprised, Kaiser's voice rang out. If I couldn't even pierce this, how could I hope to pierce a god? If I couldn't even destroy this, how could I ever dream of killing a god? You thought the will judging you was my balance breaker? You're wrong. This spear itself is my balance breaker. As he spoke, Kaiser spread open the crimson spearhead, gathering a wave of the same crimson energy upon it. Maniratana. A fatal sense of danger surged in Cao Cao's heart. Without thinking, he threw out the Maniratana, forming a vortex to divert Kaiser's next attack. But. Buzz. With the trembling of the atmosphere, a crimson flash no wider than a finger suddenly burst forth, piercing through the yet unformed vortex and striking Cao Cao. Splurt. The crimson flash pierced through Cao Cao's shoulder and exited from his back. Gah. Blood spilled from Cao Cao's mouth as he staggered and fell from the sky. What is this power? Lying on the ground, Cao Cao felt as if his insides were burning, like his entire being was about to be consumed by flames. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. This is the power of god-slaying. Kaiser's voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of his approaching footsteps. After activating Balance Breaker, the holy power of my holy spear undergoes a qualitative change, turning into the power of god-slaying, capable of killing even gods. If holy power is poison to all demonic beings, including devils, then the power of god-slaying is poison to all divine beings, including gods. To fight devils, you use holy weapons. To fight dragons, you use weapons with dragon slayer abilities. But to fight gods, what you need is the power of god-slaying. A power capable of truly defeating and killing even gods. Against a mere human like you, it is undeniably lethal. Kaiser's words caused Cao Cao's heart to tremble slightly. So that's what it meant. You've already obtained the power to slay gods. Cao Cao stared into Kaiser's eyes, his gaze beginning to lose focus. The crimson holy spear in Kaiser's hands, in that moment, seized all of Cao Cao's attention. It shocked him. It made him yearn for it. Chapter 105, Chapter 153, Truth Idea. Slaying a god. This has always been the ultimate goal in the hearts of ambitious warriors. Be it Cao Cao or Vali, these battle-hungry men full of ambition all yearn to do one thing above all else, slay a god. It seems only by doing so can they validate their path as true warriors. It can't be helped, gods are the most powerful and highest-ranking beings known to all. Even Ophus is a dragon god, born with overwhelming power, always standing far above others. The gods who take part in battle are generally among the strongest in the world, easily able to crush those at the level of a Mao. Even a Longinus only allows one to temporarily match a god or Mao under limited conditions. Even Vali, when activating Juggernaut Drive, could only possess god-tier power for a few minutes, and that came at a cost, the risk of losing control and sacrificing his own lifespan. The chief gods and god-kings of the various mythologies are essentially the top-tier powers of the world, beings who rank among the top 10 across the globe. Since ancient times, they have ruled over their respective mythological factions, and even humans have worshipped and believed in them, seeing them as everything. So for those who seek to challenge the strong, for those who wish to defy the existing world and its systems, gods are the final obstacle that stands in their way, a chasm they must cross. There's nothing more powerful a statement of strength than slaying a god. Nothing shakes the world or stirs the hearts of people more than the act of god-slaying. Anyone who wants to change anything, anyone dissatisfied with the current state of the world, will inevitably set their sights on the gods. Cao Cao was one of these people. However, throughout countless years of history, gods have always existed, and they have always been the same beings. Never has anyone been pulled down from the divine pedestal, and no god has ever been slain. Those with the capability of killing gods are either treated as taboos, rejected, sealed, or restrained, or they're genuine disasters. Once they act, it always leads to world-ending events akin to Ragnarok, bringing about apocalyptic destruction. And as for humans, no human has ever succeeded in slaying a god. But now, Kaiser was telling Cao Cao that the spear in his hand possessed the power to slay gods. How could Cao Cao not be shocked? How could he not be tempted? In fact, not just Cao Cao, even Aazelle and the others were shocked upon seeing Kaiser's balance breaker and learning of the effects of his god-slaying power. Longinus are said to possess power rivaling that of gods or Mao, but that's all, rival. To actually slay or destroy a god, that's another matter entirely. At the very least, throughout history, no one has ever managed to develop a Longinus to such a level, not even among the previous wielders of the True Longinus. But Kaiser had done it. This spear has always carried the legend of killing the son of God. It's known as the absolute spear that can pierce a god. That alone proves it holds such potential. Kaiser stepped in front of Cao Cao, ignoring the way he stared intently at the crimson spear in his hand. Looking down upon him, he spoke slowly. You regarded it as your holy spear's rival because you, too, wanted the power to slay gods, didn't you? If you could prove your spear is not inferior to this one, then your spear would also hold the possibility of defeating a god, right? But unfortunately, as things stand now, your holy spear of dawn still falls quite short. At those words, Cao Cao reacted strongly. No. My spear can still. He seemed desperate to prove something, gripping the holy spear of dawn tightly, causing the halo behind him to light up. Aside from the destroyed Paranacaratana, the remaining 6 treasures all began to rise into the air. Seeing this, Kaiser slowly raised his holy spear. Refused to accept it. No matter, then let me show you the true power of this spear. A power your holy spear will never possess. As he spoke, Kaiser began to chant in a low voice. O spear! True holy spear that pierces even the divine. The incantation was like a sacred hymn, holy and solemn. Draw upon the ideal of dominion slumbering within me, and open the rift between blessing and destruction. Thou who declare the legacy, become radiance. As Kaiser chanted these words, the tip of the crimson holy spear in his hand quietly unfolded, suddenly blooming to its fullest extent. An immense radiance erupted forth, and a vast, holy aura surged outward. Truth idea. Kaiser awakened the miracle dwelling within the holy spear, unleashing wave after wave of sacred aura, which quickly enveloped the entire world. VMMM. The flowing light surged like a tide, swallowing up Cao Cao, his spear, and the 6 black spheres. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Cao Cao's divine halo abruptly vanished. The 6 treasures that had flown out disappeared as well. Even the holy spear of dawn in his hand seemed to fall into slumber, its glow extinguished, and the once radiant spearhead dimmed as though it were merely solidified light. What? Cao Cao's expression turned to utter shock, there was even a trace of panic. What's going on? Why is the Holy Spear? He could feel it, the Holy Spear of Dawn had become like an ordinary weapon, reduced to worthless scrap metal. He couldn't sense a shred of power from it. What did you do? Cao Cao snapped his gaze toward Kaiser and demanded an answer. You're always thorough with your intel, don't tell me you really don't know what I did. Kaiser replied with a half-smile. You should know what resides in this spear. God's will. Cao Cao muttered, his expression shifting. That was the truth idea from the legends. That's right, Kaiser said calmly. That was truth idea, the True Longinus true power. Once activated, the gods will residing in the spear draws upon the wielder's ambition and manifests a different power depending on the opponent and the situation. The truth idea I just activated seemed to trigger a sealing effect that temporarily sealed your spear. You can no longer rely on its power, because it lost to truth idea. So, even now, will you still claim your spear won't lose? At these words, Cao Cao fell into a daze. The evidence was right before him, his spear had been sealed by Kaiser's spear, rendered completely unusable. Forget the balance breaker, even the spear's basic abilities were now beyond his reach. Holding the Holy Spear of Dawn in its current state really was no different from holding a hunk of scrap metal. If he still wanted to fight, he would now have to rely solely on his body to battle Kaiser. But how? So, from the beginning, I never had a chance to defeat you, huh? Cao Cao muttered to himself, unable to accept the reality. That Kaiser could activate a balance breaker didn't surprise Cao Cao, he had always prepared for that possibility. But he had believed his 7 treasures wouldn't lose to Kaiser's unknown balance breaker, or at the very least, not to the original balance breaker of the True Longinus. Cao Cao had always known of truth idea's existence. After all, the power of truth wasn't a secret, neither was the truth idea of the Holy Spear. But truth idea was unstable, and its effects were enigmatic. Its power came with enormous risk. Once activated, its effects might not match the wielder's intent. Worse, it could even aid the enemy, leading to catastrophic results. Truth was an extremely dangerous power. Cao Cao never believed Kaiser would be able to use it so freely. So although he was cautious and on guard, he never saw it as a trump card that could decide the outcome of the battle. At most, he thought it would merely introduce an unpredictable variable. But only now did Cao Cao realize his thinking was wrong. Completely wrong. Kaiser's balance breaker possessed power beyond his expectations, enough to slay gods. Kaiser's truth idea also held the power to determine the final outcome, enough to overturn everything. Seeing how casually Kaiser had activated truth idea, even if Cao Cao used his toes to think, he could guess, the other party wasn't disregarding the risks of truth idea. He must have some method to control its power to a certain extent. Besides, according to intel from the fallen angels defectors, the current White Dragon Emperor seemed capable of using Juggernaut drive freely for several minutes under certain conditions. If he could do that, why wouldn't Kaiser, who had even developed a god-slaying balance breaker, be capable of this? At this moment, Cao Cao felt the same shock and devastation that Vali once had. When faced with Kaiser's balance breaker, he had still been able to comfort himself, telling himself he could still find a way to win, a way to surpass it. But upon learning that an even deeper power existed beyond that balance breaker, and that he hadn't even defeated the balance breaker itself, had in fact been effortlessly overwhelmed, there was no way he could avoid being shaken. And this was without knowing that Kaiser had already obtained another Longinus. If he knew that, he might truly fall into despair. As he looked at the now hopeless Cao Cao, Kaiser lost interest in continuing to strike him down. VMMM. The Crimson Spear returned to its original form. The god-slaying power receded, transforming back into holy power, as though nothing had ever happened. Kaiser deactivated the balance breaker, stowed away the Holy Spear, and turned his back toward Cao Cao to leave. Why, aren't you on our side? Faintly, Kaiser seemed to hear a voice from behind. But he didn't respond, he simply continued walking away. Cao Cao. Cao Cao. From afar, voices could be heard calling out his name as people rushed toward him. Kaiser paid them no mind and walked away without looking back. From this moment on, the hero faction and Kaiser had irreversibly parted ways. Kaiser was no longer a member of the hero faction. Just as he had envisioned, he had become an existence independent of any faction. Author's note, sorry for the delay. Also, we just finished Volume 3, Bleach, and started Volume 4, Campione on Patreon today. Extra chapter offer remains same for this week. Aazelle, 100 stones for extra chapter. Have a good day. Chapter 106, Chapter 154, The Unawakened Longinus. The confrontation with Cao Cao was nothing more than a passing episode for Kaiser. Though he was impressed that even after losing the True Longinus, Cao Cao had managed to evolve a lower-tier sacred gear into a Longinus through his own power, Kaiser didn't make a special trip back just to show off his findings in front of him. He simply wanted to resolve a lingering doubt, and, incidentally, settle his current stance. Indeed, he had joined the hero faction, but he had no intention of aligning himself with their ideology. He had little interest in their beliefs. Cao Cao also knew that Kaiser didn't sincerely want to remain in the hero faction, but kept him around for observation nonetheless. This return trip was to finalize that matter, to pierce through the tacit understanding that both sides had been maintaining and formally part ways. With that, anything the hero faction did from now on would no longer concern him. He could proceed with his original plan, using the Chaos Brigade as a front to stir up trouble around the world alongside Kuroka and Asia. Yes, Kaiser was already planning to leave Kuo Town. He had already met with the top figures of the three great powers, even crossed swords with them. They had exchanged some things with each other. Staying any longer in Kuo Town likely wouldn't accomplish much. Now that the balance breaker of the Holy Spear had been developed, and he had even crafted the Divine Dividing, a weapon comparable to a high-tier Longinus, Kaiser had the means to travel wherever he pleased. Thus, after completing one final task, Kaiser planned to leave Kuo Town and venture into other mythological systems. To create the boosted gear, I not only need the core jewel from the original, but also a lower-tier sacred gear. Kaiser returned to the villa and asked Kuroka to contact Aazelle for him. Contact him yourself, Naya. Kuroka was still annoyed that Kaiser had left her in the villa's utility room and disappeared for most of the day. She grabbed his hand and bit him before walking off. This cat is way too wild. Kaiser winced and shook his hand in pain, muttering to himself. Then he noticed that the magic circle inscribed on his hand had changed. Originally carved by George, Kaiser had been planning to discard the magic circle, but it seemed Kuroka had modified it. The new cube retained its previous functions, communication, concealment, and teleportation, but now it was no longer linked to the hero faction or their temporary bases. Instead, it connected to individuals Kuroka had preloaded into the cube, and allowed teleportation into this very villa. It could even teleport to several hidden locations, places Kuroka had previously used to evade devil pursuers. For example, the miasma-filled forest where Kaiser had first met her. Even Kuo Academy had been recorded into the circle for teleportation, though for some reason, Kaiser wasn't sure why. Well, that's pretty convenient. Kaiser examined it, then activated the circle to contact Aazelle. At the time, Aazelle still seemed to be in Kuo Town and hadn't left yet. When Kaiser reached him, he appeared to be above the ocean, saying that the Gremory had detected an abnormally strong sacred gear reaction there, which had caught his attention. The ocean. Kaiser's mouth twitched. Could it be that his testing of the Divine Dividing's power there had been detected by the Gremory? That organization really was something, able to detect even that. No wonder they had spotted the Chaos Brigade's movements first as well. Although he thought this, Kaiser didn't reveal anything on the surface and swiftly shifted the topic to his own request. You're looking for another sacred gear wielder. And this time it's the wielder of the twice critical. Azazel's miniaturized projection appeared above the circle in Kaiser's palm, his tone rather odd. Why are you even looking for these sacred gear wielders? Neither the dragon wings nor the twice critical should interest you, right? Those two gears were simply too common, completely incomparable to the boosted gear or divine dividing. Even the Gremory didn't pay them much attention, merely monitoring them passively. Aazelle couldn't fathom what Kaiser wanted with those gears. Was he trying to recruit their wielders into his own group? Surely not. You're someone with the strongest Longinus, have even developed a god-slaying balance breaker, and already recruited the rare and precious Twilight Healing and a rare Nikomata. Why would you care about the dragon arm or twice critical? If recruiting allies is that hard, you could have just told me, I could send over a few fallen angels at a moment's notice. As long as you don't mind me planting a few eyes. At the very least, you could contact heaven, right? That Michael guy practically treats you like a divine child ever since he saw your balance breaker. Those two holy sword wielders under him look like they've had their souls stolen by you. If you so much as crook your finger, they'd rush over to warm your bed. Even Serzex is the same. Heard his sister was so shaken that she's planning to return to the underworld with her peerage for special training. As for the reason, well, I know, but I won't say it out loud. With perks like that, what more could you want? Aazelle couldn't help but rant in his mind. I have my own reasons. Kaiser didn't explain much and asked directly, just tell me, can you do it or not? Otherwise, I'll have the cat at home find it. She should be able to. Though Kuroka didn't have many connections and was practically a loner until recently, she was versed in multiple power systems and possessed many peculiar techniques. Locating a common sacred gear in the human world was just a matter of time and effort. If Kaiser weren't unwilling to wait, and if he didn't have the shortcut of the Gremory, he wouldn't have asked Aazelle for help. After all, Aazelle was the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels and the leader of the Gremory. Asking him to track down a common sacred gear was definitely overkill. Of course, if it were something truly important, Kaiser wouldn't ask Aazelle. After all, their positions were ultimately different. Some mutual exchange was fine, but getting too close wouldn't be good. Aazelle understood this well, but he didn't mind getting closer to Kaiser. If he could rope in the strongest holy spear wielder in history, it would undoubtedly be a great boon. So, Aazelle was actually hoping Kaiser would trouble him more often, just so he could pull him onto his, righteous path. With this in mind, Aazelle didn't immediately respond to Kaiser's request. Instead, he said, "If you're looking for a sacred gear with the boost ability, I might be able to introduce you to something better." Hearing this, Kaiser was slightly taken aback. Something better? He didn't quite understand Azazelle's meaning. It was a pleasant surprise. Aazelle laughed and said, "Even I didn't expect that there'd be an unawakened Longinus wielder hiding in Kuo Town." Kaiser's mind trembled slightly upon hearing that. An unawakened Longinus wielder in Kuo Town. Could it be? Something occurred to Kaiser. That's right. Aazelle, unaware of what Kaiser was thinking, assumed he had guessed the identity of the Longinus and grinned. "The host of the boosted gear is right here in Kuo Town. I discovered him by chance and easily recruited that boobs-obsessed brat. So, want to come take a look?" Kuo Town, Fallen Angels' temporary base. It was located within a high-rise building in the heart of the commercial district. The skyscraper had over 40 floors, with more than 30 rented out for various businesses. The remaining 10 were private areas, closed off to outsiders. No one knew that these 10 floors were used by the Fallen Angels, or rather, by forces aligned with them. The top floor, once used by a high-ranking member of the Fallen Angels, had now been requisitioned by Aazelle. At Azazelle's invitation, Kaiser arrived here. Behind him followed Kuroka and Aazelle, one yawning, looking thoroughly bored, while the other curiously scanned her surroundings. This is the Fallen Angels' headquarters. Aazelle looked as if she had stepped into a swamp or a den of evil. Not the main base, Kuroka replied, rubbing her cheek with the back of her hand like a cat grooming itself. Just a small outpost in Kuo Town, Naya. The real headquarters is in the underworld. This small outpost had reportedly only been established after the incident involving Rainier. Before that, there hadn't been any high-ranking Fallen Angels stationed in Kuo Town, nor any proper bases. Otherwise, Rainier, a low-tier Fallen Angel, wouldn't have been ruling over a broken-down church and acting like a queen, stuffing it with stray exorcists and turning it into something resembling an underground organization. Only after that church was destroyed and the stray exorcists group was wiped out, did Kuo Town become truly unsettled. That's when the Fallen Angels sent in more legitimate personnel and established a proper base, Azazelle's current residence. This way, right. Kaiser led the two girls to the top floor, where he sensed Azazelle's aura. Following the aura, the trio soon arrived at what looked like a research facility. Aazelle was waiting there. Beside him stood a young boy, standing obediently, immediately drawing Kaiser's attention. Chapter 107, Chapter 155, This kid is beyond saving. Yo, you finally made it. As Kaiser and his group of 3 stepped onto the field, Aazelle was the first to spot them. He raised his hand and greeted them in a seemingly familiar manner. Beside him, the young man standing properly at attention first noticed Kaiser, then glanced behind him at Kuroka and Aazelle. At that moment, his eyes widened in shock. A blonde beauty. Upon seeing Aazelle, he let out a cry as if his soul had been struck. A cat-eared girl. When he saw Kuroka, he looked as if a character from one of the adult games he usually played had materialized before him. His eyes grew wide, and he even seemed a little moved. Especially when he noticed Kuroka was wearing an extremely provocative kimono that barely covered her upper body, he nearly drooled, his expression turning thoroughly indecent. This first impression was truly impactful, so much so that even the corner of Kaiser's mouth twitched. What's with this guy? His gaze is so perverted, Naya. Kuroka wasn't being overly dramatic. She simply narrowed her eyes partially. Aazelle, on the other hand, didn't understand anything, tilting her head in confusion, looking adorably clueless. Ha ha ha. Aazelle burst out laughing, seemingly finding the situation entertaining. He even said, "This kid's funny, huh? Who would have thought such a lecherous brat would be this generation's Red Dragon Emperor?" "Sorry for being such a pervert," the boy immediately shouted, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and standing at attention. He declared loudly, "I'm Hayadu Issei, but everyone just calls me Issei. Nice to meet you all." Hayadu Issei, current host of the Boosted Gear, a second-year student at Kuo Academy, was just an ordinary 17-year-old a few days ago. Of course, Kaiser couldn't possibly not recognize him. After all, he was the original protagonist, Vala's rival, and the one Rias Gremory would reincarnate as a devil in the original story, one of the future central figures of this world. Kaiser truly hadn't expected that this kid would be discovered early by Aazelle after arriving in Kuo Town. Right now, he hadn't yet been reincarnated as a devil and was still a pure human, yet Aazelle had already brought him back. Judging by the situation, it seemed he was about to be recruited into the Gremory. This was definitely a butterfly effect, wasn't it? He's the current Red Dragon Emperor. Kuroka looked at Hayate Issei with clear skepticism and said bluntly, I can't sense any dragon aura at all, nor any dominance. His aura is really weak. He just screams rookie. Is this really the Red Dragon Emperor from all those rumors? Sorry for being so weak. Hayate Issei was visibly provoked, responding irritably, I am a rookie. Red Dragon Emperor, sacred gear, none of that stuff even makes full sense to me yet. Devils, angels, fallen angels, who knew any of that was actually real? If Aazelle sensei hadn't demonstrated his power, I'd have thought I was being scammed. It seemed Hayate Issei had been holding that in for a long time and was now venting all at once. Aazelle, however, didn't mind at all. I didn't expect you to join me even before I demonstrated my power. Aazelle laughed more and more freely, saying, you thought I was scamming you, and yet one sentence from me got you hooked. You're really something. Hearing that, Asia grew curious. What did Lord Governor say? She wasn't being malicious, just genuinely curious how Mr. Hayate Issei could be convinced even while thinking it was a scam. Very simple, Aazelle replied cheerfully. I told him, if you come with me, I'll arrange for a beautiful fallen angel Wani-san who recently messed up to take your virginity. As soon as he heard that, he followed me right away. Kaiser. Kuroka, pft. Hayate Issei, Omega. Asia, question mark. For a brief moment, the atmosphere grew rather awkward. Ha 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 ha. Only Aazelle was still laughing, as if the whole thing was genuinely amusing. A beautiful fallen angel Wani-san who recently messed up, huh? Kaiser's expression was extremely strange. If he remembered correctly, that person should be Rainier, right? Come to think of it, honestly, if she knew she'd be assigned by Aazelle to accompany the current host of the Red Dragon Emperor, considering her obsession with Aazelle and her desire for power and status, she might actually agree. After all, anyone with a brain could tell that the Red Dragon Emperor's host would definitely be valued by the Gremory and would rise to prominence. If one could cling to such a powerful backer, those fallen angels who had fallen for selfish desires would definitely scramble for the chance, even offering themselves willingly. But, if he wasn't mistaken, in the original story, Hayate Issei was reincarnated as a devil because he was killed by Rainier, right? One of the reasons Rainier came to Kuo Town was to carry out an assignment from above, to monitor a sacred gear wielder. That person was Hayate Issei. To monitor him and identify the nature of his sacred gear, in the original, Rainier even assumed the alias Amano Yuma and confessed to Issei, becoming his first ever girlfriend. Later, when Rainier grew impatient with him and wanted to seize Asia's sacred gear, she killed Issei before even confirming what sacred gear he possessed. At the time, Issei happened to summon Rias, who was fulfilling a devil contract in Kuo Town. Thus, Rias reincarnated him as a devil and took him into her peerage. Later still, due to the situation with Asia, Issei encountered Rainier again after she had recovered her true form. From her, he learned the truth in her real identity, which left him emotionally scarred for a long time. Now, thanks to the butterfly effect brought by Kaiser's arrival, the course of fate had changed. Issei hadn't been killed, hadn't been reincarnated as a devil, and instead might actually get to spend a night with the girl who was his first love in the original story. Wouldn't that count as fulfilling a dream, in a way? Shaking his head, Kaiser brushed off those strange thoughts and turned to Aazelle. You've got guts, recruiting both the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor into your camp. Aren't you afraid of what might happen? After all, the Red Dragon and White Dragon were true mortal enemies. When the two met, it was always a fight to the death, no turning back. At least, that was how it had always been with their past hosts. If both dragons emerged in the same era, there were only two possible outcomes. One side would kill the other and claim victory, or both would perish together. There was no third option. Knowing this, Aazelle still dared to bring both onto his side. This wasn't just bold, it was straight up reckless. But Aazelle didn't see it that way. Relax, Vala's already met him, Aazelle replied. I understand him. Though he's the White Dragon Emperor's host, he's different from his predecessors. He's only interested in strong opponents. He has zero interest in the weak. And as you can see, this kid is just a rookie. A few days ago, he hadn't even awakened his sacred gear. He's the weakest of the weak, probably. Couldn't even beat an average street thug. Such a weak Red Dragon Emperor is definitely unprecedented. He can be considered the weakest Red Dragon Emperor in history. Vala took one look at him and immediately lost interest and walked away. Azazelle's blunt explanation left several people speechless. Sorry for being so weak. This time, Hayate Issei was truly crushed. Just a few days ago, he was still a normal person who didn't even fully understand what a sacred gear was. How could he possibly comprehend the destined battle between the red and white dragons? To be told right out of the gate that he had a lifelong rival, and that this rival might be strong enough to square off against gods and demon kings, Issei was completely dumbfounded. Just like Sirzex and Michael had said, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor was truly a bit hopeless. The White Dragon Emperor's host was a mixed blood with Devil King lineage, born with immense demonic power. On his own, he had already reached the level of an 8-winged being, comparable to the highest class devils. On top of that, he had already achieved Balance Breaker and mastered Juggernaut Drive. He was basically Fate's favorite, standing at the peak of the world. In contrast, the Red Dragon Emperor's host hadn't even awakened his sacred gear, lagging far behind. If the Red-White War were to begin now, the outcome was obvious: there'd be no hope for the Red Dragon Emperor, only a path to death. And Hayate Issei was nothing more than an ordinary person, utterly average. No famous ancestors, no heroic lineage, his bloodline was mundane, his family background was unremarkable, and he couldn't use any magic or sorcery. He had absolutely no talent whatsoever. The strongest White Dragon Emperor in history versus the weakest Red Dragon Emperor, this was a setup more dramatic than any fiction. After hearing all this from Aazelle, Issei was completely dejected. Was he really destined to die in the future? No way. I'm still a virgin. At least let me meet that beautiful fallen angel One-san who messed up, hey. At this thought, the dejected look on Issei's face suddenly turned a little lecherous. Everyone. This kid is beyond saving. Just bury him already. Chapter 108, Chapter 156, even the East Wind is arriving. Although Hayate Issei is quite the oddball, Aazelle still seemed pretty satisfied with him. All the past Red and White dragons were rough types obsessed with power. Not only did they stir up trouble all over the world, but they also frequently initiated Red-White showdowns on their own. They'd use Juggernaut Drive whenever they pleased, completely ignoring their surroundings, causing who knows how much trouble for others. They all just recklessly wielded that powerful and ferocious dragon force according to their whims, as if they'd never learned their lesson. But this time's hosts. I think they might be able to take a different path. That's what Aazelle said, prompting everyone to fall into thoughtful silence. Even Kuroka, who had previously looked down on Hayate Issei, gave him a serious once-over and muttered. Indeed, this generation's two heavenly dragons are both weirdos. They didn't even fight when they met. I thought the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor would immediately start battling the moment they saw each other, Naya. According to Aazelle, Vali had clearly already met Hayate Issei but showed no particular interest in him. Hayate Issei was the same. Despite having met Vali, his mind was still filled with nothing but pervy thoughts. Oddballs indeed, but the fact that both were more interested in things beyond each other was undoubtedly a good sign. Aazelle was hoping to guide them, to see if it was possible to lead two different kinds of heavenly dragon hosts and steer these two ultimate dragon-type sacred gears down the right path. By the way, you guys are. Only then did Hayate Issei remember something very important: he still didn't know who Kaiser and the others were. Aazelle had only told him that someone wanted to see his sacred gear, which was why he had been brought here. Originally, he had thought the person who wanted to see him was someone like Vali, someone who would get their hopes up about his sacred gear and then be disappointed when it didn't meet expectations. But now, it didn't seem that way. So who exactly were these people? Hayate Issei was confused. However, Aazelle didn't offer a detailed explanation. Just think of them as sacred gear users like yourself. Aazelle patted Hayate Issei on the shoulder and said, especially the one standing at the front, he's a Longinus possessor just like you. And his sacred gear is even stronger than your boosted gear. Hearing that, Hayate Issei was shocked. A sacred gear even stronger than my boosted gear? Could that really be true? Even though Hayate Issei was still a rookie, under Azazelle's guidance he had already learned how to manifest his sacred gear. He had also tested out the boosted gear's abilities and experienced that fearsome power firsthand. The ability to double his strength every 10 seconds was practically cheating. Even a total novice like Hayate Issei could unleash terrifying power with it. As long as he had enough time, and his body could withstand it, even an untalented ordinary person like him could exhibit strength on par with, or even exceeding, that of high-class devils. To Hayate Issei, something with such a power was already broken. He never expected that there could be an even more broken sacred gear, and it was now right in front of him. While Hayate Issei was still reeling from that shock, Aazelle, as if determined to blow his mind, continued. Not only is his sacred gear itself stronger than yours, but in terms of actual strength, you can't even catch a glimpse of his shadow right now. Aazelle gave a slightly mischievous smile. After all, even someone like Vali, who seems overwhelmingly powerful to you, isn't his match. What? Hayate Issei cried out in disbelief. Even that arrogant Vali isn't his opponent. Hayate Issei only knew about Vali's strength from rumors, he hadn't seen it firsthand. But he would never forget the feeling he had when Vali appeared before him. At the time, he had been overwhelmed with inexplicable nervousness and fear. The sheer pressure of Vali's presence had made the power gap between them feel crushing, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. It was the first time in his life he had ever felt that way, like he was being stared down by a true dragon. Therefore, when facing Vali, Issei could clearly sense his strength and understand just how unfairly powerful he was. To be honest, even Aazelle, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, hadn't given him such a sensation when demonstrating his power. So Issei had always believed that Vali might even be stronger than Aazelle, one of the highest-ranking Fallen Angels. But now he was being told that someone like Vali wasn't even a match for this guy, this cool-looking man who seemed only a year or two older than him and walked around with two beautiful girls at his side. Are there really that many strong people in this world? Issei voiced the thought aloud, making Aazelle chuckle. You're overthinking it. Even on a global scale, this guy is one of the top. Even facing gods from the various mythologies, he might not lose. Aazelle gave him a dose of reality, followed by a bit of encouragement to soften the blow. Don't dwell on it. Right now, even someone with a half-decent name is stronger than you. What you need to do most is get stronger, don't bring shame to the heavenly dragon inside you. Then, in a tone almost like a temptation, Aazelle added. Didn't you want to become a harem king? Didn't you want to lose your virginity? As long as you get stronger, all of that will come to you. Beautiful fallen angel One-Sans, want one. At those words, Issei instantly ignited. So all I have to do is get stronger. I'll do it. Just moments ago he had been discouraged and lacking in confidence, but now he was like a man injected with adrenaline. The aura he released was still weak, yet it gave off a strangely oppressive feeling. So easy to fool. Kuroka muttered under her breath, prompting Asia nearby to chuckle awkwardly. Kaiser also smiled and shook his head, feeling that this original protagonist had been completely played by Aazelle, the cunning fallen angel. Well, with Aazelle around, even if this kid didn't become Rias' servant or join the devil's faction, he'd probably still have a good life. There were plenty of beautiful, wicked women among the fallen angels. With Aazelle guiding him, Issei wouldn't have to worry about getting tricked. He might even develop in a way that didn't fall short of the original storyline. The only question was, without this powerful servant, what would happen to Rias' side? There were quite a few problematic members in the Gremory peerage, each with painful pasts. If it weren't for this pervy, hot-blooded main character recklessly charging ahead, they might never have found redemption. Even Rias herself was no exception. Come to think of it, didn't she have a fiancé? Kaiser suddenly recalled this detail. In the original story, it was Issei who disrupted Rias' engagement. Now that he wasn't part of the Gremory peerage, wouldn't that cause trouble? I'll contact Ser-Veresta later. After all, she was a girl he had taken advantage of. Even if it was just a moment of impulse, Kaiser didn't regret it. Since that's the case, he might as well meddle a little, it could count as compensation for stealing her first kiss. After making a mental note of that, Kaiser returned to the main topic. Your sacred gear, Kaiser said to Issei, let me see it. Issei was momentarily stunned and looked toward Aazelle. Remember the technique I taught you last time? Aazelle nodded. Just do the same thing as you did then. Hearing that, Issei took a deep breath. Come forth. Boosted gear. He shouted, clenched his right fist, and swung it forward with force. Clang. Immediately, his hand lit up and transformed into a sacred gear. It was a gauntlet shaped like a dragon's claw, fierce and intimidating in appearance. The gauntlet was a dark crimson with a metallic sheen, adorned with golden spikes. Embedded in the back of the hand was a green jewel, within which light flowed. This is. Both Kuroka and Asia were instantly drawn in by the sight. The boosted gear. Kaiser's eyes lit up, and he smiled. He had originally planned to find Issei to help awaken his sacred gear and accomplish his own objective in the process. But now, it looked like that wouldn't be necessary. What now? Issei raised his fierce-looking gauntlet. What should I do? Nothing at all. Kaiser shook his head. The next part is my job. As he said this, Kaiser suddenly stepped forward and, with a hand covered in tuki, chopped down fiercely on Issei's arm. Bang. Issei didn't even have time to react before he saw a flash of white light, and the back of his boosted gear was destroyed. What are you doing? Clutching the broken gauntlet, Issei cried out in shock. Relax. Sacred gear's auto-repair. It'll be back to normal soon. Kaiser tossed out the words as he caught the green gem that had flown into the air. That's what you were after. Aazelle had been watching the whole time. Seeing Kaiser take the jewel from the boosted gear, he looked baffled. And something about the twice critical. Kaiser stored the jewel and looked at Aazelle. It's here. Though somewhat unsure of what Kaiser was planning, Aazelle still handed him the prepared list. Holding the list, Kaiser looked over the information on each twice critical wielder and smiled. Everything was ready. Even the east wind had arrived. It was time for his third Longinus to be born. Chapter 109, Chapter 157, just tell me, who else is left? Outside of Kuo Town stretched a boundless ocean. Kaiser once again appeared here, standing far from both the shoreline and Kuo Town, above the open sea. Behind him, the White Dragon Emperor's light wings were fully unfurled, radiating immaculate brilliance. On his right hand, he wore a gauntlet that was entirely crimson, with a green gem embedded on the back of the hand. It was unmistakably the boosted gear, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. Wearing this freshly forged Longinus, Kaiser smiled with satisfaction. Let's test it out first. Kaiser poured aura into the gauntlet, activating its power. Boost. Instantly, a deep voice echoed from the gem on the gauntlet, followed by a surge of astonishing power. In that moment, Kaiser's power doubled, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. Boost. 3 seconds later, the voice rang out again, and Kaiser's already boosted power was doubled once more. His aura soared again. Boost. 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 Every 3 seconds, the gem on the gauntlet emitted that same voice, doubling Kaiser's power and strengthening his aura with each round. After 30 seconds, Kaiser's strength had been multiplied tenfold, causing terrifying aura flames to erupt from his body and disturb the atmosphere. Feeling the immense power coursing through every inch of his body, Kaiser narrowed his eyes in delight. In this state, even without using any sacred gear, I probably wouldn't lose to a Satan-class being. Originally, without using any sacred gear, even with battle aura, Kaiser could at most contend with an ultimate-class devil, roughly equivalent to 8 wings in strength, and was far from reaching Satan-class. But after 10 boosts from the gauntlet, his power had skyrocketed to an unimaginable level, completely fearless even before Satan-class beings. Just like the White Dragon Emperor's light wings, my boosted gear is even stronger than the original. The serpent sealed within the sacred gear was stronger than the residual soul of the heavenly dragon, and with the boost from the binding ritual, this gauntlet, just like the wings behind Kaiser, had become much stronger than its prototype. The original boosted gear activated every 10 seconds. Kaiser's version activated every 3 seconds. Of course, the boosting ability had limits. Just like the absorption of the White Dragon Emperor's wings, the number of uses was limited by the host's physical endurance. Infinite power-ups were impossible, otherwise, the user would collapse, or the accumulated power would vanish instantly. During power accumulation, the host couldn't attack. Otherwise, the sacred gear's energy would destabilize and revert to its initial state. So it was best to stop boosting before acting. But this was a flaw of the original boosted gear. Kaiser's version had no such weakness. It could boost and fight simultaneously. The boosted power also lasted longer. In every respect, it outclassed the original. Then there was the transfer ability. The boosted gear could transfer its multiplied power to allies or objects, enhancing them. Though the boost was smaller when transferred to multiple targets, the effect remained significant. Kaiser's version retained this power, but the duration of transferred strength was longer and the amplification was even greater than the original. In short, just like the White Dragon Emperor's wings, this boosted gear, born in Kaiser's hands, surpassed its prototype in every way. Naturally, that included the balance breaker. Balance breaker. Kaiser raised his gauntlet and called out the phrase of power. Boom. In the next second, crimson aura exploded from his body. The boosted gear and divine dividing were 2 sides of the same coin. As such, their abilities mirrored each other in many subtle ways. Boosted gear amplified the user's strength, divine dividing halved the opponent's. Boosted gear could transfer power to others, divine dividing absorbed power from others. Though opposites, they merely reversed roles and priorities. The key difference lay in their targets. Their balance breakers were also alike, transforming the sacred gear into full body armor, explosively releasing power and removing activation time restrictions. Thus, crimson flames wrapped around Kaiser's entire form, forming a crimson suit of armor. The armor resembled a dragon in shape, sharply angular and intimidating. The gauntlet extended to both hands. Green gems appeared on the backs of both hands, forearms, shoulders, knees, and the center of his chest. Rocket-like boosters emerged from his back. Kaiser retracted the White Dragon Emperor's wings, for the crimson armor had sprouted its own dragon tail and wings. This was the boosted gear's balance breaker, Crimson Dragon Emperor's armor. Unlike the White Dragon Emperor's armor, this Crimson Dragon Emperor's armor looked more draconic and far more fearsome. It lacked the former's ethereal beauty. If the White Dragon's balance breaker gave off a sacred, immaculate aura and mysterious beauty, then the Crimson Dragon's counterpart exuded sheer might and oppressive dominance, like a miniature tyrant red dragon. Powerful, sure, but the looks could use some work. Kaiser glanced at his armored reflection on the sea's surface and critiqued it with slight disdain. Still, he was very satisfied. Like the White Dragon Emperor's armor, this explosive transformation far exceeded the original in both power and efficiency. The energy cost of activation and upkeep was much lower. Without using any abilities, this Crimson Dragon Emperor's armor could be maintained for 3 months, 3 times longer than Vali's. As for comparing it with High School DxD, there was no point. Unlike Vali, DxD had no talent. His first balance breaker cost him a hand just to use it for 10 seconds. Even later, after completing his balance breaker, he could only maintain it for half an hour. Half an hour versus 3 months, there was no comparison. And DxD had to count down every time he activated it, during which he couldn't use any of the gear's powers. The opening was massive. Kaiser and Vali were different. They could activate their balance breakers instantly, with no countdown and no delay. So if a comparison was needed, Vali was the one to match. After all, he was the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history, far surpassing all his predecessors. That's the kind of rival worth matching. Next up is this. Kaiser closed his eyes beneath his crimson helmet. Unlike last time, he had experience now and knew exactly what to do. Boom. The crimson flames turned into a storm, stirring massive waves, then gradually turned into a regal, deep black. I am the Dominator. The one who has seized the power of the Crimson Dragon of Purgatory. I embrace the infinite and reject the illusory. I shall become the overlord of dragon gods. And cast you into the silent world. Kaiser recited the chant swiftly and without hesitation, wrapping his body in the black flames as he unleashed the power of Juggernaut Drive. Juggernaut Drive. Instantly, Kaiser's crimson armor, like Vali's before him, began to turn black. The red across the armor darkened into jet black, with the green gems remaining. The contours looked even more sinister than Vali's version, deeper, more terrifying. A power capable of rivaling the chief gods and kings of the various mythologies surged through his entire being, making Kaiser once again drunk on his own overwhelming strength. As I thought, just like Divine Dividing's Juggernaut Drive, Boosted Gear's Juggernaut Drive now holds the trait of infinity. It can ignore my body's limits and endlessly boost my strength. As long as I can bear the energy cost, I can keep boosting indefinitely, until I run out of aura or stamina. The same goes for transfer. As long as I can handle the cost, I can give away as much power as I want. These two Longinus truly mirrored each other, distinct yet incredibly similar. They proved just how intertwined the two heavenly dragons' fates really were. Compared to Divine Dividing, Boosted Gear has the advantage of strengthening oneself without needing to steal from others. The initiative lies entirely with the user. I can also transfer power outwards. That makes Boosted Gear more versatile in combat. In this state, if I wield the Holy Spear, I can keep boosting its power endlessly, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. For a moment, ambition surged in Kaiser's chest. He wanted to challenge a deity on the spot. My Holy Spear and my right hand are already thirsting. What about you? Kaiser really wanted to say that, but it felt a bit embarrassing, and too suggestive. So he held back. Clang. Kaiser cancelled Juggernaut Drive, then ended the balance breaker, leaving only the gauntlet on his arm. Behind him, Divine Dividing's white wings reappeared to keep him airborne. I possess both Heavenly Dragons Longinus. Just tell me, who else is left? Kaiser let out a hearty laugh, then dismissed the gauntlet as well. After testing the power of the sacred gears, Kaiser calmed himself. Then, he turned toward Kuo Academy. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Chapter 158, Want me to help you out? Today, Kuo Academy appeared to be on break. Within the academy, aside from some staff going about their duties, only a few students participating in club activities during the holidays could be seen. Amid the woods in front of the old school building, Kaiser emerged from a suddenly activated magic formation, arriving on the academy grounds. I feel like I come here so often, it's almost become routine. Kaiser muttered to himself, stepping forward with practiced ease as he walked through the trees and soon arrived in front of the old building. No one here. Walking inside, Kaiser strolled down the corridors, but sensed no presence of anyone, only traces of familiars moving around. Reaching the second floor, he pushed open the door to the occult research club at the far end, only to find it completely empty. As expected, Gremory's peerage has already gone to the underworld. That was what Aazelle had told Kaiser. Apparently, the fierce battle between Kaiser and Vali at Kuo Academy last time had left quite an impact on the still developing young devils. Rias had witnessed true power and realized her own weakness. Akino had been deeply affected by Aazelle, the governor of the fallen angels. Even Kaneko Tuju had experienced inner turmoil upon seeing her sister again. As for Yuto Kiba, according to Aazelle, he had challenged the two holy sword users Michael brought with him, and lost miserably. After wrestling with their emotions, the 4 members of Rias's peerage decided to return to the underworld for training. Some wanted to overcome their sense of powerlessness, some to redeem themselves, some to challenge their limits, and some simply wanted to grow stronger. Driven by these desires, they took this step forward, a sign of true progress. Good thing I came prepared. Otherwise, this would have been a wasted trip. Instead of leaving, Kaiser stood atop the magic formation etched in the middle of the room. It bore the crest of the Gremory family. Kaiser was preparing to use this teleportation circle to travel to the underworld. I can send you to the underworld, Aazelle had told him, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, I can only send you to the territory of the fallen angels. I can't just waltz into devil territory. A single misstep could spark conflict. My suggestion. Go to Kuo Academy's Occult Research Club. There's a teleportation circle linked to the Gremory family. Use the method I taught you to activate it, and you'll be able to reach Gremory territory, maybe even their main estate. After learning Kaiser's intentions, Aazelle had made slight modifications to the magic circle in his hand. As long as I touch this circle to the one here, the transfer should work, right? Kaiser pressed his magic-etched palm onto the floor's circle. Zheng. As the magic formation on his hand lit up, the one beneath him emitted a red glow. Red light rose like a barrier from the formation's edge, enveloping Kaiser and completely blinding his vision. When the red light faded and his sight returned, he found himself in a completely different place. The sky above was purple, with no sun or moon in sight. The vastness of the view made the air feel distinctly different. His surroundings were clearly man-made, paved roads underfoot, neatly trimmed trees lining the sides, a beautiful fountain up ahead, a vast courtyard beyond it, and finally a massive castle-like structure, grand and awe-inspiring. This is the underworld. Kaiser scanned his surroundings, then looked toward the towering castle. That must be the Gremory family's estate. While he was sizing up the castle, a crowd of figures suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere. A patrol. Or guards. Kaiser immediately shifted his gaze toward the growing noise, frowning slightly. Looks like I've been discovered. Which was natural, his arrival wasn't exactly discreet. The glowing magic circle made it obvious. It would have been strange if the Gremory household hadn't noticed. Unfortunately, Kaiser had no interest in dealing with irrelevant people. Better make myself scarce. White Dragon Emperor's light wings unfurled behind him. In the blink of an eye, Kaiser shot into the sky like a beam of light. The sonic booms and shockwaves he left in his wake shattered the air. Naturally, such a commotion attracted pursuit. Many figures flew out from the Gremory estate to chase him. But by the time they took off, Kaiser was already long gone. They simply couldn't match the speed of Divine Dividing's wings. All they could do was watch helplessly as he disappeared into the distance. While flying through the air like a streak of light, Kaiser suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Over there. He came to a stop, letting his figure materialize from the light. Looking down, Kaiser soon spotted a massive and majestic mountain. It stood behind the Gremory estate, some distance from the castle. Judging by the layout, it seemed to be part of the estate's rear mountain. So it's here. A smile appeared in Kaiser's eyes as he descended. It didn't take long before he reached the mountaintop, and took in the scene. He came to a sudden halt, almost like slamming on invisible brakes. The mountain peak wasn't anything special, just barren rocky terrain. Which wasn't the problem. The problem was the thick steam rising between the rocks. And the source of that steam was a hot spring nestled atop the peak. Splash. Water sounds echoed through the steam, mixed with indistinct female voices. Through the thick mist, Kaiser vaguely saw several enticing silhouettes in the water. You've got to be kidding me. Kaiser's expression turned odd. Had he seriously just stumbled onto a group of girls bathing in a hot spring? Was this some kind of rom-com cliché bonus scene? Who's there? Just as Kaiser was frozen in disbelief, the conversation in the hot spring abruptly stopped. A sharp voice rang out, a young woman's challenge. Kaiser hadn't tried to hide his presence at all, so naturally, he'd been noticed. Forget it. He instinctively thought of retreating, but quickly reconsidered. Did he really need to? He wasn't some guilty anime protagonist. Hiding now would just be awkward. So Kaiser casually retracted his wings and landed some distance away from the hot spring. He couldn't see the spring from here, only steam. Yet the moment he landed, the sound of water grew louder. The girls inside had rushed out, straight toward him. You. The first to appear was a girl with waist-length crimson hair, her face full of shock. Her vibrant red hair was still wet, steam rising from her body, proof that she had just been bathing. That in itself wasn't the issue. The issue was that she was completely naked, standing there without a shred of clothing. Kaiser was nearly blinded by all that white, accented by a single striking red. What are you doing here? Next came a girl with long black hair, just as soaked and steaming, a textbook Yamato Nadeshiko. She too was completely unclothed, eyes filled with shock and wariness, causing Kaiser's eye to twitch. An enemy. The last to arrive was a petite girl with shoulder-length white hair. Thankfully, she wasn't completely exposed, she'd hastily wrapped herself in a towel, leaving only her dazzlingly pale arms and legs uncovered. She looked at Kaiser like he was a perverted peeping Tom. Her normal reaction actually made Kaiser feel touched. Kaiser. Rias called out in shock, clearly not noticing his strange expression. What are you doing here? At her question, Kaiser glanced her way a few times, then finally opened his mouth, exasperated. Before I answer that, could you put some clothes on? That snapped both Rias and Aquino back to reality. They gasped in unison, then quickly conjured towels with magic and wrapped themselves up like Kaneko. You're not here just to peek, are you? Rias didn't scream or act bashful like some shy girl. Instead, she narrowed her eyes at him in suspicion. Kaiser smiled. I'm the guy who kissed you the second time we met. If I really wanted to look, I'd just grab you, strip you, and admire you up close. Don't you think that'd be easier? His words made Rias visibly annoyed. Then what are you here for? She pressed. You didn't come all this way just to visit us, did you? Surprisingly, Kaiser nodded. Exactly. I came to check up on you. Ignoring the shocked stares of the girls, Kaiser suddenly smiled. I heard you're training. Want me to help out? That made all three of them frown. Help them train. That was his goal. No, impossible. There was no way this man would come to the underworld just to offer help. Thinking that, the three girls grew visibly more alert. Kaiser didn't bother explaining. He simply shrugged and said, in any case, how about you finish getting dressed before we talk? End of chapter. Chapter 111, Chapter 159, there's actually a deal this good. Underworld, Gremory family's rear mountain, halfway up the slope. Here stood a villa, apparently built to provide rest for those training or relaxing in the mountain. Lately, Rias Gremory's peerage had been living here. They had only stayed at the main castle on their first day in the underworld. After that, they never went back. At this moment, on the first floor of the villa, inside a reception room, Kaiser was sitting comfortably on a sofa. Please, have some. Now fully dressed in Kuo Academy school uniform, Aquino Haimjima served tea to Kaiser, her expression one of begrudging obligation. And it wasn't just Aquino. Even Kaneko Tuju stood behind Rias with a tight-lipped expression, like a vigilant bodyguard, her usually emotionless face visibly tense. Yudo Kiba had returned as well. He had been off training elsewhere while the girls were in the hot spring, but rushed back as soon as Aquino informed him. Now, he stood silently behind Rias. As for Rias, naturally, she was seated directly across from Kaiser. So you're saying you used our club's teleportation magic circle to transfer into the underworld, and arrived right in front of the Gremory family's estate gates? Arms crossed and legs elegantly crossed as well, Rias frowned deeply, glaring at Kaiser with clear displeasure now that she understood the situation. No wonder there was a commotion at the estate. I'll need to find a way to explain this later. Aquino sighed as she spoke. I had no choice, Kaiser said casually, sipping his tea. I don't have any other method of teleportation. Even so, couldn't you have used a more appropriate approach? Rias snapped. What's truly unacceptable is that you broke into our old school building and entered our clubroom without permission. What's the issue? Kaiser said with a faint smile. If that place is so important, why isn't it protected by a barrier or something? If there's no barrier, then it's fair game, right? In the human world, that's called trespassing, Rias retorted. And I did leave familiars in the clubroom. At that, her expression shifted. Don't tell me, you did something to my familiars. It seemed she was imagining the worst. You're overthinking it, Kaiser rolled his eyes. Those familiars were too weak to even notice me. Why would I bother doing anything to them? The magic formation carved on Kaiser's hand was designed to conceal his presence, so the familiars in the clubroom never even noticed him. Even so. Rias looked slightly more at ease, but still grumbled in frustration. Enough. Stop fussing over minor details, Kaiser cut her off bluntly. I've already shown you enough courtesy. If I had barged in without restraint, I might have clashed with your family already. Is that what you want? Rias immediately fell silent. If Kaiser had fought the Gremory family, that would have been the worst-case scenario. In theory, the Gremorys, one of the 72 pillars, were high-ranking and powerful within the devil world. Any outsider clashing with such a prestigious pure-blood family would face serious consequences. But if Kaiser were that outsider, it'd be the Gremory family that was in danger. After all, his holy spear was a devastating weapon to devils. No one would willingly face it. Not to mention his god-slaying power, his ability to manifest divine will, and the feared truth idea. Even the entire 72 pillars combined would be forced to fear that kind of power. Just look at the Astaroth family, blood relatives of current demon king Beelzebub, after Kaiser's battle with Vali, and once the intelligence had been reported back, they immediately quieted down. Faced with god-slaying power, even Beelzebub himself had to keep his distance. What fool would dare provoke that? They didn't want to be purified by the holy spear, or worse, erased by the infamous Longinus. The risk was too high. Pure-blood devils were notoriously self-preserving. Fighting Kaiser was out of the question. Even the Astaroth family, who only received a report, chose to retreat. How much more cautious must Rias be, who saw it firsthand? Let Kaiser fight the Gremories. No thanks. Rias didn't want her entire house wiped off the Devil World's map. So what is your real reason for coming? Rias frowned again. Don't tell me it really is to help with our training. Why is that so hard to believe? Kaiser said indifferently. Is it so impossible that I actually came here for that? I think you just came to mess with me. Rias stared at him sharply. Don't forget, you're a member of that terrorist group, the Chaos Brigade. Rias knew quite a bit about the Chaos Brigade. The intel Kaiser had handed over to Ser-Veresta and the others wasn't fully disclosed, but parts of it were released to the public, so quite a few people had heard. And since Rias had witnessed the exchange, and learned about the brigade directly from Kaiser, she knew more than most. She knew the Chaos Brigade was a dangerous threat to the Devils and the three factions alike, an enemy bound to clash with them in the future. Ser-Veresta and the others had taken many precautions, made many moves, some in the open, some in secret, and had already clashed with the brigade several times. Rias's urgent desire to grow stronger stemmed in part from this looming danger, so she could protect herself and those close to her when the storm came. Given all that, Kaiser's appearance, as a member of the Chaos Brigade, already warranted a battle. The only reason they were sitting here talking was because her brother, along with the other faction leaders, believed Kaiser's alignment wasn't entirely hostile. They wanted to avoid making an enemy of him if possible. If the legendary Holy Spear wielder became an enemy of devils, that would be a nightmare scenario. The Holy Spear didn't harm angels or fallen angels, but devils were its natural prey. That was hardly fair. Not that the other two factions were any better off. Kaiser's balance breaker, never mind the god-slaying power, even just the manifested divine will was enough to overwhelm anyone faithful. Hadn't Michael and those two holy sword users nearly collapsed? Fallen angels weren't spared either. As beings who betrayed God, they were even more susceptible to divine will. Even as Aazelle had struggled to resist, what chance did the others have? In short, all three factions had unofficially agreed not to treat Kaiser as an enemy, and instead to rope him in where possible. Ser-Veresta had explained the gravity of the situation to the other demon kings and high-ranking pureblood families, and despite opposition, had managed to push this policy through. That's why Rias hadn't attacked Kaiser on sight. Instead, she was willing to talk. But she still couldn't believe he came to help with their training out of goodwill. What reason could he possibly have? At least, that's how Rias saw it. Kaiser, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to explain. Just assume I was bored and came looking for some fun. Wanted to play with a few beautiful girls. That was the excuse he tossed out. Looking for pretty girls to play with, huh? Rias's expression grew even more annoyed. With a mocking smile, she replied, fine. I'll have the estate send a few female devils to entertain you. There's actually a deal this good. Wait, no, what's with that sarcastic tone? I've already got a wild cat in my house that flirts without asking. Don't need any more. As he spoke words that made even Kaneko want to bite him, Kaiser stood up. Let's head outside. I'll show you whether I really came to help you train. With that, he left the reception room and headed out of the villa. President. Yuto and Kaneko looked toward Rias. Rias. Akino also stepped in front of her, waiting for direction. Let's follow him. Still frowning in disbelief, Rias stood up and followed Kaiser out. The rest quickly followed. Before long, the group of 5 arrived outside the villa, entering the mountainous terrain nearby. What exactly do you plan to do? Rias asked, hands on her hips. In response, Kaiser simply gave a meaningful smile. Simple, create a perfect environment for your training. As he spoke, a weapon activator appeared in his hand. Zheng. A purple amanadite crystal shone brilliantly as mana was released, forming the massive shaft and blood-red blade of a scythe. Boom. In the next instant, a heavy blast echoed through the air, and a violet halo erupted. Crushing gravity descended from the heavens, slamming down on Rias and the others, pinning them to the ground instantly. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Chapter 160, not a single one is easy to handle. Wah. So heavy. What are you doing? The sudden gravitational pressure forced Rias, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko to either fall to one knee or collapse outright. Some were even sprawled flat on the ground, completely unable to rise. Their faces were full of anguish. Kaiser stood tall within the same gravitational field, utterly unaffected. He rested the glowing, purple Gravisheath on his shoulder with a calm expression. This level of gravity isn't unbearable, is it? Smiling as he looked down at the Gremory peerage, Kaiser spoke casually. Didn't you say you wanted to train? Then do it under this gravity. Whether you're training your physical body or magical power, you can do it all under gravity. The results are excellent. If you can overcome this level of pressure, your combat power will at least double. Training under gravity was a proven method. Unlike weighted training, gravity applied uniform pressure to every part of the body, both inside and out. Exercising under such conditions yielded far better results than simple weight training or regular workouts, by a wide margin. Kaiser knew this from personal experience. Back in the Asterisk world, after absorbing massive amounts of amanadite, his physical and prana capabilities skyrocketed uncontrollably. Thanks to Gravisheath, he managed to quickly stabilize and master that immense power. Even if Rias and the others were focusing on magical training, doing so under gravity would still bring twice the result with half the effort. As for technique, I can't teach you that, and I wouldn't even try. Kaiser himself had never studied any formal technique. His fighting was purely based on the instinct granted by his authority, so he wasn't about to pretend to be a master instructor. His purpose in coming here was to assist their training, not to lecture them. When you can move freely under this gravity, we'll move to the next stage. With that, Kaiser planted Gravisheath into the ground. I'm leaving it to you. You're fine with that, right? He spoke to Gravisheath, which responded with a resonant hum. You really know how to seize an opportunity. Kaiser understood the side's meaning. Clicking his tongue, he ran his fingertip along the blade, drawing a thin trickle of blood. Bzzzzzzzzz. The scythe immediately began humming excitedly, eagerly absorbing the drop of blood. The purple crystal glowed brighter, and the crimson blade deepened in hue. Have fun. Waving indifferently, Kaiser turned and strolled back into the villa, intending to continue his afternoon tea. Wait. You bastard. Rias struggled to lift her head, glaring at Kaiser swaggering back inside. She looked ready to explode. President. What do we do now? The others were barely able to move under the gravity, their words strained with effort. Seeing them, Rias recalled how effortlessly Kaiser had stood under the same pressure. Her frustration shifted to stubborn defiance. We continue our original training. She gritted her teeth. I want to see if this method is really that effective. She pushed herself up, slowly raising her hands, attempting to gather her destruction magic. But her magic, which usually flowed freely, now felt impossibly heavy. The moment she conjured it, it dropped like a boulder. Boom. The red aura exploded beneath her, obliterating the ground, and launching Rias into the air. Rias. President. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko all cried out in alarm. I'm fine. Rias climbed to her feet again with difficulty. She wasn't injured, but her flawless face was now smeared with dirt. Continue. She ground her teeth and raised her hands once more, slowly gathering her destruction power. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances, and inspired by her determination, began struggling to their feet as well. Lightning, come forth. Akino pointed a finger, gathering electricity at its tip. But like Rias, the moment it formed, the magic was crushed by gravity and exploded beneath her feet, blasting her into the air. To stop the lightning from falling, she had to maintain greater control. But if she lacked precision, it would go haywire. Too little power, and it would drop; too much, and it became unmanageable. Finding the balance was the challenge, and failure meant getting blown up. Over time, Rias and Akino began to understand. Training under this kind of gravity really does improve magical control. And raw power too. If I can maintain my output consistently, I'll get stronger fast. Realizing this, the two older girls threw themselves even harder into their magic training. Meanwhile, Kiba and Kaneko weren't working on magic but focused on their sacred gear and physical conditioning. Magic sword creation. Kiba forged a blade in his hand, but it felt heavier than a 1,000-pound warhammer. His summoning speed slowed drastically, and each swing became a monumental task. To improve, he repeatedly created magic swords, trying to adapt to the gravity while also exercising his body. Crack. Sometimes the blades shattered under the pressure, revealing just how fragile his creations were. So Kiba began strengthening the swords he made, improving their durability and endurance. Ha. Yeah. Compared to the others, Kaneko's training seemed plain and unremarkable. She was simply doing physical workouts. Sometimes she forced herself to take steps. Other times, she did push-ups, sit-ups, or shadowboxed with gloves on. Her sheer effort looked oddly out of place. After all, the others had flares of destruction magic, flashes of lightning, or sinister swords appearing around them, yet this petite girl, who looked the most delicate, was doing the grittiest physical drills. It felt completely mismatched. Naturally, Kaiser saw all of this from inside the villa. If someone else saw this, they'd probably think she was just an ordinary, hard-working girl. Sitting by the window with a cup of red tea, Kaiser muttered as he watched the intense training outside. And it was true. To the uninformed, Kaneko might appear to be the most mundane of the Gremory peerage. Rias had her destruction magic. Akino specialized in lightning. Kiba had his sacred gear for sword creation. On the surface, Kaneko seemed weak in magic, lacked a sacred gear, and had no choice but to focus on raw physical strength. But who would have guessed, this girl was far from ordinary. Though lacking in devil talent, she was part of a rare and powerful combat race by birth, a Nikomata, and not just any Nikomata, the strongest and rarest of them all, a Nikosho. If she awakened her true nature as a Nikosho, she could master both Jujutsu and Senjutsu. That's what she should really be training. Physical strength was important, but recognizing your strengths and training them properly was even more so. If Kaneko embraced her full powers, she would be several times stronger than she was now. And then there's this one. Kaiser turned his gaze toward Akino. Watching the dignified Yamato Nadeshiko repeatedly gather lightning and blow herself up, Kaiser shook his head. Sure, lightning is powerful. But like I said before, combine it with light and turn it into thunderlight, and that would be a surprise enemies wouldn't see coming. Unfortunately, she didn't listen, still stubbornly clinging to her usual magic. As for Rias and Kiba, while both were seriously training in their strengths, Kaiser still noticed a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Especially Kiba, his eyes were noticeably darker than before. His entire demeanor had shifted. As expected, a bunch of problem children. Not a single one is easy to deal with. Kaiser stroked his chin, ideas beginning to form. All right. Let's go with that. Whatever he had thought of, it brought a smirk to his lips. And at that exact moment, as if sensing something ominous, Rias and the others shivered in unison while deep in training. Time passed quickly. Even in the underworld, time was adjusted to match the human world. Though there was no sun or moon, it still had day and night. The training under Gravisheath's gravitational pressure continued until evening. Though Rias and the others collapsed from exhaustion more than once, the gravity never let up. They could only try to rest while still under its crushing force, struggling to recover. Physical energy could regenerate, but mental strength couldn't. Being under constant extreme gravity made true rest impossible. It only grew more suffocating with time. By nightfall, Rias and the others finally hit their limit, passing out one after another. Let's wrap it up for today. Only then did Kaiser emerge leisurely. He pulled Gravisheath from the ground, controlling the gravity so the unconscious group floated into the air and carried them back into the villa. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Chapter 161, Facing One's Own Past. In the days that followed, the lives of Rias and the others began to be dominated by Kaiser. Every day at the break of dawn, Kaiser would use Gravisheath to drag the drowsy Rias and company outside the villa, without a word setting up a gravity field that instantly jolted them awake from their dreams, forcing them to begin grueling training under intense gravity. Meals and personal needs were not something he concerned himself with, there were some familiars in the villa assigned to take care of Rias and the others. Kaiser did not stop them, but he also never lifted the gravity field. Instead, he expanded its range, making it so that Rias's group had to do everything under that crushing gravity. Only when night fell would Kaiser finally remove the gravity field. But by then, Rias and the others were already thoroughly exhausted, passing out one by one. They didn't even know how they were brought back to the villa, only to be jolted awake again the next morning by the sudden return of the gravity field. Naturally, days like these were pure torment for Rias and her group. They felt as if they were truly in hell, suffering endless agony. Originally, they could at least relax a bit after training, like soaking in a hot spring. That was also why Kaiser had given them such a huge benefit on the first day. But now, forget about relaxing, even resting had to be done under the same intense gravity. They could only recover their physical strength, not their mental stamina. Fortunately, they were devils, not humans. Otherwise, with this kind of treatment, they'd have been ruined in just a few days. Of course, as time passed, Rias and the others gradually adapted to the gravity of Gravisheath. It was no longer as painful as it had been at the start. Their training began to yield results. Rias and Akino Himejima became much more proficient in controlling their demonic power, with significantly increased output. Yudo Kiba's mastery of sword birth reached a new level, the demonic swords he created were no longer so fragile. Even Kaneko Tuju's physical abilities had improved dramatically, far surpassing her previous state. It was under these circumstances that Kaiser finally appeared before them again. Looks like you've already adapted to the current level of gravity. Not bad, faster than I expected. Kaiser didn't hold back his praise, calling out to Rias and the others, who were training under the gravity field. You finally decided to show yourself. Rias immediately halted her control of the crimson demonic power swirling around her. With a single thought, the destructive aura vanished without a trace. Her movements were now graceful and composed, far more refined than the strained and struggling figure she had been before. Akino Himejima, Yudo Kiba, and Kaneko Tuju also stopped what they were doing and gathered beside Rias. Their actions were smooth and swift, a world apart from their earlier selves who could barely move under the gravity. Since you've adapted to this level of gravity, let's move on to the next stage. Kaiser's words triggered an almost reflexive reaction in Rias and the others, they immediately assumed defensive stances. What are you planning now? Rias asked warily. Don't tell me you're going to increase the gravity again. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko all instantly wore expressions of pain. While training under intense gravity had indeed been effective, just thinking about the bleak, sunless days they'd endured made everyone shudder in fear. That kind of daily routine, giving everything they had from the moment they woke up, training until they passed out, only to be jolted awake again by a renewed gravity field and repeat the process, was beyond torture. This wasn't just hell-level training anymore, it was abyssal training, despair-level training, the kind that broke people down and rebuilt them in agony. Even the most strong-willed person would feel fear deep in their heart when faced with this kind of training. Increase the gravity. Kaiser responded cheerfully. That's not out of the question. Since that's your request, I'll increase it right now. As he spoke, Kaiser reached toward Gravisheath, which was standing beside him. The expressions of Rias and the others changed instantly. Wait. Rias shouted instinctively. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice grew noticeably softer. Though this training is necessary, overly intense training will only lead to diminishing returns, and might even injure my beloved servants. So, for now, let's keep it as it is. Akino and the others immediately nodded in agreement, clearly supporting her statement. Oh. Kaiser looked at Rias with a faint smile. Only when her expression turned both awkward and embarrassed did he finally relent. In that case, let's proceed directly to the next stage. Upon hearing this, Rias and the others quietly let out a breath of relief, but then looked puzzled. What's the next stage? Rias asked. What kind of new torment are you planning for us? To her surprise, Kaiser didn't deny it. In a sense, what comes next may indeed feel torturous, Kaiser said lightly. After all, I'm going to rip open your old wounds and make you face your past. As soon as those words fell, not only Rias, but Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko all turned pale. What are you trying to do? Rias seemed to realize something. She stepped in front of Akino and the others, glaring at Kaiser. I'm warning you, don't try anything reckless. Clearly, as their master, Rias knew well what kind of past her servants carried. The moment Kaiser said that, she immediately guessed his intent, to cruelly expose the secrets Akino and the others had kept hidden. And she was right. First up is you, Yudo Kiba. Kaiser turned to Kiba, whose expression immediately stiffened. I've heard about your past, Kaiser said indifferently. You were once with the church, one of the experimental subjects in the Holy Sword Project, correct? The so-called Holy Sword Project referred to an experiment to artificially cultivate holy sword wielders. As everyone knew, holy swords were the most powerful weapons against devils. Just touching one would burn a devil, and being slain by one meant total annihilation. They were terrifying weapons from a devil's perspective. But for faithful followers of God who viewed devils as enemies, holy swords were the ultimate weapon they could rely on. Those able to wield holy swords were the strongest exorcists, executioners whom devils feared greatly. However, holy swords chose their wielders. A person who could adapt to one and use it freely might only appear once in several decades. Such individuals were extremely rare and precious. Because of this, a group within the church sought to artificially cultivate holy sword users. Yudo Kiba was one of the selected experimental subjects in that project. Before he awakened his sacred gear and before he was reincarnated as a devil, he had been raised by the church. When the Holy Sword Project began, he and a group of children around his age were selected as test subjects, and endured immense suffering in the church's experiments. Later, because he consistently failed to adapt to a holy sword, he and his companions were poisoned and executed by the researchers. His companions gave their lives to push him to safety, allowing him to escape the church. It was then, on the brink of death, that he encountered Rias and was reincarnated as a devil by her. That is why Kiba harbored such deep hatred toward the church, and toward holy sword wielders. Where did you hear about all this? Kiba didn't deny it. After a moment's silence, he said mockingly, don't tell me you heard it from those researchers when you were one of the test subjects yourself. Kiba was insinuating that Kaiser, too, was a product of the church's experiments, implying they were both escapees from the same hell. But Kaiser ignored the sarcasm and continued speaking. Though you couldn't adapt to a holy sword, your sacred gear is exceptionally powerful. The ability to freely create demonic swords, just in terms of rarity, it's not inferior to the Twilight Healing. It may even surpass it. Your swordsmanship is also impressive. You can make good use of your sacred gear. With your potential, the fastest way to improve your strength is to push your sacred gear into a new realm. Those words didn't just stun Kiba, everyone else was taken aback as well. A new realm. Kaneko muttered. Could it be? That's right, Kaiser pointed at Kiba. The ultimate domain of sacred gears, where the power transforms based on the user's will, to the point it seems like it's disrupting the balance of the world, so it's considered a forbidden power, balance breaker. If you can reach that realm, your power will skyrocket, to the point you can rival, or even surpass, high-class devils. Kiba furrowed his brow at those words. But achieving balance breaker isn't something that can happen so easily. That's a realm only reached when a sacred gear user has mastered their power completely, and undergoes a significant mental transformation triggered by a powerful emotional event. Just because Kaiser had met many balance breaker users didn't mean it was easy to achieve. In reality, it took a drastic shift in mindset or desire, strong enough to defy the natural flow of the world. Among sacred gear users, not even 1 in 100, or even 1 in 1,000, could reach that level. The hero faction was full of individuals descended from heroes, warriors, and legends. Most of them were sacred gear users, yet even among them, those who had reached balance breaker numbered only a few, fewer than 10. To be honest, Kiba didn't believe he could reach balance breaker so easily, he didn't have that kind of confidence. But it's not easy if you try to do it alone, Kaiser said calmly. But with me here, that's a different story. Chapter 114, Chapter 162, I'm the one you're talking about, Naya. Take this. As he spoke, Kaiser tossed something to Yudo Kiba. It was a bracelet engraved with fine, mysterious script on its inner surface. What is this? Yudo Kiba caught the bracelet, asking in confusion. Have you ever seen Aazelle's artificial sacred gear in its simulated balance breaker state? Kaiser didn't answer directly, instead posing a question before explaining, that's a technique that shifts a sacred gear into an overclock state, forcibly awakening its balance breaker. Essentially, it's a method of inducing a loss of control, which is why the sacred gear breaks down after battle. That's why he treats artificial sacred gears as disposable tools. This bracelet is a tool-form version of that technology. As long as it's used, any sacred gear will forcibly enter an unstable awakening to reach the balance breaker domain. If you can manage to control the power after the forced awakening, you should be able to truly awaken your balance breaker. This was the method Kaiser had devised to help Yudo Kiba awaken his balance breaker. Aazelle had mentioned this method in his notes on artificial sacred gears, but due to technical limitations, he had never successfully created a tool version of it. He had only been able to produce byproducts like bracelets that suppress a sacred gear's power or allow someone to enter balance breaker without paying a price. But Kaiser had succeeded, or rather, his unique authority had allowed him to perfectly replicate Aazelle's envisioned procedures and theories, ultimately bringing this tool into existence. Forcible awakening. Rias Gremory frowned. Isn't there a risk in that? She was clearly concerned. There's definitely a risk. I already told you, the sacred gear breaks afterward, Kaiser said indifferently. But unlike artificial sacred gears, true sacred gears will self-repair even if damaged. At most, you just won't be able to use its power while it's being fixed. Of course, since a true sacred gear is one with its host, using such a crude method to touch the balance breaker may cause harm to the wielder as well. Therefore, in my opinion, even if you try to reach the balance breaker this way, you'd best limit how often you use it. Kaiser raised one finger toward Yudo Kiba. Once. You'd better only try once. If you can't grasp the balance breaker in this single opportunity, it's best you don't use this method again. With that in mind, Kaiser had only made one bracelet, no more. Only one chance, huh? Yudo Kiba gripped the bracelet tightly, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Kaiser glanced at him but said nothing more. In truth, if Yudo Kiba's sacred gear were a possession-type sacred gear like the True Longinus, Divine Dividing, Boosted Gear, or Twilight Healing, things wouldn't be this complicated at all. Because Kaiser could simply help a wielder of a possession-type sacred gear reach the balance breaker through direct contact. As long as he touched the sacred gear itself, Kaiser could use his unique authority to fully control it, triggering its balance breaker directly. That's exactly how he had done it. When he came into contact with the True Longinus, Divine Dividing, and Boosted Gear, he had completely mastered their powers. He could enter the balance breaker state effortlessly and even wield the power of Juggernaut Drive at will, completely overpowered. Even though other people's sacred gears weren't exclusive to him and didn't fuse with him, as long as he touched them, he could fully control and dominate them, making them obedient and compliant. Therefore, as long as a sacred gear fell under the concept of armament and Kaiser touched it, he could instantly help it awaken and reach balance breaker. Unfortunately, Yudo Kiba's demonic swords were merely creations of his sacred gear. They could be destroyed, abandoned, or even gifted away freely. They weren't the sacred gear itself. So even if Kaiser touched those swords, he'd only be controlling the swords, not the sacred gear. Because of this, Kaiser had to resort to this compromise to help Yudo Kiba reach balance breaker. And this is for you. Kaiser pulled out another bracelet and tossed it to Rias. I don't have a sacred gear, though. Rias blinked, catching the bracelet as she spoke. It's not for you. It's for another one of your peerage members, Kaiser shrugged. You have another servant, don't you? The one you sealed away and haven't let appear. Rias was stunned. How do you know? Indeed, Rias had another peerage member. That servant had never appeared because he possessed an extremely dangerous sacred gear, one he couldn't yet control. Rias had no choice but to seal him in a room, waiting until he could control his power before letting him out. Very few people knew about this. Rias never imagined Kaiser would be aware. I also know he wasn't reincarnated into a devil from a human like most sacred gear wielders. He's like Vali Lucifer, a hybrid with half-human blood, Kaiser said nonchalantly. His other half is vampire. So, I used my own blood to craft this bracelet. In the original series, it was mentioned that feeding that half-vampire dragon blood could help him stabilize and control his power. So Kaiser engraved the fine script on the bracelet using his own blood, modifying what was originally a suppressive bracelet into one that helps the wearer stabilize their power. Of course, Kaiser wasn't a dragon. But in the original story, Issei Haida wasn't a dragon either, yet because the boosted gear resided within him, his blood had been influenced by dragon power and transformed into dragon blood. Kaiser possessed both the boosted gear and divine dividing, two of the strongest dragon-type sacred gears, both of which had reached the level of top-tier Longinus. The dragon power in his blood far surpassed Issei's. Even the blood of dragon kings might not compare. Didn't the Gravisheath drink just one drop of Kaiser's blood during the first day of training and has been in a constant state of excitement since? It's remained firm and powerful from beginning to end, without losing any strength. That alone proved how potent Kaiser's blood had become. With this, you can release him. He'll become a powerful asset to your peerage and make your team even stronger. After explaining, Kaiser turned to Akino Haimjima. Now. It's your turn, Kaiser smiled at Akino. You're a hybrid too, aren't you? Even though you don't have a sacred gear, half your blood is human, and the other half is fallen angel. Am I wrong? Akino's expression turned cold. Why did she hate fallen angels so much? The reason was this. Akino Haimajima's father was a high-ranking officer among the fallen angels. There were 6 such officers, and Akino's father was one of them, a 12-winged fallen angel. He was incredibly powerful, nearly on par with a Mao, and his specialty was lightning-based attacks. Akino's lightning power came from her father. She also inherited the fallen angel bloodline, allowing her to wield light power. If she combined light power with lightning, she could unleash true holy lightning, greatly enhancing her strength. Unfortunately, when she was young, her mother was killed by her father's enemies. As a result, Akino grew to despise her father and her fallen angel heritage, refusing to use light power at all. If you were willing to use holy lightning, your power would easily reach high-class devil level, Kaiser said calmly. But I'm guessing you still won't use it, even if I say this. So, how about this? Kaiser looked at the frost-faced Akino and smiled. What if I kill your father for you? That should make you feel better, and you won't reject your power anymore, right? As soon as those words left his mouth, not only Akino, everyone, including Rias, stared wide-eyed. Don't joke about something like that. Akino lost control, her emotions spilling out. However. Who said I was joking? Kaiser said flatly. He's just a 12-winged fallen angel officer. Even if he's close to Mao level, to me, he's nothing special. I won't even need my balance breaker. I guarantee I can kill him in 10 strikes. You think I can't do it? Akino held her breath. Can't do it. How could he not? Even without using the balance breaker of the True Longinus, this man already had Mao-class strength. With the spear's power, defeating a 12-winged fallen angel wasn't a big deal at all. That settles it, then. Kaiser didn't give Akino any room to back out, sealing the decision. I'll act tonight. Say your goodbyes to your past. Tomorrow, show me your new self, let me see what true holy lightning looks like. After saying that, Kaiser ignored Akino and turned to Kaneko Toju. What are you trying to do? Kaneko still seemed shocked by what Kaiser had just said. When he looked at her, she instinctively took a few steps back. But Kaiser gave her a smile that made her shiver. As for you, I won't meddle too much. I found you a more suitable teacher. Let her train you. Just as Kaiser finished speaking, a figure walked out from inside the villa. I'm the one you're talking about, Naya. Kuroka made a dazzling entrance, smiling brightly. Sister. Kaneko's expression froze. She nearly turned and ran. I'll train you well, Chiron. Kuroka smiled cheerfully. At that moment, Kaneko felt everything go dark, the world turning gray. Chapter 115, Chapter 163, isn't that a bit too weak? Kuroka dragged Kaneko Toju away. That girl still had some things weighing on her heart, and only her sister could help her work through them. Otherwise, there was a high chance she wouldn't listen to anyone and wouldn't reclaim her identity and power as a Nikomata. Although Kuroka might not be the most reliable person, her concern for her little sister was second to none. She was also quite adept at provoking reactions. Handing Kaneko over to her shouldn't be a problem. Well, probably. In any case, Kaiser felt this arrangement was sufficient. After all, he couldn't be expected to counsel a little Nikomata who hadn't even reached full maturity yet, right? Having one Kirin Tudu in his life was already enough, he definitely didn't need another. The same went for Yudo Kiba. Kaiser had no intention of advising him either. Even if Kiba continued to harbor hostility toward the church and holy sword wielders, that was his own business, the church's business. What did it have to do with Kaiser? So after handing over the wristband that forcibly awakened the balance breaker to Kiba, Kaiser left him alone to decide what to do next. Rias, on the other hand, returned briefly to the human world with the wristband. Her half-vampire peerage member was sealed in the old school building of Kuo Academy. In the end, only Akino Haimjima remained in place, neither staying nor leaving, simply standing there in awkward silence. Kaiser ignored her and returned to the villa on his own, continuing to enjoy his vacation-like days just as leisurely as before. And so, time passed until nightfall. When the sky had completely darkened, Kaiser left the villa. He took out the activation core of Gravisheath and activated it, manipulating the gravity around him as he slowly floated toward the horizon. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, shooting from the direction of the villa. It illuminated everything in its path as it hurtled toward Kaiser. Bang. Kaiser swung Gravisheath through the air, dragging a streak of blood-red light behind it. It clashed with the incoming lightning, slicing it apart with a muffled explosion. After cutting down the lightning, Kaiser rested Gravisheath on his shoulder and looked ahead. His face showed no surprise or irritation at having been attacked. In front of him floated a girl with a single long ponytail, dressed in a shrine maiden outfit. Devil wings spread from her back, and her expression was grim. One of her fingers was still extended, with lightning flickering at its tip, clearly identifying her as the attacker. "What do you think you're doing?" Kaiser asked in a calm voice. "That's what I should be asking you, isn't it?" Akino Haimajima's lovely face was taut with tension, and a fiery glint burned in her eyes. It was anger. "You want to stop me?" Kaiser ignored her anger and said, "Aren't you the one who hates your father the most? Why are you trying to stop me?" "That's my business," Akino replied coldly. "It has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with me." Kaiser raised Gravisheath, letting the blood-colored blade shine with an eerie glow in the night sky, making him look like a reaper cloaked in darkness. "Why do you think I came here? Isn't it for your master's sake?" "What?" Akino blinked in surprise. "Rias." "Yes," Kaiser said openly. "You're her queen and her first peerage member. You should know this better than anyone. Rias Gremory is engaged, and she's strongly opposed to it." At those words, Akino fell silent. She did indeed know about the engagement, and even who the fiancé was. It was a pureblood devil family from the same 72 pillars as the Gremorys, the House of Phoenix. Phoenix, the legendary sacred beast said to govern life, revered by many. Its tears were said to heal any wound, and drinking its blood could grant immortality. Though the Phoenix was a sacred beast, in the underworld there existed a Phoenix family aligned with the devils. They held the rank of Devil Marquis and were one of the 72 pillars. That was the family to which Rias's fiancé belonged. The Phoenix family within the devil world also governed fire, wind, and life. Their abilities were nearly identical to those of the sacred beast. Their flames could even burn dragon scales, and even if reduced to ashes, they could instantly revive, earning them the title of immortal bird. In terms of reputation, the Phoenix family was in no way inferior to the Gremorys, perhaps even surpassing them. Their status in the underworld was high, and they were respected by many factions. Rias's fiancé was the third son of the Phoenix family, a young devil of the current generation who had debuted only a few years ago. He was slightly older than Rias and, aside from some character flaws, surpassed her in nearly every aspect. Although Akino was Rias's peerage member, the two were the same age and had been together the longest. They were more like sisters than master and servant, which was why Akino often called Rias by name. And precisely because of that, Akino knew just how much Rias detested this engagement. She really doesn't want to go through with it, but she's still a noble daughter, heir to the family. Matters like marriage are, as everyone knows, not something she can decide on her own. So what can she do? It's simple. She has to rebel. Kaiser spoke as if he were prophesying, calm and certain. If this continues, the Gremory and Phoenix families will inevitably do something about it. The devil world values strength above all, power is everything. It's called a rating game, right? Kaiser said with a faint smile at Akino. Don't you think, knowing how stubborn your master is, that the two families will eventually propose settling this engagement with the most popular competition in the devil world? Akino's expression changed slightly. She suddenly realized that what Kaiser said might actually come true, that both sides could end up deciding the engagement's outcome through a rating game. The rating game was the most popular and respected competition among devils, comparable in prestige to the festas in the world of Asterisk Wars. A devil's performance in a rating game could determine their status and whether they could rise in rank. A king who performed well might be promoted to ultimate class devil. A peerage member could be elevated to middle class or even high class devil. It was a path to prominence in the devil world. When faced with conflict, a rating game often became the standard way for high class devils to resolve disputes and decide matters. However, if Rias were to challenge her fiancé in such a match, her chances of winning were slim. That third son of the Phoenix family has already debuted and has a full peerage. He's participated in several rating games. He has both strength and experience. And what about the Gremory peerage? You're not even at full capacity. Kaiser pointed this out. A devil's peerage wasn't unlimited in size, it had a set number. The system was modeled after chess. The high-class devil acting as king had 1 queen, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, and 8 pawns, for a total of 16 pieces. To this end, the current Lucifer, Beelzebub, developed the evil piece system for reincarnated devils. By implanting evil pieces into those they wanted as subordinates, a master-servant contract could be formed, reincarnating individuals of other races as devils. Each high-class devil could receive a set of evil pieces. The king was the devil themselves and didn't require a piece, leaving 15 others to reincarnate peerage members. Once all the pieces were used, no more could be added. These evil pieces also had unique traits. Merging with a piece granted the corresponding abilities and power boosts. Rooks had enhanced attack and defense and were worth 5 pawns. Bishops amplified demonic power and were worth 3 pawns. Knights had enhanced speed, also worth 3 pawns. The queen combined all of the above, valued at 9 pawns. Akino Himejima was Rias's queen, possessing all the evil piece traits. Her power made her the peerage member closest in strength to Rias. Yudo Kiba was a knight, Kaneko was a rook, the sealed vampire was a bishop, and with Akino as queen, those were Rias's current peerage members. In other words, she still had 11 evil pieces unused and needed 11 more peerage members to be at full capacity. And the Phoenix family's third son? He had already filled his peerage, no evil pieces left. If the two sides entered a rating game, even counting the king, it would be 5 versus 16, a more than twofold difference in numbers. Moreover, his king was the so-called immortal bird with Phoenix regeneration. Forget strength, defeating him was nearly impossible. In other words, once the game starts, there's no doubt you'll lose. Kaiser pointed this out bluntly. But I owe Rias Gremory a favor, and I don't want to see her lose. So what should I do? Obviously, I need to help you all grow stronger, make up for quantity with quality. Kaiser narrowed his eyes as he stared at Akino. I know you all carry painful pasts, but come on, it's already come to this. As Rias's peerage, are you really going to let your unresolved issues keep you from unleashing your full strength and just sit by while your master loses her happiness? This is the so-called deep bond of the Gremory peerage? Then your bond is far too weak. I feel sorry for Rias. Kaiser's merciless rebuke didn't anger Akino this time. She simply stayed silent, her eyes dimming slightly. Chapter 116, Chapter 164, a truly god-tier start. In Kaiser's eyes, Rias was actually incredibly lucky, so lucky that it could be called a god-tier opening. Her first peerage member and most important queen was the daughter of a 10-winged fallen angel executive. She inherited both the power of lightning and light power. As long as she could properly utilize the fusion of lightning and light power, holy lightning, she would undoubtedly possess the combat strength of a high-class devil. Compared to Rias, who wielded the power of destruction, she was in no way inferior. Then, Rias consecutively recruited Kaneko Tuju, Yudo Kiba, and a vampire, each of whom was exceptional and full of potential. Kaneko Tuju was a Nikomata of the rarest and strongest variant, a Nikosho. She was a high-class yokai by birth and naturally capable of using senjutsu and yujitsu. Her potential was no less than Rias's. Yudo Kiba was the wielder of sword birth, capable of freely creating demonic swords of any attribute. Once he reached the balance breaker stage, he would, at the very least, become an ultimate class devil. As for that vampire, there's no need to elaborate, he was so dangerous that even Rias didn't dare let him out, which clearly spoke to the extent of his abilities. For a high-class devil to consecutively recruit so many individuals whose potential was equal to or even greater than her own as peerage members, this was something even ultimate class devils would envy. Even the Mao would be astonished and look at her with newfound respect. Just consider the third son of the Phoenix family, though his peerage was full, most of his members were only low-class devils. The only one at the level of a mid-class devil was likely just his queen. How could that compare to Rias? As long as Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju were willing to let go of their inner reservations and accept their bloodlines to fully unleash their true power, then even if Yudo Kiba hadn't reached the balance breaker stage, the Gremory peerage wouldn't lose easily. But in the original story, Akino Himejima refused from start to finish to use her light power or unleash holy lightning. Kaneko Tuju relied solely on hand-to-hand combat. The two of them failed to defeat the rather underwhelming peerage of the Phoenix family. Some were even taken down by low-class devil-level opponents. It was practically a Rias cries moment. The sealed vampire couldn't take the field and essentially vanished. Yuto Kiba was too distracted to be serious and only showcased his sword birth ability in the latter half, only to be taken out by a sneak attack. In the end, the MVP of the match ended up being Hayate Issei, who had only been a peerage member for a few months. Who could believe that? What was Hayate Issei back then? He wasn't a versatile queen, nor a tanky rook, not even a knight, just a mere pawn. The most numerous and least valuable piece, a pawn, ended up being the last man standing, the only one who successfully reached Rias' side. All the others were down. Ironically, by that point, even the Phoenix side was down to only their king and queen. The rest of their peerage had been eliminated. Facing the Gremory peerage, who had clearly been holding back, the long-established Phoenix family still found themselves reduced to that state. Just imagine how weak their peerage must have been. But this was actually normal. A peerage led by a high-class devil couldn't be expected to have subordinates stronger than the king. Not that it had never happened before, Kuroka's former master was weaker than her, and she ended up killing him. A peerage with multiple members possessing high-class devil-level combat strength was more typical of an ultimate-class devil's configuration. Normally, the devil who serves as king is the strongest in the team. The peerage members are usually weaker, and it's rare for them to surpass the king. A newly minted high-class devil just starting out would typically have low-class devils as peerage members, and even having a few mid-class devils would already be considered excellent. In that context, Rias, an underage, newly promoted devil whose peerage wasn't even full, had members, each of whom possessed at least high-class devil potential. If that's not a god-tier opening, what is? Even more so, if Akino Haimjima and Kaneko Tuju were willing to unleash their true power, they would immediately demonstrate strength on par with high-class devils, not just potential. If Yuto Kiba completed his balance breaker, he'd also have genuine high-class devil-level combat strength. As for that vampire, if he could control his powers, he might be even more terrifying than ordinary high-class devils. If her peerage members could display strength equal to or even greater than hers, what reason would Rias have to lose? Even without Hayate Issei, facing a newly debuted Phoenix peerage, Rias had no reason to lose. The only troublesome factor was the opponent's immortality. That's why Kaiser decided to step in and help with the Gremory peerage's special training, to assist Rias in her goal of breaking off the engagement. Now, there was no need to worry about Yuto Kiba. He was more eager than anyone to grow stronger and would surely try to master his balance breaker using the wristband. Kaneko Tuju was being guided by her sister. Kaiser believed Kuroka would find a way to help her overcome her past trauma. Even the issue of the vampire's instability had been resolved with Kaiser's help. The only remaining concern was Akino Haimjima. Thus, Kaiser decided to go all in. If you can't make the decision, then I'll make it for you, Kaiser said. After all, I'm a member of a terrorist group. Killing a fallen angel is only natural. No one would think it's because of you that your father died. You get to justifiably eliminate the person you hate most, and I achieve my goal. It's a win-win. So. No reason to stop me, right? Kaiser's tone wasn't cold or vicious, yet Akino Haimjima felt a chill rise in her heart. She wanted to believe he was joking, just teasing her, but looking into Kaiser's eyes, she had a strong feeling that he absolutely would follow through. He really would go find her father. He really was planning to kill him. In the moment she became certain of this, Akino didn't even realize that her heart had completely unraveled. Panic overtook her. Seeing this, Kaiser turned without a word, as if receiving silent permission, and began to walk away. Thunder roar. Akino Haimjima didn't even know why she suddenly attacked. All she knew was that by the time she came to her senses, a crimson magic circle had already expanded before her and launched into the air, rapidly growing larger. Boom. The next second, lightning exploded from the magic circle. Countless bolts of lightning converged at its center, forming a thick lightning pillar that crashed down toward Kaiser. Rumble. The massive lightning pillar struck a gravity barrier that had risen at some unknown point, blocked entirely by it. Blinding flashes of holy lightning burst outward. The pillar, like a beam cannon, continuously struck the gravity barrier, clashing violently and causing lightning to scatter in all directions. Oh. Kaiser, wielding the purple glowing Gravisheath, raised an eyebrow and finally smiled. Looks like the training paid off. Compared to last time, your lightning has at least doubled in power. But upon hearing this, Akino Haimjima didn't feel the slightest bit happy. Even without using that man's power, without using light, I can still become strong enough to help Rias defeat the Phoenix. Lightning surged around Akino's body as she shouted, eyes filled with anger. You're just an outsider, stop acting like you know everything. As she spoke, Akino deployed several more magic circles, launching them in sequence so they surrounded Kaiser from all directions. Thunderstorm. Akino poured a massive amount of demonic power into the magic circles, causing them to glow with holy lightning. They gathered electricity and then fired blinding beams of light from all directions toward Kaiser. Tenfold collapse. Kaiser swung Gravisheath, and multiple gravity spheres immediately formed around him, completely shielding his body. Boom. 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 The lightning raged like a real thunderstorm, violently colliding with the gravity spheres around Kaiser, producing deafening explosions that were hard to distinguish between thunder or detonation. Each thick bolt of lightning was blocked by the gravity spheres encasing Kaiser, unable to touch him and only exploding nearby. Gremory. Kaiser swung Gravisheath again, unleashing an aurora-like torrent of gravity that surged toward Akino. TCH. Akino had no choice but to flap her wings and retreat at high speed, narrowly avoiding the overwhelming gravitational wave. But before she could celebrate, Kaiser released another gravity sphere. Unlike the ones protecting him, this new gravity sphere instantly displayed terrifying suction power, drawing in the surrounding air and lightning. Akino's movements also stalled, she could no longer retreat. She was being pulled in, her body dragged uncontrollably toward the sphere. What is that? Akino struggled with all her might, but it was useless. That's a supergravity sphere, a new move I developed using Gravisheath's power. Kaiser hovered in midair behind the supergravity sphere, his robes flapping wildly in the turbulent airflow. By concentrating gravity to its absolute limit at a single point, it triggers a collapse phenomenon, forming a gravitational black hole. That's the principle behind the supergravity sphere. The supergravity sphere devours all matter. No material or radiation can escape its gravity field, including light. I only recently came up with this move. You're lucky to be the first to experience it. As Akino resisted with all her strength, she, along with the intensifying airflow, was drawn right in front of Kaiser. Sleep here for now, Kaiser said, looking at her. When you wake up, everything will be over. Akino pupils dilated to the extreme. Ah! Suddenly, she let out a scream. From her body, a radiant light burst forth. Chapter 117, Chapter 165, That, I really don't know. Chapter 165, That, I really don't know. Boom. In that moment, the feeling Akino gave off completely changed. Her aura erupted, not just with the power of lightning, but now infused with the power of light. Lightning and light intertwined, forming literal holy lightning that burst forth under the night sky, illuminating the entire heavens. At the same time, the wings behind Akino also changed. One of her originally bat-like devil wings gradually transformed into the jet-black feathered wing of a fallen angel, with feathers drifting down. One side was a devil's wing, the other a fallen angel's. Her entire body was erupting with dazzling holy lightning. At this moment, Akino truly released an aura comparable to a high-class devil, her power surging explosively. Rumble. The instant the holy lightning burst out, it was immediately pulled into the gravity field, a supergravity sphere, causing the streaks of holy lightning to be devoured by it, dyeing the sphere entirely in hues of holy lightning. Very good. Kaiser smiled, as if he'd finally seen something satisfying, and cancelled the supergravity sphere. The previously turbulent airflow sucked in by the supergravity sphere gradually returned to calm, and the holy lightning that had been continuously absorbed also returned to normal, swirling around Akino. Ha, ha. Akino seemed to have consumed a great deal of demonic power, stamina, and light power. With one devil wing and one fallen angel wing extended, she barely managed to stay airborne before Kaiser, panting heavily. Are you satisfied now? Akino bit her lip, her eyes filled with anger and sorrow as she looked at Kaiser. The anger was from Kaiser's overbearing and forceful actions. The sorrow, naturally, was because she had ultimately broken through her own restraints and used the power she hated the most. I wouldn't say satisfied. Kaiser acted as though he didn't notice all this and plainly said, maybe because you've never used this power before, the connection between lightning and light is full of flaws and clumsiness. The way you use it is crude, just dumping out both demonic and light power all at once. You're still far from mastering it. If you were proficient in using this power, you wouldn't be this exhausted after just one full release. Kaiser's rather heartless critique made Akino clench her teeth. If she wasn't certain she couldn't beat Kaiser, she would have made him taste her holy lightning by now. Let's go. Time to head back. Kaiser raised the Gravisheath, as if he had just finished a troublesome task. He yawned and waved Akino over. Seeing this, Akino took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then questioned Kaiser. If I hadn't used the holy lightning, were you really planning to kill him? Akino didn't even know what compelled her to ask that question. To this, Kaiser simply smiled. I was going to go, yes, but do you really think I could kill him? At those words, Akino froze. Didn't you say a 10-winged fallen angel cadre was no big deal? Didn't you say you could kill him within 10 strikes? You have that kind of power, which is why I came here in the first place, didn't I? Indeed, if the opponent were only him, then no matter what, I wouldn't lose. Seeing Akino's dumbfounded look, Kaiser chuckled and said, "But did you forget? Your father isn't alone. He's a fallen angel cadre. Aside from him, there are 5 other cadres of the same rank. Then there's Aazelle, the governor of the fallen angels, and Shimhazai, the vice-governor. Even among those at the Mao level, they're among the trickiest to deal with. Not to mention the many sacred gear users under the Gregory, some even include Longinus wielders like Vali Lucifer. If I just waltzed up to your father, it would definitely turn into a scenario where I get gang-attacked by the fallen angels' top-tier combat force. I'm not afraid, but with so many Mao level and near Mao level powers standing in my way, what makes you think I could just kill your father?" Upon hearing this, how could Akino not understand? She'd been played. While Kaiser indeed intended to go kill that man, he had long known that even if he made a move, the other side would likely protect him. Unless Kaiser was willing to risk his life, but to risk his life just to force her to break through her unnecessary limitations. Obviously, he wasn't going to do that. In the end, it would all amount to nothing. "You." Akino pointed at Kaiser, so angry she was at a loss for words. "Haha." Kaiser instead laughed heartily and teased, "Don't look at me like that. I really don't have the time to guide you all, and I have zero interest in doing it. So naturally, I had to use a strong remedy." Kaiser looked at Akino, half smiling. "In the end, if you truly didn't care, then nothing would have happened. But you came here, stopped me, and ultimately broke through your own limits. That proves you still care about that man, doesn't it?" Kaiser's words made Akino clench her fists. "You should be grateful that you realized it early." Kaiser said meaningfully, "If you'd only come to terms with it when it was too late to fix anything, then that would have been tragic." At his words, Akino suddenly recalled her childhood. She remembered the scene of her mother lying in a pool of blood. She remembered how much regret and despair she had felt at the time. By the time she came back to her senses, Kaiser had already flown off, descending in the direction of the villa. Akino pursed her lips. After a moment, she reluctantly flapped her mismatched wings she hated, and flew toward the villa. The next day, Rias returned from the human world and once again came to the back mountain of her estate. In her arms was a large cardboard box, as if she had brought back some local specialties in a hurry. But when she returned to the villa, she nearly thought she had come to the wrong place. Holy lightning. Under intense gravity pressure, Akino Himejima pointed at a massive boulder and released blinding holy lightning from her fingertips. Boom. The holy lightning struck the boulder, instantly obliterating it with a deafening explosion. Naya. Not far from Akino, Kaneko Tuju let out a cat-like sound from her mouth and struck a tree with her hand. Sizzle. The moment Kaneko touched the tree, its aura instantly destabilized. It visibly withered at an astonishing rate, eventually losing all vitality and turning into a dead husk. This version of Kaneko even had white cat ears atop her head, with a white tail swaying behind her. Her usual expressionless face now looked listless, as if she had suffered some kind of mental trauma. "Well done, Chiron." Kuroka clapped from the side, wearing a proud expression like, "That's my girl," which made Kaneko tremble all over, as if recalling something unpleasant. As for Yuto Kiba, he was gripping a sword radiating intense aura, eyes shut, with 2 streams of tears flowing down his face. Is this a dream? Rias stood dumbfounded at the villa entrance, watching the performances of her beloved servants, looking like she was questioning reality. She suspected she was dreaming, and wasn't sure if it was a good dream or a nightmare. Akino was actually using holy lightning. Was this real? Didn't Kaneko fear the power of the Nikomata within her body, afraid she'd lose control like her sister? And Kiba, what's with that sword? Why does it give off the same feeling as a holy sword, making me shiver? I was just gone for one night, what the hell happened? Yo, you're back. The likely culprit wasn't in the villa for once, but was instead sitting at the villa entrance. In front of him was a small white table with a teapot, teacups, and pastries. When he saw Rias, he waved nonchalantly at her. Why you, what did you do to my precious servants? Why are they? Rias rushed over emotionally to Kaiser, pointing in the direction of Akino and the others, sounding utterly flustered. Calm down, don't panic. Kaiser handed her a cup of black tea and said, Here, have some tea. Settle your nerves. Rias actually took the tea and gulped it down, only to suddenly realize something. You drank from this, didn't you? Yeah, but I don't mind. Well, I do. Rias barely resisted the urge to blast this infuriating man to ashes with the power of destruction. You'd better explain clearly, what exactly happened. Rias slammed her palm onto Kaiser's little white table, causing the tea set and pastries to jump. It was a full-on interrogation. Even if you ask me, I can't give you the full answer you want. Kaiser replied innocently, all I know is that your queen got pushed to her limit by me and stopped hiding her power. As for the other two, I really don't know. That was the truth. As for why Yuto Kiba ended up like that, Kaiser had some guesses. He figured Kiba had probably used the wristband and forcibly entered the realm of Balance Breaker. Since achieving Balance Breaker requires a mental will strong enough to defy the flow of the world, perhaps after the wristband activated, his spirit was shaken, causing him to fall into painful memories. That would explain the crying mess he turned into. As for Kaneko Tuju, Kaiser truly had no idea what happened. He only remembered that last night he vaguely heard Kuroka's voice coming from the little one's room, saying things like, "If you don't behave, Wani-chan will lick here, Naya." Then, by morning, Kaneko had become like this. Chapter 118, Chapter 166, If you've got the guts, open the door. Kaiser's explanation was clearly something Rias couldn't accept. Her beloved servants had undergone such drastic changes overnight, as if they had all already overcome their past traumas. It left Rias feeling extremely conflicted, as though she had missed something incredibly important. An overwhelming sense of loss settled over her. I'm supposed to be their master. I'm supposed to be the one who helps them walk out of the shadows. Rias was radiating a depressive aura, giving off a vibe like she might go crouch in a corner hugging her knees at any moment. Well, as long as the result is good, isn't that fine? Kaiser's attention had instead been drawn to the cardboard box Rias was holding. By the way, what's this? Kaiser's expression turned a bit odd. He couldn't help it, though it was faint, he seemed to sense an unusual aura coming from inside the box. Don't tell me there's a person inside. As he was thinking that, Rias, looking thoroughly dejected, gave him a definite answer. This is the servant of mine who was sealed. Saying that, Rias opened the box like she was unboxing a surprise. What appeared inside wasn't an object, but a person curled up into a ball. It was someone with blonde hair and red eyes, facial features as delicate as a doll, and wearing the Kuo Academy girl's uniform. Eek! As soon as the box was opened, this person let out a cry, as if they would turn to ash upon seeing sunlight. Don't open the box. I hate sunlight. I hate the outside world. The tearful vampire trembled as they clutched the sides of the box and quickly closed the lid again. Kaiser's mouth twitched as he silently stared at Rias. This child just has this kind of personality, a bit shy with strangers. Rias, forgetting her earlier gloom, now looked awkward and mumbled her explanation. A bit shy with strangers. Are you insulting the very concept of shyness? Kaiser grumbled inwardly and said, he's Gasper Vladi, isn't he? Gasper Vladi, a half-blood vampire, Rias's bishop, and like Kaneko Tuju, a first-year student at Kuo Academy. Kaiser remembered him well. He was practically brimming with quirks, not just a shut-in who liked cute things and hiding in cardboard boxes, but also extremely shy, unable to tolerate sunlight or face people, and had a penchant for cross-dressing. Yes, that's right. The blonde, red-eyed vampire with doll-like features, trembling inside the cardboard box while wearing a Kuo Academy girl's uniform, was actually a boy. You even know Gasper's name. Rias looked at Kaiser more and more strangely. It was one thing for him to know she had a sealed servant. Knowing about her beloved servant's painful pasts was another. But now he even seemed to know so much about Gasper. Did he plant some kind of surveillance on her? Or was the Chaos Brigade's intel network really that terrifying? Rias was filled with mixed emotions. This kid is way more famous than you think, Kaiser said with a chuckle, interpreting her expression easily. After all, he's the wielder of the evil eye that can stop the world. The evil eye that stops the world, that was Gasper Vladi's sacred gear. While it wasn't a Longinus, in certain respects, it was even more unique and fearsome than one. Because this sacred gear had the ability to freeze time for everything within the wielder's line of sight. Freezing time, that was the most terrifying power of this sacred gear. That's why I said you got a god-tier starting lineup, Kaiser sighed at Rias. The inheritor of Holy Lightning, the wielder of Sword Birth, a high-ranking yokai Nikomata, and now a sacred gear user who can freeze time, each one is a top-tier talent with endless potential. And with Rias herself, who had inherited the power of destruction and possessed the same ability as the strongest devil, Ser's Lucifer, the Gremory peerage was essentially a dream team of prodigies. No wonder they would go on to shoulder the future of the entire underworld and repeatedly clash with the Chaos Brigade as a frontline force. My adorable servants are all the very best, of course. Rias seemed to perk up again, standing tall with pride on her face. However, with such outstanding servants, and you still don't know how to properly cultivate them. No wonder you can't even beat a turkey. Kaiser's offhand remark left Rias stunned. Turkey. She didn't register who Kaiser was referring to. But Kaiser had already lost interest in her. Instead, he looked at the cardboard box with great interest. Gasper Vladi, come out. Kaiser gave the box a little shake. Eek. No. So scary. Gasper's voice immediately came from the box, screaming and trembling. Who are you? I don't know you. Stay away from me. Don't shake my box. Gasper seemed to be resisting with all his might, clinging tightly to the lid of the box like a vampire guarding his coffin. Kaiser could already imagine him crying inside. Come out already. Kaiser continued shaking the box cheerfully. You've got the guts to steal, so open the door. Hurry up, or I'll set you on fire. No. Don't burn me with fire. Gasper really started crying, tears welling up in his eyes. I'll die. Even a vampire can die. And I didn't steal anything from you. How didn't you? Kaiser said as if it were obvious. You're wearing the bracelet, aren't you? That's mine. Gasper let out a shocked yelp. Why, you're the one the president mentioned, that mentally unstable guy. Kaiser instantly turned his gaze toward Rias with a blank expression. Rias guiltily turned her head away. No. There's a pervert. He must want to harass me because I look cute. President, save me. Completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere outside, Gasper continued screaming from inside the box. Who wants to harass a cross-dressing pervert like you? Kaiser said with a mix of irritation and amusement as he shook the box harder. I am not a pervert. I just like cute clothes. What's wrong with that? Gasper wailed in protest. Get out of there already. Kaiser had no interest in arguing with the cross-dressing boy's twisted logic. He gave the box a hard yank, finally pulling it out entirely and sending the boy hiding inside tumbling to the floor. No. Gasper screamed. In that instant, the world changed. It was as if the entire flow of the world had come to a halt, everything frozen in place. The holy lightning shot from Akino Himajima's hand stopped midair. Kaneko Tuju's fist froze mid-swing, her expression locked in place. Kiba Yudo, Rias, and even Kuroka were all frozen where they stood, completely motionless. In that moment, all sound vanished from the world, and the heavens and earth fell into silence. You. Gasper sat on the floor crying, his tear-filled eyes glowing with an eerie brilliance, like the mythical evil eye. So this is the evil eye that stops the world, huh? Suddenly, a playful voice reached Gasper's ears. As expected of a sacred gear that, in some ways, is more terrifying than a Longinus. You actually stopped time. The appearance of the mocking voice frightened Gasper greatly. Only then did he realize, among everyone present, one person was still moving normally in this frozen world. He had one hand holding the cardboard box, and the other gripping a spear that had appeared at some unknown point. The spear was long and emitted a terrifying aura that made Gasper tremble. Why you. Gasper was so terrified he stared wide-eyed at Kaiser, pointing at him like he had seen a ghost. Why are you unaffected? Faced with Gasper's unique form of questioning, Kaiser's response was completely matter-of-fact. The evil eye that stops the world is powerful, but ultimately, it's not a Longinus. It has plenty of weaknesses. For example, it couldn't stop someone significantly stronger than the wielder, nor could it stop sacred gears or weapons of a higher tier. Its time-freezing ability also had limits. Within the wielder's line of sight, the closer the target, the longer it could be frozen, the farther away, the more spread out the effect, and the shorter the duration. It didn't work indefinitely. Moreover, because it froze anything within the user's vision, as long as someone wasn't seen, whether by staying out of sight or by blinding the user, the sacred gear wouldn't activate. With so many weaknesses, Kaiser, who was well aware of all this, naturally wouldn't be affected. His power far surpassed Gasper's, and he possessed 3 Longinus of a higher tier than the evil eye, all of them high-level Longinus. With so many Longinus on him, if Gasper tried to freeze him, he'd probably drain himself dry and die on the spot. The stronger the target, the greater the energy cost. That was another weakness of the evil eye. You've got my bracelet already, and yet you're still triggering your sacred gear involuntarily from emotional overload. Kaiser reached out with the true Longinus, lightly tapping the stunned Gasper's face with the tip of the spear. Looks like you need some serious training. Now then, how should I deal with you? Such a tough choice. Kaiser grinned happily, and Gasper's fear finally reached its peak. With a roll of his eyes and a kick of his legs, he fainted. Unfortunately for him, his nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 119, Chapter 167, Are you going to thank me? Time always slips away imperceptibly, and faster at that. Even Kaiser hadn't expected that his stay with the Gremory peerage would last an entire month. During this month, he hadn't done anything else at all, only assisted the Gremory peerage members with their special training. Gravisheath's ability had been active on this mountain for a full month, and the gravity continued to slowly intensify. Kuroka had also stayed by Kaneko Tuju's side for the entire month, constantly teaching her Jujitsu and Senjutsu. Even Asia had eventually been called over by Kaiser to provide thoughtful healing whenever the Gremory peerage members were injured, ensuring they remained in peak condition every day. Kaiser himself had even joined the training later on, most often acting as a sparring partner for the Gremory group. After adapting to Gravisheath's gravity, the Gremory peerage no longer trained solely under the heavy pressure. They began incorporating actual combat drills. Sometimes it was one-on-one sparring, other times, one group formed a team to fight another group. But most frequently, all the Gremory peerage members would attack Kaiser together, only to be thoroughly defeated by him. Against the Gremory peerage, Kaiser didn't need to use the True Longinus, the boosted gear, or divine dividing. He didn't even use Gravisheath in combat, it was merely serving as a device to generate the gravity field. Yet at the beginning, the Gremory peerage had been unable to even touch him, getting completely wiped out with ease. However, after half a month, Kaiser was finally forced to use the Ser-Veresta to maintain his undefeated record. He had no choice, the Gremory peerage had been improving rapidly, far beyond what they used to be. Akino Himejima had become proficient in wielding Holy Lightning. The fusion and transition between lightning and light were incredibly smooth. Though not yet flawless, she was very close. Kaneko Tuju still hadn't made much progress in terms of demonic power, but her talents in Yujitsu and Senjutsu were beginning to bear fruit. While she couldn't unleash countless complex and unique spells like Kuroka, she could fight using Tuki, and when paired with her continually honed martial arts, she displayed an unexpectedly strong threat level in close combat. Yudo Kiba had successfully mastered his balance breaker. Perhaps due to some emotional breakthrough during a period of mental turmoil, his gaze was no longer shrouded in gloom, and he seemed to have experienced a rebirth, his strength had soared. Even Gasper, who had been forcibly thrown into this hellish training by Kaiser, had finally started to improve after much crying, yelling, and breaking down. He had learned to control his time-stopping evil eye more steadily, playing a crucial role in team battles. Now, without a doubt, these four had gained the power to threaten high-class devils. Even if they went one-on-one against Diodora Astaroth, the one who had once been ruthlessly crushed and killed by Kaiser, they might not lose. Diodora Astaroth, even if Kaiser had belittled him to nothing, was still a blood relative of Amao, a noble from a pure-blood devil family, and a successor of his clan. Though his abilities and potential were inferior to Rias's, he was by no means comparable to an ordinary devil. Being comparable to such a devil proved that Akino and the others had already attained the qualifications to become kings themselves. Even if they left the Gremory peerage, they could still carve out a name for themselves in the devil world. And with Rias, whose strength had also greatly increased, now capable of casually destroying one or two small mountains, the overall strength of the Gremory peerage had undoubtedly undergone a complete transformation. They were no longer naive rookies. Even without using any weapons, relying solely on Tuki, Kaiser wouldn't fear any high-class devil. But he was being ganged up on, attacked by multiple high-class devils working together. These individuals had mastered Holy Lightning, Senjutsu, sacred gears that could stop time, and magic swords that had reached balance breaker, along with destructive demonic power. Even an ultimate-class devil would likely be overwhelmed by such a combination. Therefore, in the second half of the month, Kaiser had no choice but to use weapons. Still, he refrained from using Longinus, instead choosing to fight with the Ser-Veresta. While the Ser-Veresta wasn't on the level of a Longinus, it was still a powerful weapon comparable to legendary holy swords and demonic swords. With it, Kaiser could even hold his own against Siegfried, the church's top-ranked exorcist. Facing several high-class devils, even if he couldn't win easily, he wouldn't be defeated without a fight. With the Ser-Veresta, Kaiser could cut through Holy Lightning, demonic power of destruction, Kaneko's Jujitsu attacks, and Gasper's shadows and bats in his vampire form. Even against Kiba's balance breaker-level demonic swords, Kaiser could gain the upper hand. It was under these circumstances that Kaiser maintained his undefeated record. Still, the fact that the Gremory peerage could pose a threat to Kaiser even when he wielded the Ser-Veresta was already an impressive achievement. Seeing the Gremory peerage like this, Kaiser couldn't help but feel satisfied. With that, his purpose for coming here could be considered fulfilled. Late at night, the villa halfway up the mountain was no longer brightly lit. After a long day of grueling special training, the Gremory peerage members had all fallen into deep sleep, and the lights in their rooms had been turned off. Kuroka and Aazelle had also gone to rest. Only Kaiser remained outside the villa, standing at the edge of the mountainside, gazing into the distance at the underworld scenery, seemingly enjoying the night breeze. "So late at night, and you're not resting, what are you doing out here?" A girl's voice came from behind him, unclear whether it was concern or sarcasm. But Kaiser didn't turn around. "Aren't you also still awake?" He responded without looking back. The girl behind him walked up and stood beside him. She stood facing the wind, her long red hair fluttering. Her semi-transparent nightgown swayed in the breeze, prompting her to reach out and press down her flowing hair and skirt. "I just felt like I hadn't seen the night sky in a long time." Rias gazed upward and said, "These days, every night I'd either pass out or be too exhausted to do anything but collapse into bed. It's only today that I finally felt like I had a bit of energy left, enough to come out and enjoy the breeze." "That means you've really gotten stronger," Kaiser smiled. "At the beginning, you all had to rest countless times just to get through a day in high-gravity conditions. Now, even after fighting me in even stronger gravity all day, you no longer collapse the moment night falls." To be precise, Gasper, the delicate and fragile vampire, still got so tired at night that he could barely walk, often crying and begging to hide in his room and never come out again. But Rias, Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko had already fully adapted to this level of training and no longer ended each day completely exhausted. Especially Kiba and Kaneko, both close combat experts with greater stamina than Rias and Aquino, they'd already been showing signs of spare energy 2 weeks ago. The fact that Rias was only now showing signs of surplus energy actually made her one of the later ones among the Gremory peerage. You're only 5 people right now, but even against those veteran high-class devil teams, you probably wouldn't lose now, right? Kaiser felt reassured by that. In both strength and team composition, the current Gremory peerage had reached the top tier of high-class devils. Even ordinary ultimate-class devils couldn't match such a luxurious lineup. Against the Phoenix family's third son's team, they could easily crush them. Even the immortal Phoenix himself, judging by pure strength, probably wouldn't be a match for Rias, would he? As Kaiser mused to himself, Rias fell silent. She turned her head and looked at Kaiser, her eyes filled with complex emotions. What's wrong? Kaiser noticed something and turned his gaze toward Rias, puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Rias didn't answer immediately. She continued staring at Kaiser with that complex expression, remaining silent for quite a while. Finally, after a long pause, Rias spoke. Aquino already told me. You came to help us train because of my engagement with the Phoenix family, didn't you? Kaiser paused at her words, then nodded calmly. Yes, that's why I came, Kaiser said with a faint smile. So, are you going to thank me? Did you do it just to make me thank you? Rias countered. I didn't know my gratitude was that valuable. Well, it's more valuable than being yelled at, Kaiser replied nonchalantly. I'd rather not get glared at and scolded like the last few times. You really are, something else. Rias was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Kaiser took something out. Take this. He handed the item to Rias. This is. Rias reached out and took it, her expression puzzled. Upon closer inspection, it was a short spear that bore some resemblance to the True Longinus. It was only about as long as a forearm. But after examining it for a moment, Rias's expression suddenly changed. Because she could sense a divine aura radiating from it. It was unmistakably the aura of the True Longinus. Noticed it. Kaiser said, observing her expression. Since you've realized, then keep it safe. To craft this artificial sacred gear, I had to painfully chip off a fragment from the holy spear. It took quite a while before the spear was fully restored. Yes. This was an artificial sacred gear crafted from a fragment of the True Longinus. Chapter 120, Chapter 168, I'll be waiting for you anytime. Artificial sacred gear. Naturally, Rias knew what artificial sacred gears were. After all, the deal between Kaiser and Aazelle had taken place right before her eyes, right inside her occult research club. So, Rias was well aware that Kaiser had obtained the method for creating artificial sacred gears from Aazelle, along with the technology and means to produce them. Because of this, when Kaiser previously took out 2 bracelets to assist Yudo, Kiba and Gasper, Rias hadn't been surprised in the slightest. Now, seeing Kaiser take out an artificial sacred gear made from fragments of a holy spear, Rias simply felt a bit confused. Why are you giving this to me? Rias asked. Of course, it's to help you win, Kaiser replied. While it's true that the current Gremory peerage is highly unlikely to lose to that third son of the Phoenix family, and your strength is clearly above his, being strong is one thing, winning is another. At the very least, if you were to face the third son of the Phoenix family one-on-one, you might be able to suppress him, overwhelm him, but you still might not be able to defeat him in a raiding game. You understand why I say that, don't you? Upon hearing Kaiser's words, Rias nodded grimly. Of course she knew why Kaiser said that. Because her opponent was none other than the so-called Phoenix. As devils who preside over fire, wind, and life, wielding powers nearly identical to the holy beast Phoenix, every pureblood devil of the Phoenix family possessed astonishing vitality. Their wounds would visibly heal at a rapid pace, and even if reduced to ashes, they could instantly revive. They couldn't be killed, nor defeated, by conventional means. Although Rias was stronger than that third son of the Phoenix family, in a direct confrontation, she would have a hard time posing any real threat. To defeat a Phoenix, one could not rely on physical damage, it was necessary to target the mind. Physical wounds could heal, but mental wounds could not. With that in mind, to bring down a Phoenix, one had to deliver a severe mental blow, enough to shatter their psyche entirely. That would require strength far beyond a Phoenix's. If the opponent wielded god-level power, then crushing a Phoenix's body and mind together wouldn't be much of a challenge. But while Rias was stronger than that Phoenix, she was far from reaching godhood. She had only just barely touched the threshold of high-class devil, still a long way from the level of a Mao, let alone the realm beyond that. Thus, defeating a Phoenix with sheer power was clearly impossible. In that case, you need to take a different approach. That was Kaiser's advice to Rias. Alternatively, if one of you had access to illusions or mental type abilities, you could bypass the body and directly attack the spirit. Or, you could prepare targeted countermeasures against the weaknesses of the devil race. The former wasn't feasible at the moment. No one in the Gremory peerage specialized in illusion or mental type abilities, not even Kaneko Toju, who should have had potential in that area, had chosen to develop her close combat capabilities instead. The others were no better. That left Rias and her team with only the latter option to deal with Phoenix. Everyone knows a devil's weaknesses, namely, holy items like crosses, holy water, or holy swords. The light power of angels and fallen angels is also toxic to devils. Luckily, you have a half-fallen angel who can use lightning infused with light power, that's an advantage. While the Phoenix can still regenerate even when wounded by holy items, the sacred element doesn't just harm devils, it causes them pain. That's your breakthrough point. Driving the enemy to collapse through pain and torment, this was undoubtedly one of the most effective forms of mental attack. That's why Kaiser had created this short spear. Because I used fragments of the True Longinus in crafting this short spear, its sacred properties are extremely potent. Even compared to a holy sword, which devils fear the most, it's not much weaker. I've also stored a large amount of the True Longinus's holy power inside it. Once triggered, the short spear's threat to devils, even in a short time, won't fall too far behind the holy spear itself. However, once the holy power stored within is activated, it will be impossible to stop it from overflowing. The holy power will be released all at once until it's depleted, and the artificial sacred gear will be damaged and unusable afterward. Kaiser gave her a few warnings, then said to Rias, I've also made some adjustments, so as long as the short spear's wielder is its designated owner, even if they're a devil, they won't be affected by the sacred energy. With this, even if your opponent is a phoenix, your chances of victory won't be low. Combined with your own strength, you really have no reason to lose now, do you? Kaiser smiled, as if he had done everything he needed to do. This is the last thing I'm doing for you all. Upon hearing this, Rias could no longer focus on inspecting the artificial sacred gear in her hand. She abruptly looked up to face the smiling Kaiser. So you're planning to step back now, is that it? Rias had already sensed it, Kaiser intended to leave. I've done all I can. The rest is up to you, Kaiser said calmly. If you still lose after all this, then it means it's your fate. Just accept your family's arrangement and go be a housewife for Phoenix. Unsurprisingly, this remark made Rias's eyebrows shoot up. I, Rias Gremory, will never marry into the Phoenix family to be a housewife. With an undeniable tone, Rias stated this firmly. I have my own dreams, things I want to accomplish. Rias's dream was to reach the top of the rating game. She wanted to be the champion of the rating game, to become a top-tier devil worthy of the Gremory name, worthy of being related to a Mao. One of the reasons she resisted the engagement with the Phoenix family, aside from the fact that the fiancé wasn't her type and she wanted to choose her own partner, was that the engagement would interfere with her dream. That was another major factor. No matter how she looked at it, there was no way she would agree to this engagement. That won't be easy, you know. Kaiser naturally understood Rias's dream and said unhurriedly, I hear that those ranked at the top of the rating game are all high-class devils with strength on par with Mao. They're the true elites of the devil world. If a crisis arises, they're the ones the underworld entrusts with critical responsibilities. To reach the top of the rating game, to become the champion, that's basically no different from defeating a Mao. Just thinking about how difficult that is was enough to understand. Of course I know it's hard. Rias brushed her hair aside, smiling sweetly. But that's exactly why it's worth challenging. If it weren't difficult, would it even be worth the challenge? Rias believed that if her older brother could become the strongest Mao, then she, who shared the same power of destruction as him, had no reason she couldn't rise to the top of the rating game. Her beloved servants were all exceptional as well. Rias believed they would help her achieve this dream. When I succeed. Suddenly, Rias thought of something and looked seriously at Kaiser. When I succeed, I'll challenge you again. That statement surprised Kaiser. Me. He hadn't expected Rias to say that. Of course. Rias was serious, very serious. In her eyes, a fire was burning as she looked at Kaiser. It was the same fighting spirit one might feel toward a powerful opponent, like Vali. The same competitive urge one would feel toward a worthy rival, like Cao Cao. Back in the human world, I fought you twice, and both times I lost, completely, without suspense. During this past month of special training, my servants and I have challenged you countless times, and we've never won once. I can't accept always losing. I can't accept not winning even once. The red-haired girl made her vow. I know we're still weak right now, not even close to being your match, someone who can rival gods. But we'll grow stronger, strong enough to defeat even Mao, strong enough to reach the top of the rating game. Then, I'll challenge you again, challenge you at your full power. Rias knew that even during this month-long special training, Kaiser had never gone all out. Not once had he drawn his holy spear. He only used some unknown demonic sword, yet he still defeated the entire Gremory peerage again and again. Vali had at least forced Kaiser to use his balance breaker, while she and her team hadn't even qualified to make him draw his holy spear. How could Rias accept that? Her pride wouldn't allow her to ignore it. Just wait, Rias declared fearlessly. My servants and I will surpass you. Though her words weren't heavy, Kaiser could feel the seriousness and determination behind them. All right. Kaiser also showed a fearless smile. I'll be waiting for you, anytime. Kaiser was honestly looking forward to it. After all, they were the main cast of the original story, the current and future central figures of this world. They were indeed worth anticipating. If Rias and the others truly achieved it, Kaiser would be happy to go all out and face them in battle. The two of them exchanged glances for a while, then silently looked up at the night sky, enjoying the peace.